In the early morning, before the sun could completely dispel the mist on the roof of Konoha, a figure had already jumped up from the messy single bed. It's that dream again. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his hedgehog-like blonde hair, and there was still a trace of confusion and subtle loneliness in his blue eyes after waking up. Dreams are always huge shadows and cold eyes. He shook his head, as if to get rid of all the unhappiness, and immediately put on his signature, energetic smile on his face and shouted to the empty little apartment. Yoshi, today is also a super invincible day. How can a man who aims to become a Hokage stay in bed? He quickly put on the orange sportswear that has almost become his trademark. The zipper is still habitually pulled to the top and washed up casually. The refrigerator was empty as usual, with only a few boxes of expired milk and a pile of cup noodles boxes. Naruto grabbed the half piece of bread left on the table yesterday without caring, held it in his mouth, hummed an inarticulate song, and rushed out the door. There were more and more pedestrians on the street. Seeing the dazzling orange figure, many villagers subconsciously frowned, quickened their pace, or simply took a detour. The whispers drilled into Naruto's ears like the wind, but he deliberately ignored them. Humph! A bunch of visionless guys, Naruto muttered in his heart, but the smile on his face became bigger with a bit of deliberate provocation. He rolled his eyes and saw the target, the white wall that had just been painted next to the meatball shop. Let me show you the art of the future Hokage. He took out a few cans of spray paint from his ninja tool bag, although there were basically only kunai practice sets and paints in it, and started to create with quick movements. Soon, several crooked but extremely colorful, mainly orange graffiti appeared on the wall. The content was his exaggerated large head portrait, and next to it was written "The fifth Hokage is here." Just as he was proudly admiring his masterpiece and preparing to add 2 mustaches to the head portrait, a familiar and helpless voice sounded behind him. Naruto! Naruto shuddered and almost threw the spray paint can away. He turned around stiffly. Sure enough, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Yumino Irika, was standing not far away with his hands on his waist, and the crosswell on his forehead was clearly visible. Ah, Mr. Irika! Naruto turned around and wanted to run. Stop! Irika took a step forward, grabbed Naruto's collar accurately, and lifted him up like a kitten. How many times have I told you not to scribble on public walls? Clean the walls after school today. Don't go home if you don't finish. Hey, no, Teacher Irika. I still have to practice today. Naruto kicked his limbs and wailed exaggeratedly. Hihi Irika sneered twice and carried Naruto to the ninja school. Naruto, who was escorted to the ninja school by Irika, walked into the classroom with his head down. He habitually looked at the window seat. Sure enough, Uchiha Satsuki was already sitting there, reading quietly, with a cold face, attracting most of the attention in the class. TSK, a pretentious kid. Naruto pouted, feeling a little unconvinced, but also with a hint of envy that he himself did not realize. He deliberately walked to the front row of Satsuki, dragged the chair so hard that it squeaked, and sat down, trying to attract attention. Satsuki just raised her eyes slightly and glanced at him, with her usual coldness and disdain in her eyes, and then lowered her head to read. Damn it! Naruto clenched his fists and swore in his heart. Just wait and see, arrogant Satsuki. I will defeat you sooner or later. Theoretical class is simply torture for Naruto. Irika talked about the principles of chakra control, the history of the ninja world, and the basics of tactics. Like a lullaby, he dozed off on the table for a while, scribbled on the textbook for a while. This time, he drew a scene of defeating Satsuki, and the scribbled matchstick Naruto stood on matchstick assistant and laughed. And then he couldn't help pulling the pink braids of the girl in front of him, which caused a burst of angry glares and low curses. Irika's chalk head became a precision-guided weapon, hitting Naruto's forehead frequently. Naruto, pay attention. Yes, yes. Naruto rubbed his forehead and responded weakly. Finally, the lunch bell rang, and Naruto rushed out of the classroom like an arrow, with a clear goal: Ichiraku ramen. Hand-beating uncle. Sister I am. As usual. Super big bowl of miso barbecued pork ramen. Double the barbecued pork. Naruto almost pounced on the counter, his eyes sparkling and his saliva almost flowing out. Oh, it's Naruto. You're also very energetic today. The hand-beating uncle smiled heartily and started to cook noodles with quick movements. Soon, a bowl of ramen piled like a small mountain and full of fragrance was placed in front of Naruto. I'm going to eat. Naruto put his hands together and shouted very loudly, then couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks, and ate crazily and couldn't stop breathing even though it was so hot, with great happiness on his face. Delicious. So delicious. As expected, Ichiraku ramen is the most delicious in the world. Uncle, another bowl. Haha, this bowl is for you. Ichiraku Otsutsuki smiled with narrowed eyes. The afternoon is a practical class, mainly for physical skills and basic ninjutsu practice. Naruto's physical skills are open and closed, full of power but full of flaws, and then he is easily knocked down by his opponent. You are at this level, go back and practice for another 200 years, said the opponent. Damn it, I will definitely win back next time. Naruto looked unconvinced. Okay, quickly make the seal of the knot, Irika sighed. Next item, the clone technique. It was time to practice the ninjutsu that gave Naruto the most headache, the clone technique. He made a bitter face, gathered all his strength, and shouted, "Clone technique." As a result, with a puff, there was only a clone lying on the ground next to him, dull in color, like a deflated ball, and even more listless than himself. Ha ha ha, it's like this again. The last one is the last one. The laughter around them was not surprising. Stop making so much noise. What do you know? Naruto's face flushed red, and he unwillingly made seals and shouted again and again. But he only created more crooked and unmaintainable failures. Sweat soaked his goggles. Irika watched from the side. His eyes were complicated, helpless, and there was a little bit of imperceptible heartache. He walked forward. Naruto, the concentration of chakra is not shouting out by brute force. You have to concentrate more and control the flow. After school, Naruto was supervised by Irika as expected, and he worked hard to clean up his morning masterpiece. The setting sun stretched his shadow very long. After cleaning up, his stomach growled again. He touched his empty wallet, sighed, bought the cheapest rice ball at the convenience store, and ate it while walking. He didn't go home immediately. The empty little apartment seemed particularly quiet at night. He strolled to the training ground at the edge of the village. This is one of the places he often stays. He practiced basic physical skills against the wooden stakes over and over again, punching and kicking, and kept shouting. One more time. Not strong enough. Sweat soaked his orange clothes. After practicing until he was exhausted, he lay on the grass in a big letter shape, gasping for breath. As night fell, the lights of Konoha village gradually lit up like stars on the ground. He looked at the real starry sky and the bright moon. Wait, everyone, he whispered to himself. His eyes were unusually bright in the darkness, with the stubbornness and unwillingness to admit defeat of a young man. I will definitely become a Hokage more powerful than any previous generation. Let everyone recognize me. Do what I say, this is my ninja way. A gust of evening breeze blew by, bringing a chill. He shrank his neck, and his stomach growled again at an opportune time. He touched his stomach and muttered, "Tomorrow. I must find a way to eat an extra bowl of ramen tomorrow." Then he got up, brushed off the grass on his body, and walked slowly towards the small apartment called home with sporadic lights on, dragging his tired but still straight back. Tomorrow is another day full of challenges and pranks. Chapter 2. Transformation and Retransformation. The school bell had long since rung, leaving behind only a solitary orange figure on the desolate training ground. Naruto stood before a wooden post, repeatedly forming hand seals, shouting, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." The only response was a series of faint sounds, accompanied by a few clones that were even more limp and dull in color than yesterday, failing to sustain their form for even a second before collapsing awkwardly to the ground and dissipating instantly. Sweat drenched his forehead and clothes, trickling down his chin. Gasping for breath, he gazed at the remnants of his failed clones on the ground and, in frustration, slammed his fist onto the wooden post, his knuckles instantly turning crimson. Damn it, why can't I get it right? He yelled into the air, his voice echoing in the empty space, laden with resentment and defeat. The words of Irika from class echoed in his mind. With just a week until the final exam, do you want to repeat a year, Naruto? Suddenly, a gentle voice broke through. Still practicing at this hour, Naruto-kun? Such dedication. Startled, Naruto turned to see his J-mean teacher, Mizuki, standing in the shade of a tree, a kind smile adorning his face. Mizuki-sensei, are you troubled by the shadow clone jutsu? Mizuki approached, his tone filled with understanding and sympathy. Irika's expectations may indeed be too stringent for you. After all, you are not like the others. Naruto felt a pang in his heart. Mizuki's words struck at his deepest insecurities. In truth, mastering formidable power was the crux of the matter. The foundational teachings of the school sometimes hindered the development of a prodigy. Mizuki's voice was enticing, you know. There is a place in the village that holds records of all-powerful jutsu. If you could learn even one of them, the graduation exam would be trivial. That is the true way to prove your strength. He left behind a few ambiguous, suggestive remarks, patted Naruto's shoulder, and vanished into the night. Naruto remained rooted in place, staring at his slightly swollen fingers from the incessant hand seals. As Mizuki's words echoed in his mind, a vague yet perilous thought began to take root. Powerful strength, proving oneself. Mizuki's voice reverberated. No, I cannot fail. Absolutely not. That night, Naruto paced anxiously in his cramped apartment. The shortcut that Mizuki had painted was like a flickering firefly in the darkness, casting a lethal allure upon him, a drowning man ensnared in despair. He knew that learning forbidden techniques was a grave offense, yet the fear of failure and the yearning for recognition overshadowed all else. A dangerous decision crystallized in his heart. The night before the graduation assessment, he would seize that scroll. This was his last opportunity. I must graduate. I must become Hokage. Let everyone witness me. He whispered fiercely to the moon, as if to bolster his resolve, while simultaneously battling the trepidation within. In a brightly lit room, a soft sigh echoed. On the eve of the assessment, a small figure stood atop the Hokage building, inhaling deeply as his gaze grew resolute. Under the cover of night, armed only with vague information gleaned from Mizuki and a reckless courage, Naruto stealthily made his way toward the depths of the village, heading for the heavily guarded forbidden jutsu repository. His heart raced like a drum, palms slick with sweat, yet he did not look back. He understood that when the sun rose the next day, he would either succeed or there would be no other option. This was the perilous and uncertain final dash he had chosen for himself. Suddenly, a brief, terrified child's voice shattered the silence, followed by the sound of something heavy crashing and muffled sobs. Konohamaru. Naruto nearly cried out, hastily covering his mouth. What was that little brat doing here at this hour? Konohamaru had clearly taken a tumble, tears welling in his eyes, but he stifled his cries, muttering defiantly, "Damn it, this height. Grandpa underestimated me." Struggling to rise, he dusted off his soiled pants, and upon looking up, found himself locking eyes with Naruto, who had peered out from behind a wooden crate, his expression a mix of shock and panic. The air seemed to freeze. Konohamaru's eyes widened in recognition, instantly identifying the conspicuous orange figure even in the darkness, his fear replaced by another emotion, surprise. Naruto. Naruto-senpai. His voice brimmed with incredulous excitement, completely forgetting his earlier clumsiness and pain as he bounced forward like a little monkey. Senpai, what are you doing here? Are you on a secret mission? Are there villains infiltrating the village? Take me with you. I can help. I'm going to be Hokage. Naruto's mind buzzed. A secret mission? Villains? He was the villain now. In a flurry, he leaped from behind the crate and rushed forward, covering Konohamaru's mouth just before he could shout again. MMM. MMM. Konohamaru was caught off guard, his large eyes filled with confusion and a hint of grievance. Shoo. Naruto anxiously glanced around, lowering his voice to a near whisper as he leaned close to Konohamaru's ear. Keep it down. You idiot. Do you want to attract the patrolling ninjas? Konohamaru blinked, seemingly grasping the need for silence on his secret mission, and nodded vigorously. Only then did Naruto cautiously release his hand. Senpai, what exactly is the mission? It sounds so mysterious. Konohamaru lowered his voice instantly, his eyes sparkling with admiration and a thirst for adventure as he leaned in closer. Is it an S-rank mission? The kind that even Grandpa doesn't know about? Naruto was momentarily at a loss for words. He looked at the innocent, adoring face of the little brat before him, his mind a chaotic mess. He certainly couldn't admit he was there to steal forbidden scrolls, could he? Frustrated, he raked a hand through his hair and, in a moment of desperation, or perhaps sheer nonsense, declared, It's a super secret mission. It concerns the safety of the village. So you absolutely cannot tell anyone, not even your grandfather. Understand? Concerning the safety of the village? Konohamaru's little face grew serious, his small chest puffing out. I understand. The ninja code. I will keep it a secret. Senpai, what do you need me to do? Stand guard? Or be bait? Naruto gazed at Konohamaru, who appeared ready to sacrifice himself for the mission, and felt a tumult of emotions within him, though this boy could be bothersome. The trust and fervor he displayed pierced Naruto's heart like a needle. He had pilfered the sealing scroll to prove his worth, to avoid being looked down upon. Yet, if this little rascal were to discover the truth, he shuddered at the thought of Konohamaru's expression. You needn't do anything, Naruto exclaimed. hastily waving his hands, eager to extricate himself from this unexpected predicament. You should return home. What are you doing wandering around at this hour? What if a bad person captures you? He attempted to intimidate the child with his tone. But, boss, you're out here too. Konohamaru countered defiantly. And you're not that much older than I am. I can protect myself. I just slipped up earlier. Silence. When I tell you to go back, you go back. Naruto's urgency escalated, his voice growing more intense. I am currently on a mission. A very, very dangerous mission. Your presence here is nothing but a hindrance. Are you trying to sabotage my success? The phrase sabotage my success evidently struck a nerve with Konohamaru, as he pouted, his large eyes brimming with unshed tears. Though he valiantly held them back, gazing defiantly at Naruto. I would never be a burden. You're lying, boss. You must think I'm too small. Seeing the boy's tearful countenance only heightened Naruto's agitation, coupled with an inexplicable sense of guilt. Just as he was about to speak again, his keen ears caught the distant sounds of patrolling ninjas, their footsteps and chatter growing increasingly distinct. Oh no, there's no time left. Naruto's expression shifted dramatically as he roughly shoved Konohamaru deeper into the shadows. Stay hidden. Don't make a sound. Someone is coming. Remember, you haven't seen anything tonight. Get home quickly. That's an order. The last few words were almost growled through clenched teeth, laced with an undeniable severity. Taken aback by Naruto's sudden tension and sternness, Konohamaru huddled in the shadow, clasping his mouth tightly, eyes wide with fear as he stared at Naruto. Naruto cast one last, profound glance at Konohamaru, an expression rife with warnings, urgency, and even a hint of an unrecognized plea. He swiftly tucked his forehead protector into his cloak, like an orange shadow merging silently into the deeper darkness. Hastening toward the forbidden jutsu repository, his heart racing with anxiety and the earlier unexpected incident, Konohamaru remained hidden in the shadows, listening as the footsteps of the patrolling ninjas faded away. After some time, he cautiously peeked out. The alley was now deserted, illuminated only by the cold glow of the moonlight. Rubbing his sore bottom and touching his mouth where Naruto had covered it, his small face was filled with confusion and disappointment. Boss, so fierce, he murmured softly. Yet, recalling Naruto's final command and his tense gaze, a strange sense of being entrusted with a grave responsibility welled up within him. A secret mission concerning the village's safety. Surely, the boss was off to confront a formidable adversary. He must have sent me away for my own safety. Yes, that must be it. Konohamaru successfully accomplished his self-imposed mission, and the feeling of loss was supplanted by an exhilarating sense of participation in a significant secret. Clenching his small fists, he resolutely declared in a hushed tone towards the direction where Naruto had vanished. Rest assured, boss. I, Konohamaru, keep my promises. What transpired tonight shall remain a secret, even under duress. This is a bond between heroes. With that, he mimicked the stealth of a ninja, tiptoeing towards home, his diminutive figure swiftly fading into the embrace of the night. Chapter 3. Birth. Naruto raced through the forest, burdened by a colossal scroll that exuded an ancient aura, larger than his own frame. His heart threatened to burst from his chest, each breath tinged with the metallic scent of blood. The immense scroll, the Book of Seals, weighed heavily upon his back, its entwined runes seemingly infused with a chilling will that resonated with the tumultuous chakra within him, provoking both exhilaration and an inexplicable dread. I've got it. I truly possess it. His mind was in disarray. The formidable power promised by Mizuki seemed tantalizingly close. Yet the crushing weight of carrying such a forbidden object and the fear of the unknown made his steps somewhat unsteady. He yearned to swiftly find a secluded spot, to unseal it, to master the jutsu, said to alter everything. As he burst forth from the thicket into a clearing near the village's edge, a familiar figure emerged beneath a large tree, as if conjured from the shadows. The moonlight illuminated his gentle smile. Mizuki-sensei. Mizuki-sensei. Naruto felt as if he had discovered a savior. The tension in his body dissipated instantly, replaced by overwhelming fatigue and a comforting sense of safety. He nearly stumbled toward Mizuki, his expression a mix of relief and pride. I got it. Just as you said, I really obtained it. The guards were incredible. They terrified me, but I succeeded. He was eager to share his triumph, as if this achievement could validate his worth. However, the smile on Mizuki's face morphed gradually. It transformed from the usual gentle encouragement into a cruel and covetous expression, akin to that of a hunter eyeing its prey ensnared in a trap. His gaze fixated intensely on the enormous scroll on Naruto's back, his eyes blazing with an almost consuming fervor. Well done, Naruto. Mizuki's voice remained steady, yet carried an icy chill. Hand it over to me. Naruto hesitated, instinctively tightening his grip on the straps. Hand it over? But, Mizuki-sensei, you said that I must learn the jutsu contained within to prove myself. Humph. A derisive scoff interrupted Naruto's protest. The mask of congeniality slipped from Mizuki's face, revealing a sinister countenance. How naive you are, Naruto. Do you truly believe that someone like you, who cannot even master the shadow clone jutsu, is worthy of wielding this scroll of supreme power? He advanced a step, and in the moonlight, his eyes glinted like those of a viper. Give it to me. That scroll is not something a wretched creature like you can possess. Wretched? Creature? Naruto felt as though struck by lightning. The term he had buried deep within, the one he feared most, spilled from Mizuki's lips with such disdain, rendering him cold. He staggered back, incredulity washing over him as he gazed at the man who had once understood and sympathized with him. Mizuki-sensei, you? What did you call me? A monster? A demon fox? Mizuki's voice rose sharply, imbued with a profound hatred and envy. He pointed at Naruto, each word a poison dagger that pierced the deepest wounds of Naruto's soul. You don't even realize, do you? 12 years ago, it was the Nine-Tails Fox, sealed within you, that laid waste to the village and claimed countless lives, including Irika's parents. You are not the child of a hero. You are the very embodiment of calamity. The entire village despises and fears you. This is the unvarnished truth. That fool Irika may pity you, but I shall not. Hand over the scroll, and then perish. Each word struck Naruto's heart like a hammer. The long-standing confusion, the villagers' cold gazes, the inexplicable rejection. At that moment, he finally grasped the most brutal and lucid answer. It turned out he was not merely unacknowledged. He was the very source of hatred. The overwhelming shock left his mind blank, as if the world had instantaneously lost its sound and color, leaving only the twisted visage of Mizuki and his venomous curse magnified before him. He felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away. The weighty scroll nearly crushing him, its straps digging painfully into his shoulders, inducing a numbing ache. No, it can't be. I am not. Naruto murmured, his gaze unfocused, as immense pain and despair threatened to engulf him. Humph. Now that you understand, prepare to meet your end. The murderous intent gleamed in Mizuki's eyes. He ceased his banter and suddenly drew several massive shuriken from behind him, glinting with lethal coldness under the moonlight. Wind release, shuriken technique. With a swift motion of his arm, the enormous shuriken tore through the air, emitting a chilling howl as they spun. Wielding a terrifying power to slice through all, hurtling with pinpoint accuracy towards the defenseless, stunned Naruto. The shadow of death loomed ominously over Naruto. He watched as the cold light rapidly expanded within his pupils, yet his body felt as if frozen, immobilized by fear. Overwhelming dread and the crushing realization of the truth anchored him in place, leaving him powerless to even close his eyes as the specter of death approached. Naruto, get down. At that critical moment, a voice, familiar to the very core and filled with a blend of terror and resolute determination, thundered forth like a clap of thunder. A figure surged forth from the trees with astonishing speed, unwaveringly positioning themselves between Naruto and the lethal shuriken. A sickening thud echoed, the sound of a blade tearing through flesh. Time seemed to freeze. Naruto stood transfixed, gazing at the silhouette that had spread its arms wide. Like a mother bird shielding its young, Irika-sensei. The colossal shuriken had embedded itself deep into Irika's back, blood gushing forth, instantly staining his dark ninja vest with a shocking crimson hue that spread under the moonlight. Irika's body shuddered violently. He emitted a muffled groan yet kept his arms steadfastly open, fully shielding Naruto behind him. Irika, sensei? Naruto's voice trembled uncontrollably as he beheld the grotesque wound on Irika's back, blood gushing forth, an overwhelming terror and an unprecedented, heart-wrenching pain instantly drowning out his earlier despair. The betrayal of Mizuki and the brutal truth brought a chilling coldness, shattered instantly by the searing barrier forged with life itself before him. Irika struggled to turn his head, his pallor a testament to his blood loss, yet his gaze towards Naruto was a complex tapestry of pain, sorrow, and an ineffable urge to protect. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His voice, though faint, resonated with clarity. Naruto, run. Irika, sensei? Naruto's voice fractured, his eyes fixated on the grotesque wound on his teacher's back, witnessing the torrent of crimson life force gushing forth. A profound terror and an unprecedented, heart-wrenching agony engulfed him, drowning the icy despair. Irika's body trembled violently, the excruciating pain dimming his vision, yet he summoned every ounce of strength to remain upright. He turned his head with great difficulty, his face as pale as parchment, blood seeping from his lips, yet his gaze firmly anchored on the dazed Naruto. Devoid of hatred or fear, filled solely with boundless sorrow, heartache, and an indomitable will to protect that transcended life and death. With his last vestiges of strength, his voice, though weak, bore a soul-piercing power, each word striking Naruto. Naruto, don't listen to his lies. Yes, the Nine Tails destroyed the village. It took my parents from me. This wound, this hatred, will never fade. He gasped for breath, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. But, seeing you, growing up all alone, stumbling through life, watching you strive for even a modicum of acceptance, playing pranks with fervor, clumsily practicing, witnessing your radiant smile as you slurp ramen, observing you fall time and again, only to rise anew, declaring your dream to become Hokage. I saw Uzumaki Naruto, not the vessel of the demon fox, not the embodiment of calamity, but a boy who strives harder than anyone, yearns for love more than anyone, a boy who embodies humanity in all his clumsy glory. Iruka's voice surged, suffused with a passionate lament, aimed both at Mizuki and fate. Mizuki, you are mistaken, gravely mistaken. He has borne the hatred that should not have been his to carry. He shoulders a darkness he himself does not comprehend, yet still, like the sun, wishes to illuminate others. How can such a person be a monster? He is my student. He is Uzumaki Naruto. The affirmation resonated like thunder, exploding in the silent depths of Naruto's heart. Iruka-sensei, in such grievous injury, on the brink of death, knowing he is the host of the Nine Tails, the very cause of his parents' demise, still recognized him, acknowledged the existence of Uzumaki Naruto. He was not sympathizing with a monster. He was safeguarding a person he wholeheartedly acknowledged. A colossal, unprecedented torrent of emotions surged forth in overwhelming shock of being understood, the searing warmth of protection, the ecstatic joy of being truly seen, and the ignition of self-worth for the very first time, like a volcano suppressed for 12 long years, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion fueled by the fury of betrayal and the heart-wrenching pain of Iruka's grievous injury. Boom. The ferocious, searing chakra, imbued with an ominous scarlet aura, erupted from Naruto's being like tangible flames. The orange-red chakra enveloped his entire form in an instant, his pupils transforming into beast-like slits. Sharp fangs bared, and an ethereal pattern reminiscent of a fox spirit emerged upon his visage. The weighty scroll of sealing was violently cast to the ground by this force. Shiamoku, Naruto's voice, hoarse and distorted, resonated with inhuman ferocity and pure murderous intent. How dare you? How dare you harm my teacher Iruka? The terror of this overwhelming power and the predatory wrath in Naruto's eyes shattered Shiamoku's composure. The power of the fox spirit? A monster. Silence. Like a flash, Naruto positioned himself between Iruka and the scroll, unleashing a furious punch that sent Shiamoku, along with the kunai he hastily attempted to block with, hurtling away. The sound of shattering bones echoed distinctly. I am not a fox spirit. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Without a glance at the bloodied Shiamoku, Naruto's gaze fixated on the blood-stained scroll upon the ground, driven by an overwhelming fury and the imperative to protect his teacher Iruka. A fierce resolve surged within him. I shall prove that Iruka-sensei is right. He tore open the sealing scroll. Shadow clone technique. The tempestuous chakra of the Nine Tails became the most potent source of power. Naruto's hand signs were no longer clumsy imitations, but an instinctual eruption born from the desire to protect his bonds. Shadow clone technique. Thunderous roars echoed. Hundreds, even thousands of tangible clones, infused with Naruto's blazing anger and protective spirit, surrounded by faint scarlet chakra, instantly filled the expanse. Their sheer number and formidable presence resembled an enraged orange sea. Crush him. Naruto, the original, pointed at the terrified Shiamoku, unleashing a thunderous roar of wrath. Oh! 1,000 clones roared in unison, transforming into a torrent of destruction that instantaneously engulfed Shiamoku. A relentless barrage of fists and feet crashed down like a tempest, drowning out the cries for mercy. As the clones dissipated and the Nine Tails chakra receded, Naruto fell to his knees, utterly spent, crawling over to Iruka's side. Tears streamed down his face. Teacher, don't die. Please, don't die. Iruka gazed at the heart-wrenchingly sobbing youth before him, witnessing the pure fear and sorrow reflected in Naruto's eyes, feeling the life ebbing away within himself. Yet he managed a faint, yet profoundly warm smile. With the last of his strength, He trembled as he adjusted the tilted forehead protector on Naruto's head. Naruto, teary-eyed and bewildered, could only watch. Iruka, with great difficulty and immense solemnity, reverently secured the protector back onto Naruto's forehead. His movements were slow and sacred, akin to a coronation ceremony. Naruto, do not weep, you have graduated from this day forth, you shall be a ninja of your own accord, for I believe in you, he reiterated, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination and tenderness. Uzumaki Naruto is my pride, each word, heavy as 1,000 mountains, shattered the ice walls and darkness within Naruto's heart. Iruka-sensei. Naruto collapsed into Iruka's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. This time, his tears were devoid of loneliness and fear, replaced by the ecstasy of redemption and the profound warmth of bonds. The forehead protector upon his brow bore a tangible weight for the first time, one acknowledged by a paternal figure. In the dawn's light, reinforcements arrived, witnessing the unconscious Mizuki. The scattered sealing scrolls, the gravely injured Iruka, and the resolute Uzumaki Naruto, vigilantly guarding his teacher's stretcher, his forehead protector gleaming with the radiance of rebirth. His eyes, akin to the rising sun, brimmed with an unprecedented resolve and hope. This blood-stained dawn heralded the true emergence of Uzumaki Naruto as a ninja. Chapter 4. End and beginning. When the reinforcements from Konoha, including the grave-faced third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, arrived at the scene. Drawn by the thunderous chakra explosion and the sounds of battle, they were met with a profoundly shocking sight. Mizuki lay like a shattered puppet, bloodied and broken, unconscious nearby. His breath faint, clearly having suffered unimaginable violence. The enormous book of forbidden techniques, its pages stained with blood, lay open on the grass. The first technique, multiple shadow clone technique, distinctly visible in the morning light. Iruka, gravely injured and unconscious, was gently lifted from the pool of blood by medical ninjas and placed onto a stretcher. His complexion was pale as parchment, his breath weak, and the wounds on his back were harrowing, yet a trace of a barely perceptible, comforting smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Naruto Uzumaki, once regarded as a troublesome underachiever, stood resolutely beside Iruka's stretcher, unwavering in his vigil. Tears stained his cheeks, his eyes swollen. But his cerulean gaze burned with an unprecedented purity and determination in the dawn's glow. The forehead protector, tied by Iruka himself, glimmered with the golden rays of the rising sun, shining brilliantly as if it were a fresh brand, proclaiming his transformation. The third Hokage's penetrating gaze swept over every detail of the scene, the fate of the traitor, the recovered book of seals, the critically injured Iruka, and Naruto, who stood guard beside Iruka, his demeanor now completely transformed. His expression was a tapestry of emotions, heartache over Mizuki's betrayal, concern for Iruka's injuries, and lingering dread over the theft of the forbidden book. Yet, ultimately, when his gaze landed on Naruto's shining forehead protector and the eyes filled with newfound strength, all his complex feelings settled into a long, meaningful sigh, accompanied by an ineffable sense of heartfelt relief. Protect Iruka and ensure he receives the best care, the third Hokage commanded solemnly, and the medical team immediately carried the stretcher away with haste. Naruto instinctively attempted to follow, but was gently yet firmly held back by the third Hokage's hand on his shoulder. Naruto, the third's voice carried the weight of years. Naruto froze, lifting his gaze, tears still glistening in his eyes, mingled with concern for Iruka, yet overshadowed by the tension of facing the highest authority. He instinctively clenched his fists, thoughts racing through his mind of Mizuki's curse and the villagers' scorn. What would the Hokage think of him? Would he retract Iruka's recognition of him? The third Hokage seemed to see through his turmoil, his gaze resting on Naruto's forehead protector, and he spoke slowly. Iruka fought for your recognition with his life and will. This protector is rightfully yours. Naruto was jolted by the words, his eyes instantly brimming with tears once more, but this time they were tears of relief and gratitude. The Hokage approved of Iruka's decision. The third continued, I have a general understanding of the events that transpired last night. Mizuki's betrayal is his own sin. In your quest to safeguard Iruka and the village, the power that erupted within you, he paused, his gaze becoming profoundly serious. That power is immensely strong, yet perilously dangerous. Naruto, power itself is devoid of inherent good or evil. The essence lies within the wielder and their intentions. Iruka demonstrated through his actions what the true path of a ninja encompasses, not the pursuit of destructive power, but the unwavering resolve to protect those who matter most. Naruto nodded vigorously, the image of Iruka standing resolutely before him and his resounding words echoing in his mind. I see Uzumaki Naruto. He is my pride. Remember all that Irika has done for you, and hold dear the reasons for his faith in you." The third Hokage's voice softened. Imbued with the expectations of a mentor, from this day forth, you are no longer a student of the Ninja Academy. You, Uzumaki Naruto, are officially recognized as a genin of Konohagakure. Your journey as a ninja is just beginning. This path is fraught with thorns and brimming with challenges. But as long as you remain true to your heart, safeguard what you cherish, and adhere to your ninja way, you shall ultimately realize your dreams. The third Hokage gently patted Naruto's shoulder, a simple gesture laden with immense trust and responsibility. Go, stand guard outside the medical department, and await news of Irika's safety. Then, rest well. Tomorrow, you will be assigned to your guiding jonin and companions to embark on your missions. The following day, within the classroom designated for the Ninja Academy's class assignments, Naruto arrived early, his forehead protector polished to a brilliant shine. No longer was he the fidgety troublemaker seeking attention. He sat upright, his eyes alight with unprecedented anticipation and a hint of nervousness. The events of the previous night felt like a dream. Yet the weight of the forehead protector on his brow and the flame ignited within him by Irika-sensei were palpably real. He was no longer alone. He had become a true ninja. As the classroom door swung open, the aloof Uchiha Sasuke strode in. Habitually, he made his way to the window-side seat, his gaze momentarily pausing upon Naruto. The forehead protector on Naruto's brow? He had heard some chaotic rumors the night before, but the particulars remained unclear. A fleeting glimmer of doubt flickered in Sasuke's eyes, quickly eclipsed by his usual indifference as he quietly took his seat. Next came Haruno Sakura, her face lighting up at the sight of Sasuke, but when her gaze fell upon Naruto, she gasped in astonishment. "Naruto? You graduated? And you're wearing a forehead protector?" She could scarcely believe her eyes. The perennial underachiever had actually succeeded. Moreover, you seem somewhat different. Naruto flashed a wide grin, his trademark, yet now self-assured smile illuminating his face as he proudly pointed to his forehead protector with his thumb. "Of course, I'm going to be the next Hokage." The graduation exam was a piece of cake. Sakura pursed her lips, still incredulous, yet the steadfast aura emanating from Naruto silenced her urge to scoff. Her thoughts shifted to a more pressing concern. I wonder who our guiding teacher will be. Hopefully, it's a formidable and dashing jonin. Just then, the classroom door swung open once more. A man with silver hair, obscuring one eye, clad in a jounin vest, entered the room, exuding an aura of languor. He held a book titled Paradise of Affection, casting a casual glance at the three individuals in the classroom. "Ah, Class 7, he drawled lazily, his voice tinged with the remnants of sleep. "I am your guiding jounin, Kakashi Itaki." Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were taken aback. Is this their teacher? He seems utterly unreliable. Kakashi disregarded their varied expressions, his gaze momentarily resting on Naruto's forehead protector. The exposed eye, resembling a dead fish, flickered with a trace of nuanced understanding and complex emotions, known only to those aware of the underlying circumstances. He continued in his nonchalant tone, "Well, tomorrow morning at 5. Gather at Training Ground 3. Remember, do not eat breakfast. It will make you sick." That is all. Dismissed. With that, he vanished in a puff of white smoke, leaving the trio of Class 7 exchanging bewildered glances. "Wow, that was fast," Sakura remarked. "Humph, what a poser," Sasuke coldly retorted. 5 o'clock. That's so early," Naruto complained, but then clenched his fists, determination igniting in his eyes. "But it doesn't matter. No matter what challenge awaits, I, Naruto Uzumaki, will certainly prevail. Because I am now a recognized ninja by Irika-sensei." He turned to Sasuke, for the first time bearing genuine, equal competitive spirit. "Hey, Sasuke, let us see who can earn Kakashi-sensei's acknowledgement first." Sasuke shot him a sidelong glance, snorted softly, and remained silent. Yet a flicker of fighting spirit ignited deep within his eyes. Vows and legacy. In the hospital room after class division concluded, Naruto rushed to the Konoha hospital. Irika had escaped the clutches of death, though he remained gravely injured and required bed rest. Lying pale upon the hospital bed, he beamed a weak yet warm smile upon seeing Naruto, especially when he noticed the properly worn forehead protector on his brow. "Irika-sensei." Naruto dashed to his bedside, his voice choking with emotion. "I'm so glad you're all right." "Yes, I'm fine now, Naruto." Irika's voice was still frail. "I heard you've been assigned to Class 7? Your guiding jounin is Kakashi-senpai?" "Yes, although he seems like a rather laid-back fellow." Naruto scratched his head, then perked up with excitement. "But that is all right. I will definitely become the most outstanding ninja. Irika-sensei, He took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and locked eyes with Irika, his expression brimming with seriousness and resolve. I promise you, I will become an extraordinary Hokage, one who earns the recognition of all and makes Irika-sensei proud. This is my ninja way. This was not merely a declaration of the future. It was a response to the profound acknowledgement he felt and a pledge to uphold the bond that Irika had safeguarded with his very life. Witnessing the pure and fervent belief in Naruto's eyes, feeling the transformative determination radiating from him, Irika's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He seemed to perceive the profound significance of his guardianship taking root and blossoming. With considerable effort, he raised his uninjured hand and gently patted Naruto's arm. Though his voice was soft, it resonated with strength. I believe in you, Naruto. Go forth and realize your path as a ninja. I will always be here, watching you become Hokage. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the hospital room and casting a glow upon Naruto's radiant smile and Irika's tearful relief. In that moment, the bond between protector and protected, teacher and student, akin to that of a father and child, was firmly established through the trials of blood and tears. Naruto Uzumaki's journey as a ninja, marked by the pain of betrayal, the sacrifices of guardianship, the warmth of newfound recognition, and the weight of solemn promises, officially set sail on that sunlit morning. Before him lay the unknown tasks, formidable allies and rivals, countless challenges, and the long, resplendent road leading to the esteemed position of Hokage. Irika's acknowledgement would stand as an everlasting beacon in his heart. Chapter 5. The second assessment at the break of dawn, precisely at 5 o'clock, Naruto arrived first at the third training ground. His eyes shadowed with fatigue, yet brimming with fervor. He continually rubbed the gleaming forehead protector on his brow, murmuring to himself, I must earn Kakashi-sensei's approval. I want Irika-sensei to hear the good news soon. Before long, a solitary figure emerged through the morning mist. It was Uchiha Satsuki. Clad in a fitted deep blue short-sleeved top and tapered pants, she embodied the graceful lines of a young woman blossoming into maturity. Her long, raven hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, and her delicate features resembled that of a porcelain doll. Yet, within her signature Sharingan's dark eyes, there lingered an icy aloofness and a barely perceptible air of pride. Without sparing Naruto a glance, she strode directly to a tree, folded her arms, and closed her eyes, seeking solace in the tranquility. Her ethereal, independent demeanor radiated like a painting in the morning light. Satsuki-chan. A nearly shrill cry pierced the air as Haruno Sakura rushed in like a whirlwind, her cheeks flushed and her eyes transformed into oversized hearts. Completely oblivious to Naruto, she flung herself near Satsuki. Satsuki-chan, you're so early. Truly, you are my beloved Satsuki-chan. Today, you look as beautiful as a goddess in the moonlight. She cradled her heart with both hands, surrounded by an aura of pink bubbles. Satsuki did not even lift her eyelids, merely offering a barely audible hum in response. This indifference only deepened Sakura's infatuation. Startled by Sakura's exuberance, Naruto observed her complete devotion to Satsuki, contrasting sharply with Satsuki's disregard for him. A familiar surge of indignation mixed with the subtle stirrings of adolescent emotions welled up within him. Intentionally, he cleared his throat loudly, puffing out his chest and pointing to his forehead. Hey, Sakura, do you see this? I'm officially a ninja now. And Satsuki, stop pretending to be aloof. Today Naruto Uzumaki, will be the first to earn Kakashi-sensei's recognition. I stake my future as Hokage on it. Finally, Satsuki opened her eyes, casting Naruto a sidelong glance that resembled one directed at a mere weed by the roadside, laced with a hint of disdain and the unspoken challenge of what do you think you can do. Her lips parted slightly, her voice crisp yet frigid. At the back of the pack, even with a forehead protector, you remain unchanged. Do not be a nuisance. With that, she closed her eyes once more. What did you say? Arrogant Satsuki. Naruto leaped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You can't say that about Satsuki-chan. Sakura immediately transformed into a fierce defender, glaring at Naruto. Just as Naruto and Sakura were about to engage in their usual bickering, a soft thud echoed, accompanied by the sound of pages turning. Kakashi appeared in the center of the training ground on a wooden post, still clutching his book, Make Out Paradise. Good morning, everyone, Kakashi greeted lazily, his gaze sweeping over the trio. It lingered briefly on the forehead protector adorning Naruto's brow, then paused on Satsuki's cool and beautiful visage, internally reflecting. The Uchiha girl resembles Itachi in her youth. What a pity. Finally settling on the fuming Sakura. Kakashi-sensei, you're late. Naruto immediately shifted the focus of the conversation. Exactly. Sakura concurred, yet her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Satsuki. Satsuki merely regarded Kakashi with a cold stare, awaiting further instructions. Ignoring the complaints, Kakashi closed his book and surveyed the trio with his lifeless eyes. Before we commence the mission, we must first engage in a brief survival exercise. An exercise? The three were taken aback. Indeed, Kakashi replied, retrieving 2 small bells from his ninja tools pouch. The rules are simple. Before noon, you must seize these bells from my possession. He jingled the bells, producing a clear, resonant sound. Those who fail to acquire a bell will forfeit their lunch and be tied to that wooden post over there, forced to watch the others enjoy a lavish bento. He gestured towards several conspicuous wooden posts nearby. Most importantly, those who cannot obtain a bell will be deemed unqualified and sent back to the Ninja Academy. What? Both Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in shock, their expressions shifting dramatically. Being sent back to the academy? For Naruto, who had just received his forehead protector, this news was akin to a thunderbolt. Though Satsuki maintained her icy demeanor, a barely perceptible furrow appeared on her brow. You may consider this a real battle. Kakashi's tone grew serious. Come at me with the determination to kill. Otherwise, you shall have no opportunity. An intangible, chilling aura of a seasoned elite shinobi enveloped the air, rendering it palpably heavy. Naruto felt a pang of trepidation, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming fighting spirit. What a joke. I won't be sent back to school. Iruka-sensei would be disappointed. Those bells are mine. He instantly assumed a combat stance, his eyes sharp with resolve. Satsuki's gaze sharpened. Although her Sharingan had yet to activate, her innate genius brought forth a calm vigilance as she subtly lowered her body, searching for Kakashi's possible vulnerabilities. She, too, could not accept defeat. The pride of the Uchiha clan must remain untarnished. Sakura, feeling somewhat flustered, recognized her own relative weakness but, upon realizing the possibility of being separated from Satsuki or being seen in a state of disarray, gritted her teeth and compelled herself to regain composure. Now, Kakashi stowed his book, his voice deepening. The exercise begins. In an instant, the battle erupted. Satsuki, true to her genius nature, moved with the swiftness of the wind, her form elegant yet imbued with lethal intent. Rather than launching an immediate assault, she adeptly navigated the forest terrain, her hands deftly tossing several shuriken aimed precisely at Kakashi's blind spots. Her movements resembled a dance under the moonlight, glimmering with a sharp coldness. Wow, amazing, Satsuki-chan. Sakura watched in awe, nearly forgetting that she was part of the battle. Kakashi appeared to casually sidestep, tilting his head to effortlessly evade the shuriken, silently praising. The Uchiha shuriken techniques are indeed legendary. This girl possesses a formidable foundation. Don't dawdle, Sakura. Naruto's booming voice jolted Sakura from her reverie. He took the most direct approach, an all-out assault. Shadow clone technique. Bang. A clone materialized, 2 figures flanking either side, brandishing their fists with an erratic fervor as they lunged toward Kakashi. Alas, they were too slow. Kakashi remained motionless, his body twisting like a mirage, effortlessly evading the punch from Naruto's original form, while simultaneously delivering a precise kick to the clone's abdomen, which dissipated into a puff of white smoke. The original Naruto stumbled as a result. Damn it! Naruto steadied himself and formed another set of hand seals. This time, watch me. Sexy jutsu, harem technique. With a resounding pop, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, revealing several alluring, disheveled versions of Kakashi. The scene fell into an immediate hush. Sasuke, ice cold, betraying a hint of disdain in the thought of what an idiot. Sakura, expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Kakashi, the only visible eye transforming into a lifeless gaze. A black line seemingly appearing on his forehead. What sort of lewd ninjutsu is this? Sakura blushed fiercely, exclaiming, Naruto, you fool. What are you doing? Sasuke could not help but quietly reprimand, feeling that this behavior was utterly undermining the dignity of ninjas. Kakashi, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. I must say, your creativity in ninjutsu. Before he could finish, Naruto seized the moment of Kakashi's momentary paralysis, launching himself from the bushes at Kakashi's side, aiming directly for the bell at his waist. Now's my chance. However, Kakashi seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head, twisting his body at an astonishing angle. Flicking his fingers lightly, Naruto felt a jolt in his wrist, and once again, he was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. Too naive, Kakashi sighed, his figure vanishing in an instant. The ensuing battle turned into a one-sided lesson from Kakashi. Sasuke displayed remarkable prowess. With his Sharingan activated, single tomo, his perception sharpened. His taijutsu swift and fierce, and his fire style, great fireball technique wielding devastating power, turning a patch of grass into charred earth. In combat, she moved like a goddess of the moon, calm, precise, and formidable, causing Kakashi some minor inconveniences, yet she could never truly reach the bell. Kakashi held her in high regard, a genius, with a perfect foundation, yet her combat mindset appeared somewhat immature, overly reliant on the Sharingan and her family's techniques, lacking adaptability and true killing intent. Sakura, on the other hand, struggled to keep pace. Her attacks were easily neutralized, and on several occasions, she narrowly avoided being caught in the crossfire of Sasuke and Kakashi's clash, appearing flustered and barely able to defend herself, completely incapable of forming an effective collaboration. As for Naruto, he became the most unexpected and troublesome factor for Kakashi. His tactics were chaotic, with shadow clones recklessly charging in, even attempting to use a transformation into a dog to create a distraction, which Kakashi countered with a summoning technique, calling forth Pakin to give him a scolding. Yet, it was his indomitable spirit, a plethora of unconventional ideas, or rather, misguided notions, and the astonishing surge of determination and chakra ignited by Irika's approval that truly caught Kakashi's attention, especially when Naruto, in a bid to protect Sakura, who was entranced by Kakashi's genjutsu and stood frozen in place, forcibly intercepted Kakashi's attack with his own body, only to find himself in a disheveled state. Kakashi's gaze shifted ever so slightly. The noon bell tolled. The outcome was utterly predictable, due to excessive chakra depletion and physical exhaustion. Satsuki fell prey to a lapse in her defenses, allowing Kakashi to subdue her with a swift body flicker technique combined with taijutsu. Sakura was easily taken down by a simple clone diversion followed by a surprise attack from Kakashi. Naruto, after unleashing yet another wave of shadow clones, found himself bound tightly with rope, resembling a rice dumpling. None of the three managed to seize the bells. Naruto and Sakura were firmly tied to a wooden post, their spirits dampened. Satsuki, though similarly restrained, maintained a straight posture, her lips pressed together, her eyes reflecting a stubborn defiance, exuding a cold beauty that only intensified her plight. Kakashi then produced an extravagant three-tiered bento box, seated himself before the trio, leisurely opening the lid, releasing an enticing aroma. Well then, losers. According to the rules, you shall go hungry while I feast, Kakashi proclaimed. He picked up a piece of fried shrimp, deliberately waving it in front of them. Naruto's stomach betrayed him with an audible grumble, and he glared at Kakashi with a mix of anger and indignation. You jerk of a teacher. Let me go. Irika-sensei is waiting for good news from me in the hospital. Sakura, tears brimming in her eyes, lamented, my luxurious bento. Satsuki shut her eyes tightly, striving to block out the tantalizing scent and the sound of Kakashi chewing. Yet the subtle rise and fall of her chest betrayed her inner turmoil. While eating, Kakashi casually inquired, do you know why I only prepared 2 bells? The three fell silent. Because I never intended for any of you to pass. Kakashi's words were shocking. What? The trio stared at him in disbelief. In the world of ninjas, those who break the rules are scum. Kakashi's tone suddenly grew exceedingly grave, even laced with a hint of coldness. However, those who fail to cherish their comrades are beneath even scum. He set down his chopsticks, his gaze like lightning, sweeping over the bound trio. Look at your performance today. Satsuki, you possess the greatest strength. Yet you focused solely on your own battles. Did you ever consider covering for your teammates? When Naruto foolishly tried to attract my attention, you regarded him as a hindrance. Sakura, your focus was almost entirely on Satsuki. Did you ever think of coordinating with Naruto? When Naruto fell in his attempt to save you, what did you do besides scream? Kakashi turned his attention to Naruto. Although you are the most reckless, your willingness to charge forth to protect Sakura is commendable. However, your tactics completely disregard your teammates. Your shadow clones charged haphazardly, nearly colliding with Satsuki, and when your dog bit itself, did you consider that your teammates needed support? Your creative ideas often serve only to create chaos. Kakashi's words struck the trio like a whip, particularly the admonition against failing to value comrades, which caused Satsuki to open her eyes wide, a flicker of shock passing through her icy gaze. She recalled that chaotic night, the despair of being utterly alone when her family fell. Companions, Naruto was momentarily stunned. He reminisced about the moment he recklessly charged forth to break Kakashi's hold and rescue Sakura, seemingly without thought. Driven purely by an instinctive desire to shield his classmate from harm. This impulse bore a striking resemblance to Irika-sensei's leap to protect him from a shuriken. Was this the essence of cherishing one's comrades? Kakashi rose and approached the front. A true ninja recognizes the importance of executing missions. Yet the lives of comrades hold even greater significance. Those who fail to understand teamwork, who do not support one another, and who do not cherish their companions, are unworthy of being my subordinates and have no right to call themselves ninjas. He picked up 2 rice balls, evidently prepared in advance, approached Naruto, untied his bonds, and placed 1 rice ball into his hand. Kakashi-sensei? Naruto was taken aback. Kakashi ignored him, moving to Sakura next, freeing her ropes and offering her the other rice ball. Finally, he stood before Satsuki, observing the complex emotions in her eyes, and untied her as well. Teacher, what is this? Satsuki's voice held a hint of confusion, as she had assumed they had all been eliminated. Kakashi looked at the 3 of them, and his deadpan eyes seemed to curve slightly, revealing a smile perceptible even beneath his mask. Congratulations. Team 7, all qualified. What? The 3 exclaimed in unison, utterly astonished. Kakashi gestured toward the rice balls in Naruto and Sakura's hands, then pointed to Satsuki. Naruto, Sakura, you too, share your rice balls with Satsuki. Naruto glanced at the rice ball in his hand, then at Satsuki, who remained aloof yet appeared somewhat softened, and recalled Kakashi's earlier words about cherishing comrades. In that instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. He broke into a wide grin, unhesitatingly tearing his rice ball in half and offering the larger portion to Satsuki. Hey, Satsuki, here you go. Don't let yourself go hungry. Sakura quickly followed suit, handing her rice ball to Satsuki. Satsuki-chan, take mine too. You fought the hardest just now. Satsuki gazed at the 2 rice balls presented before her, then at Naruto's unclouded, albeit slightly silly yet utterly sincere smile, and finally at Sakura's caring eyes. The cold barrier within her heart seemed to crack ever so slightly from this simple yet warm gesture. She remained silent for a few seconds, refraining from taking the rice balls. Instead, she retrieved a clean cloth bag from her small pack, a ninja's habit, containing her own meticulously prepared dainty rice balls. As the daughter of the Uchiha clan, she took great pride in her bento. She laid the cloth bag on the ground between them, her voice still frosty, yet lacking some of its former chill. Let's eat together. Naruto's eyes lit up. Wow. Satsuki, your rice balls look delicious. Sakura was nearly in tears from the overwhelming emotion. Satsuki-chan, you're so kind. Kakashi observed the 3 young individuals seated together, sharing simple sustenance. The atmosphere, albeit somewhat awkward primarily due to Satsuki, was imbued with the nascent bonds of camaraderie, prompting him to nod in satisfaction. Turning away, he gazed towards the direction of the Konoha hospital, silently reflecting. Irika, the unexpected number 1 fool you entrusted to me, along with these 2 troublesome youngsters. It appears there is something intriguing unfolding. Rest assured, I shall keep a watchful eye over them. Sunlight poured over the training ground, and thus, the tale of Team 7 commenced, accompanied by the fragrant aroma of rice balls and the faint stirrings of burgeoning connections. Naruto Uzumaki, having found his starting point of recognition with Irika, was now poised to embark on a new journey of seeking the meaning of companionship alongside Satsuki and Sakura. His path to becoming Hokage would no longer be a solitary endeavor. Chapter 6. D-Rank Mission. The morning in Konoha was tinged with a refreshing coolness. At the designated meeting point for Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki was idly kicking pebbles with the tips of his toes, muttering under his breath. How long is Kakashi-sensei going to be late? Darn it, I want to finish this D-Rank mission quickly and take on something more challenging. Sakura Haruno, clutching a notebook, stood a short distance away, her cheeks flushed as she covertly stole glances at the figure leaning against a tree trunk. Sasuke Uchiha quietly rested there, his silky black hair cascading over his shoulders, his exquisite yet aloof profile shrouded in the shade. He wore the Uchiha clan's signature deep blue modified skirt suit, revealing his fair, straight legs. Though his gaze seemed vacant, it was, in fact, alertly scanning the surroundings, exuding a sharpness and detachment beyond his years. Sasuke is as beautiful as ever today, Sakura sighed dreamily, cradling her face in her hands. Hey, Sakura, are you even listening to me? Naruto exclaimed, hopping over and successfully shattering Sakura's reverie. Enough noise, Naruto. Sakura's expression darkened, hands on her hips as she glared. Can't you be a bit quieter? Just look at how composed Sasuke is. Naruto immediately turned to Sasuke. What else with the act? It's just as boring for you. Isn't it? D-rank missions like searching for cats and dogs. Sasuke finally withdrew his gaze from the void, casting a calm glance at Naruto, his pitch-black eyes betraying no emotion. Whether something is boring or not depends on the ninja executing the mission. You, at the bottom of the class, are not even qualified to discuss the merits of D-rank missions. You. Naruto erupted, pointing indignantly at Sasuke. Sasuke, you look down on me again. I'll definitely find the cat before you do today. A barely perceptible smirk, tinged with disdain, curved Sasuke's lips. Oh? With your pathetic tracking skills and tendency to run around recklessly? I look forward to it. All right. You two stop arguing. Sakura quickly positioned herself between them, her primary intent being to shield Sasuke from Naruto's spittle. Good morning, everyone. Kakashi's languid voice chimed in as he finally made his appearance. Today, on my journey through life, I encountered a black cat, and to avoid bringing it bad luck, I had to take a detour. Another excuse. The trio chorused in irritation, ignoring their complaints. Kakashi unfurled a scroll. Today's task is a D-rank mission. An elderly woman, Umura Fuko, who resides in the northern part of the village, has lost her pet cat named Chiyo. It is characterized as a short-legged calico cat with a black spot over its left eye and a red bell tied around its neck. It has been seen around the northern area of 3rd Street. He rolled up the scroll, stating, the mission requirements, safely retrieve Chiyo. Understood? Understood. Naruto was the first to respond enthusiastically, ready to dash off. Got it, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura replied, swiftly jotting down the details in her notebook. Sasuke merely nodded slightly, his gaze already scanning the direction of the northern village, searching for potential clues. The trio swiftly made their way to 3rd Street in the northern part of the village. In this vicinity, there are some dilapidated houses and scattered small warehouses. All right, let us split up and search. Whoever finds something first wins, Naruto proposed, casting a provocative glance at Satsuki. Satsuki, uninterested in such juvenile competitiveness, turned to Sakura and instructed, Sakura, you take the eastern area and keep an eye on the bushes and corners of the houses. Naruto, you head to the alleys and scrap piles in the west. I will inspect this warehouse zone. Her tone carried an undeniable sense of authority. Sakura nodded earnestly. Understood, Satsuki-chan. Naruto merely scoffed. Fine, we'll split up. The two of them dispersed. Satsuki approached several half-abandoned warehouses. She moved with grace, her footsteps nearly silent, her keen gaze scanning each possible hiding spot, vent, and even the faintest scratch on the walls. This meticulous observation was the foundational training of the Uchiha clan, even before awakening the Sharingan. As she searched, haunting images of Itachi's cold eyes, the moment her parents fell, and that laggard Naruto flickered through her mind. She furrowed her elegant brows. That fool. So pathetically weak, yet always exuding an air of fearless bravado. How could he become so fervent over a task so trivial, a mere D-rank mission? Ignorance is indeed bliss. A sense of irritation, unnoticed even by herself, began to simmer. Why did she unconsciously view him as a benchmark? Was her disdain for his lackluster training genuinely felt? Or was it, due to the subtle spark ignited by his foolish optimism and relentless determination, which she desperately sought to suppress? Stop thinking about this nonsense. I have more important matters at hand, finding Itachi and exacting my vengeance. That is the sole purpose of my existence. Companions? Bonds? Merely impediments to my growth, burdens. Be it Naruto, Sakura, or Kakashi, none should become mine. Just as her thoughts spiraled into the vortex of revenge, her keen ears caught a faint, plaintive meow from above. The sound emanated from the uppermost warehouse's dilapidated rooftop edge, where a small calico figure was curled up. It was Chiyo. It was trapped about 2 stories high, with nothing soft to cushion its fall, only the cold ground below. Found it. Satsuki's gaze sharpened. It would be effortless for her to ascend and bring the cat down, but Kakashi had emphasized the need for safety. Forcibly capturing it might startle it into falling. She needed to stabilize it. Hey, Satsuki, what are you doing over there? Naruto's loud voice boomed unexpectedly, accompanied by the sound of his hurried footsteps. Did you find something? The sudden noise startled Chiyo, causing it to leap up with a sharp meow, only to slip beneath its feet. This is bad. Satsuki's pupils constricted as she instinctively calculated the trajectory of the cat's fall, her body reacting to rush forward to catch it, something she could easily accomplish. In the blink of an eye, a figure swifter and more resolute than hers surged forth like a cannonball, forming hand seals mid-flight. Shadow clone technique. Two shadow clones, and the original leaped high into the air, their three pairs of arms clumsily and desperately reaching for the falling kitten. Amid the chaos, one clone collided with another, causing the original and one clone to tangle briefly in midair. Ultimately, the kitten was precariously caught by one of the Naruto figures, indistinguishable as to whether it was the clone or the original, before crashing heavily to the ground, landing upon Naruto like a cushion. Ow! Naruto exclaimed in pain, but he quickly disregarded his own discomfort, bending down to check on the little cat. Hey, kitty, are you all right? The kitten, frightened and trembling, seemed unhurt, merely clutching Naruto's clothing tightly with its claws. Satsuki dashed to where Naruto and the kitten had tumbled, her face betraying an urgency she scarcely recognized, mingled with a hint of fear. You idiot. Why did you suddenly rush in and shout? Satsuki's voice involuntarily rose, laced with suppressed anger. If it weren't for you, it wouldn't have fallen at all. Still dazed from the fall, Naruto retorted immediately. Huh? What? If I hadn't pushed you away, thinking she was also rushing in to catch it, do you want to get your face scratched by it? Don't you care about your face? He referred to the time Sakura had mentioned how Satsuki's face must not be harmed. Satsuki was momentarily taken aback by his nonsensical rebuttal, observing him sprawled on the ground, protectively cradling the filthy cat, his face smeared with dirt. The urgency in her expression was swiftly overtaken by a frigid disdain. Humph. You foolish fool. If you were to fall to your demise, it would serve you right. Your impulsiveness only exacerbates the situation. At that moment, Sakura hurried over, exclaiming, Oh my. What happened? Naruto. The kitten. Spotting Naruto cradling the cat on the ground while Satsuki stood coldly to the side, she thought. Found it. Though the method was rather rough. As Naruto grimaced while getting to his feet, he carefully extended the kitten towards Sakura. Sakura, could you calm it down? It seems terrified. Sakura hurriedly took the kitten, gently stroking it. Satsuki, letting out a disdainful huff, averted her gaze from Naruto and declared, Mission accomplished. We should head back. The atmosphere on the way back was somewhat somber. Sakura cradled the now comforted kitten, scolding Naruto for his recklessness as they walked. Naruto, indignant, defended himself. Satsuki walked ahead, her posture straight and solitary. Why? When she could have easily caught it herself, did she wait for that fool to take the risk? Was it because he was closer? No. She merely hesitated for a moment. The hands of a vengeful spirit should not engage in such meaningless acts as catching a pet. Her peripheral vision caught sight of Naruto rubbing his bruised arm, grimacing, yet sporting a foolish grin of relief that the kitten was unharmed. That expression was truly irksome. To protect a seemingly worthless cat, she recklessly charged forward. But does this embody bravery or folly? What if it were a trap lurking below? What if it were not a mere cat, but rather a weasel's snare? His mindless impulsiveness would inevitably lead to his own demise. Or perhaps, Satsuki abruptly severed this thought. She compelled her heart to plunge once more into the icy depths of a frozen lake. No, his life has nothing to do with me. I cannot harbor even a sliver of expectation for him. His optimism, impulsiveness, and worthless fervor, all are things I must abandon. To grow stronger, I must become powerful enough to eliminate that man. Only this goal is genuine. Her hands quietly clenched at her sides, fingertips nearly embedding into her palms. Yet, upon arriving at the gathering point, where she returned the lost cat to the elderly woman, witnessing the woman's grateful tears as she embraced her regained family, and observing Naruto and Sakura smiling at this simple outcome, a minuscule stone seemed to have been cast into the icy surface of Satsuki's heart, sending forth ripples of indescribable emotion. She swiftly turned away, no longer gazing at the warm scene. Kakashi appeared before them like a specter. It seems the mission was quite successful, particularly in terms of teamwork. Humph. Merely a coincidence, Satsuki coldly interjected. Kakashi-sensei. Did you see how impressive I was just now? If it weren't for me. Sakura eagerly added, Kakashi-sensei. Actually, it was Satsuki-chan who found it first. Naruto was just too reckless. Kakashi listened with a smile as they bickered and defended themselves, his gaze lingering for a moment on Satsuki's tightly clenched fist before casually shifting away. All right, the mission concludes here. Dismissed. See you tomorrow. With that, Kakashi vanished as effortlessly as he had arrived. Sakura, let's go together. Naruto called to Sakura. Satsuki, however, turned away alone, heading in a different direction. The setting sun elongated her shadow, casting a sense of solitude. Hey, Satsuki. Naruto's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Satsuki did not pause her steps. Earlier. Thank you. Although you're probably going to say no need to thank me or mind your own business. Naruto grinned, carefree. Also, next time we compete to find something, I will definitely win against you. Satsuki still did not turn around. Her figure seemed to momentarily halt for a fraction of a second. She slightly turned her face. The sunset outlining her perfect jawline, her black hair dancing in the wind, her cold voice as unwavering as ever. Humph. With your kind of trailing behind? A dreamer. Her tone was as harsh as before, yet, was it truly identical? Only she knew that, deep within the folds of her garment. Where the sunlight did not reach, that tightly clenched fist seemed to loosen just a fraction at the sound of gratitude. But it was merely a fraction. The flame of vengeance remained the sole illumination burning within her heart. She quickened her pace, vanishing into the shadows of the Konoha buildings. Chapter 7. Ninjas and Flowers in the Afternoon. The sun bathed the rooftops and streets of Konohagakure in a warm glow. Having just completed a D-rank mission, cleaning the Hokage monument. Primarily from the mischief of graffiti, Naruto rubbed his sore arms, tussling with a few unruly strands of blonde hair, and idly kicked small pebbles along the path. His stomach audibly protesting its emptiness. I'm starving, he lamented. I might as well go find Iruka-sensei for a bowl of ramen, patting his flat belly. Naruto resolved to change his course toward the ninja academy. Just as he turned a corner, he nearly collided with a figure Ino Yamanaka, clad in a light purple practice uniform. Her golden ponytail bounced energetically as she cradled a hefty cardboard box, from which a few vibrant green leaves peeked out. Watch where you're going, Naruto, Ino exclaimed, startled, as she steadied the box and shot an annoyed glance at the blonde boy who almost caused a mishap. Unlike most, she addressed him simply by his name, reflecting a familiarity tinged with mild disdain. I am sorry, Ino. Naruto quickly apologized, his signature goofy yet radiant smile illuminating his face. That's quite a heavy load. Can you manage it alone? Do you need help? Despite his meager finances, Naruto's generosity was boundless, especially toward a classmate. Ino paused, taken aback by the unexpected offer of assistance from this typically brash and somewhat irritating underachiever. His smile, unexpectedly bright, seemed to dispel the surrounding gloom. She glanced down at the cumbersome box, realizing that it was indeed somewhat difficult to carry alone. Humph, you do have a bit of awareness, Ino remarked. Slightly turning her head away, her tone still tinged with pride, yet she shifted the box closer to him. Help me take this to my flower shop. Just around the corner. Be careful. The potted plants inside are quite expensive. If you break them, your apologies won't cover it. Sure thing. Leave it to me. Naruto replied enthusiastically, thumping his chest as he carefully took the box from her. Upon grasping it, he gasped, wow, this is heavy. But it's nothing I can't handle. He straightened his back, gingerly cradling the box as he followed Ino. She led the way, occasionally glancing back at him. Observing the slight bulge of his arm muscles from exertion and the focused expression on his face, one that contrasted starkly with his usual carefree demeanor, Ino felt a strange sense of admiration. Hey, slacker, what has your team up to these days? Still chasing cats and dogs? Ino casually inquired, her habitual concern for Sakura surfacing. How is Sakura doing? We're diligently executing missions. Naruto replied proudly, oblivious to any potential embarrassment in cleaning the Hokage monument. We just polished it to a shine today. As for Sakura, she is still the same, as haughty as ever, acting like everyone owes her money. However, there is indeed a certain method to finding things. When he discovered it first, the expression on his face was quite amusing. The thought of Sakura's potential displeasure made Naruto chuckle to himself. This unadulterated jest, devoid of malice, instead radiated a refreshing candor that caused Ino to raise an eyebrow. Was he truly indifferent to Sakura's cold demeanor? Or was he, in a rather perplexing manner, concerned? Ino let out a soft huff. That's the hallmark of a true genius, Sakura-chan. As for you, always laughing and never serious. Her gaze swept over Naruto's slightly bruised arm. Had he injured himself again during training? So clumsy. Not at all. This is a badge of honor. Naruto immediately retorted, glancing at his arm. It was merely a minor incident during shadow clone practice when he tripped over a tree trunk. But that was inconsequential. Next time. I absolutely won T-fall. His blue eyes sparkled with an unwavering spirit, that pure, untainted determination shone particularly brightly in the afternoon sunlight. Ino gazed into his fiery eyes. Her heart inexplicably stirred as if gently prodded by something. This guy, so clumsy, always labeled as the underdog, yet he could still smile so radiantly. Before long, they arrived at the Yamanaka flower shop. The entrance was lush with greenery, and the fragrance of flowers wafted through the air. Please move it into the sunroom. And set it down gently. Ino pushed open the door. Understood, Naruto replied, stepping inside with extra caution. The floral aroma enveloped him, compelling him to take a deep breath. Wow, it smells wonderful, Ino. Your flowers are truly amazing. Observing Naruto as he clumsily yet earnestly placed the heavy potted plant in the designated corner of the sunroom. As if handling a bundle of explosives, and then exhaling a sigh of relief while wiping the sweat from his forehead, a pure sense of accomplishment radiated from his face, evoking a gentle tug at Ino's heartstrings. All done. Task accomplished, Naruto exclaimed, hands on his hips, grinning widely. Though his face was smudged with dirt, his smile was brighter than the sunniest sunflower in the shop. Thank you for your hard work. Ino awkwardly expressed her gratitude, turning to the counter to pour him a glass of water. Just then, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Sakura returning alone from her mission. That familiar, elegant silhouette instantly captivated Ino's full attention. Ah, it's Sakura-chan, Ino exclaimed softly, almost instinctively rushing out of the shop, forgetting all about pouring water for Naruto. Naruto was taken aback by this sudden change, watching as Ino flitted out like a flower butterfly, scratching his head in confusion. Why the rush? He didn't mind being left behind at all. Rather, he felt a sense of satisfaction from completing the task. He glanced around the tidy and cozy flower shop, the air infused with the delightful scent of plants. His stomach, however, chose that moment to grumble embarrassingly. Well, I might as well find Irika-sensei, Naruto mumbled to himself, preparing to leave. As he approached the counter, his gaze was captivated by a delicate little flower pot adorning the surface. Inside, a unique plant with heart-shaped leaves, lush and verdant, basked in the sunlight, radiating an exquisite charm. After a moment's contemplation, he carefully plucked the most perfect and tender green heart-shaped leaf, as if undertaking an S-class mission, and set it beside an empty cup. With a warm, somewhat foolish smile, he gently expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the fragrance of your flowers. I'm leaving now." Having completed this act, Naruto turned around, pushing open the door of the flower shop with his usual carefree demeanor, dashing out into the sunlit street. His golden hair shimmered in the light, reminiscent of a tireless, unwavering little sun. Outside, Ino was animatedly conversing with Sakura, yet her peripheral vision seemed to catch a glimpse of the vibrant golden figure emerging from the shop. Just as she redirected her attention to continue her conversation with Sakura, Sakura merely nodded coldly and departed without a word. A tinge of disappointment washed over Ino's heart. But as she instinctively glanced back at her flower shop, she noticed it, the solitary cup sitting by the counter, alongside the carefully plucked, verdant heart-shaped leaf. Sunlight streamed through the glass window, illuminating the small leaf and the space around it. A clumsy yet sincere token of thanks left behind by a fool, imbued with the scent of earth and sunlight. Ino stood frozen, her eyes fixed on the leaf, momentarily dazed. The accelerated heartbeat from chasing Sakura had yet to settle. But now a different, warm sensation began to unfurl within her. Was that fool expressing gratitude for having her move something earlier? Or for the fragrance of the flowers? How peculiar. He truly is an odd yet remarkably innocent fellow. Unable to resist, she turned her gaze towards the corner where Naruto had vanished. Though that boisterous, troublemaking figure seemed to have disappeared, the air still lingered with the remnants of his silly, radiant smile and the unique, sun-like resilience that enveloped him. What a complete idiot, Ino murmured softly, her cheeks warming slightly, though she couldn't discern whether it was from her earlier sprint after Sakura or the heart-shaped leaf resting quietly on the counter, imbued with sunlight's warmth. She picked up the leaf, feeling its coolness and the distinct veins beneath her fingertips, her lips instinctively curling into a subtle smile. Sunshine, the flower shop, the heart-shaped leaf, and the unintentional tenderness of a fool. Sometimes, even the everyday antics of a trailing companion can bloom into an unexpected flower. Chapter 8. C-Rank Mission. Target, the Land of Waves. Another day, at the rendezvous point of Team 7. Naruto bounced around the training ground like a firecracker. I can't take it anymore. Really, I can't, Kakashi-sensei. If this continues, I shall wither away. Today, I, Uzumaki Naruto, swear in the name of the future Hokage, I absolutely refuse to undertake any more D-rank missions. Sakura, with a hand against her forehead, remarked, Naruto, you're so loud. Sasuke closed his eyes in meditation, seemingly impervious to Naruto's clamor as if it were a disturbance from another dimension. Kakashi leisurely appeared. Oh, good morning. Good morning, my foot, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto dashed forward, attempting to cling to Kakashi's leg like a koala, or rather, trying to grasp the loose fabric of his trousers. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sama. The great Hatake Kakashi. Please. Just today. Take us to accept a C-rank mission. Even a B rank will suffice. If we catch another cat, or walk another dog, I feel like my chakra will turn into cat fur. Kakashi attempted to extricate his leg, but Naruto held on tightly. Naruto, let go. C-rank missions carry risks. Especially for you inexperienced genin. We're not inexperienced. Naruto lifted his head, his blue eyes sparkling with eagerness and desire. We have completed numerous D-rank missions. Look at Sakura. Her medical notes are impeccable. And Sasuke, he finds cats faster than the security forces. And me, my shadow clone technique is quite formidable. Even that scoundrel who ambushed me last time was frightened away. We are fully capable of handling C-rank missions. I promise, I will absolutely be obedient, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura couldn't help but interject. Do you even believe that last part of your promise? Sasuke, rarely opening his eyes, glanced at Naruto, who was still clinging to Kakashi's leg, and coldly remarked, Fool. Kakashi sighed, pulling down his mask to rub his temples. Naruto's fervent gaze and relentless persistence reminded him of certain individuals he knew. All right. I concede, it's hard to deal with you. However, he added, his tone becoming slightly more serious, the rank of the mission is not for me to decide. It must be evaluated by the Hokage based on the mission's content. Let us head to the Hokage building together. Remember, you must be composed in front of the Hokage. Yay! Naruto instantly sprang to his feet, the previously desperate pose vanishing in an instant as he excitedly twirled in place. This is amazing. Long live Kakashi-sensei. Sakura, Sasuke, did you hear that? We're going to accept a high-ranking mission. Let us go. The four of them set off towards the Hokage building, the epitome of Konoha's highest authority. Naruto led the way, his steps light as if he might take flight at any moment, chattering incessantly about what the forthcoming high-ranking mission might entail. Would it involve escorting a feudal lord? Or perhaps hunting down a rogue ninja? Upon entering the solemn Hokage office, the light dimmed significantly. Behind the immense desk, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat with a pipe between his lips, a warm smile gracing his face as he observed the entrance of Team 7. Hokage Grandpa, Naruto exclaimed eagerly, his voice resonating loudly within the tranquil confines of the office. Ahem. Sakura tugged at his sleeve from behind, offering a subtle reminder to temper his enthusiasm. The third Hokage chuckled softly, acknowledging, it is Kakashi and Team 7. What brings you here? Kakashi stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Hokage-sama, we would like to request the assignment of a C-rank mission. Oh, the third Hokage's gaze swept over the trio, lingering for a moment longer on Naruto's face, which was etched with an insatiable eagerness. C-rank missions require leaving the village and carry certain combat risks. Team 7 is still newly formed, primarily undertaking D-rank missions. Upon hearing the mention of D-rank missions, Naruto became anxious, disregarding the prior admonition of caution. He stepped forward, urgency evident in his tone. Hokage Grandpa, I understand, but we genuinely wish to give it a try. We are all prepared. I will ensure Sakura and Sasuke's safety. With Kakashi-sensei with us, there will be no issues, I promise. Please, Hokage Grandpa. His azure eyes brimmed with pure desire and confidence. That unwavering determination reminiscent of a time long past sparked a flicker of nostalgia and amusement in the third Hokage's gaze. This spark, he had seen it before in Shodame and Jiraiya. The third Hokage lifted his pipe, gently tapping the ash into the ashtray, contemplating. It is commendable for the youth to possess such vigor. Very well. Just then, a knock echoed at the door of the Hokage's office. Tsunade opened the door, revealing a figure behind her. The newcomer was an elderly man with graying hair, a sorrowful countenance, and round glasses perched on his nose. A strong scent of alcohol wafted from him, and he clutched a flask in his hand. He appeared timid and withdrawn, identifying himself as the renowned bridge builder from the Land of Waves, Tizuna. Hokage-sama. I am Tizuna from the Land of Waves. I seek protection. His voice trembled with anxiety. The third Hokage shifted his gaze between Tizuna and Team 7, observing Naruto's tightly clenched fists, a manifestation of his nervous anticipation. Alongside Sakura and Sasuke, the latter maintaining his usual aloof demeanor yet displaying a hint of seriousness in his eyes, while Kakashi awaited quietly. A plan began to form in the Hokage's mind. This mission appeared straightforward, a simple escort, and the risks seemed manageable. Perfect. The third Hokage picked up a scroll from the desk, declaring, Mr. Dazuna wishes to hire ninjas to ensure his safe return to the Land of Waves. The mission is ultimately classified as. He paused deliberately, allowing his gaze to settle on Naruto. The atmosphere in the office felt as though it had frozen. Naruto's heart raced, caught in his throat. C rank. Yahoo! Naruto erupted in a cacophony of overjoyed exclamations, his entire being nearly bouncing off the ground from sheer exhilaration. C rank. C rank. It's a genuine C rank mission. Did you hear that, Sakura? Sasuke. A C rank mission. Sakura jumped at his sudden outburst, admonishing him, Naruto, lower your voice. Satsuki subtly furrowed her brow, yet a glimmer of something unusual flickered in her gaze. At long last, she could leave this village and venture into broader horizons for her training. However, the third Hokage's voice turned serious, interrupting Naruto's exuberance. The task at hand is to ensure the safe passage of Mr. Dazuna to the Land of Waves. Along the way, there may be encounters with rogue ninjas. Kakashi, Team 7, especially the three of you, must prioritize the safety of our client above all else. Complacency is absolutely unacceptable. Understood, Kakashi responded. Yes, Lord Hokage. Sakura and Naruto, having calmed down somewhat, quickly straightened up to reply. Satsuki merely nodded slightly. Naruto watched as the Hokage solemnly handed over the scroll marked with a C-rank mission, the Land of Waves Confidential, to Kakashi. At that moment, he felt as though the scroll itself was glowing. This was not merely a mission scroll. It was his first step towards his dreams. Exiting the solemn atmosphere of the Hokage's office and stepping back into the sunlight, Naruto still felt a tinge of disbelief. He gazed at the scroll in Kakashi's hands, then glanced at Sakura and Satsuki, who, despite their mutual disdain, were companions at this moment. Finally, he looked towards the grand and magnificent Hokage Gate. A brand new world lay just beyond. Unknown dangers might lurk ahead. Yet, there was not a shred of fear in his heart. Only a fervent blaze of passion and an unprecedented determination. With his finger pointed towards the gate, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. A pure and resolute smile on his face, he declared in a booming voice, to the Land of Waves. Let us set off. That vibrant voice seemed to transcend time and space, resonating beneath the Hokage Gate, a symbol of beginnings and the unknown. His adventure had truly begun. Chapter 9 Transformation. The initial journey away from the Hidden Leaf Village was relatively tranquil. Kakashi appeared engrossed in Ika paradise. Yet both Naruto and Sakura were acutely aware that his vigilance never waned. Dazna, on the other hand, consumed his drink in silence, radiating palpable anxiety. Hey, Uncle Dazna. Naruto finally broke the oppressive silence. What's the Land of Waves like? I've heard it's a nation surrounded by water, and the fish there must be quite delicious, right? Dazna mumbled an indistinct reply, evading a direct answer. Don't disturb the client, deadweight, came the cold voice of Satsuki, who walked slightly ahead of the group. Her gaze scanning the surroundings as if everything bored her, yet the deliberate distance she maintained seemed instinctively protective against potential threats. This level of escort duty, utterly tedious. If it weren't for training, the group arrived at a relatively open area where shallow puddles dotted the roadside. Let us take a break. There won't be many more open spaces ahead. Kakashi finally set aside his book, his eyes narrowing as they swept over the seemingly ordinary puddles reflecting the sunlight. He gestured for everyone to pause. Awesome. Break time. Naruto cheered, heedlessly moving towards one of the puddles, likely thirsty for a sip of water. Don't go near the puddles, you idiot. Sakura instinctively warned, though she felt it was somewhat overblown. They were not far from Konoha, after all. What danger could there be? In the moment Naruto halted his steps, suddenly, with a splash, the tranquil surface erupted as two swift figures shot forth from the puddles, without warning. Dressed in the gray-brown garb of the Mist Village's rogue ninjas, one wielded a massive scythe with a chain, while the other brandished a sharp axe hammer. They struck like venomous serpents breaking the surface, their targets clear and their movements synchronized. The scythe wielder hurled the chain towards Dazna's neck, intent on dragging him closer, while the axe hammer wielder aimed a devastating blow at the nearest Naruto, seeking to force him back and inflict severe injury. Dazna-san. Kakashi's warning came a moment too late. He drew his blade with astonishing speed, not towards the assailants, but aimed to slice through the chain that threatened Dazna's neck. Clang. The metallic clash rang sharply. The chain was deftly deflected by Kakashi's blade. Dazna, terrified, fell to the ground. However, the axe hammer was already upon Naruto. With no time to form hand seals or unsheath his kunai, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through Naruto, compelling him to instinctively cross his arms in front of him. Thud! The heavy blade struck violently against Naruto's crossed forearms. Agonizing pain surged through him as he was sent flying back, crashing into a nearby tree with a thud. His arm instantly numb and swollen, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Naruto! Sakura screamed, an icy wave of terror engulfing her. For the first time, she faced the imminent specter of death so closely. Had that blow landed on his head, the consequences would be unimaginable. The merciless intent of the enemy rendered her limbs icy and her mind a blank slate. All the teachings from the seemed to evaporate, leaving her body rigid and immobile. I could die. I truly could die. What should I do? What am I to do? Cold sweat soaked her back. How troublesome. Satsuki's reaction far surpassed that of Sakura. The instant the assault occurred, a flash of red flickered in her eyes. An instinctive response she desperately tried to suppress. Chakra surged beneath her feet as she swiftly sidestepped, launching several shurikens with a sharp whistle, accurately targeting the axe-wielding ninja attacking Naruto. Clang, clang, clang. The shurikens successfully disrupted the enemy's pursuit of Naruto. Yet, a wave of astonishment and a subtle hint of dread washed over Satsuki. So fast. A lethal strike right off the bat. These individuals are not mere common bandits. C-rank mission? What a deception. She immediately positioned herself in front of the paralyzed Dasna, her gaze icy as she locked onto the enemy. Meanwhile, Kakashi, having deflected the side's chain, activated his body flicker technique, appearing beside Naruto almost the instant he was sent flying. Noticing Naruto's arm was injured, albeit severely, yet not life-threatening, he inwardly sighed with relief. However, his expression turned sharply serious. This was an attack on the Leaf's lower ninjas. In a flash, he created several shadow clones, instantly dividing the battlefield, swiftly subduing and knocking unconscious the two astonished rogue ninjas. The battle erupted momentarily, only to conclude just as swiftly. Yet the acrid scent of blood from the corner of Naruto's mouth, the resounding clamor of the clash, and the chilling murderous intent of the enemy. All these elements struck fiercely at Naruto, Sakura, and Satsuki. Kakashi sheathed his ninja blade, but his tone was unprecedentedly cold and grave as he approached the crumpled Dasna. Shedding his usual languid demeanor, Mr. Dasna, I believe we require an explanation. These two are not the kind of street thugs who merely extort the likes of Kato. They are rogue ninjas from the Mist Village. Skilled ninjas ambushing us. What is going on? Dasna, under Kakashi's piercing gaze, glanced at the injured Naruto leaning against the tree, the pale and shaken Sakura. In the composed yet questioning look in Satsuki's eyes, he realized he could no longer conceal the truth. A profound sense of fear and guilt overwhelmed him. Tears streaming down his face as he nearly shouted with all his might, I am sorry. I lied. Kato, he is the head of a shipping company, controlling the lifeline of the Land of Waves. Anyone daring to oppose him will be slain by the ninjas he employs. I exhausted my fortune to construct that bridge, hoping to provide a lifeline for the Land of Waves. However, Kato fears losing control over the Land of Waves once the bridge is completed, and has placed a hefty bounty on my head. The thugs he employs are not mere street ruffians, but genuine ninjas, stronger than those just now. Desperately, he looked at the 4 members of Team 7, especially at the injured Naruto. I dared not speak the truth, because I simply cannot afford the exorbitant fees required to protect someone like me, a high-risk target. B rank? Even A rank mission money. As an old bridge builder, gathering the funds for a C rank mission was already my utmost limit. I deceived you from the Leaf Village. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I am aware of my faults. However, in the Land of Waves, my daughter and grandson, if I cannot return alive to complete the bridge, they will truly be devoid of hope. Dasna wept inconsolably, embodying the profound despair of an elder who, for the sake of his loved ones and homeland, was willing to bear the burdens of deceit and the peril of death. The truth fell upon everyone like a cold deluge. The air grew heavy, as if it were on the brink of freezing. Kakashi remained silent, his Sharingan seemingly calculating something. Sakura covered her mouth, tears swirling in her eyes. The recent terror shattered by the truth Dasna had cried out. Is the Land of Waves truly such a hell? For family, for country, to risk everything in rebellion, even to deceive ninjas? And we nearly lost our lives because of this deception? To abandon it? Yet, if we relinquish our efforts, she observed the profound longing for family and country reflected in Dasna's murky eyes, stirring a tender corner of her heart. Then, glancing at Naruto, who had been injured while protecting their charge, An indescribable sense of responsibility and a desire to safeguard the vulnerable quietly eclipsed her pure fear. Her fingers, no longer trembling merely from fright, gripped the kunai at her waist with newfound resolve. Satsuki's expression remained as frigid as frost. Her dark eyes, perhaps tinged with a hint of red, sweeping over the crumpled Dasna, then Kakashi, before finally resting on Naruto, who leaned against a tree, panting. His gaze fluctuating violently. Humph, indeed, an immense lie and risk. The client's concealment of the mission's true nature is a grave violation. The task ought to be terminated. She turned to Kakashi, bracing herself for the announcement of a retreat. To protect such a deceiver? To gamble a ninja's life for a stranger's family? Foolish. A sacrifice unworthy. Her objective was to survive and seek vengeance against Itachi, this meaningless danger. Deep within, to deceive for the sake of one's loved ones. Such an emotion. A vivid image of her parents lying in a pool of blood flashed through her mind, her heart pierced as if by an ice pick. The cold flames of vengeance threatening to consume all fragile feelings. She forced herself to harden her heart. Naruto, Sakura, Satsuki. Kakashi's voice bore an unprecedented gravity. You all have heard the circumstances. The enemy may be stronger, and the danger far exceeds that of a C-rank mission. The choice is now yours. Abandon the mission immediately, ensuring Mr. Dasna's safe return to Konoha for re-evaluation of the mission's classification, or, his gaze sharpened, continue the mission, safeguarding Mr. Dasna as we proceed to the land of waves. I must warn you, choosing the latter means you may face life and death battles well beyond your current capabilities. The air solidified once more, with only Dasna's desperate sobs filling the silence. Sakura bit her lip, wrestling with her thoughts. Abandoning the mission seemed the most rational choice. Yet, witnessing the despair and hope in the elder's eyes, moreover, would Satsuki look down upon a coward? Ultimately, she spoke, her voice soft yet resolute. Kakashi-sensei. I choose to continue the mission. I will strive to protect Mr. Dasna. I will not hold us back any longer. She exerted herself to stand tall, her gaze resolutely fixed upon Kakashi and Satsuki. Satsuki frowned slightly, taken aback by Sakura's choice. Has she also chosen to stay? Such an irrational act of conformity. Just as she was about to voice her dissent, a low, peculiar chuckle emanated from Naruto, who leaned against a tree. It was neither anger nor fear, but rather a flame ignited by unwavering resolve. Slowly, he lifted his head, propping himself against the trunk with his uninjured left hand. Disregarding the excruciating pain in his arm, rising inch by inch, with immense difficulty yet unyielding determination, he raised his face, which was dust-covered and bloodied at the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance, revealing a resolve the crowd had never witnessed before. He did not glance at Kakashi or Dasna. Instead, he strode directly to the crumpled Dasna, extending his swollen, trembling yet remarkably strong hand, and with a single motion, hoisted Dasna from the ground. This action left Dasna momentarily stunned. Uncle, Naruto's voice was calm, beneath which surged the magma of fervor. Look into my eyes. Dasna instinctively met the gaze of those azure orbs. Within them, he found neither reproach nor anger, only understanding, and a resolute will akin to granite. Uncle, within your earlier words, there lies one undeniable truth. That statement. Even the compensation for a low-ranking shinobi from Konoha has exhausted all his resources. There was no deceit in that. I see this most clearly. Naruto's voice suddenly soared, imbued with unparalleled passion and strength, echoing across the open space. Resonating in everyone's ears. Uncle, he is one of us. He did not embark on this path with intentions of deceit. He is merely an honest man unable to convey the burdensome pain and hope weighing down on his heart to the higher-ups of Konoha. A pitiful elder who cannot afford a higher protection fee, who must wager his very life. But Naruto abruptly pivoted, confronting Kakashi, Sakura, and finally locking his fiery gaze upon Satsuki, who regarded him with scrutiny and astonishment. He gestured toward Dasna. Look at this uncle. For the sake of his cherished family. For all those in the land of waves who are similarly struggling in despair, awaiting the glimmer of hope that the bridge will bring. He has chosen to stake his life. In Naruto's eyes, it seemed as though flames were ablaze. And we are the ninjas of Konoha. What does it mean to be a ninja? A ninja is one who fights to protect that which is most important to them. I shall now declare what holds significance in the heart of Uzumaki Naruto. The moment we inscribed our names on the mission scroll, the instant we accepted the commission, we etched our names into this uncle's lifeline. His heavy trust and responsibility are, at this very moment, the most vital things to me, more precious than my own life. Now, He forcefully pointed towards the direction of the land of waves, his voice resolute and unwavering, each word imbued with the weight of thunder. If we were to retreat to Konoha due to the unforeseen dangers of this mission, would that not be tantamount to tearing apart the promise made to this esteemed elder? Would it not signify the abandonment of the sole hope for countless souls in the land of waves who await the dawn amidst despair? Such an act. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, disregarding the excruciating pain in his arms, lifting them high as if declaring war upon fate. This act is akin to obliterating one's own pride and vows as a ninja. To destroy what is most precious, what difference would it make? His fervent gaze swept over his companions. Therefore, Naruto Uzumaki will absolutely not abandon this mission midway. I will never forsake Uncle Dazna, even if the path ahead is fraught with peril. If we face foes tenfold or 100-fold stronger than before, I shall use these hands to construct this bridge, which is vital for the survival of the land of waves and the hopes of countless families, by my own effort. This is my Nindo. My word shall be my bond. I shall never yield. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, Satsuki. Naruto looked at the three of them, his eyes ablaze with conviction and a pure plea. I implore you, let us continue the mission. His thunderous declaration cleaved through the heavy atmosphere, resonating deep within the hearts of all present. Sakura was utterly taken aback. The fear within her was completely supplanted by a more intense, fervent emotion. Naruto, he actually values the trust and hope of the client more than his own life? So this is what protection means. That courage is not mindless fervor. Gazing at Naruto's beleaguered yet steadfast figure, a warm current surged forth, breaking through the icy grip of fear and filling her with strength. She vigorously wiped away her tears, her gaze turning resolute. Naruto is right. I too shall continue the mission. Protecting Mr. Dazna is my foremost priority. She stood beside Naruto, her determination unyielding. Satsuki's heart was tumultuous. Naruto's words, which cherished that which is held dear, equating destruction with abandonment. And his philosophy of the ninja way struck her like a hammer against the icy barriers of her heart. Especially the remark about what difference it makes to destroy what is most important. It made her heart clench suddenly. What is most important? Protection, vows, destruction? The horrors of the Uchiha massacre night surged uncontrollably back into her mind. It was the complete annihilation of what mattered most to the Uchiha clan. And herself. Naruto's seemingly foolish and unrealistic vow of protection, his attitude of treasuring the trust of others, unexpectedly elicited a sharp pain and a resonance she herself had not yet recognized. Her pursuit of power to avenge Itachi. Was it not all in the name of preserving the pride of the Uchiha, albeit through revenge? Was her Nindo not to seek vengeance to the bitter end? This utter fool. In the depths of her heart, Satsuki screamed, it is clearly fallacious reasoning. It undeniably drags everyone into peril. What? Why do his words leave me speechless? Why does his foolish persistence resemble the obstinacy displayed by that man before he brandished his blade? She felt an unprecedented turmoil and irritation. Yet, deep within her, something long sealed seemed to be singed by the blinding flame. She gazed at the battered, yet terrifyingly bright-eyed blonde youth, the pink-haired girl who had overcome her fears to stand beside Naruto, and then at Kakashi, whose eyes sparkled with appreciation and determination. Satsuki's tightly pressed lips parted ever so slightly, and ultimately, under the scrutiny of everyone's complex gazes, she softly, yet unmistakably uttered a single word, humph. Turning away, she ceased to regard anyone, instead gracefully drawing a kunai from her ninja tool pouch, her body instinctively adjusting to the optimal combat stance. Her Sharingan no longer suppressed, the crimson light surged within her pupils, her gaze sharp and scanning the surroundings. Though her cold demeanor remained unchanged, her silent actions and posture conveyed the most unequivocal answer. She had chosen to stay and face the path ahead together. Kakashi observed the three students he had personally selected, each distinct in character yet united in purpose due to the belief of their comrades. Particularly, he noted Naruto's eyes, ablaze with pure conviction, illuminating the shadowy path ahead. Finally, he resolved to act. Lowering his mask, he revealed a complex smile that bore both relief and a sense of resolve. Very well. Then Kakashi's voice resonated deeply and powerfully. Delivering the final proclamation for Team 7, the mission continues. Mr. Dazuna, the road ahead may prove even more arduous. Prepare yourself. He turned to Naruto, Sakura, and Satsuki, especially noting Satsuki's awakened Sharingan and her more formidable stance. And you, Team 7. He gestured toward the fog-laden path leading to the land of waves. Seemingly endless. From this moment forth, this is the true battlefield. The weight of Kakashi's words struck each heart like a heavy drumbeat. Satsuki's crimson gaze scanned the lingering mist ahead with cold vigilance, her Sharingan's insight sharpened to its zenith. Sakura's breath quickened, yet her grip on the kunai steadied considerably. A flicker of hope reignited in Dazuna's murky eyes, tempered by profound guilt and apprehension for the future. Meanwhile, Naruto stood resolute. Despite the searing pain in his arm that caused cold sweat to bead upon his forehead, and his tattered clothing, stained with dirt and blood, his azure eyes, reminiscent of the vast sky, seemed to harbor an invisible flame, flickering and leaping, radiating a brilliance that pierced through his disheveled state, appearing particularly resplendent against the dimming sky. The corners of his mouth subtly curved upwards, not a grimace of pain, but a smile that was pure and innocent, brimming with an indomitable spirit that faced any challenge without retreat. In that moment, the sunlight seemed to pierce through the clouds, briefly illuminating him, accentuating his resplendent golden hair and resolute profile. Kakashi gazed at his student's smile, feeling a soft place deep within him stir. Yet what prevailed was a sense of solace and a weighty responsibility, the burning essence within this child. Perhaps it was the very spark of Konoha's future. Humph. That foolish grin at the tail end is still so bothersome. Satsuki's icy words shattered the brief silence as she deliberately averted her gaze. Yet her grip on the kunai tightened ever so slightly. Having chosen this path, do not perish in such a trivial place. You fool. She boldly took the lead, stepping into the denser mist of the unknown forest path without a hint of hesitation. Her silhouette remained lofty, yet her stride kept the closest distance to the group, safeguarding the rear of Dasna. Hey, wait for me, Satsuki. Sakura hurriedly caught up, mustering her courage to walk beside Dasna, diligently casting wary glances toward the shadows on either side of the path where danger might lurk. Kakashi gently settled at the rear of the group, like a shadow that protected all. He gave Naruto a nod. Heh, let us set off. Naruto inhaled deeply and strode forward with determination. With each step, he seemed to tread with greater steadiness and resolve. The searing pain in his arm served as a reminder of the enemy's peril and the harshness of reality, yet it only incited the flames within him to burn brighter. The mist of the land of waves enveloped the path ahead, fraught with danger. The true test had only just begun. Chapter 10. The resurgence of crisis after enduring the ambush by the rogue ninja and the unsettling revelations from Dasna. The atmosphere among Team 7 grew increasingly oppressive and grave. With the anxious assistance of the ferryman Daka, an acquaintance of Dasna, they embarked on a rickety little boat, silently traversing the strait that separates the land of fire from the land of waves. As the vessel ground over the murky waves and glided slowly into a desolate marsh, a suffocating chill enveloped them. A thick mist, an endless expanse of dense fog. The entire world seemed shrouded in a heavy, grayish-white shroud. Visibility plummeted, with indistinct shapes looming just a few steps away. The air was heavy with the briny scent of the sea and a foul, decaying odor. The outlines of buildings on the shore twisted and warped within the mist, resembling gigantic beasts lurking in the shadows. There were no lights, no sounds of life, only the monotonous sound of waves crashing against the crumbling embankment and an oppressive silence that felt almost tangible. Is this truly the land of waves? Sakura's voice trembled uncontrollably as she instinctively moved a step closer to Satsuki. The sight of this ghostly town was far more terrifying than she had imagined, her earlier resolve wavering under the suffocating weight of the atmosphere. Although Naruto attempted to stand tall, his clenched fists and tightly pressed lips betrayed his anxiety. This fog is too eerie. He instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Dasna. Satsuki furrowed her brow, her Sharingan instinctively activating, the crimson tomo slowly spinning in the mist as she sought to pierce through this natural veil. What a dense fog. A perfect cloak for concealment. The enemy is undoubtedly here. Every nerve in her body was taut with tension. Kakashi had already closed his book, his voice low and serious. Be cautious. This fog is a product of ninjutsu. The enemy is among us. The group cautiously stepped onto the slick, icy ground, each footfall sinking into the sticky, unpleasant muck of the marsh. Mr. Dasna's home lay just ahead, beyond the abandoned lumberyard. Daka's voice trembled. However, as they were about to cross an open space strewn with massive, discarded logs. Hey, that guy. Naruto suddenly pointed ahead into the fog. There, a vague yet extraordinarily tall figure stood in a languid posture, wielding an exaggeratedly large, tombstone-like blade, quietly positioned atop the largest log in the clearing. A chilling aura of menace permeated the air, freezing the atmosphere itself. This is where it ends. A hoarse, icy voice resonated as if from the depths of the abyss, piercing through the fog and striking at the hearts of all present. It was the infamous rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi. Dazna's face drained of color, collapsing to the ground. Kakashi-sensei! Sakura exclaimed in shock. Humph! Satsuki's Sharingan locked onto the figure, her muscles tensing as her hand rested on a kunai. So it is you. Kakashi stepped forward, shielding his students and Dazna behind him. He slowly raised his right hand and unfastened the forehead protector that had long concealed his left eye. The movement was steady yet imbued with an air of grim determination. As the forehead protector slipped away, Kakashi's left eye, obscured until now, revealed itself fully for the first time before the gathering, an equally crimson eye, adorned with the intricate tomo of the Sharingan. Satsuki's pupils abruptly contracted to the size of a pinprick. All her attention was instantly drawn to Kakashi's left eye, leaving her in a state of shock. As if struck by lightning, the Sharingan, a tempest of emotions surged within her. An outsider? How could this be? Why does Hatake Kakashi possess the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan? The pride of her dwindling family, a symbol of cursed hatred, was a power that should belong solely to the Uchiha, and yet it now manifested before an outsider. A profound sense of absurdity and a furious sense of violation gripped her heart. Her gaze remained fixated on Kakashi's blood-red eye, brimming with utter bewilderment, rage, and a chilling sense of desecration. Had it not been for the formidable adversary before her, she might have questioned him aloud. Zabuza seemed somewhat taken aback by Kakashi's actions. But as his gaze swept over Kakashi's Sharingan, he let out a low, ambiguous chuckle. Sharingan Kakashi. So you are the one who has copied over 1,000 ninjutsu, the Konoha technician? How intriguing. Mr. Izuna has been taken over by us from the Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi's voice turned cold, devoid of his usual languor. Simultaneously, he executed a move that astounded both Naruto and Sakura. His hands began to weave signs. The speed and precision were so remarkable, it seemed as if he were an entirely different person. The hand seals he performed bore an uncanny resemblance to the preparatory seals Zabuza had inadvertently revealed moments before. Hidden mist technique? Kakashi stated coolly. Wah. Zabuza's tone was laced with unmistakable astonishment and a hint of barely concealed panic for the first time. Water style, hidden mist technique. Kakashi almost simultaneously called out the name of the jutsu. Boom. A denser and more expansive mist erupted instantaneously from Kakashi's position, overwhelming the thick fog created by Zabuza in an instant. The mist swirled and surged, visibility plummeting to zero, leaving only a vast expanse of white. What? He not only copied my jutsu, but activated it instantaneously? Zabuza's mind screamed in disbelief. Satsuki's breath nearly caught in her throat. Her Sharingan spun desperately, attempting to pierce through the mist to discern the scene within, but even the inside of her 3 tomo was diminished against Kakashi's enhanced hidden mist technique, let alone her own 2 tomo. Yet, the moment Kakashi had duplicated the hand seals and activated the jutsu in synchrony was seared into her mind like a brand. Copy? Duplicate? Is this the power of the Sharingan? And moreover, the power wielded by an outsider. Her heart was a tumult of suspicion. The bloodline limit of her clan was wielded so adeptly by an outsider. The realization struck her with a force that eclipsed even the threat posed by Zabuza himself. Anger, confusion, and a hint of dread at the subversion of her understanding churned violently within her. My eyes perceive with utmost clarity. Kakashi's voice resonated through the thick fog, calm yet imbued with an indescribable sense of oppression. Zabuza, the next hand sign you were about to execute is the water release, water dragon bullet technique. What Zabuza's voice trembled with uncontainable terror and fury. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Kakashi's low growl echoed. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Simultaneously, Zabuza's furious roar erupted from the mist. Boom. 2 colossal water dragons, entirely composed of high-pressure water, materialized from the fog, colliding with a devastating roar. The deafening explosion of water engulfed the entire clearing. The ferocious torrents and shockwaves wreaked havoc, sending the massive logs around tumbling in disarray. Sakura and Naruto shielded the screaming Izuna with all their might, while Satsuki, relying on the faint insight of her Sharingan and her formidable reflexes, exerted all her chakra just to maintain her balance. After the water explosion, the mist momentarily thinned. The onlookers beheld a horrifying scene. Kakashi and Zabuza stood in 2 enormous puddles, both evidently drained by the recent cataclysm. Yet Kakashi remained composed. The next is the water release, great waterfall technique hand sign. Kakashi spoke again, his voice brimming with an air of unwavering confidence. Water release, great waterfall technique. The two once more nearly synchronized their hand signs and shouted. Boom. An even more terrifying tidal wave, akin to a tsunami unleashed, surged forth with the power to obliterate all, crashing violently against its counterpart. The entire lumberyard transformed into an expanse of vast waters. The residual mist and vapor from the fierce clash surged skyward. This replicated peak confrontation surpassed the imaginations of Naruto and the others in both scale and might. As the colossal waves subsided, the scene lay in ruins, the fog now even more transparent. Zabuza knelt on one knee, his breath labored and unstable. His executioner's blade embedded in the water before him for support. Kakashi appeared equally exhausted yet stood firmly, though the rotation of his left eye's three-tomo Sharingan accelerated noticeably. A faint trace of blood seeping from the corner of his tightly shut left eye, sustaining such high-intensity replication and engaging in a high-caliber ninjutsu clash imposed a tremendous burden on his body. The strain of the Sharingan, and he attempted to deactivate it, but failed. Satsuki keenly caught sight of the bloodstain and the unquenchable crimson glow in Kakashi's eye. Her heart inflamed with a sense of violation, mingled with an awareness of the complex cost of this power that she herself had yet to fully grasp. Bastard, the Sharingan, Zabuza gasped, his gaze turning fiercely savage. It seemed I underestimated you. Exhausted of chakra, you can no longer move, can you? Now it's my turn. He abruptly drew his executioner's blade, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow, propelled by a lethal intent to perish together, charging straight for the seemingly exhausted Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto shouted in desperation, disregarding the pain in his arm as he attempted to rush forward. Don't come any closer. Kakashi barked sharply. Yet his body appeared genuinely hindered by the immense exhaustion. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Satsuki swiftly hurled her kunai in an attempt to intercept. Yet, the speed of Zabuza was astonishingly swift. The massive blade sliced through the air, descending upon Kakashi's neck with a chilling glimmer of despair. What? Zabuza's voice resonated with utter astonishment, for he found himself immobilized. Did no one warn you against locking eyes with the Sharingan? A smirk crept across Kakashi's lips, as his right hand erupted with a shrill crackle akin to the chorus of 1,000 birds. In that critical moment, whoosh, a white figure, moving with unparalleled speed, emerged from the mist like a phantom, without any forewarning, from Kakashi's rear flank. It was the masked figure Haku. She bore no weapon, only a hand poised in a blade of pure chakra. Yet, her target was not Kakashi. In a remarkable maneuver, she inserted herself between Kakashi and Zabuza at an extraordinary angle. The chakra-infused hand did not strike at Kakashi. Instead, it transformed from a palm to a pointing finger, darting with lightning speed toward a precise point on Zabuza's neck. A faint sound echoed, poof. Zabuza's body suddenly stiffened, his forward momentum abruptly halted. He crumpled as though his bones had been extracted, the great sword slipping from his grasp and plunging deep into the adjacent water. Haku's arm gracefully and swiftly caught Zabuza's heavy form, the entire process transpiring in a heartbeat, as if time itself had been stolen away. Kakashi's pupils constricted. Even he could not entirely comprehend Haku's actions. He merely witnessed Zabuza's unexpected collapse into her embrace. Zabuza had no pulse. Haku's voice, cold and neutral yet eerily melodic, calmly conveyed the unsettling truth, as if merely stating a fact, supporting what appeared to be Zabuza's lifeless body. Her mask turned to face Team 7. I'm a member of the Umbu of the Mist Village, pursuing a rogue ninja. It seemed she was explaining. Yet her tone held no warmth. I sincerely appreciate your assistance in handling this troublesome target. I shall take care of the body. With that, Haku lifted, or rather, cradled, Zabuza's form, casting no further glance at the onlookers. Like a whisper in the wind, her white silhouette swiftly vanished into the lingering mist, completely disappearing from sight. Only when Haku's figure had faded did the group awaken from their stupor. Tazuna remained sprawled on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Sakura gasped for breath, nearly exhausted. Is it over? Naruto clenched his fists, gazing at Kakashi's back in the direction in which Haku had disappeared. That masked individual is incredible. She is. Satsuki gradually closed her Sharingan, the crimson hue dissipating, leaving her complexion slightly pale, not solely from fatigue, but also from the tremendous shock within. Her gaze fixated on the spot where Haku had vanished, then slowly shifted toward Kakashi, specifically to his left eye, the one still glowing red, unyielding and unable to close. Kakashi Hitaki. Sharingan. in the speed and techniques of the Umbu from the hidden mist. The intertwining of new enigmas and overwhelming cognitive upheaval induced a sense of vertigo, compounded by prior terror and fury, rendering her inner turmoil akin to a tempestuous ocean. She clenched her fists tightly, her fingertips digging deeply into her palms. The source of power appeared to be more intricate and perilous than she had anticipated. A new question emerged along her path of vengeance. Kakashi exhaled deeply, his body swaying slightly as he braced himself against the ground with his blade. He attempted to deactivate the Sharingan, yet his left eye continued to spin uncontrollably with its tomo. Perhaps he had exerted himself a bit too much. He offered a wry smile, his tone regaining a semblance of his usual nonchalance, though it was predominantly laced with fatigue and gravity. It seemed this adversary was more formidable than he had initially surmised. His gaze swept over the shaken students, ultimately resting upon Mr. Dasna. Mr. Dasna, we must hasten to your home. This place is no longer safe. Why yes, Dasna stammered, struggling to rise with Naruto's assistance. Chapter 11. Tree Climbing Training. Kakashi's left Sharingan glowed with a sinister crimson light, serving as an ominous reminder that the crisis was far from over. After settling in at the home of Tazuna, he led Team 7 to the towering, straight forest nearby. The enemy's strength exceeded all expectations, light speed was exceptionally elusive. And Zabuza might still be alive. Kakashi's tone was grave, and the ever-illuminated Sharingan lent weight to his words. Before I can ascertain that your combat abilities have fully recovered, you must swiftly enhance your fundamental skills. The forthcoming specialized training will focus on mastering tree walking. He gestured towards a colossal ancient tree, its smooth bark requiring several people to encircle it, soaring into the clouds. Climbing trees? Naruto expressed his confusion. What is so difficult about that? I've been climbing since I was a child. Kakashi remained silent, lifting his foot to firmly plant it against the perfectly vertical tree trunk. He even managed to walk a few steps along the tree before gracefully landing on the ground. Wow! Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. Walking vertically? How is that possible? Chakra control, Kakashi explained, pointing to the soles of his feet. He demonstrated how to precisely, evenly, and continuously channel chakra to his feet, creating an adhesive effect. This is the bedrock of all fundamental skills and the key to enhancing the efficacy of all ninjutsu. His gaze swept over the trio. Satsuki, he addressed the black-haired girl, whose Sharingan was in a dormant state, her eyes dark and tranquil. Your talent for chakra control is remarkable. The training requirement is as follows. Do not utilize your Sharingan. Focus solely on chakra manipulation, achieving rapid and stable movement on the smooth tree surface, with a goal of reaching a height of 10 meters. Strive for speed and precision, and abandon reliance on your bloodline limit. He underscored the final point. Satsuki furrowed her brow, but quickly grasped Kakashi's intent, nodding as she approached a tree. She closed her eyes to sense her surroundings, summoned her chakra, and began to ascend the trunk with light and steady steps. Her movements were fluid. Though her upward speed was moderate, she maintained a rhythmic grace. That's amazing, Satsuki-chan. Sakura exclaimed sincerely. Sakura, Kakashi turned to her. Your theoretical foundation is solid, and your chakra control is commendable. Your task is also to climb the tree, but I require you to focus on the stability and endurance of your chakra output, ensuring you can maintain control even under simulated combat pressure. He handed her a scroll. Devise a defense plan for the house, learn first aid skills, and set up simple alert traps. The composure and meticulousness of a guardian are as vital as the prowess of a warrior. Sakura grasped the scroll firmly, her gaze resolute. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Both Satsuki and Sakura commenced their respective training, one like a swift swallow, the other akin to an agile cat. Finally, it was Naruto's turn. Naruto. Kakashi observed him. Your chakra reserves are immense, yet your control is woefully lacking. This tree climbing training is designed to address that. Learn to control your chakra with the precision akin to directing a stream of water. The first step, stand on the trunk without falling for more than 3 seconds. That is not too hard. Naruto, filled with eagerness, charged directly towards a towering tree, joyfully placing a foot upon it. However, his chakra flared wildly beneath him, causing him to feel as though he were stepping onto a treacherously slick surface. Wow, he exclaimed, his body awkwardly spinning before crashing to the ground. Haha, how foolish. Can't even stand up straight. Are all ninjas such imbeciles? A youthful voice tinged with resentment and dissatisfaction echoed from the second-floor balcony. The crowd looked up to see Inari, Dasna's grandson, leaning over the railing, his small face etched with an expression far too mature for his age, filled with indignation and confusion. Pouting, he glared fiercely at the fallen Naruto. You can't even protect anyone. Kaiza claimed he was a hero, destined to safeguard everyone. And what happened? His eyes instantly reddened, his voice cracking with emotion. He was no hero, just a big fool, leaving my mom and me behind. Wah, heroes are the worst. It was as if he were interrogating Naruto, yet more so, releasing pent-up emotions directed at his deceased father. With that, he stomped his foot and ran back inside, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Inari, came Tsunami's pained yet helpless call from within. The atmosphere grew heavy with sorrow. Dasna bowed his head in anguish. Naruto sat on the ground, staring blankly at the closed balcony door. Inari's lament was not merely a child's cruel taunt. It was a manifestation of profound misunderstanding. A reaction to the immense grief that had torn through him. He could not grasp the heroic significance of his father's sacrifice, only the feelings of abandonment and anger. So this is how it is, Naruto realized, and rather than feeling offended, a deep sadness welled within him, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of empathy. He understood all too well the pain of being forsaken by those one holds dear in Inari's eyes. Doesn't he understand? Thinks his father is a fool. Sakura felt a sting in her nose. Her resolve to protect softening into a gentle responsibility. Should she help this child rediscover the essence of heroism? Satsuki continued to ascend the tree trunk steadily, though her pace seemed to slow slightly. Lack of understanding, the meaning of sacrifice. She recalled the incomprehensible kindness her brother had shown in his final moments. At times, the despair stemming from the importance of that which cannot be understood. She too had experienced. She gently closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, her gaze sharpened, focusing intently on the branch beneath her. Naruto silently rose from the ground, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, no longer glancing at the balcony, his expression transforming into one of serene determination. He approached the very tree he had previously attempted to scale, this time not recklessly charging forward, but instead taking a deep breath and placing his hand upon the icy bark. With a concentrated effort, his chakra surged violently, propelling him backward. Once more he focused, yet his chakra faltered, and he slipped once again. A third attempt, he wobbled, managing to stand for a mere 2 seconds before tumbling down again. Thud, crack, bang. The sounds of his falls echoed through the forest, his forehead, elbows, and knees soon adorned with scrapes and bruises. Kakashi and Sakura remained silent, merely observing. On the morning following the training day, delicate snowflakes fell silently, draping the somber land of waves in a chilling veil of white. Naruto had commenced his arduous training. Pain and failure seemed not to defeat him, rather, they intensified his focus and determination. At last, hey! A low exclamation escaped his lips as his feet firmly adhered to a tree trunk nearly 4 meters above the ground. Though his posture was awkward, fingers instinctively clutched the bark, yet his body had conquered the initial tremors, achieving balance. For a full 5 seconds. An overwhelming sense of success nearly caused him to lose his grip, and he quickly centered himself, cautiously maintaining his stance. The flow of chakra, stiff and unrefined. A crisp, melodious sound, reminiscent of pine needles brushing against ice, resonated within the tranquil, snow-laden forest. Naruto jolted, nearly losing his hard-won balance, and hastily steadied himself, turning towards the source of the sound. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, not far beneath a tree, stood a familiar figure, Kisame. The pristine white kimono was nearly indistinguishable in the silvery world, save for her flowing black hair and the red patterns adorning the stark white mask on her face. The eyes peering from behind the mask were serene and profound, gazing at the unstable halo of chakra beneath his feet. What do you want? Naruto called out warily, instinctively pointing his kunai in her direction. Kisame offered no response to his query, merely standing there, allowing the snowflakes to settle upon her shoulders and hair. Why? She suddenly inquired, her voice light and airy, as if it fell to the ground alongside the snow. For a promise that may never be fulfilled. For a child who does not trust you, why go to such lengths? Even at the cost of injury? Her tone bore a pure, childlike curiosity, as if she were observing an extraordinary, yet incomprehensible phenomenon. Naruto clenched his fists, facing the descending snowflakes, his voice piercing through the snowy veil. A promise is a promise. The moment I signed my name, protecting Uncle Dasna and the hopes of the land of waves became my duty. It has nothing to do with whether I or anyone else believes in me. What matters is, I believe in myself. I believe I can do it. His gaze seemed to pierce through the gloom, Reaching the unconstructed bridge, I will fulfill the promise. I will repair that bridge. I will defeat Kaido. And I will make it clear to Idate that his father is no fool. His father is a true hero who has protected countless lives. His voice was filled with the purest and most resolute conviction of youth. This is the path I, Uzumaki Naruto, have chosen. I will not falter. Kisame listened in silence. The wind swirled the snowflakes around her. After a long moment, she slightly tilted her head, her gaze seemingly penetrating through the flurry of snow. Casting a distant glance towards the second floor of the Dasna residence, where a curtain was gently lifted at one corner, is clinging to what one believes in. What is important? She murmured softly, her words as light as a dream, tinged with a subtle hint of bewilderment. I hope so. As her voice faded, her figure began to dissolve, akin to snowflakes lifted by the wind, gracefully dispersing into the swirling flurry of snow, vanishing from sight, leaving only a few whirling flakes and the lingering echo of her bewildering presence in Naruto's vision. He gazed at the spot where she had disappeared, momentarily entranced. Was it significant? Undoubtedly. He vigorously shook his head, refocusing his mind on the ground beneath him, cautiously taking another step upward in his ascent of the tree. Though slow, each movement was imbued with unwavering determination. Behind the slightly parted curtain, a small figure stood, lips pressed tightly together, casting a complex gaze upon the golden-haired form perpetually tumbling and climbing at the edge of the snowy forest. He had caught snippets of the strange woman in white's words, hero, father. These terms reverberated within his tender heart. The mist exhaled upon the window blurred his vision. Yet the clumsy yet extraordinarily radiant golden hue amidst the storm remained vividly imprinted in his confused and sorrowful eyes. Chapter 12. The final confrontation. The cold rain hammered against the unfinished colossal pillars of the End Valley. A chilling aura of impending doom permeated the air. Kakashi's Sharingan, though dimmed in its crimson glow, flickered with unwavering tenacity, a testament to the toll of excessive use. He steeled himself. The final adversary was approaching. Kakashi's voice was hoarse. Before he could finish speaking, the silhouette of Zabuza Momochi, wielding his massive sword, tore through the rain-soaked veil. An almost boiling fury and a resolve to fight to the bitter end enveloped him. Beside him, Haku remained a silent specter of white, yet beneath the mask. His gaze betrayed a fleeting ripple of emotion upon witnessing Kakashi's strained posture and the mottled wounds on Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi. Zabuza's voice was raspy, akin to a broken gong, infused with an aura of annihilation. This is your last chance. Hand over that old man. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Kakashi and Zabuza once again became mere shadows, clashing fiercely. The thunderous roars of their water techniques echoed like the rumblings of a tempest. Yet, with each action, Kakashi's breath grew more labored, the strain of maintaining the water prison and the ensuing combat taking a severe toll on his condition. Now, Kakashi bellowed, summoning his remaining strength. Naruto and Sasuke, understanding the unspoken command, lunged towards Haku. Protect the target. The crimson in Sasuke's eyes ignited instantly. His Tsutomu Sharingan glimmered like a blood moon amidst the downpour. Shuriken, tracing cunning arcs, sought to cover Haku's evasion paths. Haki maneuvered through the rain with ghostly grace, evading the onslaught. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto roared, a wave of clones surging forward. Water style, 1,000 water shuriken. Haku's voice, cold as ice, pierced through the raindrops. Countless ice shurikens erupted, sweeping across the battlefield. This is bad. Sasuke's Sharingan whirled rapidly. New wounds adorned his shoulder and arm. The searing pain momentarily halted his movements. Naruto's clones were obliterated. His original self was struck by several ice shurikens. Ugh. He staggered back, blood staining the rain. Sasuke. Naruto. Sakura's voice rang out, tinged with panic. Kakashi, concerned for his students, was momentarily distracted. Kakashi. Die. Seizing the opportunity, Zabuza swung his enormous sword, a reaper's wail accompanying the strike. Kakashi hastily blocked. Boom. Kakashi was once again launched through the air. Ignoring the opening, Zabuza swiftly formed hand seals. Water style, water prison technique. A massive water prison surged forth, ensnaring Kakashi once more. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's eyes widened in fury. An opening. Haku seized upon Sasuke's moment of distraction as Kakashi was ensnared. A colossal ice spear, imbued with absolute coldness, formed in his hand, hurtling toward Sasuke with the force to pierce all. Its speed surpassed all limits. The chilling grip of death froze Sasuke's blood in an instant. Stop. Naruto unleashed a primal roar. His vibrant orange chakra surged uncontrollably, enveloping him in a fiery embrace. His slit pupils glowed crimson. At the moment the ice spear was about to pierce Sasuke, Haku's movements faltered, if only for a fleeting instant. The trajectory of the ice spear seemed to waver just slightly. Sasuke, relying on his Sharingan and instinct, narrowly evaded to the side. Splat! The ice cone grazed her scapula, piercing deeply into the bridge pier behind her. The intense pain and tremendous impact caused Satsuki to crash violently against the rocks, coughing up a mouthful of blood. As the white figure landed, buzz, a peculiar hum resonated. Enormous mirrors of frigid ice surged upward instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, they ensnared Naruto and the unsteady Satsuki once more into the magic mirror of ice. An all-consuming chill invaded their beings. A sense of despair permeated the air again. Ha! Yes. White. Eliminate them. Zabuza cackled madly outside the watery prison. Within the cold mirror's surface, White's murderous intent coalesced again. At that moment, tut-tut-tut, a voice, exceedingly detestable, slick, and shrill, abruptly shattered the grim ambience of the battlefield. A throng of men clad in simple garments, yet wielding lethal weapons, their faces menacing, surrounded a middle-aged rotund figure, resplendent in luxurious silk, with an absurd mustache. Swaggering confidently, it was the maritime magnate, Kato. His shifty little eyes scanned the ensnared Kakashi. The imprisoned Naruto and Satsuki, finally resting on Zabuza, trapped like a stray dog outside the water prison. Oh dear, is that not our illustrious demon Zabuza? Kato's voice, laced with exaggerated mockery and unabashed malice, dripped with derision. Look at your pitiful state. Reduced to this by a mere handful of leaf genin? Tut-tut-tut. Shaking his head, he strolled leisurely to Kakashi, bound by the water prison, tapping the prison's wall with his cane in derision. How unfortunate, Zabuza. Have you yet to complete your task? Or perhaps, Kato's face twisted into a venomous grin, you and your ice-doll partner are of no further use? His gaze slithered across Naruto, desperately battering the ice wall, and the bloodied Satsuki, battling fiercely within the crystalline cage, his smile contorting further. What a pity. Wasting so much of my money. It seems I must let my loyal subordinates handle this. Before his words could settle, his gang of thuggish ruffians raised their weapons in malicious glee, some aiming directly at the ice prison. Among them, two wielding specially crafted crossbows aimed sinisterly at the backs of Satsuki and Naruto. Kato's final words were the last straw. Silence. Zabuza's roar erupted like a wounded lion, instantaneously igniting. The last flicker of reason in his eyes was wholly consumed. Only boundless rage, betrayed and trampled dignity remained. Roar. At the very moment Kato's men were about to unleash their bolts, Zabuza's eyes blazed crimson, emitting an inhuman bellow. The chakra within him erupted like a volcano. It even violently clashed against the chakra core, maintaining the water prison. Spit. He violently expelled a mouthful of blood. Yet simultaneously, the water prison containing Kakashi trembled violently. With the force of backlash and fury, Zabuza transformed into a fierce and tempestuous shadow of blood, akin to a ravenous tiger on the hunt. His target was no longer Kakashi, nor the ensnared Team 7, but the arrogant Kato, who had just been boasting with bravado. The malicious smile on Kato's face was swiftly replaced by sheer terror. What? What do you intend to do? Stop him. Quickly stop him. It was too late. The beheading blade bore the weight of Zabuza's 2 decades of humiliation, anger, and the ultimate hatred of betrayal. It descended like a colossal axe, splitting the heavens. Just one strike. Merely one strike. Kato's astonished, corpulent head, rife with greed and folly, soared high into the sky. Alongside him, the 2 closest confidants were violently severed in half by the ferocious blade's energy. Kill. Annihilate them all. Zabuza roared, his massive form teetering on the brink due to the overwhelming exertion and the backlash from the water prison. Yet, the great sword in his grasp became a whirlwind of death, plunging into the disarrayed throng of Kato's bewildered followers, rendered senseless by the sudden upheaval. Flesh and blood flew in all directions, anguish cries echoed through the air. Zabuza, like a blood-soaked Ajura, left a path of severed limbs and dismembered bodies in his wake. He was venting his rage. He was enacting destruction, dragging those who had betrayed him, humiliated him, and regarded his sole refuge, Haku, as mere tool, down to the depths of hell with him. The massacre was utterly brutal. Kato's entourage numbered in the dozens. But in the face of Zabuza's complete madness and the unleashed power of a vengeful spirit, they were as fragile as mere blades of grass. Wails, pleas for mercy, and desperate attempts to flee, all were in vain. The beheading blade drank deeply of their blood, each drop seemingly recounting a tale of despair. The last man fell. Leaning against the dulled edge of his massive sword, Zabuza stood amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Heavy rain washed over the blood, yet could not disperse the pungent, iron-like scent of carnage. He chuckled lowly, the laughter swelling into a heart-wrenching cackle, filled with boundless sorrow and release. Haku, do you see this? I have avenged you. He coughed up copious amounts of blood, sinking to one knee as his immense body could no longer bear the weight of existence, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Those once cold and merciless eyes slowly closed, the final reflection being the still surging, bone-chilling waters of the river. In a corner of the chaotic battlefield, the ice prison was finally shattered by Naruto and Sasuke's combined efforts, with Naruto ramming from within and Sasuke striking the core from outside. Wounded and battered, Naruto burst forth from the ice prison, witnessing the last scene of Zabuza's fall. Sasuke clutched his painfully injured shoulder, his gaze complex as he regarded the scene of carnage. Kakashi, utilizing the power unleashed by Zabuza, finally broke free from the water prison, but was left in a state of extreme weakness. Sakura huddled in a corner with Tazuna, trembling all over. Meanwhile, Haku, amidst the chaos, was violently propelled away by the tremendous shockwave unleashed when Naruto recklessly collided with the core of the ice prison. The slender figure resembled a white kite severed from its string, tracing a helpless arc as it soared over the rocky railings of the bridge and plunged into the frigid, turbulent waters rushing towards the sea. No. Naruto's heart-wrenching cry echoed through the air as he witnessed that fleeting glimpse of white vanish beneath the dark surface. The beautiful girl, who had once saved Satsuki and unveiled the mysteries of guardianship, now reduced to a mere tool. Kakashi struggled to move, yet his injuries were too grievous. Damn it! A flash of scarlet beastly eyes flickered in Naruto's gaze, but this time it was not born of fury, rather of desperation. With scarcely a moment's hesitation, he leapt from the bridge into the icy, bone-chilling depths below. Naruto! Kakashi and Sakura exclaimed in shock. Satsuki's pupils dilated in alarm as she rushed to the riverbank, her crimson Sharingan piercing through the murky waters, fixated on the reckless golden figure diving into the abyss. Coldness enveloped him. Darkness loomed. The powerful undercurrent tugged at his body. Naruto gritted his teeth, drawing upon the scant experience gained from his shadow clones. He fought to descend. The dynamic vision granted by the Kyuubi's chakra allowed him to catch a glimpse of a white figure drifting beneath the surface. He swam with all his might, grasping her cold, white arm. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, her eyes tightly shut, bubbles escaping from her mouth and nose, while a deep, bone-exposing wound on her right shoulder had turned white and swollen from the river's embrace. Surrounding the wound, traces of an exquisitely faint azure chakra lingered, momentarily preserving her life from the frigid water's lethal grasp. Naruto dragged her upstream with all his strength. His lungs felt as if they would burst. The undercurrent tugged at him like countless hands pulling him into the abyss. Hold on, White. I, Uzumaki Naruto, keep my promises. I will not allow you to die here. His will burned like an unquenchable flame. With a resounding splash, Naruto finally broke the surface, pulling the unconscious White along with him. He gasped for breath, shivering uncontrollably. Yet he resolutely shielded her with his body. Kakashi and Sakura hurried to assist him. Satsuki silently observed White's pale, fragile face, marred by water stains, as she was dragged ashore, then glanced at the soaked, shivering blonde idiot who grinned at her with a silly smile, as if to say, "Look, I did it. Fool." Surviving the river is miraculous, she huffed, turning her head away, though her taut body seemed to relax slightly. Jumping in to save someone. Indeed, only you would engage in such reckless folly. Sakura immediately began urgent treatment on White, discovering that although her injuries were severe, shoulder trauma and hypothermia, the faint traces of special chakra had played a critical protective role. Days later, the bridge of the Land of Waves arched majestically across the sea, basking in sunlight. The rays cascaded upon the bridge and illuminated the faces of the citizens of the Land of Waves, marked by pain, yet finally rejuvenated. Old Man Dasno wept tears of joy. In concealed herself behind her mother, observing the throngs of people traversing the bridge, her gaze shifting to the golden-haired youth, bound in bandages, who was still grinning foolishly at the crowd. She pursed her lips. The mission had concluded. It was time to return. Kakashi's voice was slightly frail. Sakura supported him as his gaze lingered for a moment in the sunlight upon the bridge. On the other side, Naruto carefully carried the gravely wounded and unconscious Bai, whose breathing had stabilized thanks to Sakura's preliminary treatment, which included suturing the most severe wounds. Bai's complexion remained pale, her long black hair cascading smoothly. Hey, Satsuki, look, I promised I would bring her back to Konoha. When she wakes up, I have to tell her. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Satsuki cast a blank glance at the bai he was carrying, then fixed her gaze on Naruto's excessively radiant smile, ultimately letting out a cold huff. Is stupidity contagious? Her tone retained its usual sharpness, yet after speaking, she turned and walked towards Konoha. However, as she walked ahead, she slightly adjusted her forehead protector, altering its angle to obscure her vision in a way that seemed different from usual. Naruto chuckled, unfazed, and strode forward with Bai on his back. The silhouette of Konoha village emerged in the distance, bathed in warm and bright sunlight. Chapter 13. Return. The gates of Konoha village basked in the warm sunlight, starkly contrasting the cold, damp memories of the land of waves. Team 7 had finally returned. The mission's rank was ultimately confirmed as A level, marking their transition from inexperienced genin to true warriors who had faced life and death trials. News had already reached the village, and as the weary yet intact group, aside from the severely injured, appeared, they attracted the attention and hushed whispers of numerous villagers and ninjas. Look, it's Kakashi-sensei and Team 7. I heard they took down the demon of the Mitsubusa and his organization in the land of waves. Who was that girl the blonde boy is carrying? She's so beautiful. Naruto, bearing the unconscious and severely injured Haku on his back, instinctively straightened his posture under the gaze of the villagers. Though exhausted, a sense of pride in completing a formidable task welled within him. Satsuki lagged a bit behind, her complexion slightly pale, yet her gaze was notably sharp, keenly capturing the surrounding whispers and feeling a subtle annoyance at the inquisitive glances directed at Haku. Kakashi was swiftly taken away by two medical nin, as his injuries required more specialized attention. Haku was urgently transported to Konoha Hospital. Inside the intensive care unit of Konoha Hospital, the sterile scent of disinfectant permeated the air. Haku lay quietly on the hospital bed, her complexion still pale, but her vital signs had stabilized. Her right arm, wrapped in layers of bandages, was treated by the most skilled medical ninjas. The most severe wounds had been sutured, and contaminants from the river had been removed along with frostbite, but the damage to her nerves and muscles was exceedingly grave. They could only strive to preserve the functionality of her arm, leaving her future ability to return to combat levels uncertain. Remarkable self-healing and pure ice-release chakra. A medical ninja adjusted his glasses and whispered to his assistant, during her unconscious state, that ice-release chakra instinctively protected her vital organs. Otherwise, hypothermia, infection, or significant blood loss could have proven fatal. Satsuki stood at the doorway of the ward, gazing through the glass window at the sleeping Haku. Her scrutiny was not born out of concern but seemed more like an examination. Ice-release bloodline, to survive such injuries. Her gaze settled on Haku's heavily bandaged right shoulder. That fool Naruto nearly ruined her only weapon for combat. She thought this, yet involuntarily recalled the calm, resigned expression in Haku's eyes just before she fell into the river, along with the words spoken in the ice prison. To have something one wishes to protect is the greatest weakness. Yet, it is also the most extravagant happiness. A tumult of complex emotions surged within her, mingling vigilance towards a former adversary with an ineffable sense of empathy. Are we all driven to the brink for something precious? How ironic. Naruto, on the other hand, barged into the ward, casually sitting at the bedside. Hey. Sakura said she's stable. That is wonderful. The nurse said she's really strong. Keep it down, you fool. This is a hospital. Satsuki's icy reprimand echoed from the doorway. Naruto shrank his neck slightly, but upon observing Bai's serene expression, he couldn't help but murmur softly. Once she awakens, I must tell her how magnificent the bridge in the land of waves is. The sunlight dances upon it, shimmering beautifully. The old man said it is a bridge of hope. Within the confines of the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Kakashi, with his right arm bandaged, stood respectfully before the desk of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, meticulously recounting the events of the mission in the land of waves, particularly regarding Bai's identity, her stance, and her injuries. Thus, the situation stands, Lord Third. I believe that although Bai was once an enemy, she is, in truth, a tragic figure exploited as a tool by Kato and Zabuza. She showed mercy in battle on multiple occasions, and the final outcome. Kakashi paused. Furthermore, possessing the formidable ice-release Kekkei Genkai, She lacks a place to call home outside the village now that she is incapacitated. It was Naruto who insisted on bringing her back to Konoha for treatment. The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe, the swirling smoke casting an enigmatic veil over his sharp and profound gaze. An orphan of the Mizuno Kuni clan, an ice-release bloodline, an accomplice of Zabuza, he murmured these keywords softly. The identity indeed held sensitivity. Yet, the third Hokage set his pipe down and looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, do you trust your judgment in Naruto's choice? Kakashi fell silent for a few moments. The Sharingan concealed beneath his forehead protector seemed to ache faintly. He recalled Bai's bewildered inquiries to Naruto while trapped in the ice prison and remembered the shattered, yet tranquil expression she wore when Naruto pulled her from the river. Yes. Kakashi's voice was resolute. I believe in Naruto's vision. He sees something within her that resonates with us. She too has paid an irrevocable price for protection. Konoha should be able to become her new home. The third Hokage nodded slowly. Those who possess bonds and a heart for protection are the most trustworthy, regardless of their previous affiliations. For now, she shall remain in the medical unit under special observation, with your Team 7 responsible for her care. Once her condition stabilizes, we shall make further arrangements. Her bloodline and experiences may very well serve as a crucial bridge for Konoha's understanding of certain matters. Understood. Kakashi replied dutifully. As days turned into weeks, Kakashi's injuries gradually healed, yet the burden of his Sharingan seemed heavier than before. He appeared more lethargic than ever, often lingering over the pages of Intimate Paradise for extended periods. Sakura's medical knowledge advanced remarkably through practical experience and her subsequent care for Bai, earning her the respect of her seniors. She grew more composed and dependable, her gaze towards Naruto and Sasuke now filled with trust rather than the blind idolization and rejection of the past. She tended to Bai with great care. Sasuke, on the other hand, seemed increasingly taciturn, training with newfound fervor. His foundation became more solid, particularly in the synergy of his insights in taijutsu even when his Sharingan remained dormant. When he encountered Naruto rehabilitating Bai in the training grounds, he would always scoff and turn away, yet his steps grew progressively slower. Naruto remained his boisterous self, yet there seemed to be subtle changes within him. He no longer fixated solely on mischief or provoking Satsuki. Instead, he would occasionally visit the hospital during breaks between missions, bringing along a ramen voucher for Hinata, even though she was not yet able to eat, or chattering incessantly about amusing happenings in the village. His enthusiasm for training persisted undiminished, as if he were perpetually eager to prove something before someone. On the rare occasions he glanced at Satsuki, his gaze held not only a reluctant provocation, but also something more. Under the attentive care of Shizune and the almost cacophonous visits from Naruto, Hinata's injuries healed more swiftly than anticipated. Her right arm remained heavily bandaged, and the numbness and weakness often caused her to frown in her sleep. Words escaped her. She mostly listened quietly to Naruto, her clear eyes gazing out at the Konoha scenery, tinged with a hint of bewilderment and perhaps curiosity. This was especially true when she observed groups of children passing by the hospital after school, their carefree laughter echoing in her ears. In a serendipitous moment, after an intense training session, Satsuki and Sakura ventured to the village's women's bath, hot spring. The steam enveloped them, and the warm water alleviated their fatigue. Satsuki leaned against the edge of the pool, eyes closed in tranquil repose, while Sakura busied herself washing her long hair. In this rare tranquility, faint sounds of water emerged from the adjacent pool, separated by a screen. A figure gradually entered the water, their back to them, pale skin and long, dark hair cascading down her back. It was Hinata. Tentatively, she submerged her injured right arm in the warm water, her face revealing an imperceptible blend of comfort and pain. Amidst the haze of steam, silence enveloped them, broken only by the gentle sound of flowing water. Eventually, it was Sakura who summoned the courage to ask softly through the screen, "Hinata, how is your arm?" Hinata paused momentarily, responding with a soft her voice barely discernible through the steam, imbued with a subtle gentleness. "Konoha's medical techniques are excellent, but I suppose I can no longer perform hand seals in battle as I once did." Her tone was calm, concealing any profound sense of loss. Satsuki remained with her eyes closed, though her brow furrowed slightly. Sakura felt a pang of sorrow. "I see. I'm sorry back then." "It's all right." Hinata gently interrupted her. "Protecting Lord Zabuza was my own choice. Injuries are a part of battle." Satsuki opened her eyes, gazing at the misty window, her expression complex. "Do you still believe you are merely a tool?" Hinata fell silent, the mist swirling around her. After a long pause, her voice, reminiscent of a babbling brook, resonated once more when I sank in the frigid waters of the land of waves. I thought everything had come to an end. Her voice was soft, and as she spoke of being forcibly brought back by Naruto, confusion, resentment, and gratitude mingled within her. She lowered her gaze, reflecting on her pale visage in the water. Here, one can sense the temperature, the kindness of strangers, and the incessant discourse of his ninja way. She paused momentarily, acknowledging that tools cannot comprehend what temperature truly signifies, nor can they possess the heart that yearns to be protected. Slightly tilting her head, she peered through the gap in the screen, her gaze seemingly penetrating, resting upon Satsuki and Sakura. Naruto had once conveyed to her, "Protecting what is important is my own choice." It was only upon arriving here that she began to grasp the essence of that choice. The corners of her lips curled ever so slightly, forming a minuscule arc akin to the thawing edges of early spring's melting snow. Although she had yet to discover a new meaning, the term tool no longer appeared as fitting as before. Satsuki abruptly froze, White's words striking her like pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples within her soul. The notion of a protective heart, and the realization that tool was no longer an apt descriptor, collided fiercely with her core, enshrouded in the flames of vengeance. She turned her head, and through the mist, she cast an earnest gaze upon the hazy yet warming silhouette behind the screen for the first time. The bloodline of ice release, the shattered form. The bewildered spirit, a former enemy who once regarded tools as everything, no longer perceiving herself as a tool, understanding the heart of protection, the choice. Satsuki's heart lake was no longer tranquil. What Naruto had brought back was perhaps more than merely a gravely injured captive. White's existence served as a mirror, reflecting a blurred possibility beyond the path submerged in hatred. She silently submerged herself in the warm spring water, leaving behind only a pair of contemplative eyes, bobbing amidst the mist. The soothing currents of the hot spring enveloped her body, yet they seemed unable to dissipate the chilling queries regarding protection and belonging that lingered in her heart. The daily life of Konoha continued. But some things had begun to change quietly, much like the tender buds of early spring, awaiting an opportunity to break through the hardened soil. Chapter 14. Jiraiya. The tumult of the mission in the land of waves gradually settled into the daily life of Konoha. Under the calm treatment of Shizune, Haku's injury stabilized. Although her right arm remained somewhat incapacitated, her demeanor exuded an icy tranquility that remained unaltered. She moved like a silent shadow within the village, quietly observing her unfamiliar home from the edges of the apartment, the training grounds, and the sunlit benches. The presence of the Umbu was ever looming, and the vigilance of Root never wavered, yet Haku appeared unfazed. It was only when the school bell rang, heralding the end of classes, that the sounds of children laughing and playing pierced through the shadows of the trees, causing a fleeting ripple to flicker in her clear eyes. Kakashi's training delved deeper. He guided Team 7 into intricate tactical drills, simulating various unexpected encounters. The trio, having faced life and death trials, exhibited subtle changes and a tension of steadfastness. Naruto's chakra control remained crude, yet that stubbornness seemed to find a new outlet. He began to surreptitiously experiment with a form transformation. Each failure left him covered in dust and ash, yet his eyes sparkled with renewed determination. The white-haired eccentric who claimed to be the Sage of Frogs, although unreliable, caught peeping at the girl's bathhouse, had nonetheless planted a seed in Naruto's heart with tales of seeking a power that could alter fate and control frogs. Sakura's training took on an almost obsessive return to fundamentals. Sweat flowed like a stream down her taut chin as she honed her skills and body techniques, shuriken throwing, and the intricacies of the three-body technique to perfection, while the radiance of her Sharingan seemed deliberately frozen. Her rejection of Naruto's impulsive bond reached its zenith. Any attempt at collaboration during training only thickened the icy veneer in her gaze. She craved an opportunity to demonstrate the purity of strength. After a mission, during a moment of respite, "Hey, Satsuki, about this training collaboration." Naruto wiped the sweat and grime from his face, leaning in to engage. "Shut up." Satsuki barely spared him a glance, her voice sharp as ice shards, stepping aside with a precise sidestep to create distance. "If you can't keep up with my pace, then stay away. Those who drag the team down have no right to participate in the plan." Her words cut like a knife, severing any potential connection in the air. Naruto's smile faltered, his fists clenching and unclenching at his sides. "Drag the team down." The phrase seared into his heart like a branding iron. Humph. What else could it be? Satsuki finally turned to face him, her crimson Sharingan coldly locking onto Naruto beneath her dark hair. Was it the loss of control during their plunge into the ice prison, relying on others to break the deadlock? Or bringing a dangerous enemy, referring to Haku, back to the village? Each instance underscored how his foolishness and impulsiveness could become the true weakness of the teen. Your very existence is the epitome of failure. This outpouring of deep-seated fear and fury, stemming from a deviation from the established path of vengeance, manifests itself through a complete denial of Naruto's actions, sharp and merciless. Naruto's face pales, his chest heaves violently, his lips move, yet he finds himself unable to retort. Was he not trying to prove that his strength was worthy of her pace? Yet, what he receives in return is the word failure. Satsuki. Sakura could not help but speak up, her tone imbued with earnestness. But Naruto abruptly turns away, silently charging towards the nearby wooden training posts, crashing into them with a resounding thud. Satsuki coldly averts her gaze, casting a glance at the distant Bai merely sits quietly, stroking a friendly fat cat beside her. Her gaze calm as she watches the training ground. Satsuki's unnamed anger flares even more, as if Bai's tranquility itself were a mockery. She snorts derisively and strides away. Sakura observes Naruto's fierce assault on the posts, then glances at Bai's serene profile cradling the cat, a profound sense of helplessness surging within her. The chasm known as understanding seems far more insurmountable than the icy prison of the Land of Waves. Days later, Naruto, alone in the training ground, exhausts his last vestige of strength, aimlessly dragging his aching legs. As the sun sets, he finds himself unknowingly wandering to the outskirts of the village. Near a sizable hot spring, Yuyuka no Sato, the scent of steam and sulfur wafts gently towards him, and he unwittingly steps inside. His weary body craves complete relaxation. He selects the most secluded outdoor male bath cubicle, removes his forehead protector, and prepares to indulge in a soak. The mist envelopes him, the temperature perfectly easing the soreness in his muscles. Naruto lets out a contented sigh, leaning against a large stone, drifting into a drowsy stupor. Suddenly, eek, pervert! A terrified scream shatters the tranquility of the hot spring, followed by louder shouts. Damn voyeur! Catch him! What is happening? Naruto jolts awake, fully alert. The chaotic sounds of splashing water, women's shrieks, and men's furious roars intertwine, suggesting that a commotion is erupting in the adjacent women's bath. This voice sounds somewhat familiar. Naruto stands up, peering over the wooden partition in an attempt to discern the chaos, but the mist is too thick. Just then, splash! A massive white object crashes into the hot spring he occupies. A great splash drenches his face. Cough! Cough! Who is it? Naruto wipes the water from his face. Glaring in anger, he sees a tall figure clumsily rising from the water, white hair plastered against his broad back, with traces of red paint still lingering on his face. The elderly man, perhaps in his 50s, wipes the water from his face. Whether it is sweat, spring water, or something else remains unclear, while dramatically complaining. Honestly, today's young girls are so easy to tease. I, the sage, am doing this for art. Art. Do you understand? A great sequel to Paradise of Affection requires meticulous field research. He continues to speak nonsensically, his eyes darting mischievously over Naruto. Ah, it's you voyeuristic old man. Naruto immediately recognized the figure, leaping up and pointing an accusatory finger at him. You're back to cause trouble again and have been caught. His resentment towards the old man, who had made him the target of the bathhouse owner's wrath, was palpable. Ah, my boy, what a pleasure to see you again. Jiraiya casually leaned against the edge of the pool, exhibiting no embarrassment at being discovered. Life is full of unexpected encounters. I must say, your physique, TSK. You possess the potential to become my disciple. Would you care to learn some genuine techniques from me? Perhaps the legendary ultimate ninjutsu. Who would want to learn your peeping techniques? Naruto retorted, hastily grabbing a towel to shield himself. Get away. This is my hot spring. Don't be so heartless. Jiraiya inched closer, a mysterious smile adorning his face. I know quite a bit about you. For instance, your parents. Naruto froze, his entire body tensing. Who are you? Boom. The door of the wooden partition was violently kicked open. Got you, you damned voyeur. A group of robust hot spring security guards rushed in with wooden clubs in hand, while the proprietress stood at the threshold, flanked by a gaggle of furious female patrons. Oh dear, this is troublesome. Boy, until we meet again, Jiraiya exclaimed, his voice a strange mix of panic and excitement. Yet, his movements were swift as lightning. He swiftly formed hand signs. Ninjutsu, Toad shadow manipulation technique. With a soft pop, A small toad, no larger than a palm, emerged from the water beneath him. In an astonishing display, Jiraiya vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving only the little toad to croak a couple of times at the guards before it too dissipated into mist. Ninja. The guards gasped, their eyes darting to Naruto, the sole figure remaining in the hot spring. Wait, this has nothing to do with me. I'm not affiliated with him. Naruto hastily protested, feeling utterly helpless. Amid the chaos, no one noticed a secluded path outside the hot spring. Shivering in the cold with only a towel for cover, his clothes were in the changing room. Naruto glared at the smug old man before him. So, boy, impressive escape technique, isn't it? Jiraiya boasted, hands on his hips, wearing an air of arrogance. Impressive, my foot. You got me mistaken for your accomplice. Naruto fumed, jumping in anger. And who are you? How do you know about my parents? His last words were tinged with urgency and caution. Jiraiya, finally shedding his nonchalant demeanor, cleared his throat and struck a pose he believed to be quite formidable. A splendid question, young one. Listen closely. I am a great sage, traversing the nations in search of inspiration, capturing the truths of the universe with my pen, while simultaneously safeguarding the world's profound secrets and balance. Known as the Toad Sage, the creator of heroic tales, and once a figure that commanded the attention of the entire ninja world. His voice crescendoed with pride and power. I am Jiraiya, one of the legendary three ninjas. The evening breeze tousled his silvery hair, and the red paint on his face appeared oddly harmonious, yet bizarre under the moonlight. An indescribable aura of power instantaneously supplanted the image of the earlier peeping Tom. The three legendary Sannin? Naruto exclaimed, his expression one of bewilderment. What is that? Is it impressive? Jiraiya nearly choked on his own saliva, the earlier momentum dissipating significantly. You little brat. You do not even know of the three legendary Sannin who are renowned throughout the ninja world. He felt profoundly insulted, pointing at Naruto, his indignation palpable. Has your teacher Kakashi, oh yes, that masked fellow, and never imparted upon you the most basic of knowledge? Orochimaru, Tsunade, and myself, the legendary three Sannin of Konoha. The three Sannin. Kakashi-sensei. Jiraiya. Is it really you? Naruto finally recalled the legendary figures that Iruka-sensei had occasionally mentioned. Yet he found it difficult to reconcile them with the figure before him. Naturally, who else could be as magnificent as I? Jiraiya preened, running his fingers through his hair. Ah, do you know my father? Naruto suddenly seized upon the key point, his eyes brimming with eagerness. Not merely acquainted. Just as Jiraiya was about to elaborate, his ears perked up. There, that white-haired old rogue and his accomplices. The hot spring security guards had followed the sound. TCH. Little brat. This is not the time for idle chatter. Jiraiya swiftly scooped up the still-dazed Naruto, and with the wind howling, he leaped through the intricate alleyways of Konoha, leaving behind the frustrated shouts of the security guards and the proprietor echoing into the night. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadowy corners of the alley, White silently observed the commencement and escape of this farce, his eyes betraying no emotion. A few days later, Team 7 gathered at their familiar training ground. Kakashi arrived punctually. Two matters, he began, surveying the group. First, White, your recovery period has concluded. Following assessment, you will be temporarily assigned to Team 7 in a non-combat support role, managing task documentation and such. A flicker of joy crossed Naruto's face, while Sasuke remained impassive. The second matter. Kakashi's expression suddenly turned grave as he raised a scroll. The Nin selection exam will be held in 1 month, a joint event between Konoha and Sunagakure. The Nin exam. Naruto instantly forgot everything else, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Kakashi's gaze turned sharp. This is a true battleground. Elites from various nations will converge, and death and elimination lurk at every turn. To withdraw is not shameful. What nonsense. I will participate, Naruto declared without hesitation. Of course, Sasuke asserted decisively. Sakura took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. We will join. Kakashi nodded. Very well. Dismissed. Training will be doubled. He turned to depart, leaving the group, each lost in their thoughts, an excited Naruto, a contemplative Sasuke, a nervous yet determined Sakura, and not far beneath a tree, White quietly observing it all. The night breeze rustles through the leaves, producing a gentle whisper akin to the footsteps of fate, quietly drawing near. Chapter 15. Fundamental Advanced Training. The lights of Konoha flickered like stars beneath the night sky. Naruto rubbed his aching arms, concluding yet another day of self-imposed rigorous training. Although Sasuke's disparaging remarks pierced his heart like venomous thorns, he refused to succumb to despair. Instead, that indomitable spirit found no outlet, transforming into even more frenzied efforts. I must grow stronger, strong enough to silence that guy once and for all. Wandering aimlessly, he inadvertently arrived at the secluded northern gate of the village. Where the shimmering surface of the South River reflected the cool moonlight. A melodramatic sigh, deliberately elongated, caught Naruto's attention. There, leaning lazily against a large stone by the riverbank, stood a tall, muscular figure with white hair. The moonlight outlined his spiky white mane and the profile of his face. Painted with red, revealing Jiraiya, who had caused quite a commotion at the hot springs earlier that day, declaring himself one of the legendary Sannin. Oh, is that not the amusing blonde boy from earlier? Jiraiya turned his head, donning an exaggerated grin. Yet, under the moonlight, this smile lacked the flippancy of the day, instead hinting at an elusive profundity. It's you lecherous old man. Naruto's vigilance instantly heightened. What mischief are you plotting here? Humph, young one. One must keep their sights set on the horizon. Jiraiya dismissed Naruto's insult, raising a finger and shaking it. I am in search of great creative inspiration. Look at this river, this moonlight. How poetic it is. TCH. Naruto rolled his eyes and turned to leave. He had no interest in discussing poetry with this eccentric. Wait, Jiraiya called out, his tone suddenly deepening with a hint of mystery. I see that fervor of yours on the training grounds. You wish to grow stronger, do you not? Naruto halted, spinning around abruptly. You've been spying on my training. What do you want, you perverted old man? He clenched his fists. Spying? Ha! Jiraiya laughed heartily, his voice echoing loudly in the stillness by the river. As a sage, I can sense things with just a flick of my fingers. However, that vast yet chaotic chakra within you, it resembles a dormant gold mine, waiting to be excavated. TSK, what a waste. He shook his head, a self-satisfied expression on his face, as if he had seen through Naruto entirely. Chaotic? How am I chaotic? Naruto felt a sting of embarrassment and anger at the accusation. Still in denial? Jiraiya straightened, his gaze sharpening, or at least appearing earnest in the moonlight. The control of chakra is fundamental, one like you, possessing a treasure trove yet stumbling through life. He pointed at Naruto's soiled trousers, caked with dirt and leaves from his training falls, mockingly adding, if you cannot even manage the flow of your chakra, how can you hope to grow stronger? You intend to participate in the Chunin exams in this state? TSK. Naruto's face flushed with indignation. I just haven't found the right method. Just tell me what to do. Method? Jiraiya interrupted him, a cunning smile suddenly gracing his face. I possess a quick method that not only hones your chakra control, but also enables you to instantaneously master a remarkably powerful ninjutsu. Imagine, during the Chunin exams, summoning a colossal spirit beast to crush your opponents. Summoning technique. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. This term he had encountered at the Ninja Academy. The art of summoning formidable spirit beasts. It is a hallmark of elite jonin. See, could you truly teach me the summoning technique? Of course. Jiraiya patted his chest confidently. I, the sage, keep my promises. This is a unique secret passed down in Mount My Bokuzen. As long as you can master the foundational chakra concentration techniques, climbing trees and walking on water, to a satisfactory level within 3 days, I shall impart this knowledge to you. This is a skill even that Kakashi has no right to learn. He cast out a tantalizing bait. Climbing trees and walking on water. Naruto was taken aback. Weren't these the basics? Is that really what you call foundational? Jiraiya scoffed, casually picking up a twig and tossing it into the water. The twig floated serenely. Do you see? The most fundamental chakra control involves concentrating chakra beneath your feet, allowing you to tread upon water as if it were solid ground. And you? He pointed directly at Naruto. You can't even remain stable on the water's surface, yet you aspire to learn the summoning technique? Dream on. Naruto's blood surged with determination. Who says I can't do it? 3 days, right? I'll prove it to you. Wait. Hold on. Jiraiya restrained the impatient Naruto. Young man. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He leaned closer to Naruto, a sly smile on his face, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Brimming with allure, you are working so hard. Surely, you have a compelling reason to become stronger? He gazed into Naruto's defiant blue eyes, wondering if it was to surpass a particular rival or perhaps to uncover certain truths buried deep within your bloodline. Truths even you are unaware of. The truth? Naruto looked at Jiraiya in confusion. For instance, Jiraiya elongated his tone, his gaze becoming cryptic. Why do you possess that immense chakra within you? So vast it defies logic? Why must you bear such burdens at such a tender age? What? Does the hero known as the Golden Flash have a fateful connection with you? He skillfully intertwined Naruto's yearning for power, his identity crisis, and the legend of the Golden Flash into a blurry yet captivating tapestry. Hero? Naruto was utterly bewildered. Golden Flash? What is that? Old man, do you know the Golden Flash? Heh. Jiraiya chuckled with pride. Not merely acquainted. This is a secret that pertains to your very origins. An earth-shattering tale. A story that only those truly strong are worthy of knowing. And mastering the summoning technique is the first step to proving your eligibility to uncover that hidden truth. He masterfully bound together the concepts of power, the summoning technique, secrets, and worthiness, captivating Naruto's interest entirely. Would you like to know more? Jiraiya gently coaxed, igniting within Naruto's eyes a fervent desire. Power, secrets, identity. Everything was intricately linked to him. He thought. Without hesitation, he nodded. Then, Jiraiya gestured towards the rippling surface of the Southie River. Prove it to me. 3 days. Tread water without leaving a trace. If you can accomplish this, not only will I impart the art of summoning, but I shall also provide you with some insights regarding that individual. How does that sound? He cast a tantalizing bait, a promise that grazed the edge of Naruto's heritage. He knew that at this moment, Naruto could not possibly resist such temptation. It was a deal. In Naruto's eyes, there was nothing else. Was it not merely treading water? I shall demonstrate my prowess immediately. In his eagerness, he even forgot to inquire about the specifics of time and place. Ready to attempt it right away. Not so fast. Jiraiya held him back. One cannot rush a delicate endeavor. Tomorrow morning, still here. I shall first teach you the initial step, tree climbing. This is a safer foundation. Once you master tree climbing, then you may challenge treading water. He introduced a seemingly reasonable yet progressively challenging training objective. Tree climbing? Too simple. Naruto protested. Simple? Jiraiya scoffed, casually tossing a leaf towards a smooth, upright tree trunk. The leaf adhered firmly to the trunk, as if welded. To master it, one must concentrate chakra beneath one's feet, adhering to the trunk, ascending vertically, as effortlessly as walking on flat ground. Would you care to try? Naruto was taken aback, gazing at the leaf stuck to the tree, finally realizing the high demands of chakra control hidden behind this simplicity. Just watch, you old pervert. I will succeed. Naruto's stubbornness ignited. Very well. Until tomorrow. Jiraiya waved his hand, vanishing into the shadows of the forest, leaving Naruto, filled with anticipation, yearning to test himself against the tree trunk and the river's surface. Morning arrived by the banks of the Southie River, when Jiraiya yawned and appeared by the river. Naruto was already lying bruised beneath the tree, having secretly attempted tree climbing the previous night. He had fallen from various heights countless times. You foolish boy. Do you wish to injure yourself? Jiraiya scolded, though a glimmer of concern flickered in his eyes. Come here. Listen closely. Jiraiya demonstrated how to precisely concentrate chakra at the soles of his feet to create an adhesive effect. Focus. Concentrate. Envision your feet merging with the tree trunk. Feel the flow of chakra. Following his guidance, Naruto cautiously summoned his chakra. Just climbing a tree. Bang. As his foot made contact, the chakra surged too intensely, sending him flying. Maintain your form. Control your release. Jiraiya instructed. Once more. The chakra was too weak. Whoosh, he slipped. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of his falls became the morning-s symphony by the riverside. Soon, Naruto's forehead, elbows, and knees were adorned with bruises. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, getting back up to try again after each fall. Oh, quite the tenacity, aren't we? A cool voice echoed from the path by the river. Satsuki, carrying a bamboo tube presumably filled with herbs for Sakura, happened upon this scene. She paused, her gaze sweeping between Naruto and Jiraiya, laced with a hint of scrutiny and unabashed disdain. Observing Naruto's clumsy and self-deprecating attempts, a mocking smile curled at the corners of her lips. How can one aspire to master advanced techniques when they cannot even grasp the fundamentals of chakra flow? Such arrogance. She cast a pointed glance at Jiraiya, her expression seemingly questioning whether he truly intended to instruct such a fool. What do you know? Fuming with indignation, Naruto retorted vehemently, I will master the summoning technique. Just wait. Summoning technique? Satsuki's brow furrowed, surprised by Naruto's declaration, which quickly transformed into a colder scoff, commenting on the lofty ambitions of someone so far behind. Alas, a fool remains a fool. She chose not to linger, turning away and leaving a furious Naruto in her wake. Not far off, Sakura waved to Satsuki from beneath another tree, cradling a pile of fresh medical bandages. She noticed Naruto by the riverbank, concern etched across her face, yet instinctively straightened her posture as Satsuki approached. Nearby, Haku sat quietly beneath a tree, the morning sun filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows upon her. She hugged her knees, quietly observing as Naruto clumsily attempted to climb the tree, falling repeatedly and trying again. In her clear eyes, for the first time, the image of the golden-haired boy appeared, disheveled yet unwavering in his determination. There was no judgment, no pity, only a pure sense of observation. Perhaps, for the first time, she witnessed the essence of perseverance in a life entirely foreign to her previous understanding. Taking a deep breath, Naruto suppressed the anger that Satsuki had provoked, refocusing his mind. This time, he raised his foot with great deliberation, carefully channeling chakra. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. His foot finally adhered firmly to the smooth trunk. He didn't slide off. I did it. Naruto was elated. Humph, what's there to be proud of? Just standing still. Why not try taking a few steps? Jiraiya scoffed, though a flicker of undisguised approval danced in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, Naruto struggled to take a second step. Crash. He fell again, but this time, the flames of determination in his eyes burned even brighter. Did you see that? I stood firm. Summoning technique. Just you wait. He shook his fist vigorously in the direction Satsuki had vanished, as if declaring war, or perhaps rallying himself. Under the sun, Naruto's resolute silhouette and the growing marks of friction on the tree became a distinctive scene along the banks of the Southie River. The alluring hook, entwined with secrets of lineage and promises of immense power, had firmly ensnared this resolute little fish. Chapter 16. The 3 days of relentless tree-climbing training left Naruto's body bruised and aching, yet the light of hope in his eyes grew ever brighter. At last, on the evening of the third day, he managed to balance steadily on a tree branch 10 meters above the ground, barely reaching the passing mark as described by Jiraiya. The setting sun bathed the Nange River in golden hues. Old man, did you see that? Naruto gasped for breath. Sweat dripping from his chin, yet a triumphant smile could not be contained on his face. Jiraiya sat cross-legged on a large stone, observing the defiant silhouette of the young boy against the backdrop of the golden-red sunset. A rare warmth flickered in his gaze, but his words remained sharp. Humph, just mediocre. You are still far from mastering the art of walking on water without a trace. However, he rose and brushed the dust off his clothes. Given your considerable effort, he approached the riverbank, his hands beginning to form seals, slow, complex movements imbued with an ancient and solemn rhythm. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Boom. A massive cloud of white smoke erupted on the riverbank, far exceeding the typical scale of a summoning. Jiraiya's expression shifted slightly. What is happening? The summoning scroll shouldn't create such a commotion. Naruto, startled by the astonishing display, clutched the tree branch tightly. As the thick smoke quickly dispersed, what appeared was not the anticipated summoning scroll, but rather a colossal, ancient toad exuding a potent aura of decay and age. It sprawled on the riverbank, its deep purple skin, covered in heavy green moss, resembled parched earth, adorned with deep cracks and age spots. One murky, single eye, seemingly encrusted with a millennium of dust, half opened and half closed, seemed to penetrate the very fabric of time and space. A massive pipe rested in its mouth, the bowl empty yet still releasing the scent of putrid tobacco. Its back arched high, resembling a small mountain, with a few resilient saplings rooted upon it. The essence of time appeared almost tangible, weighing down the very air around them. This was the ancient sage of Mount Myaboku, seldom seen and a witness to the passage of countless ages, Elder Toad Yinsu. Little Jiraiya. Elder Yinsu's voice rasped like stones grinding together, each syllable heavy with the burden of time. The murky eye slowly turned towards Naruto, as if piercing through his flesh to gaze deep into the soul's covenant. Such a profound connection stems from this boy, entwined closely with fate. Its enormous mouth opened and closed as it pondered the covenant of Mount Myaboku. How could it resonate so powerfully with him at this moment? Naruto felt a shiver run through him as he was scrutinized by this immense and ancient being, its time-worn gaze bearing down upon him. Elder Yinsu. Jiraiya's expression turned grave. He had never summoned this ancient entity. He could not fathom how the summoning scroll had conjured this stone giant. This was unforeseen. I intended to summon the scroll for him to sign the contract. The clash of fate's pivotal moments. Can it truly be mere coincidence? Elder Yinsu slowly raised its massive, gnarled webbed foot, pointing directly at Naruto. Young one, come forth. The elderly call resonated with an irresistible will. Naruto felt the contract rune on his right hand burning with fervor, and his body, seemingly devoid of control, leapt from the tree branch, approaching the colossal frog's webbed foot. Naruto, don't go closer. Jiraiya shouted urgently, attempting to intervene, yet an invisible force of time thwarted him. Naruto halted before the rock-like webbed foot. Place your hand. Upon it, complete the resonance. The voice of Elder Arsuk echoed like an ancient summons. Naruto gazed at the immense and venerable foot, his heart racing. Yet recalling his promise to grow stronger and the potential of summoning beasts, he inhaled deeply and resolutely extended his right hand. As his hand made contact with the cold, rough surface of the primordial webbed foot, an abrupt transformation ensued. A resonant hum erupted. The contract rune emitted an unprecedented, blinding white light. Upon the ancient, mottled webbed foot, intricate runes shimmered with a dark golden radiance as if awakened. An unfathomable, chaotic surge of temporal power erupted like a slumbering beast roused from its rest. Not good. The spatial coordinates are distorting. Elder Arsuk's murky eye widened in astonishment. His voice tinged with disbelief. The key within this youth has forcibly connected to that sealed initial node? What node? Alarm bells rang in Jiraiya's mind. A moment already obscured by the currents of time. The dawn of a divine realm's awakening. Elder Arsuk's voice trembled with incredulity. Suddenly, the chaotic whirlpool of time and space, like an unseen hand, seized the heart of the contract connection, violently dragging Naruto in the resonating corner of Elder Arsuk's immense webbed foot. Naruto. Jiraiya's eyes widened in terror as he sprinted with all his might to grasp Naruto, only to be violently repelled by the raging temporal force. In an instant, the brilliance engulfed everything. When the radiance dissipated, only the bewildered Jiraiya remained at the riverbank, along with a small fragment of the webbed foot's cracked, fossil-like surface. Elder Arsuk and Naruto had vanished without a trace. Elder Arsuk. Naruto. Jiraiya cried out desperately to the empty riverbank, yet received no response. What lay before him was a realm of indescribable splendor and harmony. The sky was an expanse of azure, adorned with an ethereal golden halo, while immense, gracefully shaped gaseous planets hung like dreamlike murals on the horizon. The air was pure, imbued with an intoxicating essence of life, where each breath felt like a rebirth of the soul. The earth unfolded with a soft, silver-tinged meadow never before seen. Distant mountains, painted in deep hues, displayed smooth, elegant lines cloaked in pristine snow. Meandering rivers glimmered like flowing crystal, home to wondrous beings glowing with faint light. A gentle whisper pervaded the air, as though the very flora sang in praise. This was the divine courtyard of Hokage Atsutsuki, newly descended upon the land of shinobi on the 7th day. In the heart of this splendid garden, reminiscent of a creator's masterpiece, stands a tender yet powerful sapling, the divine tree. Its slender trunk reaches for the heavens, crowned by a colossal, incompletely formed bud, tightly closed and emanating a dreamlike lavender glow, concealing within it a force capable of dimming the stars. Beside the divine tree, a solitary figure stands still. Her silvery hair, as soft as woven moonlight, cascades down to her ankles. Her visage, flawless and akin to the creator's most exquisite work, possesses an ethereal, gender-transcending divinity that gazes down upon all with an aloof serenity. Most striking is the delicate, translucent white horn adorning her forehead, reminiscent of fine glass. Clad in a simple white robe, her bare feet rest upon the silvery grass, enveloped by a gentle yet absolute radiance of pure white light. She is none other than Kagaya Otsutsuki. Her eyes, pure white and seemingly containing the cycles of the universe, calmly observe the divine tree sapling before her, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Indifferent as though surveying a model of sand. The loves, hates, and desires of mortals appear to her as insignificant as dust. At this moment, on the fringes of the garden, beyond the reach of the divine tree's light, stands a young man dressed in opulent garments adorned with luxurious golden embroidery, the prince of the land, surrounded by several similarly adorned yet lecherous noble youths. He brazenly gazes at the ethereal and breathtaking figure in the garden's center. Did you see that? Such unparalleled beauty. The prince licks his lips, his eyes glimmering with greed and lust. Father has sent us to investigate this phenomenon. We have truly arrived at the right place. The legends are real. A celestial maiden has descended. My lord, there seems to be an unusual light surrounding her. What is there to fear? It is merely a halo. Such a divine being. Only a noble like myself is worthy of her touch. The prince's eyes shine with lustful fervor. Let us go, to behold her beauty. Even death would be worthwhile. Just as they prepare to step across the invisible boundary formed by the divine tree's domain, boom! A blinding pillar of white light suddenly erupts from the ground beside the divine tree sapling, violently shattering the tranquility of the garden. From within the light, a boy clad in orange pants, with wild golden hair and mud-streaked cheeks, clumsily rolls out. It is none other than Naruto. Alongside him, a fragment of a withered, charred toad's skin tumbles from the chaotic space. Dazed from the tumultuous arrival, Naruto spits out grass and mud, shaking his head in bewilderment as he surveys his surroundings. The sight before him leaves him momentarily speechless. A paradise-like garden, the luminous, peculiar sapling, and the figure beside it, as if woven from moonlight, so breathtakingly beautiful. How lovely! Naruto murmurs instinctively, only to quickly cover his mouth, his face flushing with embarrassment at his own awestruck reaction. In the center of the garden, Kagaya's pure white eyes cast a tranquil glance over this unexpected intrusion, unperturbed by the sudden appearance of this temporal anomaly. Her gaze lingered on Naruto for but a fleeting moment, akin to a glance cast upon ants scurrying across the ground. Subsequently, her attention shifted to the raucous flies at the edge of the domain, the prince of the land and his entourage. Her expression was indifferent, reminiscent of someone regarding dust soon to be swept away. At that moment, the prince and his retinue turned abruptly, startled by the sudden commotion. Who was this wild brat? How dare he disturb the goddess? The prince was a tempest of fury and indignation. Naruto's unexpected appearance interrupted his refined demeanor and meticulously orchestrated entrance. He noticed Naruto's coarse garments, in stark contrast to his own splendid attire, and his soiled visage ignited a fire of contempt and irritation within him. What a filthy beggar! Defiling the goddess's courtyard. He unsheathed his ornate sword, its combat efficacy nearly non-existent, and pointed it at Naruto, bellowing to the noble youths beside him, "Drag him away. Do not allow him to tarnish the goddess's gaze." Immediately, several henchmen rolled up their sleeves, grinning maliciously as they advanced toward Naruto. It was only then that Naruto fully regained his composure. Observing the approaching figures clad in opulence, yet bearing malevolent expressions, he glanced at the seemingly unperturbed, fragile silver-haired woman at the center of the courtyard. At least, she appeared so. Memories of the assault on the small house in the land of waves surged forth, stirring within him a singular thought: protection. It mattered not who she was or where this was. Those who would bully a woman were utterly unforgivable. Hey, you scoundrels! What do you intend to do? In an instant, Naruto sprang forth, leaping to stand defiantly before Kagaya. Not far from her, though still quite distant from the sapling of the divine tree, arms spread wide like an indignant little lion, shielding her, and the divine tree behind him. He remained blissfully unaware of the magnitude of the being he was defending. Keep your distance from her. Anyone who dares approach shall face my wrath. I mean what I say? Naruto roared, his gaze fierce, though internally, he was trembling with anxiety. For the first time, a slight ripple traversed Kagaya's eternally indifferent eyes, akin to a serene lake. Within the depths of her pure, all-encompassing pupils, the diminutive yet tenacious golden figure standing before her was vividly reflected. His actions, his roar, his audacious stance, and the chaotic aura emanating from him were akin to a small stone cast into a placid lake of eternity. A minuscule flicker of, could it be, confusion, occurred within her ageless heart, transient and nearly imperceptible. To actively position oneself before? To endeavor? To protect? With such frail flesh? What an absurd act! She quietly observed Naruto's silhouette, neither hindering nor commending him, merely watching. Ha! The prince of the land seems to have heard the most ludicrous jest. You, with your filthy little self, dare to play the hero before me. Tear him apart. Enraged, he brandished his sword wildly. The henchman, grinning maliciously, lunged at Naruto. Yet, the moment they stepped into the realm shrouded by the sapling of the divine tree, what appeared to be a gentle, milky white halo suddenly transformed into the most merciless light of annihilation. There were no screams, no struggles. The two foremost lackeys, akin to moths drawn to a raging fire, instantaneously disintegrated and vaporized, leaving not even a trace of dust behind, as if they had never existed. The remaining two, including the prince, watched in horror as their mocking expressions morphed into sheer terror. They stood frozen at the edge of the realm, like frogs caught in a frost, unable to turn and flee from the bone-chilling dread that gripped them. Naruto stared in astonishment at the bizarre and horrifying scene before him, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Those two individuals, had simply vanished. Instinctively, he glanced back at Kagaya, who remained poised and serene, as pure as the ancient moonlight. Not a single finger of hers had been raised. Her indifferent, pure white gaze swept over the paralyzed prince of the ancestral kingdom, who stood at the realm's edge like a lamb awaiting slaughter. The instant their eyes met, the prince felt an overwhelming warmth spread beneath him, a foul stench permeating the air. An irresistible force seemed to drain him of all courage and vitality. In the next moment, the prince and his two remaining companions were struck as if by an invisible sledgehammer. Their bodies, resplendent garments, and bejeweled crowns crumbled silently like sandcastles, reduced to the most primal particles of dust, with not even a trace of their souls remaining, completely dissipating within the pure radiance of the divine domain. Everything concluded so abruptly. There was no earth-shattering collision, no grand display of jutsu, only an absolute, overwhelming erasure. An eerie silence enveloped the divine courtyard, which returned to its former state. A gentle breeze rustled through the silvery grass, carrying whispers of flowers and foliage, as if the preceding carnage and ugliness had never transpired. Naruto stiffly turned his neck to glance at the spot where the prince had just stood, now empty. He slowly turned back, gazing at Kagaya, who stood as still as a painting, seemingly unaffected by the events. The ferocity, anger, and resolve to protect that had once graced his face became frozen, leaving only a look of bewilderment and a chilling sense of dread. It was only now that he truly comprehended the terrifying nature of this extraordinarily beautiful woman. Hey, that. Naruto's voice trembled, a realization dawning upon him that left him incoherent, the immense cognitive shock causing his mind to falter. Kagaya's pure white gaze remained upon him, like a deity looking down upon a wayward creature that had stumbled into her domain. After a brief silence, a faint sound erupted, an almost imperceptible cry akin to a kitten's whimpering, suddenly emanating from the direction where Naruto had just rolled, near the large, discarded toad skin. For the first time, Kagaya's indifferent eyes shifted focus, her pure gaze landing on the scorched, desiccated toad skin. Naruto, drawn by the sound, instinctively turned to look as well. Beneath the face-sized, charred toad skin, a small bundle began to wriggle. Naruto, previously disoriented from his fall, hardly noticed the commotion. He hurriedly dashed over, cautiously lifting the withered fragments of toad skin. There, lying before him, was an infant who appeared to be no more than 3 or 4 months old. The child possessed astonishingly fair skin and delicate, silvery hair that shimmered like moonlight. Notably, upon the infant's forehead rested a small, exquisitely shaped, translucent white horn. Reminiscent of crystal, a stark contrast to the perfectly matured horn on Kagaya's brow, yet bearing an uncanny resemblance. The baby, eyes closed and cheeks flushed, seemed startled by the recent tumult, or perhaps was simply uncomfortable due to hunger, emitting faint cries. In the vastness of the divine realm, these cries seemed insignificant, yet they resonated like pebbles cast into a tranquil frozen lake, instantly capturing Naruto's full attention. A child. Naruto stared in astonishment at the suddenly manifested infant and the tiny white horn, then glanced at Kagaya's horn, his mind reeling from the immense enigma. At that moment, Kagaya's originally apathetic pure white eyes flickered with a palpable disturbance, akin to the shattering of ice. Her gaze was fixated on the weeping infant's horn, along with the swaddling that enveloped the child, an embodiment of her primal essence. Bloodline? Born from my fragments of power? Accompanying the currents of time and space. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki, faced with this unanticipated emergence of a fragile life imbued with her bloodline, felt an overwhelming sense of the unknown, a phenomenon beyond the grasp of ancient logic. Slowly, she took a step forward, her form appearing like a phantom beside Naruto, mere inches apart. The overwhelming divine aura and the chilling, pristine breath of her being rendered Naruto momentarily paralyzed, his very breath stilled. Gently, Kagaya extended her hand, her long, flawless fingers, seemingly sculpted from moonlight, softly caressing the infant's feverish little face. Accompanying her touch was a cool, pure white luminescence that miraculously stilled the baby's cries. The infant seemed to sense the soothing presence, instinctively waving tiny hands and even grasping a strand of Kagaya's silvery hair. In that moment, a resonant hum erupted from the faded contract sigil on Naruto's right hand, bursting forth with a powerful and uncontrollable white light. This radiance did not attack, but rather projected itself instantaneously, illuminating the forehead of the crying infant, specifically, the delicate white horn. Within the tiny horn, a faint, pure white glow seemed to resonate in harmony. Simultaneously, The remnants of Kagaya's primal essence that enveloped the baby emitted a gentle radiance. Between the three entities, space, contract, and bloodline, pure white halos intertwined like delicate threads, forming a transient and extraordinary loop under Kagaya's icy, pure gaze and Naruto's astonished stare. This mysterious infant, imbued with power akin to hers, had appeared in this nascent world, triggering an unprecedented and immense repulsive force rooted in the deepest laws of space. The target was indeed the node that disrupted the stability of the timeline that ought not to exist, Naruto Uzumaki. Yet, Naruto barely managed to utter a single word. A blinding white light enveloped him once more. Like fragments cast into a vortex, his form swiftly became indistinct and distorted. In his final moments of consciousness, he beheld Kagaya gazing at the infant in her arms, whose cries had ceased. The child's expression was one of innocent bewilderment, and that flawless profile seemed to carry a subtle hint of confusion. Then, the temporal vortex abruptly sealed shut. In its place lay only a massive, charred fragment of toad skin, quietly resting upon the silvery grass, alongside Kagaya Otsutsuki, who stood frozen in contemplation, cradling the infant. A silvery breeze swept through the nascent divine realm's courtyard, carrying the earthy scent of distant forests. The sapling of the god tree swayed gently in the wind, its enormous buds at the top seemingly infused with an unknown variable during that fleeting moment of resonance, the purple aura within swirling with an even deeper enigma. The tranquility of its inception was shattered, as ripples from the upstream currents of fate quietly spread outwards. Chapter 17. The Ch-Nin exams by the banks of the South Hechuan River. The waning rays of the sunset struggled against the horizon. Jiraiya stood motionless like a statue at the spot where Naruto had vanished, his face a tapestry of unprecedented anxiety, regret, and confusion. He could not fathom the meaning behind Elder Iwasu's cryptic words uttered before his disappearance, nor could he trace Naruto's whereabouts. As time slipped away, the encroaching night threatened to engulf the last vestiges of light. Just as despair began to take hold, and Jiraiya contemplated risking a tracking technique. Buzz. The air shimmered once more with a familiar, yet chaotic ripple. A brilliant beam of white light materialized without warning. At the center of this luminescent column, Naruto, clad in his orange attire, tumbled forth as if expelled by an unseen breath, crashing awkwardly onto the soft, muddy riverbank. Accompanying his fall was a fragment of toad skin, roughly the size of a basin, still emitting a faint charred aroma. Naruto. Jiraiya dashed forward, lifting the dazed youth from the ground. Are you all right? Are you injured? Cough. Cough. I'm fine. Pervy Sage? Naruto struggled to raise his head, his gaze clouded and bewildered, as if he had just awakened from a bizarre nightmare. What just happened? He surveyed the familiar riverbank, the shadows of trees, and the distant outline of Hokage Rock, a wave of immense disorientation washing over him as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. Old man, where have you sent me? Naruto gripped Jiraiya's arm, his voice tinged with urgency and a lingering hint of terror. I saw a terrifying light, and that beautiful woman who could erase a person with a mere glance. She, a woman? Erase someone? Jiraiya keenly seized upon this crucial information. Quickly checking Naruto's condition, aside from fatigue and shock, he appeared unscathed, while fixating on the faint burn marks of the contract seal still lingering on Naruto's hand. Take your time. Explain clearly. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Whatever had terrified Naruto was surely no ordinary being. With animated gestures, Naruto recounted the magnificent yet perilous realm he had witnessed, the radiant little tree, the breathtaking deity with white hair and horns, Kagaya, and the horrifying sight of the denizens of the land of ancestors being obliterated in an instant. His emotions surged as he described the scene where the goddess cradled an infant, culminating in his expulsion by a blinding light. And then I was whoosh, thrown back. Naruto pointed to the peculiar piece of toad skin on the ground. And that infant, the one with the little white horns. It seemed, it was taken there by this thing. Then it was embraced by that woman. He gazed at the fragment of toad skin, his expression filled with incredulous confusion. An infant with white horns? Transported to that sacred realm by Elder Iwasu's remnants? Cradled by that enigmatic and fearsome woman, the goddess? Jiraiya's mind raced, his countenance becoming gravely serious. In the realm of divine domains, the goddess of the moon, the origins of the six realms. In the initial nodes, these terms, once regarded by him as mere ancient legends, were now woven together into a spine-chilling possibility by the astonished exclamations of Elder Yenshu and Naruto's vivid descriptions. He gazed at Naruto, his eyes becoming exceedingly complex and profound. This kid, has he inadvertently become entangled in the mythological era of the ninja world? That infant. An incredible yet plausible conjecture took shape in his mind, but he found himself unable to voice it. All right. Jiraiya abruptly slapped Naruto on the shoulder, forcefully interrupting his chaotic narrative. It's fine. You're back, and that's what matters. Perhaps your chakra was too explosive, causing the ritual to spiral out of control, and you were swept into some formidable ninjutsu space bubble or fragments of tailed beast memories. Don't overthink it. He dismissed the matter with the coarsest of justifications. It's getting late. Hurry back and rest. We still have the Chunin exams to face tomorrow. Do you understand? Under Jiraiya's half-threatening, half-hurried insistence, a bewildered Naruto could only leave the riverbank, laden with questions and chaotic memories, glancing back repeatedly. Once he was certain Naruto had departed, Jiraiya's relaxed demeanor vanished instantaneously, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. He stared in the direction Naruto had vanished, then looked down at the ancient feeling fragment of toad skin in his arms, murmuring to himself, Elder Yenshu, what exactly have you sent him to? The infant, imbued with the aura reminiscent of Otsutsuki Kagaya's power, could it be? He dared not contemplate the implications of that answer. No, this matter must remain buried deep within. Not a whisper of it must reach Naruto or Konoha. His gaze sharpened, and a mature ninja swiftly reached a resolution to completely seal this secret away. Meanwhile, Naruto drifted into a slumber filled with incomprehensible, chaotic images, an angelic visage, a radiant destruction, an enigmatic infant, the instantaneous movement of a silver-haired woman. These fractured fragments of information intertwined with Jiraiya's brusque explanations, lulling him into a deep sleep despite his fatigue. The following morning, the atmosphere in Konoha ignited with fervor. Young genin from various ninja villages congregated in droves. Sunagakure, Emigakure, Kusagakure, a myriad of headbands and youthful, spirited faces filled the village entrance. Excitement, anticipation, scrutiny, hostility, a plethora of emotions fermented in the air. Team 7 gathered at the grand entrance of the training grounds in Konoha. Naruto had long cast aside the chaotic images, or rather, temporarily buried them deep within his heart. His mind now brimming with exhilaration and determination, he observed the constant stream of ninjas from other villages, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Heh, so many people. Just watch me in this exam. Sakura's expression turned serious. Don't underestimate them, Naruto. These are all elite ninjas from their respective villages. She cast a discreet glance to the side. Satsuki, clad in a sleek outfit, wore an expression as frosty as ice, her sharp gaze scanning the throngs of people around her, resembling a solitary wolf poised for the hunt, deriding Naruto's enthusiastic demeanor. By dawn, a deep blue, simple attire provided by the logistics department, her long hair tied back in a neat low ponytail. Though her right arm was now encased in a lightweight wrist guard, she was still unable to perform delicate movements. She stood quietly a short distance behind, akin to a shadow merging with the background. Her icy gaze lingered on Naruto, momentarily resting on his unclouded, exuberant smile, a faint ripple of emotion passing through her eyes. The path of power is so vastly different. With a resounding announcement reverberating throughout the venue, silence enveloped the crowd. The vast entrance of the training ground slowly swung open, prompting everyone to look up. At the apex of the entrance, 3 figures stood like drawn swords. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kazakage Raza, and this examination's chief examiner. Exuding an aura of danger, his face marred by a significant scar, his eyes glinting like those of a malevolent spirit, the ominous Ibiki Marino. The colossal iron gates creaked open. Young shinobi from various ninja villages surged in like a torrent unleashed, flooding into the expansive, heavily guarded arena embraced by the forest, where a grand structure loomed at its center, resembling a solitary prison. The gaping doors appeared as a chasm of darkness. The crowd surged, the gleam of forehead protectors and hushed murmurs intertwining. The Sand siblings, Ira, Kankuro, and Temari, moved with an aura of isolation, retreating to a corner. Ira leaned against a massive tree. Eyes closed in meditation, the invisible aura of menace surrounding him, coupled with the immense gourd on his back, created a vacuum of space around him. Temari surveyed her surroundings, while Kankuro, clutching his puppet crow, cast a keen glance over the Konoha participants. In a corner, the grass village trio lay in wait. Akin to venomous serpents anticipating their prey, scrutinizing each individual present. Team 7 occupied the middle of the throng. Naruto remained in a state of exhilaration, scanning the area. Wow. That guy with the gourd seems so intimidating. And that one holding the ugly doll. Hey Satsuki. Those folks. Shut up. Idiot. Be quiet. Satsuki snapped. Her brow furrowed, her icy gaze brimming with impatience. Unlike Naruto's aimless wandering of her eyes, hers were sharply focused, analyzing several candidates with refined chakra signatures, the Sound Trio. Rain and Grass Elite, silently assessing potential threats and possible information. Everyone, enter the examination venue and prepare for the test. Ibiki's deep, gravelly voice resonated. I want to repeat myself. Following Satsuki, a sense of foreboding stirred within Naruto's heart. Chapter 18 Scene 1. Written examination. The grand lecture hall of Konoha now resembled a foreboding interrogation chamber. Thick curtains utterly obscured external light, while the pale fluorescent tubes hummed ominously overhead, casting a frigid glow. The air was stagnant, infused with the scent of ink and the palpable tension emanating from the breaths of hundreds. Young shinobi from various nations were crammed into their narrow seats, akin to beasts ensnared in a gladiatorial arena. The sole exit was firmly guarded by two examiners adorned with the emblem of authority. The Sand siblings, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, opted for a corner at the back. Gaara sat with his eyes closed, the gourd on his back resembling a hardened scab, exuding an aura of coldness. Temari and Kankuro vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Team 7 occupied the middle section. Naruto fidgeted restlessly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Satsuki appeared to be in a meditative state, yet her tightly pressed lips betrayed her heightened alertness. Sakura took deep breaths, striving to calm her racing heart. Hinata sat 2 rows behind Naruto, slightly off to the side. She leaned forward slightly, her pure white eyes darting fleetingly towards Naruto's figure before quickly averting her gaze. Her fingers nervously entwined. Each time Naruto anxiously scratched his head or shifted, her delicate eyelashes trembled in response. White, serving as a special observer, sat quietly in the farthest corner of the classroom, blending seamlessly into the background like a sculpture. Ino, accompanied by Shikamaru and Choji, sat in the front left of Team 7. She glanced back at Satsuki's striking profile, her golden ponytail swaying gently. Shikamaru sniffed the air, displaying signs of irritation. Lee and his teammates occupied a slightly distant position, his fervent gaze nearly fixed upon Satsuki. Hey, you at the back. Satsuki suddenly spoke, her eyes still closed. Control your legs. The table is shaking and disturbing others. Mind your own business. I'm just warming up, Naruto retorted, straining to suppress his trembling legs. At that moment, hey, you, the charming lady. Ino abruptly turned around, leaning over the desk to flash a bright smile at Satsuki. I'm Ino Yamanaka from Team 10. It seems we've been assigned adjacent areas. Your calm demeanor is quite reassuring, shall we? Not interested, Satsuki replied, not even lifting her eyelids. Her icy rejection striking like a bucket of cold water. Ino's smile faltered for a moment before morphing into increased enthusiasm. Well, the legendary Ice Beauty. I relish a challenge. See you in the exam hall. Undeterred, she turned back, whispering and laughing with Shikamaru and Choji. As she pivoted, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of white in the corner, her eyes flickering with a hint of inquisitive curiosity. Humph. Satsuki let out a faint snort, audible only to herself. Silence. A chilling voice sliced through the air like a guillotine. The chief examiner, Marino Ibiki, with his signature grotesque scarred visage that resembled a colossal centipede, strode into the classroom, his heavy footsteps echoing in the hearts of all present. Behind him were several proctors exuding an intangible sense of pressure, their gazes cutting through the room like razors, instantly silencing all whispers. I am the chief examiner of the first test, Sanai Ibiki. My voice is hoarse and deep, devoid of any emotion. Now, I shall announce the first rule, a merciless deduction system of 10 lives, 10 points. The use of all reconnaissance ninjutsu for cheating is strictly prohibited, including but not limited to Byakugan, Sharingan, mind transfer jutsu, insect jutsu, puppet manipulation, etc., one by one. The rules are cast like nooses, culminating in the most lethal of all, the 10th rule. After the exam begins, candidates must choose whether to answer. If one chooses to respond but answers incorrectly, they shall be eternally deprived of the CHNIN exam eligibility. If one opts not to answer, they will be immediately eliminated, along with all members of their team. Despair washes over the candidates like a chilling tide, instantly overwhelming a significant portion of them. The temperature in the classroom seems to plummet to freezing point. The test papers are distributed, revealing a dense array of challenging questions. The exam begins. The moment the announcement is made, buzz. Powerful mental perceptions envelop the examination hall like an invisible dome, precisely suppressing all chakra fluctuations that could be utilized for cheating, particularly targeting potent ocular jutsu such as Byakugan and Sharingan. This is a chakra detection interference field meticulously crafted by the examiners. The examination hall transforms into a silent battlefield. Nara Shikamaru beads with sweat on his forehead, swiftly scanning through several questions on the test paper, his fingers seemingly unconsciously tapping a specific rhythm on the desk. Akimichi Choji's movements, as he chews on chips, are excruciatingly slow. His pupils contract as he intently receives the frequency. Yamanaka Ino, hidden behind her sunglasses, subtly communicates with her swarm of insects, their minuscule wings vibrating to transmit information. Hyuga Niji sits upright, his pure white eyes revealing prominent veins. His gaze penetrates through the desks and papers ahead, capturing the trajectory of the pen below. Temari discreetly angles her fan, skillfully utilizing the faint reflections from the fan's ribs. Kankaro's puppet, the crow, makes the slightest movements with its fingers. Uchiha Satsuki's crimson Sharingan suddenly flares open. Even amidst the powerful interference, the three Tomo whirl rapidly. Her focus is not on the content of the questions, but rather on the contrasts in ink depth left by the examiner's corrections, the direction of fingerprints, and even the subtle remnants of airflow left by the pencil's passage. Every detail is magnified, captured, and analyzed under the keen insight of her Sharingan. This is the epitome of intelligence gathering. Sakura bites down on her pencil, her strength lying in fundamental theory. Most questions she can answer directly. Yet this causes her to pull out several strands of hair in frustration. Meanwhile, Gaara has not opened his eyes even once, the cold sand flowing silently across his surface. What nonsense is this? Naruto exclaims, staring at the incomprehensible scribbles on his test paper, his face paling in an instant. He cannot recognize a single character. Am I doomed to be eliminated in the first round? He scratches his head, desperately attempting to sneak a glance at Sakura or Satsuki, separated by an empty seat, only to be met with the chilling glare of the proctor, which sends him retreating. In a corner of the classroom, Hinata keeps her head low, her pure white eyes fixated on the desk, with the veins at her temples faintly twitching. However, under the immense interference field, the distance and precision of her Byakugan's ability to see through obstacles are severely limited. Her chakra gathers and dissipates imperceptibly at her fingertips, unable to penetrate the interference to gather any intelligence. Her gaze uncontrollably drifted once more towards that restless blonde figure, observing his hair, disheveled by despair, and his helpless doodles on the exam paper. A tumultuous blend of compassion and reluctance surged within her heart. Her nails dug deep into her palm, leaving faint crescent imprints. Naruto, what should I do? If this continues, it will. A terrifying thought proliferated wildly in the depths of her pure white eyes, distorted. If only. I wish to help him. Even if it means shattering the rules, obliterating everyone who stands in his way. This thought, tinged with morbid obsession, caused her body to tremble slightly, an abnormal flush creeping onto her cheeks. The atmosphere of despair thickened, becoming increasingly cloying with the passage of time. Fear spread like a plague. At that moment, a candidate from the Sound Village, unable to withstand the pressure, screamed, "I can't do it." He chose to abandon the 10th question and was ruthlessly expelled alongside his peers. Like the first domino to fall. I give up too. Give up. Just give up. One by one, candidates raised their hands in desperation, choosing to surrender. The classroom resembled a sinking ship, with panicked wails rising and falling. Naruto watched as more and more seats became vacant, his face pale as parchment. In the end, only about 20 candidates, including those from Konoha, remained steadfast. The voice of Ibiki, resembling a devil's whisper, echoed once more. Now, you are granted one last chance. For the 10th question, those who choose to give up will be eliminated this time, along with their companions. You may opt for the next, safe, examination. He dangled the tempting bait, like the final straw that broke the camel's back. A few more candidates, mentally shattered, cried as they chose to give up. Only 7 teams remained, fewer than 20 people. The air grew thick as lead. Even the breaths of Sasuke, Niji, and others became labored. Sakura's body trembled slightly. The real test had arrived. What will your choice be? Ibiki's cold gaze swept over the remaining survivors. In the midst of this profound silence, bang! A resounding thud erupted like thunder. Naruto Uzumaki slammed his fist onto the table, his head bowed, his body shaking violently with fervor. Enough! He abruptly lifted his head. Those azure eyes burned with fire, locking onto Ibiki's frigid pupils. Don't underestimate me. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I choose to answer the 10th question 100 times. Whether I am right or wrong, I will answer. His voice, hoarse from exertion, carried a sharpness that shattered despair, akin to a sword piercing through the gloom. I will become Hokage, stronger than anyone else. Do you think this cursed question can stop me? Not a chance. His words resonated with conviction, that unwavering courage driven by dreams, pierced through the shroud of despair that enveloped the room like the first light of dawn. I will say it again. I will absolutely not give up. This is my ninja way. A resounding declaration reverberated through the stillness of the classroom. In that fleeting moment, the eyes of Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Kiba, Lee, and Sakura, every steadfast companion of Konoha, sparkled with renewed vigor. The confidence, nearly extinguished by fear, was ignited once more. Satsuki fixed her gaze intently on Naruto's back, ablaze like a miniature sun. Her crimson Sharingan spun wildly. That declaration pierced her heart, frozen by hatred, like a needle upon a tranquil lake, sending forth tremendous ripples. For the first time, a tremor flickered in Niji's eyes. Gaara slowly opened his cold, sandy eyes. Meanwhile, Hinata's pure white pupils constricted violently, akin to the most devout of worshippers gazing upon their deity. She was entranced by Naruto's radiant glow, her body trembling with excitement. Unconscious of the blood drawn from her palms by her own nails, her lips curled into a peculiar yet profoundly satisfied smile. This is Naruto-kun, willing to shatter all for his dreams. How splendid it would be if such brilliance shone solely for me. Even in the corner, White, with his tranquil gaze, revealed the faintest ripple in the depths of his calm eyes, stirred by this unadulterated and fervent declaration. The muscles in Marino Ibiki's face twitched slightly, the massive scar seemingly contorting with it. He surveyed the renewed fighting spirit and indomitable resolve etched upon the faces of the remaining candidates. A barely perceptible scoff escaped his lips. In the next moment, a grin, almost grotesque, spread across his face. I am pleased, because your determination has led to the outcome of the first examination. All of you have passed. What? Passed? A chorus of incredulous gasps erupted instantaneously. The transformation from hell to paradise left everyone bewildered. Sakura, overwhelmed with joy, covered her face and wept. Naruto maintained his standing posture, his expression frozen in the heroic demeanor he had just declared, his eyes wide as saucers. Huh? I passed. The magnitude of the revelation caused him to plop down onto his chair, gasping for breath. The crimson in Satsuki's eyes faded, her face as cold as ever. Yet the rising and falling of her chest betrayed her inner turmoil. Ibiki's voice, laced with a cold sense of relief, declared, the true purpose of this examination has never been the questions themselves, but rather to test your ability to gather intelligence. His gaze swept over Shikamaru, Shino, Niji, and others, utilizing every means possible. Skirting the edges of the rules to extract answers is an essential survival skill. Yet, more importantly, his voice suddenly rose, piercing to the core. When faced with choices, do you possess the courage and resolve to bear immense risks and pressures? Those who attempted to give up at the last moment. He sneered coldly, his eyes sharp as a scalpel that sees through the soul, aiming to obliterate the last remnants of your hope. Testing whether you can hold steadfast to your true selves in the face of despair. Those who have surrendered even once. His tone was frigid and penetrating. Even with power, they would be incapable of shouldering the responsibility of protecting their comrades and safeguarding their village. Congratulations to you all. You have successfully passed the trial of the heart. He gestured towards the entrance. The second examination awaits at training ground number 44. The Forest of Death. Wishing you the best of luck. The massive classroom door swung open with a thunderous sound. Outside, the sunlight was blinding. Inside lay the entrance to a more brutal abyss for the second test. Having just undergone a profound soul cleansing, Naruto, after a fleeting moment of elation, found his gaze drawn to Hinata in the rear, her pure white eyes fixed upon him with an intensity that mingled fervent adoration and a deeper obsession, sending an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine. Chapter 19. The second assessment. A towering iron fence loomed, its height reaching several dozen meters, with sharp barbs entwined at the top, glinting ominously under the dying light of the setting sun. The heavy, oppressive iron gate creaked open, revealing the dense shadowy outline of the jungle behind, resembling the fur of a monstrous beast. The 44th training ground, known as the Death Forest, or more ominously, the Forest of Despair, seemed to exude a chill that seeped into the very bones of those present. The air was infused with a damp, decaying scent of earth intermingled with a faint whiff of blood, creating a nauseatingly unique aroma. From deep within the forest came the howls of unknown beasts and the shrill cries of insects, weaving a primal prelude to death. Standing upon a high platform was Mitarashi Anko, clad in a snug fishing net bodysuit and draped in a beige trench coat. A wild smile graced her lips. Yet her gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, scanning the 7 remaining teams below, 21 genin who had passed the first trial of the mind. I am your examiner for the second test, Mitarashi Anko. Her voice was vibrant yet laced with an undeniable coldness. The forthcoming examination is a survival game. The rules were as unyielding as iron. Within 5 days, traverse the central tower. Required items: 1 heaven scroll and 1 earth scroll. Seize and slaughter. The baseline rule: death is not limited. All is for survival and mission. As Anko distributed the heaven and earth scrolls, symbols of life and death, the tension in the air soared to its zenith. Everyone understood that stepping into this forest signified the true commencement of battle. Go, Anko commanded, and the teams launched into the profound darkness like arrows released from a bow, their figures swiftly engulfed by the dense trees and omnipresent shadows. The Gaara team was the fastest, vanishing into the depths of the jungle like 3 bolts of lightning merging with the shadows. The Sand Village team followed closely behind. Satsuki led the charge into the forest, her speed astonishing, clearly unwilling to bear any encumbrance. Hey, wait for us, Satsuki, Naruto exclaimed as he hurried after her. With Sakura close behind, Sasuke lagged at the rear, maintaining a vigilant distance. Hinata's gaze remained fixed on Naruto's silhouette as it disappeared into the depths of the trees. Beside her, her teacher, Kurenai Yuhi, gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to set off. Taking a deep breath, Hinata's previously pure white eyes sharpened with focus and resolve. She guided teammate Shino and Kiba swiftly into the shadows of the forest. Unbeknownst to anyone, beneath the reflection of Shino's sunglasses and Kiba's keen sense of smell, Hinata's initial trajectory subtly veered closer to the direction where Naruto's team had entered. The iron gate at the entrance of the Death Forest closed heavily behind them, sealing off the last vestige of light. The damp, decaying aroma clung to everyone's skin like a viscous spider's web. Towering trees twisted and coiled, their thick canopies completely obscuring the sky, allowing only fleeting, feeble patches of light to filter down, casting the forest in an eternal twilight. The air seemed to solidify, punctuated only by the eerie cries of unknown creatures and the faint rustle of venomous insects, weaving a stifling prelude. The 7th squad slowed their pace. Satsuki led the way, her crimson Sharingan glowing like 2 blood-red lanterns in the dimness, her frigid gaze meticulously scanning every inch of bark, moss, and the decaying layer of fallen leaves. A pressure plate lay concealed beneath the moist moss at the 3 o'clock position. 10 meters to the left, a withered vine was rigged with passive toxin spikes. Her voice, characteristically cold, betrayed a barely perceptible tension upon closer inspection. Satsuki instinctively sidestepped a large, drooping fern leaf slick with clammy mucus, as if it were a contaminant. Disgusting. This damp, slimy environment. This aversion had emerged after her mission in the Land of Waves, a compulsive tendency to recoil from all things sticky. Sakura followed closely behind, diligently noting path characteristics and etching subtle marks with her kunai at several crucial forks that only they could decipher. Naruto, anxiously trailing beside Satsuki, exclaimed, "Hey, Satsuki, you're too slow. At this rate, that guy Gaara will snatch the scrolls." The Ninetales chakra within him seemed to mirror his agitation. "Shut up," Satsuki retorted, her icy tone akin to a biting wind. "Make another sound, and I'll have your tongue to feed the beasts." In the rear of the group, about 5 meters behind, Haki moved with a ghostly lightness. Her cool, serene gaze scanned the surroundings, occasionally resting on Naruto's fidgeting silhouette and the flickering light of Satsuki's Sharingan. As they traversed a patch of ground blanketed with viscous, translucent fungi, even she had to navigate carefully. At that moment, ugh, a piercing scream, mingled with immense agony, erupted like torn fabric from the depths of the thicket 100 meters ahead. It was swiftly followed by a series of dull thuds and the brittle crack of bones. They were under attack. The trio had been ambushed. All combat capability lost. The assailants were still present. Satsuki's Sharingan instantly pinpointed the direction, her words rushing forth with urgency. She could perceive the tumultuous chakra colliding in the air, its trajectory still swirling, and the life force of a presence rapidly waning. Move. In an instant, she shot forward. Hey, wait up. Naruto and Sakura hastily followed. As they broke through a thicket, the sight before them caused their pupils to constrict. 3 lower ninjas adorned with the grass village headbands lay sprawled on the ground, their postures grotesquely contorted in agony. 2 of them had necks twisted at unnatural angles. Their lives extinguished. Their bodies exhibited a bizarre purplish hue, particularly at the sites of their fatal wounds, 2 horrifyingly large bite marks, deep enough to expose bone. The edges of the wounds oozed a viscous, repulsive dark greenish-black venomous blood, exuding a nauseatingly sweet and foul stench. The only remaining flicker of life was a girl, collapsed on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. She sported a mane of conspicuous, whirlpool-like crimson hair, glasses shattered, her complexion alarmingly pale from blood loss and toxins. She gazed in terror at the sudden appearance of Team 7, gasping for breath, unable to utter a word. As dark blood slowly seeped from the distinct bite marks on her arm, it was none other than the Grass Village's hidden ninja, Karen. Her Grass Village teammates had been annihilated in an instant. The sight of her wounds, the repulsive, viscous poison, a wave of nausea surged within Satsuki, the revulsion in her Sharingan nearly tangible. She suppressed her discomfort and stepped forward, warily surveying her surroundings. A chilling, slithering laughter echoed through the eerie silence of the forest, reminiscent of a slick serpent brushing against scales, imbued with a cold, sinister aura. Oh dear. Such keen perception. Adorable little Uchiha. The voice wavered, seemingly emanating from all directions. Show yourself. Enough with the theatrics. Naruto roared, battling his fear. Suddenly, an overwhelming, nauseating stench of blood mixed with a sickly sweetness assaulted their senses, accompanied by a nauseating hissing sound. A thick, dark red liquid, resembling congealed plasma, cascaded down from the shadows of the treetops like a living entity. Its coverage was extensive, replete with a potent corrosive quality. Retreat. Satsuki commanded sharply. Her Sharingan instantly detected the countless tiny bone needles ensnared within the viscous liquid. She yanked Sakura back urgently. Naruto instinctively rolled aside to evade. Karen, filled with terror and despair, watched as the noxious liquid threatened to engulf her. In that critical moment, a figure appeared before Karen like a phantom. It was Haku. With her right hand, which struggled to form seals, she extended forward, unleashing an exceptionally strong, icy gale from her palm. Wherever the cold air passed, a thin layer of ice crystals formed on the surface of the cascading poisonous liquid. Though it could not completely freeze the toxin, it significantly slowed its descent and splatter range. The ethereal voice betrayed a hint of surprise. Haku's left hand, wielding a kunai, transformed into a flash of cold light, swiftly severing the thorny vines ensnaring Karen's ankle, which had entangled her during her escape, while her other hand instinctively grasped her collar and yanked her backward. With a splatter, the viscous poison merely grazed the backs of Haku and Karen's garments, descending to corrode the moss and decaying leaves beneath, sizzling and emitting acrid yellow smoke. It left behind a chilling, charred pit. Surviving by a stroke of luck, Karen was pushed by Haku behind a large tree, collapsing to the ground, gasping violently. Her eyes filled with incredulous gratitude as she gazed at Haku's calm and indifferent profile. So the meddlesome fool has arrived? The slick voice carried a note of displeasure. The shadows of the trees swayed, and a strange figure gradually descended. Long purple hair cascaded over its shoulders like a waterfall, and its pale skin seemed to glow in the dim light. The features possessed an uncanny, androgynous beauty, with elongated golden snake-like pupils that exuded a languid, frigid gaze, as if looking down upon insects in its palm. A subtle curve at the corners of its mouth hinted at mockery and a trace of greed. It was none other than Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja. Her gaze lingered on Satsuki's Sharingan, as though admiring an extraordinary treasure. Such captivating brilliance, those eyes. It then drifted towards the hidden figure of Karen, sheltered by white, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. Another injured little mouse? The unique physique of the Uzumaki clan could serve as splendid material. Finally, her attention settled on Naruto, and his golden vertical pupils abruptly constricted. An ineffable ecstasy surged within her, as if she had discovered the ultimate prey. How wonderful! Truly, what an astonishing surprise. To think, I would encounter you here. The Ninetales brat? The voice of Orochimaru trembled with excitement, imbued with an indescribable viscosity. Her gaze seemed to penetrate Naruto's very being, locking onto the crimson fox sealed within him. Who? Who was this demon? Naruto felt a chill run down his spine, his golden vertical pupils flashing with fear. The Ninetales. Sakura gasped in horror, covering her mouth. Satsuki's expression turned gravely serious. Her body instinctively adopted a fighting stance, overwhelmed by a profound sense of threat. The tomo of her Sharingan spun wildly. This monster is formidable. White's body tensed slightly, her left hand gripping a kunai before her. The thick, toxic aura emanating from the eerie woman before her instilled a sense of foreboding far beyond that of Zabuza. Meanwhile, behind the tree, Karen trembled like a leaf as she observed the standoff, especially under the gaze of Orochimaru, who regarded her as mere fodder. In another part of the Death Forest, the atmosphere was rife with tension. Humph, a bunch of arrogant rain-hidden trash. Kankuro retracted the chakra strings controlling the crows, revealing 3 distorted bodies of rain ninjas. Their necks grotesquely twisted. We should hasten to set an ambush near the central tower. Tamari, folding her fan, cast an impatient glance at Gaara, who walked ahead. Enveloped in a suffocating aura, his back turned to them. Gaara's eye scanned the mist-laden expanse, an overwhelming killing intent cloaking the area he passed through, silencing even the chirps of insects. Sand coffin. Such a waste of chakra. Gaara's lips barely moved, his voice devoid of warmth, akin to the friction of sand grains. Clearly, he had just dealt with a batch of overconfident interlopers. Further north, in a desolate riverbed strewn with massive boulders, the atmosphere was charged with energy. Multiplication technique. Meatball chariot. Accompanied by Choji's furious roar, a colossal meatball thundered forth, crushing several sound ninjas attempting to ambush with earth technique into the ground. Well done, Choji. Ino wiped the sweat from her forehead, her golden ponytail slightly disheveled. Phew. Is it over? Choji reverted to his normal state, panting heavily. 3 sound ninjas, 2 grass ninjas. Odd. How did they end up together? Shikamaru crouched before the unconscious grass ninja, examining his shattered forehead protector with a furrowed brow, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. It seemed as though unseen hands were orchestrating events, deliberately leading the small village's team into a deadly skirmish to exhaust their resources. Such a nuisance. He wearily scratched his hair. However, this is not the time for such thoughts. Team 10 is temporarily safe, and we have secured the scroll. We should find a place to regroup and analyze our next steps. Hey, Nara. Ino crossed her arms, interrupting Shikamaru's musings with evident irritation. Why don't you consider how we're going to reach the central tower? This cursed place is rife with ambushes. I know. I'm thinking. Shikamaru sighed in resignation. On the brink of conflict, the atmosphere between Team 7 and Orochimaru thickened with palpable malice. The Ninetales brat, and the Sharingan. Hee. Orochimaru extended his crimson tongue, licking his pale, almost translucent lips, his eyes glimmering with heightened excitement. This examination is becoming increasingly intriguing. His body began to writhe unnaturally, producing faint sounds of cracking bones, reminiscent of a serpent preparing to shed its skin. Today, let us make an introduction. Whoosh. His figure left a viscous afterimage in its wake. The speed was astonishing. The target was unmistakably Satsuki. Satsuki's Sharingan captured the trajectory. She swiftly retaliated by hurling several shurikens, while simultaneously retreating. Orochimaru's body was as flexible as if it were boneless. He effortlessly dodged the shurikens. His hand, coated with viscous venom, aimed directly at Satsuki's face. The target, those Sharingan. Chidori. A fierce glint flashed in Satsuki's eyes. Her left hand coiled with blinding blue lightning. She transformed the unfinished Raikiri prototype into a current enveloping her arm to counterattack. Naruto shouted as he lunged from the side. Shadow clone technique. Numerous clones surged toward Orochimaru. A hindrance. Without a glance back, Orochimaru suddenly unleashed several whip-like tendrils of venomous substance from his voluminous sleeves. The clones were instantly corroded and vaporized. The residual force violently hurled Naruto away, crashing him against a tree. He spat a mouthful of blood. Naruto-kun. Sakura exclaimed anxiously. Ice release. Crystal wall. A voice rang out. A solid ice shield materialized instantaneously between Satsuki and Orochimaru's outstretched hand. Hiss. Orochimaru's venomous palm struck the ice wall with tremendous force. The ice shook violently, deep grooves etched into its surface, releasing hissing plumes of white smoke. Remarkably, it barely withstood that enigmatic strike. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, regarding Bai with a scrutinizing glance. Ice release? Seizing the fleeting opportunity created by Bai, Satsuki's Sharingan blazed with fervor. It spun wildly. Found it. The core. 7 inches below the left abdomen. She shouted emphatically. The blue-white lightning in her left hand coalesced into an even more blinding Raikiri prototype. Abandoning defense, she thrust fiercely toward the brief opening exposed by Orochimaru's twisting form. The target. 7 inches beneath the left abdomen. That was the precise moment her Sharingan detected the energy core flowing within that slippery body. This was an absolute fight to the death. Dense fog enveloped the surroundings, intertwining with the metallic scent of blood in the humid air. The initial clash between Team 7 and the formidable Orochimaru commenced, accompanied by viscous venom and a chilling aura, deep within this forest of death. In the darkness, Sakura struggled to lift her body. Beyond the thick mist, the skirmishes and scheming of other teams continued unabated. Meanwhile, the true orchestrator of this examination, a sinister shadow, had already cast its pall over the entire desolate jungle. Chapter 20. The cursed seal. The acrid miasma gradually dissipated, leaving behind a nauseatingly sweet stench and a pool of viscous black slime on the ground, slightly writhing before solidifying. Class 7 emerged as if pulled from icy waters. Gasping violently, their taut nerves still unrelaxed. Satsuki's complexion was remarkably pallid, not merely due to the peril of her brief encounter with Orochimaru, but also from the lingering, repulsive sensation left by the slick scales that had grazed her cheek, akin to the insidious touch of maggots. She incessantly rubbed the affected area with the back of her hand, her motions bordering on brutal, her fair skin reddened slightly. Yet she could not dispel the overwhelming disgust and revulsion rooted in her very physiology. That slimy, damn it, the cold, slippery, malevolent texture was among the most intolerable sensations for her, second only to the raw power she wielded. Her frigid gaze swept over the pool of solidified black substance, her Sharingan glimmering with a murderous intent and an unusual, intense aversion towards the specific matter. Cough, cough. Naruto struggled to rise, disregarding the pain in his shoulder. First glancing at Karen, the red-haired girl, encased beneath a layer of icy frost, had her wound's black blood barely stemmed. Yet the pallid hue from the poison had begun to spread ominously from the injury. She curled in agony, her breaths coming in rapid succession. Hey, hang in there. Naruto called out anxiously, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Had that loathsome woman truly departed? Naruto-kun. Sakura's face remained ashen as she hastened to his side, lowering her voice, filled with disbelief and concern. What did that person just say? What is the Nine Tails? What does it mean? Nine Tails? Naruto froze momentarily, his eyes filled with bewilderment and confusion, as if hearing the term for the first time in connection to himself. Did she imply that I am the Nine Tails brat? He instinctively placed a hand on his abdomen. Nine Tails, what does it have to do with me? Is she referring to that thing within me? His expression shifted erratically, the monumental revelation further clouding his mind. The immense shadow that lurked deep within him, occasionally leaking an otherworldly aura during moments of emotional upheaval, was something he vaguely understood in terms of its existence and destructive potential. He had heard of the malevolent curse of the fox transformation, but the true meaning, history, and responsibility behind the identity of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he had never comprehended. Moreover, he had never been formally informed by anyone. Sakura observed Naruto's utterly uninformed expression, her own doubts intensifying. Yet it was evident that this was not the time for further inquiry. Humph. Useless doubts will only add to the burden. Satsuki's cold voice interrupted them. She had ceased rubbing her cheek, though the sticky sensation seemed to linger, her sharp gaze fixed intently on the pool of solidified black slime, where, unbeknownst to them, 2 scrolls lay quietly beside it, one bearing the mark of the heavens, and the other, the earth, emanating a faint glow. Scrolls? Naruto's attention was instantly captivated. Were those the possessions of the fallen grass ninjas? A trap? Sakura remained on high alert. For the moment, no waves of danger were sensed. I gently brushed her fingers across the surface of the scroll, feeling its icy chill. Just then, a sharp gasp escaped from Satsuki, her body trembling violently. There, on the nape of her neck, where the Serpent Queen had touched her, a grotesque and intricate deep purple pattern suddenly emerged beneath the skin she had repeatedly scrubbed. It appeared as a living brand, instantly releasing a potent, corrosive energy. The excruciating pain felt as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at her, accompanied by a bizarre sensation of searing heat mingled with bone-chilling cold, relentlessly assaulting her nerves. Her body went rigid and numb in an instant, and her vision blurred. She knelt on one knee, attempting to summon her chakra to resist, but the power of the cursed seal erupted like a sticky, cold mire, firmly suppressing her. Satsuki! Sakura cried out in horror. You bastard! Naruto's eyes blazed with fury. Without a moment's thought, the crimson chakra, stirred by fear and anger, erupted within him. An ominous, brutal aura enveloped him as he roared towards the paralyzed Satsuki, trying to extinguish the eerie glow of the cursed seal. Don't touch her! Both Sakura and Bai shouted in unison. However, just as Naruto closed the distance to Satsuki, a mere 2 meters away, a chilling voice slithered through the air, hee. So impatient, aren't we? The voice was as slick and cold as a viper's hiss, resonating clearly in his ears. Suddenly, a viscous, frigid chakra enveloped Naruto's erupting crimson energy, dousing it like ice water on flames. The crimson glow emanating from his body fluctuated violently before dimming instantly. A suffocating pressure rendered him immobile, his golden slit pupils flickering desperately, yet unable to break free. Naruto! Sakura attempted to rush to his aid, but was pushed back by an unseen force. Bai appeared beside Naruto, her palm gathering a chill. Be quiet. Little one playing with ice. The figure of the Serpent Queen coalesced from the shadows beside Satsuki like a spectral mirage, no longer masked as a mere grass ninja, her purple hair flowing, golden slit eyes gleaming with mockery, and a pale, luminous face adorned with a sinister smile. With a speed that transcended sight, her finger lightly touched Naruto's rigid forehead. Little nine-tailed demon, do not rush, your worth lies in the future. Her gaze shifted to the writhing Satsuki on the ground, as if admiring a flawless masterpiece. What a perfect vessel. Only profound hatred can cultivate the most exquisite flower of despair. Feel it, embrace it. This is the blessing of the curse of heaven. It will bestow upon you power that transcends limits. The Serpent Queen's voice was a seductive whisper, piercing through Satsuki's mind, filled with pain and chaos. Do not be bound by the shackles of the mundane. The withered branches of Konoha are unworthy of a true phoenix. When you crave power in the abyss, call my name. Before her words could settle, the Serpent Queen's figure erupted into a dense, purplish-black toxic mist once more. This time, the power that had confined Naruto dissipated along with it. Naruto fell to the ground, coughing violently. The restraints vanished, yet a chilling, bone-deep terror left him trembling uncontrollably. The recently unveiled yet utterly incomprehensible identity of the Nine Tails weighed heavily upon his heart like a massive boulder. The eerie glow of the curse mark on Satsuki's body suddenly dimmed, the pain receding like a retreating tide, yet the deep purple brand remained distinctly etched upon her nape, emanating an ominous glimmer. She gasped for breath, struggling to rise, her Sharingan reflecting a tumult of rage, confusion, and the insidious words implanted in her mind by Orochimaru. Akin to poisonous seeds sown in despair and excruciating pain. Power beyond limits? The withered branches of Konoha? The abyssal thirst? Calling. The immense shock left Satsuki's mind in turmoil. The yearning for strength intertwined chaotically with the unease and profound aversion brought forth by the strange mark, particularly the lingering, slimy energy that still clung to her senses, causing her to feel nauseous. Satsuki, are you all right? What is that thing? Sakura rushed over, her voice tinged with tears as she gazed at the deep purple cursed mark on Satsuki's neck, which appeared to writhe like a living creature. Don't touch it. Satsuki abruptly swatted away Sakura's hand, which sought to make contact with the mark, her tone infused with an unprecedented irritability and a chilling defensiveness. She fixed her gaze on the direction where Orochimaru had vanished, her eyes reflecting not only hatred but also a profound sense of confusion and struggle. Naruto climbed to his feet, concern etched on his pale face as he looked at Satsuki, then touched his forehead, his expression one of apprehension. What exactly? The scroll has been obtained. We can't. Karui's weak voice shattered the silence as she pointed to the earth scroll lying on the ground. Take her. Leave this place immediately. Satsuki's voice was hoarse yet frigid, forcibly suppressing all chaos and discomfort. The lingering slickness of the cursed mark was still present, intensifying her nausea. They needed to find a place of absolute safety to regroup as swiftly as possible. I stepped forward quietly, once more assisting Karui. Sakura suppressed the turbulent waves within her heart and, alongside Naruto, swiftly followed Satsuki toward a hidden cave deep within the forest, as directed by Karui. Meanwhile, further away, deep within a canopy nearly consumed by darkness, Hinata's pure white eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The moments when Orochimaru inscribed the cursed mark, threatened Naruto, and touched his forehead were vividly captured by her all-seeing gaze. Harming Naruto. Unforgivable. The viscous darkness surged wildly beneath her alabaster eyes. Boiling over, a fierce impulse of destruction caused her chakra to teeter on the brink of chaos, as the veins beneath her skin swelled slightly, forming bizarre azure patterns. She looked at the pained and struggling Satsuki. Her gaze no longer held the shyness or admiration of the past, but rather an unabashed, icy glee and a deep-seated loathing. She deserves it. She should suffer more. Let her die. When she witnessed Naruto's worried gaze directed at Satsuki, as she perceived it, the tide of darkness instantly engulfed her completely. The edges of the pure white pupils were subtly tinged with an ominous scarlet hue, reminiscent of ink diffusing into clear water, beginning to spread languidly. That woman, that purple-haired monstrosity, and all those who have harmed Naruto, must be eradicated. An overwhelming desire for possession and a distorted sense of protectiveness erupted with fervor. She descended like an enraged specter into the deeper shadows of the forest, akin to a lurking serpent, relentlessly pursuing the trace of Team 7. The forest of death had been thoroughly permeated by genuine malevolence. The scars of the curse mark were etched upon Satsuki's skin, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of all, while Hinata's abyss had already begun to unfurl. Chapter 21. Bitter Struggle? Instant Kill. The death forest blood echo cave. The oppressive atmosphere within the cave was almost palpable. The cursed seal on Satsuki's neck writhed like a living creature, each pulse shattering her groans further. Sakura desperately pressed her hands against the searing curse mark. Tears mingling with sweat, Karen clung tightly to Satsuki's shoulders, her healing green light flickering erratically, her eyes filled with anxiety and panic. Bai stood close to the cold rock wall, nearly merging with the shadows. She maintained the ice release hand seals to suppress Satsuki's cursed seal. But her injured right hand trembled subtly. Each chakra invocation felt like icy needles stirring within her marrow. Her gaze remained fixed on Naruto, who was in a disconcerting state, his emotions taut like a string pulled to its limit. Suddenly, Satsuki convulsed violently, her hair plastered to her sweat-drenched face, the crimson in her Sharingan blurring from pain. At that moment, fragile as glass, whoosh, 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 sharp piercing sounds shattered the cave silence. Dozens of shuriken glowing with a ghostly blue poison surged in from outside, striking towards the entwined forms of Satsuki and Karen without warning. Watch out. Bai's pupils dilated in alarm. Her injured right hand instinctively rose before her mind could catch up, forming a grasping motion. In an instant, several palm-sized, fragile yet precise ice mirrors materialized in the air, just in time to intercept the oncoming shuriken. Clang, clang. The shuriken shattered the thin ice, shards scattering everywhere. Although most of the force and quantity were blocked, a few cunningly penetrated the icy barrier, aimed directly at Satsuki's face. Bai's injured hand twitched in agony. Her left hand seal was forcibly interrupted, and the chilling aura suppressing Satsuki's cursed seal abruptly loosened. The black markings of the cursed seal on Satsuki surged ominously. Damn it! Naruto roared as he charged forward. Without thought, without strategy. Pure instinct propelled him like an enraged orange cannonball, crashing into the stunned Sakura, placing his not-so-broad back before Satsuki. Thud! Thud! The muffled sounds of sharp objects penetrating fabric and flesh were unmistakable. Two poisoned shuriken plunged brutally into Naruto's right shoulder. Ugh! Naruto's body shook violently, a suppressed groan escaping his lips as an overwhelming numbness spread from the wound. He staggered a step, his right arm dangling uselessly. The searing pain and poison clouded his vision. The pervasive chill left by Nange River seemed to surge through his meridians, drenching him in a cold sweat, while strange red blisters momentarily erupted on his skin. Though fleeting, they were intensely uncomfortable. Naruto! Naruto-kun! Sakura and Bai's exclamations echoed simultaneously. Cackling. Three chilling laughs accompanied by twisted figures emerged in the moonlight at the cave's entrance. The Sound Ninja Trio. The one who had just attacked was Torsu, adjusting the bandage device on his right ear, which concealed his sonic weapon. Sokka raised both hands, palms facing the cave, brewing the wind release, void slashes turbulent air currents. Kin's hands once again tightened around the poisoned shuriken. What a touching display of friendship. Tu's voice was hoarse and laced with malice, his single eye, concealed by bandages, fixated on the struggling Naruto and the tormented Getsu. Alas, the scroll and the Sharingan, we shall claim both. Particularly. His tone suddenly sharpened. The Uchiha lady, who has received special attention from Lady Orochimaru. As the words fell, the device wrapped around his bandaged right ear emitted a piercing hum. A visible low-frequency sound wave surged through the air, ruthlessly targeting the individuals within the cave. Sound waves, you say? Sokka sneered. aiming his palms at the gap left by the sonic assault as he harnessed the violent winds of chakra. Team 7 and White found themselves in dire straits. White's injured hand struggled to maintain a large-scale ice release. Naruto was wounded and in a perplexing state. Eskitsu was on the brink of losing control, while Sakura and Karen lacked sufficient combat capability. Just as the situation teetered on the edge of catastrophe, 8 trigrams palm, heavenly spin. A crisp and resolute voice unexpectedly echoed from outside the cave, accompanied by an absolute defensive wall formed by rapidly rotating chakra. TOSS eerie sound wave collided with the invisible iron barrier, shattering into a cacophony of metallic distortion. The trio of sound shinobi were caught off guard, forcibly pushed back several steps by the explosive gusts unleashed by the heavenly spin. Under the moonlight, 3 imposing figures stood defiantly at the cave entrance. Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka, with Akamaru. The Leaf Village's shinobi, Hinata Hyuga, gathered her chakra, her stance impeccable and dignified, her Byakugan activated. The veins around her temples bulging ominously as her gaze swiftly swept across the cave, instantly locking onto the pain Naruto, who was struggling to endure after being injured by 1,000 needles. For a fleeting moment, her breath hitched, but in the next instant, she forcibly suppressed the torrent of emotions, that dark possessiveness creeping like poisonous vines within her heart, her face displaying a perfectly measured blend of shock and concern. Her voice trembling yet remarkably clear. Everyone from Team 7, are you alright? That worried gaze naturally gravitated towards Naruto. The Leaf Shinobi, Shino Aburame, adjusted his sunglasses. The faint rustle of countless insects stirring beneath his clothing audible as he calmly targeted the sound shinobi. TSK, how bothersome, but just right. Akamaru, prepare for action. Kiba bared his teeth, brimming with fighting spirit, as Akamaru emitted a low growl of warning. The timely arrival of Hinata's team acted like a powerful stimulant within the cave. White breathed a slight sigh of relief. But upon witnessing Hinata's intensely focused Byakugan locked onto Naruto, her heart instinctively sank. That feeling was more discomforting than facing the murderous intent of the sound shinobi. The trio of sound shinobi, taken aback and incensed by the sudden offensive, exchanged incredulous and furious glances. Reinforcements from the Leaf? TOSS single eye, hidden beneath the bandages, glared at Hinata with a predatory gaze. Humph, the main family heiress of the Hyuga clan? Just the kind of prime material we need. Saku, Kodo, eliminate those nuisances. TOS growled, the device wrapping around his bandaged right ear, vibrating violently again, producing an even sharper, more piercing ultrasonic wave. This time, the target was directly aimed at the freshly landed trio of Hinata. The high-frequency sound waves, capable of piercing eardrums, threatened to disrupt balance and even induce fainting. 8 trigrams palm. Empty wall. Hinata let out a soft exclamation, her chakra surging beneath her feet. Instead of employing the energy-draining heavenly spin, she swiftly traced circles in the air with her palms, generating a pure and fluid chakra that formed a curved barrier, cleverly dissipating a significant portion of the penetrating and twisted sound waves. Although a few strands managed to breach her defenses, causing a momentary dizziness, Hinata steadied herself, her Byakugan locking onto Sak's hands, poised to unleash his devastating attack. What a sturdy door, Sak sneered, as he unleashed a compressed sphere of wind from his palms. Air slash. The highly pressurized air cannon tore through the atmosphere, shrieking as it hurtled towards Hinata, its expansive reach threatening to engulf her and her entire team. Hinata's eyes shone brighter than ever. She appeared somewhat flustered, sidestepping the main shockwave, her gentle fists striking rapidly at the edges of the wind pressure. Though she managed to mitigate a substantial portion of its force, the residual shock still tore through her sleeves, leaving her fair arms marked with crimson streaks, and the backlash sent her staggering back 2 steps, only to be steadied by Akamaru's supportive leap. Breathless and slightly panicked, she assumed a defensive stance, clearly struggling to cope. Insect sphere. Shino's calm voice resonated as a swarm of parasitic insects poured forth from his sleeves, some coalescing into a shield to block the poison Saban aimed at Akamaru, while others surged like a dark tide towards Kurenai herself. Fang over Fang. Kiba and Akamaru transformed into a massive, whirling double-headed drill, launching themselves ferociously at Sak's side while he was momentarily off balance. Damn it, Sak could only hastily conjure a wind shield for defense. But the relentless force of Fang over Fang propelled him backward, his vitality surging chaotically. Meanwhile, within the cave, Naruto endured the agonizing pain in his shoulder and the numbing effects of the toxins, struggling to maintain his footing. Witnessing the fierce battle of Hinata's team, particularly the blood seeping from her arm, an intense surge of anger and urgency welled within him. Damn those sound ninjas. Hinata, shut up. Just watch. A cold, oppressive growl interrupted his thoughts. Startled, Naruto turned to see Satsuki standing upright, swaying slightly. Her waist-length black hair danced without wind, the crimson of her Sharingan flaring to its zenith. Yet beneath that fury, a chilling, sinister golden vertical pupil, a remnant of the cursed seal, was starkly evident. The cursed seal on the back of her neck pulsated violently, dark, malevolent chakra enveloping half her body, exuding a suffocating aura of terror. Unlike before, when she was engulfed in pain, her gaze now radiated a terrifying, cold resolve to annihilate everything in her path. White's pupils contracted instinctively, wanting to reach out to restrain her again, but the moment he raised his hand, excruciating pain forced it down. Satsuki, don't let the power. I need power. Satsuki's voice was like two icebergs grinding against each other, filled with an inhuman indifference. Ignoring White's pleas, the chakra of the cursed seal erupted violently. A piercing sound erupted, akin to the cacophony of 1,000 birds, as arcs of electricity crackled explosively from her cursed seal-imbued right palm. Yet, that was no longer Sasuke's iconic blue Chidori, but rather a foreboding black-purple hue tainted by the cursed mark. The ferocious lightning leaped and twisted in her palm, exuding an aura of annihilation. What on earth is that? Kodo, entangled with the swarm of insects, screamed in terror. Even Sak and Tos, who were frantically defending against Ya, felt a chilling, instinctual dread. The figure of Satsuki, bolstered by the cursed seal, seemed to vanish entirely, leaving only a faint trace enveloped in black-purple lightning in the air. In the next instant, the first to suffer was Sak, who was about to unleash his slash wave to ambush Hinata once more. He only felt a flash before a bone-chilling force seized his wrist. Crack. The sound of shattering bone accompanied Sak's anguished howl. Satsuki's claw, shimmering with black-purple lightning, crushed his wrist joint, the very conduit for his slash wave. In swift succession, her other hand lunged toward his abdomen. Lady Orochimaru will not spare. Before Sak could finish his sentence, he was engulfed by a deafening crackle of electricity. The black-purple lightning surged into his body, accompanied by the sound of ruptured organs. The noise was deafening. Satsuki's indifferent voice resonated like a whisper from the abyss. Without a glance, she hurled Sak aside like a ragdoll. His body enveloped in black smoke, his fate unknown, as her Sharingan, streaked with blood and dark golden shadows, abruptly turned toward Kodo. Tos, filled with rage and desperation, directed his sound wave device with all his might toward Satsuki's back. Yet Satsuki did not even look back. Her body, enhanced by the cursed seal, shifted with astonishing speed, narrowly evading the sound wave cannon, which detonated against the rock wall, sending debris flying. She utterly disregarded the attack, her black-purple lightning-imbued feet striking the ground, fracturing it instantaneously, as her figure vanished once more. Kodo barely caught sight of those icy Sharingan drawing near, only to be enveloped entirely by a despairing shroud of black-purple lightning. The Chidori pierced through her arm and chest with unadorned precision. She was unable to emit a scream, being violently hurled against a distant tree trunk, her fate uncertain. Almost instantaneously, as Kodo was vanquished, Satsuki appeared before Tos. Her speed transcended even that of a sonic attack-esque lock-on. A monster. The remnants of terror filled his solitary eye. His sound wave device had no time to recharge, as a hand, cloaked in black-purple lightning and cursed markings, seized his throat with a vice-like grip. The chilling intent to kill pierced through his very nerves. This entire ordeal, from its explosive onset to its abrupt conclusion, transpired in mere breaths. The formidable sounding trio, who had posed a significant challenge to Hinata's team, were utterly obliterated before the unleashed darkness of Satsuki, as fragile as paper. Inside and outside the cavern, silence reigned. Only the crackling of black-purple lightning emanating from Satsuki, her heavy breaths, and the cold, violent aura creeping forth filled the air. Sakura and Karen stared in horror at the godlike Satsuki, rendered speechless. Ya and Akamaru ceased their attacks, with Akamaru even emitting a low warning growl. Shino silently adjusted her sunglasses, her eyes beneath them filled with an unmistakable gravity. In an instant, Satsuki's figure appeared before Naruto, her pale hand, etched with bizarre patterns, reaching out violently towards the poisoned kunai lodged in his shoulder. The movement was as swift as lightning, executed with a command-like brutality. Satsuki, you. Naruto instinctively shrank his shoulder, not out of fear, but because Satsuki's current state and gaze were terrifyingly different from her usual self. Don't move, dead last. If this poison isn't dealt with properly, it will fester. Satsuki growled irritably, her other hand releasing a surge of dark purple lightning, which she then used to firmly grasp the tail end of the kunai, yanking it out with force, drawing forth a small stream of black blood. Her movements were rapid, her fingers now tainted with Naruto's blood, cold as if they belonged to the lifeless. Ugh! Naruto gasped in pain, watching Satsuki's fingers, stained with black blood and adorned with strange curse markings, and the unmasked, icy arrogance of power in her eyes. Recalling her earlier terrifying display of lethal prowess left him momentarily speechless. Yet, deep within him, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him. At least Satsuki was unharmed and had vanquished a formidable foe. He hesitated for a few seconds, gazing at Satsuki's eerie yet mesmerizing profile, accentuated by her curse marks and murderous intent, and murmured with genuine admiration tinged with apprehension, "Thanks, Satsuki. You were a bit too awesome just now, almost like." He struggled to find the right words, scratching his head, "like you were cheating." At that very moment, Hyuga Hinata's body subtly stiffened at the mouth of the cave. She maintained her earlier expression of worry and relief, facing Team 7. However, within her all-encompassing, crystal-clear Byakugan vision, nothing could escape her scrutiny. Satsuki's fierce power, the serpentine chill of her presence, and that overwhelming, aggressive darkness radiating from her curse mark. Alongside Naruto's gaze filled with trust and admiration, which even hinted at a sense of protected safety she had never possessed. Her heart screamed in turmoil. That pure, white world seemed tainted by the foulest of black mud. Hinata's hands, concealed within her voluminous sleeves, clenched tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, drawing forth the metallic scent of blood. Yet on her face, at the juncture of moonlight and shadow, she forced a strained, almost contorted gentle smile, as if on the verge of tears, and called out to Naruto, Naruto-kun, your shoulder, let me help you. I know how to bandage wounds." Her voice trembled with an unrecognized sharpness, her body involuntarily taking a step toward Naruto, toward the Uchiha emanating that nauseating dark power which had captured all of Naruto's attention. Deep within her Byakugan, behind the pure white, an indelible, chilling darkness was surging and spreading uncontrollably. Chapter 22. Treatment. The acrid scent of blood mingled with the residual malevolence of the cursed seal within the cave, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The trio of sound ninjas lay sprawled beneath the moonlight, their fates uncertain. Standing before Naruto, Satsuki breathed slightly unevenly as her power surged forth. The cursed seal on the back of her neck calmed, yet a profound emptiness and an icy chill seeped into her bones. Her body shivered slightly, the crimson hue of her Sharingan fading to a mere ember of exhaustion, accompanied by a morbid reminiscence of absolute power. The exhilarating sensation of overwhelming everything had momentarily dulled the weight of her hatred. "Ugh, Satsuki, you were too heavy-handed," Naruto exclaimed, clutching his bleeding shoulder, his golden hair standing on end. Yet, upon seeing Satsuki's pale but still haughty visage and recalling the awe-inspiring moment when she had obliterated the 3 sound ninjas, his defiant words dwindled into a perplexed mumble. "But, thanks for that. What was that move? It looked like something Kakashi-sensei would do. Though the color seems off." He gazed at Satsuki's hand, which had just summoned the dark purple lightning, now only leaving behind a lingering numbness and a subtle ache beneath the skin. Satsuki, suppressing her discomfort and the complex emotions stirred by that malevolent force, an intertwining of desire and repulsion, maintained a cold smirk. She shook her sternum arm and cast a sidelong glance at Naruto. "Kakashi used it once in the Land of Waves. With these eyes, I merely replicated a rudimentary form." She gestured to her 3-tomo Sharingan, her tone imbued with an unwavering confidence and an intrinsic understanding of her talent. The true perfected form lies ahead. Instinctively, she attempted to flex her fingers, but the backlash from the cursed seal and her chakra pathways sent a sharp pain through her joints. Just then, in Naruto-kun, a voice, laden with emotion and tinged with desperation, pierced through the air. Hinata appeared like a startled fawn, her body trembling violently. Her eyes reddened to an alarming degree, the veins of her Byakugan accentuating the crimson streaks as she staggered towards Naruto. As her gaze flickered past Satsuki's slightly rigid hand, her pupils involuntarily constricted, That damned pride. That cursed talent. That wretched Sharingan. How could she flaunt such incomplete techniques? And garner pure, sincere admiration from Naruto-kun? Those simple words of gratitude felt like poison needles piercing her eardrums. Hinata? Naruto, oblivious to the darkness roiling within her, only noted her tear-filled eyes and unsteady form. Assuming she was merely concerned for his injuries and recent peril, he felt a warmth surge within him. I'm fine. Just a little scrape. Satsuki helped me remove the poison needle. A scrape? Hinata's voice erupted in a shriek, the decibel level alarmingly high. She appeared to be completely ignited by those words, the very catalyst for all her fears. Her body weakly leaning towards Naruto, the carefully calculated angle perfectly separating Naruto and Satsuki. Her voice shattered with the utmost terror. So much blood. So much blood. Naruto-kun. I am so scared. In her disarray, she trembled, her hands seemingly attempting to cover Naruto's shoulder wound, yet retracting as if afraid to hurt him. Her entire being exuding a sense of collapse and loss of control. However, her peripheral vision precisely caught sight of Sakura nearby, and she instinctively grasped at the lifeline. Sakura, quickly, help Naruto. We must tend to his wound. We cannot allow it to become infected. Her discourse was centered entirely on Naruto-kun, utterly disregarding Satsuki, whose complexion was growing increasingly pallid. Kiba, furrowing his brow at Hinata's precarious state, sensed that something was amiss, while Akamaru uneasily whined. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, his gaze sweeping over Hinata, who struggled to avoid collapsing against Naruto's shoulder, her toes clearly straining for balance. Sakura, swept up by Hinata's emotions and genuinely concerned for Naruto's injury, hastily replied, Yes. Naruto, please sit down. Hinata, don't panic. We'll do this together. She stepped forward to assist Hinata but was deftly evaded. Satsuki, your arm. The soft voice was low and laced with concern as she emerged from the shadows, seeking to inspect Satsuki's obviously stiff and uncomfortable arm. Hinata's excessive display of concern made her exceedingly uneasy, the undercurrents of danger lurking beneath her fragile exterior pricking at her spine. Stay away. Satsuki abruptly swatted away by S outstretched hand. The backlash and emptiness within her were provoked to a breaking point by Hinata's exaggerated display and Naruto's gentle reassurances. A chilling sense of neglect and exclusion surged within her, the curse-marked side effects amplifying her negative emotions. The cold sharpness in her gaze transformed into a tangible blade aimed at the weeping Hinata leaning against Naruto. Her voice laced with biting frost and impatience. You want to die. There is no need for you to meddle. That repulsive demeanor not only served as a defense against Bai but also expressed her extreme distaste and irritation towards the emotional display unfolding before her. The pain in her right arm intensified due to the exertion of this gesture, her brow instinctively furrowing. Idiot Satsuki, don't overexert yourself. You're as pale as a ghost. Naruto instinctively shouted back, having observed Satsuki's rigid motion when she pushed Bai away, her complexion worse than before. Naruto-kun. Yet. In that fleeting moment when Naruto shouted at Satsuki, Hinata's body suddenly weakened, as if she could no longer withstand her fear, her arms opening wide, longing to plunge into Naruto's embrace for solace. With her head bowed, the depths of her Byakugan, hidden beneath her bangs, surged with dark happiness. Dive in. With her pure white form, separate herself from that wicked Uchiha. Let Naruto-kun's embrace be solely for her. Let Naruto-kun focus only on her goodwill. Let the proud visage of Satsuki be entirely shrouded in gloom. However, a hand, as unyielding as iron, abruptly seized Hinata's shoulder just as she was about to collapse onto Naruto's chest. The frigid touch felt akin to a surgical blade gliding across the skin, imbued with an unrestrained force and an ineffable acuity. Hinata's entire body trembled, her movements suspended in midair. It was Haku, whose deep, abyss-like eyes fixated on Hinata's astonished face, etched with disbelief and a fleeting glimpse of ferocious intent beneath her panicked gaze. Her voice, chillingly calm and devoid of emotion, resonated. Miss Hinata, you are weary. Naruto's injuries are adequately handled by Sakura and me. There is no need for the esteemed branch family member to trouble herself. Her right hand, gravely injured and nearly powerless, was nonetheless gripping Hinata firmly with her left, conveying an undeniable, frosty rejection. In that moment of standoff, the air seemed to solidify. Hinata's expression transformed rapidly beneath her startled facade. Satsuki observed the scene with a cold, mocking smile. Naruto, witnessing Haku clutching Hinata's shoulder and her tearful visage alongside Satsuki's pale, frosty defiance, was utterly bewildered. He felt akin to a firecracker on the verge of ignition, and with a splitting headache, he exclaimed, "I say, can you girls act normally? My injuries don't seem that severe, do they?" The atmosphere within the cave felt as though it had been frozen by Hinata's startled Byakugan and Haku's placid yet forceful obstruction. Naruto's outburst was like a stone cast into still waters, creating ripples of complex emotions after a brief silence. Hinata's shoulders quivered beneath Haku's palm, genuine shock and anger breaking through her pretenses. Her large, expressive eyes misted over, swirling with the shock of being wounded and a sense of injustice. Though the deepest resentment flickered momentarily before vanishing, she quickly lowered her head, her cascading hair concealing her contorted expression, her voice trembling and soft. "Haku, Sister Haku. I was just so worried about Naruto. I'm sorry for causing everyone trouble." She made a gentle attempt to withdraw her shoulder, her movement subtle yet imbued with a stubborn resolve, cautiously testing Haku's grip. Haku sensed the unexpected strength of her struggle, her gaze sharpening slightly. Yet her grip instinctively loosened just enough. She understood the importance of moderation. Tearing down facades would not benefit Naruto. Haku stepped aside, deftly positioning herself half a meter in front of Naruto, creating a subtle barrier between herself and Satsuki, her voice regaining its customary softness, albeit tinged with an invisible distance. "I comprehend Miss Hinata's sentiments. However, amidst this chaos, let us attend to the wounds first." Yes. Bandaging. Quick, let us bandage." Naruto felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He was utterly perplexed by the earlier dramatic display from the girls, his head buzzing with noise. The wounds inflicted by the Saban still throbbed painfully, prompting him to sit down on a protruding stone, grimacing as he rolled up his sleeves to reveal his bloodied shoulder. "Here, Sakura, you understand this. Hinata, stop crying. Such trivial injuries mean nothing. I am destined to become Hokage." He opened his mouth, attempting to dispel the eerie atmosphere with his signature sunny smile and carefree demeanor. His golden hair shone like a miniature sun in the dim cave, instantly illuminating the corners. That smile was untainted, as if the recent bloody struggle and subtle conflicts had never transpired. Sakura observed Naruto's typically carefree expression, unsure whether to feel exasperated or amused, and quickly crouched down. "Honestly, even in such a state, you still refuse to admit your pain. Just bear with it." She began to carefully rummage through her ninja tool pouch for clean bandages and basic antiseptic, a necessity for the Nin exams. Hinata felt her heart seize upon witnessing Naruto's radiant smile, and upon seeing Niji's invisible protective stance, she forcefully suppressed the tumult of dark emotions within her. Bowing her head, she quietly retrieved a small piece of clean cloth from her bosom, her voice barely above a whisper. I have some clean cloth here too." Yet, she dared not approach too closely, merely extending it toward Sakura. The straggler. "As long as he doesn't die, it's fine," Satsuki coldly remarked, forcing herself to stand tall, unwilling to show vulnerability before anyone. However, the cold sweat on her forehead and the pallor of her lips betrayed her. The emptiness following the eruption of power and the painful backlash of the cursed seal felt like countless small serpents gnawing at her meridians. Gritting her teeth, she discreetly leaned against the icy rock wall for support. Chapter 23. The ignited surname within the confines of the cave, Sakura deftly completed the bandaging. The chill imparted by Karen's thorn-like words was seemingly dispelled, albeit temporarily, by Naruto's carefree smile, which lightened the stagnant air. "Haha, thanks Sakura," Naruto exclaimed, shaking his tightly wrapped arm, wincing slightly from the pain, yet brimming with vitality. "This minor injury will have me bouncing back by tomorrow." His bright, cheerful voice resonated through the cold cave like a sunbeam piercing the gloom. Satsuki leaned against the wall, eyes closed, battling the tumultuous backlash of the cursed seal within her and an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Karen, resembling a vigilant hedgehog, remained closely beside her, casting wary glances at everyone in the cave. "Hey, you with the blonde hair." Karen's tone was abrupt. "Are you all from Konoha's lower ranks? Do you know each other?" She instinctively tightened her grip on Satsuki's clothing, her only lifeline amidst this unfamiliar and perilous crowd. Having endured years of being treated as a mere tool for healing in the grass village and witnessing her comrades being ruthlessly depleted, she harbored an instinctual fear and distrust towards any form of group, particularly those with esteemed backgrounds. The recent battle of Hinata's team, even with Hinata's efforts to conceal her strength, had left her feeling deeply threatened. Being confined within this cave felt akin to being trapped in a cage full of wild beasts. Naruto, catching his breath, turned to her. His golden hair appearing like a flame in the dim light, his expression still unguarded and cheerful. Yes, we are all comrades from Konoha, having trained together. And we are undoubtedly good friends. There's Kiba and Shino. As for Hinata, he faltered, glancing at Hinata's reddened eyes, swallowing back his words about her apparent sensitivity. And emphasized, they're all good people. You can rest assured. His unwavering trust in his companions was like sunshine dispersing shadows, direct and fervent. Kiba, cradling Akamaru, boldly raised his chin. Hey, redhead, stop looking at us like we're thieves. It's perfectly normal for everyone to cross paths during the exams, right? By the way, what's your name? You don't seem like a registered lower ninja from Konoha. Shino remained silent, though his body leaned forward imperceptibly, his gaze from behind his sunglasses fixated on Karen's tense demeanor. I am Karen. Her voice fell to a hushed tone, tinged with a defensive pride and an undeniable melancholy, like thorns abandoned in the wilderness. Karen Izumaki. Just a tool from a place I can't even be bothered to name. Don't consider me a companion. I merely stumbled into your elite game by sheer misfortune. Kiba, unable to restrain himself, interjected with the characteristic curiosity and unintentional offense of youth. Karen Uzumaki? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Where have I heard it before? He scratched his chin, completely oblivious to the sensitive nerve his words might have touched. Vortex. When Xianglin uttered this word, her voice was low and parched, intermingled with numbness and a profound ache that penetrated to the marrow of her bones. She even managed a self-deprecating smile, one that appeared more sorrowful than tears. Ah, yes. Vortex. Nothing particularly special, merely a symbol. In that place where I was treated as a mere tool. Her words trailed off. But the sense of being stripped of oneself, where her surname had become nothing more than a value label, enveloped her. For her, the vortex was not only a mark of bloodline but also a badge of humiliation. At that moment, Naruto, who had been as silent as the air, suddenly exclaimed, Huh? He scratched his golden hair, looking at Xianglin with a bewildered expression. Vortex? You also share the surname Vortex? This unexpected inquiry, pure in its curiosity, was akin to a boulder cast into calm waters. Plop. Hinata, who had just handed over a new piece of cotton cloth, suddenly trembled, letting the cloth silently drop to the blood-stained ground. She felt as if she were nailed to the spot. The feigned worry on her face instantly froze, her fair visage becoming paler than moonlight. Her pure white eyes locked onto Naruto's face, which was filled with innocent confusion. And a tempest surged within the depths of her pupils. Vortex. Naruto-kun. He just said that. This word struck like a pale lightning bolt, cleaving through the abyss of darkness that Hinata had forcefully suppressed. At that moment, her blood seemed to freeze and flow backward. Countless fragments of information, which she had deliberately ignored, frantically pieced together in her mind. His extraordinary vitality and resilience. The confusion she felt upon first hearing him referred to as Vortex Naruto in the Ninja Academy, an orphan without roots bearing such an ancient surname. Why? By what right? That ancient surname, Vortex, a name tainted by the massacre of her clan, a name shunned like a taboo. By what right could a lowly orphan, picked up from who knows where, naturally bear it? By what right could this newly emerged, equally lowly, in Hinata's distorted heart, red-haired girl also possess it? They had no right. Did they deserve it? And she, Hyuga Hinata, the legitimate daughter of the Hyuga clan, the future heir to the lineage that represented the purest blood of the Byakugan, yet she could only gaze at him from afar, forever separated by the cold barrier of a surname. Hyuga. What a heavy honor, which in this moment transformed into the deepest curse. A profound sense of injustice and a rage of exclusion surged through Hinata's very soul. Naruto-kun. Hinata's voice emerged like a strained whisper from a throat constricted, twisted, and deformed, bearing an unnatural sharpness and shattering tremor. You mean to say, you also bear the surname Vortex? She tried to feign curiosity, yet her face contorted slightly, tormented by the flames of jealousy. The veins around her white eyes twisting like lurking serpents. A flash of blue light flickered in her Byakugan, instantly capturing Hinata's spiraling mental state and the chaotic questions threatening to spill forth. It had to be stopped. At nearly the same moment, Bai's voice interjected with a gentle yet remarkably clear firmness. She stepped forward, positioning herself between Hinata's piercing gaze and Xianglin, her cool fingers lightly resting on the bandages as she naturally concluded the wrapping process. Her concern was laced with a subtle reminder, Naruto, your reckless nature remains unchanged. It seems I must prepare extra bandages, whether in the land of waves or the forest of death. She refrained from directly answering Hinata's question, knowing it would only fan the flames, and instead turned to Naruto with a faint smile, reminiscent of the thawing of ice and snow, accompanied by a fleeting recollection. Speaking of which, I did notice your surname in the land of waves. It's quite uncommon and rather special. Her tone was as casual as discussing everyday matters, artfully transforming the surname into a trivial curiosity rather than a potential hidden secret. Really? Uzumaki? Naruto scratched his head, oblivious to the turmoil his surname could incite, displaying a mixture of pride and confusion as he laughed heartily, embodying the innocent bliss of an orphan entirely unaware of his lineage. Of course, Irika-sensei mentioned that it's quite special. Sounds impressive, though I have no idea where it comes from. But doesn't it sound nice? Much cooler than Taro Orjiro, immersed in the delight brought by his name. He regarded the surname as his most ordinary possession, a label he could proudly wear. His unclouded cheerfulness and nonchalance shone like sunlight, illuminating Hinata's face hidden behind by shadow. Naruto's profound ignorance regarding the weighty history behind his bloodline and surname doused Hinata's burning jealousy like a bucket of icy water, yet rather than extinguishing it, it transformed into a colder, venomous anger. How could he know nothing? Why was he oblivious? With such a prestigious surname, in her warped perception, why did he struggle so? Why? Hinata trembled violently under by shadow, her wide sleeves concealing her nails digging deeply into her palms, nearly drawing blood. She bit her lip to suppress an uncontrolled scream. In her once pure Byakugan, jealousy, resentment, anger, and humiliation swirled madly, fixating on Bai's protective stance over Naruto and the radiant smile that his surname afforded him. Xianglin frowned at Naruto's blissful ignorance, her own doubts dissipating somewhat in the clarity of his confusion, replaced by a strange complexity. Could it be that he too was oblivious to his lineage? The label that had been treated as a mere tool seemed, in some intangible way, to diminish. Bai felt the chilling gaze behind her, almost capable of penetrating her very being, and let out a faint sigh. She gently patted Naruto's shoulder, signaling him to be mindful of the situation, and turned her attention back to the others, her tone regaining the calm authority of a commander. Have you rested enough? We must set off immediately. The scent of blood will attract even more perilous threats. Her eyes swept over the weary Satsuki, the vigilant Karin, and the storm-suppressing team member Hinata, before finally resting on Naruto. Their objective lay at the central tower. The path ahead would be an unavoidable battleground, where the suppressed darkness and distortion would only ferment into something far more lethal in silence. Chapter 24. Hinata, I feel I should change my surname to Uzumaki. Naruto's naturally bright smile and sunlit words struck Hinata like a dull knife, repeatedly slicing through her frayed nerves that were on the brink of collapse. In the face of the formless barrier and Naruto's blinding ignorance, she could only force down the destructive flames of jealousy and malice, swallowing them deep into her throat. In her sleeves, her nails dug painfully into her palms, the agony serving as a tenuous anchor to her sanity. Uzumaki Naruto. It does sound quite impressive, doesn't it, Naruto-kun? Hinata's voice emerged from behind Haku, stiff and dry, carrying a sweetness that felt forced, akin to cheap saccharin. She slowly crouched down, picking up the cotton cloth that had fallen to the ground, swiftly wiping away the blood staining her fingertips, concealing the trembling of her fingers and the bruises left by her own forceful grip. When she raised her head again, her face was once more adorned with that familiar, timid, and fragile expression of concern, though the depths of her pure white eyes brimmed with a chilling undercurrent. She extended the cloth to Sakura, her movements tender as if cradling something fragile, yet her gaze lingered on Naruto's bandaged shoulder. Naruto-kun, does it still hurt? Please be careful not to reopen it. Sakura, unaware of the deeper currents, merely sensed that Hinata seemed overly anxious as she accepted the cloth, nodding. Yes. I will be careful. Satsuki. She glanced worriedly at Satsuki, who remained pale and leaning against the rock wall, eyes closed in silent endurance. Miss Satsuki needed rest. Any movement now would only exacerbate the backlash of the cursed seal. Karui immediately spoke up with the fierceness of a protective lioness, her red hair framing her vigilant eyes as they swept over Sakura before settling on Haku, her tone tinged with stubbornness. Her meridians are like red-hot wire cooling down. Any disturbance could cause permanent damage. We must wait. Wait for this backlash to subside. Her words were imbued with the acute intuition honed from years of being a living vessel for chakra, though now they served as a lifeline. This resolute stance inadvertently tethered her to Satsuki's side. Haku's gaze fell on Karui's defiant face, then glanced at Satsuki, who was clearly struggling to maintain her composure, and understood. Although Karui's judgment stemmed from a fierce desire to protect, to guard Satsuki, it was likely correct. However, remaining in this blood-soaked cave was equally perilous. Karui had a point. Haku's voice was calm and steady, instantly drawing everyone's attention. She first affirmed Karui's opinion, stabilizing the restless member, then shifted her focus, her gaze sharp like ice needles, sweeping over the pale moonlight outside the cave and the unconscious sound ninja. But more dangerous entities may soon follow the scent of blood. We need a more concealed location, one further from here, suitable for Miss Satsuki's recovery while ensuring safety. She looked at Naruto and Sakura. Her voice resolute and commanding. Shino and I will scout for a safe route and clear any traces of our movement. Kiba and Akamaru will maintain perimeter vigilance. Sakura, you are entrusted with the care of the injured, primarily Naruto, and the constant monitoring of Miss Satsuki's condition. She deliberately omitted Hinata's name. A conspicuous silence that not only reflects her vigilance towards Hinata's previous conduct, but also compels her to choose a side. Hinata immediately sensed the absence of acknowledgement from Shiro. Her body momentarily stiffened, and then a more sorrowful and helpless expression swiftly surfaced on her face, her voice trembling with a wounded fragility. I can help look after Naruto too. As she spoke, her steps timidly and hesitantly began to inch toward Naruto once more. Hinata. Shiro's voice cut through the air like an invisible wall of ice, precise and distant, as if oblivious to Hinata's pitiful visage. Your Byakugan's observational prowess is crucial for reconnaissance, especially in evading hidden dangers and traps. Could you please collaborate with Shino for a path investigation? I beg of you. The choice of words was a request. Yet the unyielding gaze bore an undeniable weight, assigning Hinata to work alongside the exceedingly calm and rational Shino with a clearly defined scouting mission. Maximize the utilization of her Byakugan abilities while effectively distancing her from Naruto, facilitating surveillance. Hinata's every attempt to approach Naruto was thwarted. Under Shiro's unwavering stare and Shino's silent yet palpable pressure, her complexion paled further, and ultimately, she could only lower her head, her bangs concealing the fleeting distortion of her expression. In a voice barely above a whisper, laden with a sense of grievance, she murmured, I understand. She turned to Shino, her posture shrinking, akin to a fledgling bird forced from its nest. Shino, please, let us act together. Yet, within the depths of her lowered Byakugan, a frozen intensity fixated on Shino's inscrutable face. Another obstacle, yet another companion hindering her, whom Shino responded tersely, adjusting his sunglasses. The rustling sound of insects beneath his clothing distinctly audible, as if he had already entered a state of reconnaissance. It seemed he had entirely missed Hinata's signal of distress. Naruto, observing Shiro's swift arrangements and glancing at Hinata, who appeared on the verge of tears, scratched his head in confusion. Well, I can move too. He intended to express that caring for the injured shouldn't be so burdensome. However, before he could finish, Sakura firmly pressed down on his head. Injured people should be quiet. Karen is right. Satsuki cannot move right now. You should behave yourself. Do you want to lose your shoulder? Naruto immediately wilted. Shiro turned to Karen, her voice deliberately softened. Miss Karen, you are most knowledgeable about Miss Satsuki's condition. Please continue to stay by her side and inform Sakura of any abnormalities immediately. We will find a safe location as soon as possible. Rest assured, we will clear the path for our departure. Her words conveyed a signal of cooperation rather than hostility, temporarily soothing Karen's agitated heart. Xianglin pressed her lips together, gazing into Bai's tranquil eyes that resembled a deep, still pool. She then glanced at the furrowed brow of Satsuki beside her and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded slightly, drawing closer to Satsuki as a silent agreement to the arrangement. The roles were clearly defined. Bai and Shino darted out of the cave entrance first, merging seamlessly into the shadows of the night. Hinata followed closely behind, her steps frantic like a startled fawn, though her peripheral vision flicked toward Naruto with the stealth of a venomous serpent. Kiba and Akamaru, in perfect harmony, slipped into the thickets on either side of the cave's entrance, Akamaru whimpering softly, his nose twitching restlessly. Inside the cave remained only Sakura, Naruto, Satsuki, and Xianglin. The lingering stench of blood and the ominous aura of the cursed seal still hung heavily in the air. Satsuki leaned against the wall, her eyes closed, the cold pallor of her face illuminated by the waning moonlight, resembling a dormant beast of prey, each breath she took laden with suppressed anguish. Xianglin anxiously hovered nearby, frequently checking Satsuki's pulse with a sense of unease. Sakura sat beside Naruto, meticulously re-examining the bandages on his shoulder, quietly grumbling to herself. Naruto fidgeted restlessly. Satsuki's condition unsettled him, yet he felt powerless, merely stretching his neck to peer outside the cave. Suddenly, he noticed a fleeting white figure, Hinata, stumbling out from the shadows of the trees, appearing to trip momentarily. The movement appeared exceedingly clumsy, almost resulting in a fall. "Ah, Hinata, be careful," Naruto exclaimed instinctively, attempting to rise, only to be jolted by pain from his wound, letting out a pained yelp. "Be quiet, you fool," Satsuki growled, her voice laced with irritation and weakness, her eyes remaining shut, clearly disturbed by the noise. Sakura quickly pressed down on Naruto. "Idiot. Don't meddle. Shino is here." Internally, she felt exasperated by Hinata's ineptitude. Had she truly become this clumsy? Naruto sulked back, muttering, "Can't the Byakugan see clearly?" At that moment, several meters away in the shadows outside the cave, the awkwardly fallen Hinata steadied herself against a nearby tree, still shaken. She turned to the silent, statue-like Shino beside her, her voice quavering with lingering fear. "Thank you, Shino-kun, for helping me just now." In truth, Shino had not moved at all. Bowing her head, she gasped for breath, her voluminous sleeves draping down to conceal the bark of the tree, marred by deep impressions of her fingers from where she had clutched it. In the unseen shadows, a twisted satisfaction and a cruel delight festered within her pure white pupils. Naruto-kun, he saw. He witnessed her clumsiness, her need for protection. This foolish persona, contrasted against Shino's stoic presence, would surely resonate more clearly with Naruto-kun. Wouldn't he? Thus began the treacherous journey towards the unknown safe point. Each step seemed orderly, yet each tread was perilously placed upon a bed of venomous traps. Hinata's meticulously disguised fragility and inadvertently revealed attachment began to permeate the air like a silent poison. And within her narrative, there would forever be only one protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto. All others, including the obstructive companions, are mere obstacles that can be inadvertently eliminated. The central tower, not only the objective of the examination, serves as the grand stage in her scheme, prepared to unveil to everyone who truly deserves to stand beside Naruto-kun. Chapter 25. Satsuki, shall I take my leave then? The heavy gate swallowed the forest scent, confining the remaining 5 teams, Team 7, including temporary member Karen, Hinata's team, Shikamaru's team, Niji's team, and the last to arrive, Gaara's team, within a vast and oppressive stone hall. The air was thick with the mingling aromas of sweat, dust, medicinal ointments, and an inescapable sense of blood and tension. "Sakura, you've come too." Naruto's bright, unshadowed voice shattered the silence as he waved towards Shikamaru's team, the rough yet sturdy bandages on his shoulders doing nothing to diminish the brilliance of his smile, as if he had merely gathered a bit of dust. Beside him, Shiro resembled a tranquil stream, calmly surveying the space, his gaze momentarily pausing on a shadowy corner. "Tch, what a nuisance." What's all the noise about? Shikamaru lazily leaned against a stone pillar, rolling his eyes at the ceiling. CHG was still munching on the last packet of chips. And then there was Satsuki-chan. Like ripples in a pond, Ino's golden head instantly locked onto Satsuki, who had just entered with a pale complexion. The exquisite, unblemished profile and the weary pride etched between her brows seemed to shimmer with a perfect filter of fragility in Ino's eyes. She rushed forward with her hands clasped over her heart, as if she had discovered a rare treasure. "Oh my, Satsuki-chan, are you hurt? You look so captivating even in this disheveled state. Let me take a look." The Yamanaka clan's secret techniques can soothe the soul. Her enthusiasm was fervent, her gestures so exaggerated that it seemed she might leap at Satsuki. Ugh. Satsuki's brows knitted tighter, taking a step back in irritation, her eyes radiating a chilling disdain. "Stay away from me." Karen, who had been like a shadow at her side, suddenly flared up like an agitated cat, baring her teeth and issuing a low growl. Her crimson eyes fixated on Ino. "Don't touch her." The blatant admiration in that golden-haired woman's gaze towards Satsuki instinctively stirred a deep unease within her, as though her own status were being threatened. "What does it matter, Satsuki-chan? Don't be so cold." Ino, undeterred by Satsuki's frosty demeanor, chuckled as she withdrew her hand, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Karen, tinged with curiosity and a hint of scrutiny. "Hey, who is this red-haired girl? She seems unfamiliar." "Hey, Ino, that's enough." Sakura could no longer contain herself, rushing over to tug the lovesick Ino back. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "Stop embarrassing yourself. Can't you see Satsuki isn't in good shape?" She found Ino's superficial behavior utterly intolerable. In a corner, Niji maintained his aloof demeanor against the wall. With his arms crossed and eyes closed, the veins at his temples betrayed the fact that his Byakugan remained active. Within the hall, the chakra flows of everyone, their subtle movements, even their heartbeats and breath rates, were laid bare before his all-seeing insight. He silently observed it all, akin to watching a living tableau, his handsome visage devoid of any expression. Only when the fervent K-Rin fiercely defended her master did his thick eyelashes subtly flutter. His unwavering focus allowed him to detect a hint of oppressive aura. "Miss Satsuki." Another battle cry, brimming with youthful fervor. In his snug green attire, Rock Lee surged forward like an uncontrollable locomotive, effortlessly breaking through tension's barriers, and approached Satsuki with the force of a descending tiger, executing a precise 90-degree bow, clutching a crumpled challenge letter. His voice thundered, "Please accept my most sincere challenge from Lee Rock. I pledge with my youth and passion. I shall never tarnish the name of Uchiha. I implore you to engage me in battle." His eyes blazed with the pure spirit of a warrior, the intensity radiating beneath his thick brows. Yet Satsuki displayed not a flicker of interest, as if Lee were merely a cacophony of noise. Physically and mentally exhausted, she yearned for solitude in a quiet corner. His sheer foolishness only served to further agitate her, awakening the dormant curse mark within her. "Pff, ah ha ha ha." Naruto was utterly amused by Lee's relentless earnestness, laughing heartily as he pounded his thigh. Hey, thick brows. You've really come. Ha ha. You're just too entertaining. Ha ha. His laughter was bright and carefree, instantly dissipating the awkwardness brought by Ino. Lee, overlooked by Satsuki, mistakenly perceived Naruto's approval and promptly turned to him, offering a more vigorous 90-degree bow. His brows nearly lifted to his temples. "Uzumaki Naruto, you too must accept." His words trailed off as Tenten, her expression fraught with exasperation, forcibly pulled him back, covering his mouth. "Lee, you need to know when to stop." In the most inconspicuous shadows of the hall, Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his round reflective glasses, a gentle smile gracing his face, resembling a reliable senior concerned for his juniors. He watched the farce unfold, his gaze concealed behind the lenses, sparkling with undisclosed brilliance. Satsuki, in a state of frailty, felt increasingly irritable with Ino and Lee's disturbances, while the seed of power implanted by Lady Orochimaru quietly began to stir within her. Growing more restless, Kabuto's fingers glided over a specially crafted scroll in his pocket, his smile deepening in impeccable vessel state. Naruto remained astonishingly vibrant, yet the speed of his shoulders' recovery exceeded expectations. For some, his pure sunshine represented hope. For Kabuto, it was merely an excellent observation target and bait. Intriguing. Closely beside Satsuki stood the red-haired girl, K-Rin Uzumaki, her chakra waves unique, brimming with vigorous life, exhibiting an almost pathological protectiveness towards Satsuki. Her presence appeared to be an unforeseen anomaly. However, it may also serve as an exquisite supplementary fuel for Satsuki's vessel. The gaze behind those glasses bore the calculating scrutiny of a merchant assessing goods. Hinata, the delicate heiress of the Hyuga clan. Those eyes swept over Hinata, who remained perpetually bowed, cowering behind Naruto and Shino. The white eyes discerned her rapid heartbeat, extreme tension in her body, and the occasional outburst of suppressed extreme emotional fluctuations, especially the chaotic surge of chakra when Naruto mentioned the Uzumaki name, along with the nearly palpable possessiveness that flickered in her gaze towards Naruto. All perfectly fell within his line of sight, a pathological toxic flower, remarkably suited for sowing discord. The calmness of White was akin to a deep pool, her actions as precise as an icicle, skillfully maintaining the fragile balance of Team 7, with additional support. Her demeanor and the flow of chakra exhibited an extraordinary caliber. This individual was too stable. Stable to the point of resembling a nail that ought not to exist on the chessboard. A strategy must be devised to shift her position or perhaps create a fissure. Just as Do's thoughts raced, heavy footsteps and an overwhelming stench of blood echoed from the entrance of the hall. All eyes instinctively converged upon the source. Ishiguro, Kankuro, and Temari slowly made their entrance. The atmosphere plummeted to an icy stillness. Ishiguro's emotionless, numbed gaze swept across the crowd. The chilling sound of gravel scraping against itself echoed in everyone's ears. Kankuro and Temari followed closely behind, their faces betraying unmasked arrogance and vigilance. The gourd and puppet bandages at their backs were stained with dark red, dried blood, silently narrating their experiences in the forest. Ino, upon witnessing Ishiguro's inhuman eyes, instinctively recoiled a step, seeking refuge behind Sakura. Lee's thick eyebrows twisted into a knot, sensing the raw, unabashed aura of slaughter emanating from the trio. Satsuki's Sharingan abruptly opened, coldly locking onto Ishiguro. That numbed gaze seemed to awaken a sense of kinship in the cursed seal within her, sending a barely perceptible shiver coursing through her. Humph. Ishiguro's icy gaze ultimately settled upon Satsuki's Sharingan and the tense Karen beside her, an expression akin to witnessing an amusing sand sculpture alongside its formidable counterpart. Naruto's smile faded, his brow furrowing at the bloodied figure before him, yet his eyes reflected no fear, only a pure sense of vigilance and eager anticipation. Enough, silence. A voice pierced the suffocating stillness. Kazekage, who had appeared on the dais in the center of the stone hall, bore a sickly visage yet wore a serious expression. The second round of examinations has concluded. Congratulations to all present for surviving. The rules for the next preliminary round. Crack, the heavy sound of a door unlocking interrupted Kazekage's words. The side door creaked open, revealing a silver-haired, somewhat languid figure leaning against the doorframe. It was Uchiha Satsuki of Team 7. Kakashi's voice dripped with a characteristic languor, his gaze precisely capturing the weary black silhouette amidst the chaos of the hall. His expression sharpening instantly. Follow me. There was no explanation, only an undeniable command. He had evidently perceived the ominous curse mark faintly glowing at the nape of Satsuki's neck, as well as the tumultuous chakra within her, seething like molten iron. Satsuki paused momentarily, then firmly pressed her lips together. She did not refuse. In the current predicament, Kakashi's summons might signify an escape from the turmoil, and that troublesome tail end. Naruto's boisterous laughter and vitality irritated her. More importantly, it could pertain to the uncontrollable power surging within her. Without hesitation, she stepped towards the side door. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, where are you taking Satsuki? Naruto instinctively shouted, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Karen attempted to follow, but was rooted in place by Kakashi's fleeting glance, which bore a subtle, yet undeniable pressure. Just handling a minor issue, Kakashi waved dismissively at Naruto's inquiry. As his gaze brushed past Satsuki to meet White S, he gave a nearly imperceptible nod, an unspoken signal. As if to say, leave this deal. White responded with a barely discernible nod. Kakashi and Satsuki vanished behind the door. The heavy side door closed once more, momentarily severing the hall's clamor from the myriad of thoughts swirling within. The preliminaries were about to commence. Yet the true drama had already begun to unfold in another dim chamber. Inside the hall, Karen gazed forlornly at the closed door, her vigilance shifting towards Ino and others who seemed to harbor intentions towards Miss Satsuki. Naruto scratched his head, still perplexed. Ino wore a disappointed expression. Lee appeared contemplative. Meanwhile, White's gaze deepened, fixated on the bewildered Naruto, who attempted to engage Sakura in conversation, and on Hinata, whose body stiffened like a frozen statue when Naruto approached Karen. Inquiring, are you from the grass village? Is it fun there? Kakashi had taken away the seed of violence. Yet the hall that remained brewed a tempest of more twisted emotions, intermingled with pathological attachment, distorted jealousy, and frenzied desire. The gong for the preliminaries had yet to sound. Yet the competition of hearts had already reached a fever pitch. The poison of malice lingered in silence. Chapter 26, Naruto's Invitation in the Frigid Stone Chamber. The air seemed thick with the dust of centuries. Only a few flickering candle flames on the walls struggled to dispel the oppressive darkness, casting elongated shadows that danced grotesquely upon the moss-covered stone walls. The monotonous and piercing sound of a metallic apparatus turning echoed through the silence. Satsuki was bound to a cold, unyielding metal chair, her limbs firmly secured by specially crafted leather straps. She was forced to tilt her head back, exposing a pale, fragile neck. The mark of the heavenly curse, recently seared by Orochimaru, pulsated violently, as if it were a living entity. The inky black lines writhed beneath her pale skin, twisting and turning like countless greedy serpents slithering through her veins, each pulse inflicting immense agony akin to her very soul being torn asunder, accompanied by a bone-deep chill. She shut her eyes tightly, gritting her teeth, veins on her forehead bulging, cold sweat cascading down her temples, her body trembling slightly from the unbearable pain. Sealing technique, evil sealing formation. Kakashi's voice, devoid of its usual languor, pierced the atmosphere like a surgical blade cutting through frozen flesh. His hands moved in a flurry. As graceful as a butterfly, the speed so swift that only afterimages remained. Inky black chakra surged from his palms, intertwining in the air to form an exceedingly intricate black sigil, exuding a heavy air of malevolence. The core of this formation coalesced with a heart-stopping evil energy, its shape eerily resonating with the curse mark on Satsuki's neck. The candle flames danced wildly under the oppressive weight of the formation, casting eerie shadows upon Kakashi's cold left eye, which shimmered with an inscrutable darkness. As the obsidian sigil pressed down upon the curse mark on Satsuki's neck like a branding iron, she emitted a suppressed, primal cry, akin to a caged beast. Her body tensed rigidly, like a bowstring drawn taut, the restraints digging painfully into her skin, leaving deep crimson imprints. The force of the impact was not merely a sealing. It felt as though another terrifying power from the abyss was forcefully subduing and distorting the power within her, derived from Orochimaru. The cold malevolence clashed violently with the raging fury within her, tearing her apart as agony surged like a tsunami, overwhelming her senses. Her vision blurred into a crimson haze. Fragments of chaotic memories filled with slaughter and despair crashed against her consciousness like a flood, echoes of the power hidden deep within Orochimaru's essence. The suppressed malevolence did not dissipate. Rather, it lay deeper and more furtively within her soul, akin to a ticking time bomb. After an indeterminate period, the suffocating black sigil gradually dissipated. The restraints fell away. Satsuki, feeling as though all strength had been drained from her body, slumped to the ground on one knee, gasping for breath. Sweat drenched her black training attire. A layer of bizarre gray sealing runes now covered the curse mark on her neck, temporarily quelling its agitation. Yet the bone-deep chill felt even more pronounced. That power had been partially tamed, yet simultaneously contaminated, adapting more closely to her, making it easier for her to wield. A nauseating blend of empowerment and the taint of corruption churned within her. Kakashi quietly observed the kneeling Satsuki, his gaze intricate. He slowly crouched down, retrieving an ancient scroll from his bosom and casting it onto the cold ground before her. "This is," Satsuki gasped, raising her weary yet fiercely burning crimson Sharingan. "Chidori." Kakashi's voice returned to its usual calm, though underscored by an imperceptible weight, the complete method of mastery. Its essence lies in the ultimate fusion of lightning release chakra's form and nature, combined with your Sharingan's dynamic vision. It possesses the destructive power capable of tearing apart anything. The prerequisite is... He paused, his cold left eye locking onto Satsuki. "You must have the heart to wield it." Satsuki's pupils suddenly constricted. Desire instantly overwhelmed her fatigue and nausea as she thrust out her trembling hand, still quivering from intense pain and the impact of the seal. Seizing the cold scroll with fervor, the texture of the ancient scroll brushed against her fingertips, and a deluge of power surged into her parched, despairing heart. As for the heart to wield it, Satsuki tightened her grip on the scroll, laboriously pushing herself up from her knees, her body swaying slightly before finding its balance. Despite her sweat-drenched and exhausted visage, a chilling resolve ignited within her Sharingan, her voice hoarse yet resolute. "I will master it, no matter the cost, as long as I can possess the power to slay that woman." She referred to Orochimaru, and this power was the cornerstone of her vengeance. Kakashi beheld the determination and icy resolve in her eyes, silently sighing within. This power, perhaps, is precisely what that woman expects you to master. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely nodding in silence. "Do not use it lightly until you have complete control. The price. You cannot afford to lose control a second time." In the shadows, unnoticed, his fingers behind his back twitched slightly. The burden of manipulating that cursed seal was considerable, a chill gradually entwining itself within his meridians. The sun shone brightly, and the streets of Konoha bustled with life, momentarily shedding the tension of the exam. Naruto linked arms with Shikamaru, boisterously making their way to Ichiraku, the symbolic bandage on his shoulder almost a badge of honor. "So, you see, that Satsuki girl." Naruto's loud voice drowned out the street's clamor, his arms flailing, a flash. A streak of electricity, the kind that was dark and foreboding. Bang! Those 3 sound ninjas were taken down. Handsome, indeed, but it feels. He furrowed his brow, struggling to find the right words. "There's something strangely indescribable, not quite like Kakashi-sensei's lightning, right, Shikamaru?" Shikamaru, exasperated, allowed Naruto to pull him along, his gaze vacantly drifting to the few clouds lazily floating across the sky as he elongated his tone. "Ah, what a hassle. What is so commendable about fighting? His eyes swept over Naruto's unreserved admiration for their companion's power. And a barely discernible sense of reassurance quietly surfaced within him. This carefree, sunny fool, in a certain sense, was the most reassuring presence of all. As she passed the fragrant and colorful mountain flower shop, the golden-haired Ino was carefully placing a large bouquet of pure white gardenias into a crystal vase. Sunlight filtered through the petals, illuminating her focused profile with a rare tranquility. "Hey, Ino!" Naruto exclaimed, immediately captivated, waving energetically with a radiant smile. As if he had just been animatedly recounting a battle. Ino looked up at the sound, her previously concentrated expression replaced by a bright smile. "Ah, it's Naruto-kun and Shikamaru-kun." Despite her usual disdainful tone towards Shikamaru, her gaze softened considerably when directed at Naruto, infused with genuine warmth. "Are you all healed up? You look quite spirited, but do be more careful next time." Her eyes lingered momentarily on Naruto's bandaged shoulder, her tone laced with mock reproach. Yet the concern in her eyes was sincere. Naruto's exuberant energy and earnest yet slightly clumsy demeanor during his time helping at her flower shop had left a favorable impression on her. Far more endearing than the Sakura who merely revolved around Sasuke. Heh, just a small thing. Naruto scratched his head, suddenly brightening with a brilliant idea. He released Shikamaru's arm, bounding to the entrance of the flower shop, and grinned at Ino. "Hey Ino, forget the flowers. Let us go grab some Ichiraka ramen together. It's on me. Thank you for teaching me how to trim that. What was it called again? The purple flower?" He waved his hand grandly, completely oblivious to the subtle implications of inviting a girl to dine together. Having entirely cast aside the peculiar thoughts about Sakura's power that had briefly crossed his mind. At that moment, he was simply a cheerful soul eager to share his joy. Ino burst into laughter at Naruto's unexpected enthusiastic invitation, especially at his inability to recall the flower's name. She set down the gardenias, placed her hands on her hips, and deliberately raised her chin. "Oh? Is the sun rising in the west today? Our Ichiraka ramen ambassador is being so generous, even treating us to ramen?" Though she teased, her eyes sparkled with delight. The prospect of dining with this ever-vibrant individual felt quite appealing. A welcome distraction from her musings about how Kakashi-sensei was caring for Sakura, a fleeting hint of regret flickered in her gaze at the thought. With a cheerful resolve, she untied her apron. "Wait for me. I'll tidy up and be right there." As Naruto grinned in anticipation of Ino's arrival, Shikamaru stood nearby, arms crossed, wearing an expression of mild annoyance mixed with surprise. Meanwhile, as Ino briskly organized her tools, the uproar following the announcement of the Central Tower preliminary qualifiers temporarily subsided. The disappointment of the eliminated participants and the relaxation of those who advanced filled the brief silence. The tense atmosphere within the tower did not extend to the bright afternoon outside. Chapter 27, Liberation in the Hokage's Office. The familiar scent of tobacco mingled with the musty aroma of aged paper. The warm afternoon sunlight streamed through the intricately carved windows, casting elongated patterns upon the polished floor and illuminating the fine dust particles suspended in the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind the expansive Hokage desk, his back to the scroll of the Will of Fire, a symbol of the Hokage lineage. Clad in his crimson Hokage robe, his neatly trimmed white beard framed a face marked by deep wrinkles that bore witness to wisdom and resilience rather than fatigue. In his hand, he absent-mindedly caressed an unlit pipe, his gaze penetrating as it rested upon the youthful figures standing before him. Narashikaku lounged in a chair to the side, arms crossed and posture relaxed, yet his eyes sparkled with the keen perception of a hawk, capturing every detail around him. Before Hiruzen stood 3 young ninjas, Haruno Sakura, with her pink hair and an expression still tinged with residual fear, yet she stood tall, Hyuga Hanabi, graceful and calm as still water, exuding an air of quiet authority. And Uzumaki Karen, her vibrant red hair striking in the sunlight, trembling slightly, her eyes swirling with a tumult of profound terror, humiliation, and a flicker of fragile hope. "That is the situation, Hokage-sama." Sakura inhaled deeply, her voice taut with suppressed anxiety. Yet she articulated the key details with clarity. The encounter in the Forest of Death with Orochimaru, the attack by the Sound Ninja, the dreadful curse mark placed on Sasuke, and Orochimaru's covetous gaze upon the Sharingan. Her fists clenched instinctively, nails digging into her palms. That woman is terrifying. Her target is undoubtedly Sasuke's Sharingan. After Sakura concluded her account, Hanabi inclined her head slightly, her voice flowing like a tranquil stream, calmly supplementing the missing critical information. "Hokage-sama, Shikaka-sama." The flexibility demonstrated by this individual, the peculiar style of ninjutsu, and the means to easily alter her identity and conceal herself within the forest of death bear a striking resemblance to certain undocumented experimental records I encountered during my travels along the borders of the Land of Grass. The operational logic of her organization. The Sound Ninja revolves entirely around her, with a clear objective and formidable execution. I deem her an extraordinarily dangerous entity that transcends the conventional definition of a ninja. Her narration was devoid of personal emotion, each word precisely chosen, akin to weights pressing heavily on the hearts of the third Hokage and Shikaku. Shikaku's expression turned gravely serious. The complex origins of the information provided by the ninja from the Land of Water became starkly clear when juxtaposed with the recent attack on Sasuke and Orochimaru's emergence. Hiruzen's fingers paused on the pipe, his profound gaze shifting to the nearly cowering red-haired girl, Uzumaki Karen. Her demeanor was far from that of a typical grass ninja. The bone-deep terror, vigilance, and despair she exhibited were unmistakably genuine. Uzumaki Karen, Hiruzen's voice was steady and gentle, reminiscent of a wise elder, yet imbued with a perceptive power that made Karen's taut body tremble slightly in response. The old man examined the registration information of Grass Hidden Village, confirming that you are indeed one of the representatives for this exam. However, your appearance, along with the circumstances mentioned by Sakura and White regarding your companionship with them, leaves me utterly perplexed. He deliberately emphasized the word perplexed, his gaze slowly sweeping across the old bite marks visible on Xianglin's neck. The faint bruises on her wrist from bindings, and the aura she exuded, a palpable tension akin to a startled bird. Tell me, what did you experience in Grass Hidden Village? And what is the true reason for your presence beside Team 7 in Konoha? This seemingly tranquil question acted as a key, forcefully unlocking the tightly sealed gates of Xianglin's memories. She abruptly lifted her head, her eyes scarlet, tears cascading like a torrential flood. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching outburst of suppressed anguish, Grass Hidden Village? Xianglin's voice rose sharply, tinged with a rasp and agony. That place is a hell. A den of cannibals. She frantically pointed to the visible scars on her body. Do you see these? They are proof of my existence, evidence of being a bloodbag. A mere prop. Tears mingled with snot as she struggled to articulate her harrowing tale, overwhelmed by humiliation and rage. Accusingly recounting the torment of being forced to extract chakra and vitality to heal others. I am not a ninja. I am a number. A commodity. Trash to be discarded when no longer useful. The immense emotional turmoil nearly caused her to falter. Then, this exam. Daku aptly interjected, his voice low and guiding, aiding Xianglin in focusing on the crux of her plight. The contrast between the confusion of Hisashi and her current indictment was stark and unmistakable. They forced me. Xianglin clung to the thread of hope offered by Daku, as if grasping at a lifeline. Her voice laced with a desperate exhilaration. Get over there. Approach the Uchiha of Konoha. Use your abilities to assist her. Win her trust. Then report back every detail of her condition, especially regarding that mark. She nearly shouted the cold, unfeeling command from the Grass Hidden Village's Jonin, her eyes brimming with hatred. They treated me as a tool, as a monitor, planted beside the only Konoha ninja in the forest of death who did not tread upon me. But her voice abruptly faltered, laden with disbelief and fear, as she looked at White and Sakura beside her. But instead told me to stay away, and with her gaze, don't be afraid. She struggled to articulate those actions, as if recounting an utterly absurd reality. In the world of Grass Hidden Village, dominated by exploitation and abuse, the cold protective directive from Satsuki, which was, in essence, a dismissal of her presence. White's silent comfort, though tinged with distance, and Sakura's instinctive shielding, these seemingly trivial gestures shone like a beacon in her darkness, participating in the exam as allies, while covertly acting as spies. Sarutobi Hisashi's voice suddenly turned frigid. He was no longer the gentle elder. A glint of razor-sharp intensity flickered in his eyes. Though the radiance was but a fleeting moment, it caused the temperature in the entire office to plummet instantaneously. Without rising in anger, an invisible and formidable pressure, belonging to the indomitable Hokage, enveloped the entire space. The pipe in his hand was gripped tightly. The astute Hokage instantly discerned the stark betrayal and humiliation lurking beneath. Viewing the genius of Konoha as mere subjects for experimentation and prey, manipulating allies to place pawns. This was a blatant trampling of Konoha's boundaries. Under this suffocating weight, Karui emitted a whimper akin to a small beast, cowering in fear. Sakura felt her breath hitch. With a decisive step forward, Haku's figure stood like a precise divider of light, effectively shielding the crouching Karui from the oppressive presence of the Hokage. Her posture remained humble, her voice calm. Akin to a snow-laden pine, "Lord Hokage, I beseech your patience." Although Karui's presence here began with the malice of the grass village, her act of standing before us and voicing these truths constitutes a profound betrayal of the grass village itself. The painful revelations she brings forth outweigh the original espionage mission. Her existence and experiences may hold significant value for Konoha. Haku's gaze fell upon the trembling figure at her feet, her voice imbued with an indescribable complexity, a shared empathy for a similarly fated tool, and a contemplation of the future. It was indeed a crucial element in discerning the enemy and seizing the initiative. The immediate priority was her proper placement and the thorough extraction of information. Kakuzu swiftly aligned with Haku's thoughts, responding coolly, "To abandon darkness for light is a discernible intent, especially for the last bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. It ought not to wander in peril. Moreover, her knowledge of the enemy is something we desperately require." Hiruzen Sarutobi's sharp demeanor quickly softened, replaced by an inscrutable wisdom. He gradually relaxed his grip on the pipe, allowing the pressure to dissipate. Observing Karui, who trembled yet ceased her cries under Haku's protection, he regarded the glaring scars upon her body and slowly spoke, his tone regaining its usual steadiness yet imbued with the weight of finality. "Uzumaki Karui." Karui, as if struck by a jolt of electricity, timidly raised her tear-filled gaze. "From this moment forth, you are no longer a ninja of the grass village." Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was resolute. "The Hidden Leaf Village acknowledges your rights and dignity as an individual." He watched as her eyes widened in disbelief, glowing with astonishment, and continued. "Based on the significant intelligence you have provided regarding Orochimaru and the Sound Ninjas, and considering your current predicament, Konoha shall grant you temporary asylum. However, during this period, you must undergo comprehensive identity verification and security inquiries." His attention shifted to Haku and Sakura. "This matter is of great importance. Until the review is complete, the medical team leader, Shizen, will oversee your medical examination, while Sakura, a member of the elite Team 7 led by Kakashi Hitaki, Amazuki Haku will assist you with daily life and cooperation during the inquiry process. You are not to leave their line of sight." This was both oversight and protection. Finally, Hiruzen's gaze, deep as the ocean, bore into Karui's very soul. "Konoha treats you with sincerity. I hope you shall reciprocate with the same. Any form of deception shall become an unbearable burden." This warning, calm yet weightier than thunder, struck Xianglin like a colossal surprise. It was not an inquiry, but a sanctuary, an acknowledgement of her existence. Tears surged forth, no longer stemming from humiliation or suffering, but from an indescribable cleansing and liberation. She nodded vigorously, her lips trembling as she stammered through her emotions. I understand. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Thank you." It felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted, as if she was immersed in a dream she had never dared to hope for. Risen nodded, his countenance returning to that of a venerable elder, waving his hand. "You may leave now. The Umbu will take over the arrangements. Remember, everything you have heard and seen today is classified as S-rank." His final words were directed at all present. With that, Lion Sakura escorted the dazed Xianglin out of the Hokage's office. The heavy wooden door closed, sealing out the sunlight and the clamor of the world beyond. A brief silence enveloped the office. Sunlight continued to stream through the window, illuminating the dancing motes of dust. Humph. Risen picked up his pipe, finally lighting it, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke that obscured the brilliance in his eyes. Orochimaru. Sound Ninjas. Grass Ninjas. Sharingan. In the whirlpool, amidst the swirling smoke, his voice turned low and icy. "It seems that beneath the veil of peace, the serpent has revealed its fangs." Riku summoned the Council of Elders, the head of the intelligence unit, Kakashi and Guy immediately. "We must reevaluate the chessboard." Riku promptly stood, responding with a grave expression. "Yes." Beneath the tranquil facade of Konoha, the turbulent undercurrents were finally laid bare. The trembling figure of Xianglin, supported by Sakura and Bai as they exited the room, along with the lingering scent of tobacco and the residual air of fear, served as a silent alarm on that sunny afternoon. The true storm was on the verge of descending upon the land of fire. At the same time, in the Konoha ramen shop, "Here it comes. A supersized special char siu tonkatsu ramen." Uncle Ichiraku's booming voice resonated through the small establishment. A massive bowl of steaming broth wafted with the rich aroma of fat. "Whoa, thanks, Uncle," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he eagerly grabbed his chopsticks. Slurping noisily while his cheeks puffed out like a hamster, he called out indistinctly, "Ino, Shikamaru, hurry, eat up. It's fantastic." "Oomph, all he knows is how to eat," Shikamaru remarked lazily, picking up his chopsticks with deliberate slowness, unable to resist commenting on Naruto's voraciousness. Ino elegantly scooped a spoonful of broth, blowing on it gently, her bright eyes watching Naruto's satisfied expression as her lips curved into a lovely smile. Well, although he's a big fool with ramen as his only thought. Sometimes, it's not so bad like this. She took a sip of the soup, her eyes narrowing slightly. The flavor is indeed wonderful. Next time, we should bring Satsuki-chan along to try it. At the mention of Satsuki, a familiar spark ignited in her eyes. Naruto, swallowing his noodles, tilted his head in confusion. Satsuki? She was mysteriously taken away by Kakashi-sensei, leaving one to wonder what was afoot. He was completely oblivious to the implications embedded within that statement. Across from the noodle shop, at the entrance of the bookstore, Kabuto seemed to have selected his books and was in the process of settling the bill. Behind his glasses, a gentle gaze inadvertently swept over Naruto, who was engrossed in his meal, and Ino, who radiated a charming smile, as well as the familiar glimmer of infatuation in Ino's eyes when Satsuki was mentioned. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips, akin to witnessing friends in harmonious companionship. His fingers lightly tapped the blank card in his pocket. Whether it was the swirling smoke and cold decor of the Hokage's office, the enticing aroma wafting from Ichiraka Noodle Shop, or the darkly infused scroll tightly held by Satsuki in Kakashi's secret chamber, all were mere beginnings of different storms beneath the same clear sky. Chapter 28. Lee vs. Gaara. The heavy metallic door slammed shut, completely isolating the tumult of the hall. The sound of the moonlight gale's cough echoed sharply in the expansive pre-selection arena. The frigid stone walls loomed high, and the powerful beam of the spotlight illuminated the space, transforming it into an arena reminiscent of ancient Roman gladiatorial contests, saturated with an oppressive metallic scent. Ahem, the rules of the preliminary match. The slightly fatigued voice of the Gale reverberated through the vastness. Yet, in this moment, no one was truly listening to the already familiar regulations. The air was thick with an indomitable spirit of battle, vigilance, and each individual's concealed intentions. 5 teams were arrayed along the edge of the arena, their gazes probing the others like needles. Hinata Hyuga, arms crossed, leaned against the shadow of a cold stone pillar, her white pupils appearing especially aloof under the harsh light. She did not need to make a conscious effort to observe. The presence and stances of everyone in the arena lay within her comprehensive perception. Particularly striking was the figure of Hinata, who trembled like a leaf caught in the wind, hidden behind the oil woman, Shino. Her excessively rapid heartbeat and chaotic chakra flow shone brightly in the stillness of the arena, akin to a candle flickering in the darkness. A subtle, icy smile curled at the corners of Niji's mouth. This young lady of the clan was truly tarnishing the Hyuga family's reputation. He closed his eyes, seemingly reluctant to witness any further. Yashiro remained in the most inconspicuous corner, his face adorned with the ever-present, gentle smile of a reliable senior. He adjusted his round glasses, the intense light creating 2 glaring spots on the lenses, obscuring all emotions, as if he were merely present to cheer on the younger generation. The impact of Ding Si's victory, as the Sound 3 had been severely weakened by Zuiyu in the Forest of Death, and Saku had directly forfeited, had not yet entirely dissipated in the frigid air of the arena when the weary voice of the Moonlight Gale broke the suffocating silence. Round 2. Lee Rock vs. Gaara. Contestants, step forward. Yes. A resounding reply, brimming with youthful fervor, instantly shattered the tension. Lee Rock's figure appeared in the center of the arena like a green whirlwind, moving with a speed that surpassed the ordinary eye. He stood upright as a javelin, arms tightly pressed against his sides, bowing at a precise 90 degrees towards the Gale. His eyes, burning with an unquenchable flame beneath thick brows, reflected a primal longing for strength and the challenge itself. I look forward to your guidance, he declared, raising his head to gaze at the figure slowly entering the spotlight across the arena, his voice resonant and filled with fighting spirit. However, the opponent he faced was anything but ordinary. Gaara emerged from the shadows, stepping forward into the pale glow of the spotlight, bearing a massive sand gourd upon his back. His expressionless, vacant eyes swept over Lee with the detachment of one regarding a lifeless object. Beneath his dark red hair, his pallid visage resembled a cold, stony sculpture. The aura emanating from him was not one of malice, but rather an even more profound, indifferent silence towards life and a deep-seated solitude. In the rest area, Kanjiro and Temari observed him with complex expressions, tinged with an imperceptible fear. That gourd-wielding monster. Naruto felt an unexpected chill at the sight of Gaara's terrifyingly placid gaze. Memories of being scrutinized by him surged back, prompting him to instinctively clench his fists. Sakura, too, wore a serious expression, conveying an unsettling sensation. Hinata's gaze was as tranquil as still water, yet she perceptively noted the unnatural movement of the gravel beneath Gaara's feet. Karen instinctively shivered, subconsciously retreating slightly behind Hinata. The aura radiating from that gourd-wielding boy was 1,000 times more daunting than that of a jonin from the hidden grass village, purely inhuman. Hinata bit her lip, her body trembling in fear, her focus directed at Naruto. But through her Byakugan, she clearly perceived the abyss-like, terrifying chakra within Gaara. The turmoil within her was momentarily subdued by the frigid purity of his presence, morphing into a deeper vigilance. Humph, Gaara disregarded Lee's exuberant greeting, not even focusing his gaze on him, only emitting a meaningless grunt, akin to the sound of gravel scraping together. Begin. Kazekage coughed, gesturing with a wave of his hand. Swoosh. The air was torn apart. Lee's figure instantly blurred. Purely physical prowess. Abandoning all ninjutsu and jinjutsu, he relied solely on his honed physique. Leaf Hurricane. His right leg swung like a roaring battle axe, slicing through the air towards the vulnerable spot at Gaara's neck. The speed surpassed that of an ordinary chunin. However, bang, a muffled thud, a solid sand shield appeared unexpectedly, absorbing the blow with a sigh-like resistance. Not a single grain of sand was dislodged. Lee's pupils constricted, but his body reacted faster. He retreated, then surged forward once more, attacking from the front, the side, the back. Phantom-like consecutive kicks rained down like a tempest. Bang, 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 bang. The resounding impacts echoed throughout the arena, each of Lee's strikes precise and fierce, powerful enough to shatter stone. Yet, every attack was thwarted by the nearly absolute defense of the sand, flowing effortlessly to meet each of his strikes. Fast, strong, even standing still, he couldn't break through. Sweat streamed down Lee's chin like a flowing brook, his heavy breaths resembling the sound of a wind instrument. In his eyes, ablaze with unwavering conviction. The immense shadow of the genius barrier became starkly apparent for the first time. Gaara's indifferent figure, mocking him silently for all the sweat-soaked training in the dojo. In the stands, Guy clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. He understood. He comprehended Lee's current state of mind more than anyone, an ordinary mortal gazing up at the stars born of divine essence. Futile, give up. Taijutsu practitioners are destined to be inferior. A chilling and cruel whisper emerged from the crowd. Lee felt struck by lightning. That phrase pierced deeply into his most fragile sense of pride. Inferior. In his relentless pursuit of becoming a ninja, he exerted an effort beyond the realm of ordinary comprehension. What does it matter if he cannot form hand seals? He chose to push his body to its utmost limits. Countless days and nights, innumerable beads of sweat shed, and the indomitable spirit that drove him to rise again after every fall. Is it merely a futile struggle in the eyes of the gifted? Is effort destined to be overshadowed by the chasm of innate talent? The pain, a humiliation and resentment so immense that it is almost suffocating. Yet, this agony was instantly ignited by a more resolute and fierce flame of rebellion. No. Lee abruptly lifted his head, his crimson eyes bursting forth with a light that could tear through the night, a gaze that moved even Niji in the stands. It was no longer mere fighting spirit. It was a declaration of war from a mortal body against a genius. I shall prove it. His roar, akin to the blood-curdling cry of a cornered beast, resonated within the soul. Even if I cannot perform illusions or ninjutsu, I can still become a great ninja. Before his words faded, the third gate, the open gate, unlocked. Boom. A powerful surge of chakra erupted like a green flame soaring into the heavens. Illuminatingly as if he were an emerald war god, his speed escalated to new heights. Power exploded. Bang, bang, bang. The impact intensified, the velocity quickened. The sand shield remained steadfast. Yet this time, the grains of sand flew wildly. Each particle kicked into the air bore witness to Lee's burning will. Gaara's once-numb gaze finally rippled with the faintest tremor, like the first crack in solid ice. Not enough. Far from enough. I have not yet ignited to my limit. The fourth gate, the wound gate, unlocked. Zap. A terrifying burden coursed through his body in an instant. His muscles felt as though they were being torn apart by countless glowing iron pincers, veins bulging like serpents, skin flushed a deep crimson. and sweat evaporated the moment it surfaced, as waves of agony overwhelmed every nerve. Yet, Lee's gaze was harder than steel. His speed and strength surged once more. His figure seemed to meld with the green light. Boom. Crack. At last, a sound unprecedented, akin to a mountain crumbling. Lee, enveloped in a terrifying force surpassing the speed of sound and green light, struck with a fist that violently pierced through the sand armor encasing Gaara's right arm. Splurt. Blood oozed from the corner of Gaara's mouth, his eternally stoic visage replaced for the first time with profound shock. His body propelled off the ground by the overwhelming force. Had he succeeded? Gasps erupted from the stands. Naruto leaped with excitement. Sakura covered her mouth in disbelief. And tears shimmered in Gaia's eyes. No, still not enough. The fifth gate, the closing gate, unlocked. Boom. Like a miniature sun detonating within Lee. Ferocious green steam engulfed him like hellfire, his skin tearing and bleeding under the immense power, bones groaning under the unbearable strain. This was the ultimate acceleration fueled by life itself, all to seize that fleeting moment of vulnerability. Lilienhua. Time seemed to freeze in that instant when all sand defenses had yet to catch up within that minuscule gap. Lee's figure appeared as if teleporting in midair, precisely targeting Gaara's unprotected left chest after breaking through the sand armor, gathering all his beliefs, efforts, and suffering into a single fist. He unleashed the last flicker of his flame with tremendous force. Bang! The entire arena trembled under the impact, dust swirling violently in the air. With a resounding crash, the heavy armor of sand enveloping Gaara's body finally shattered, the fragments scattering like meteorites. Thud! Gaara was hurled against the distant wall like a marionette severed from its strings, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain. His body convulsed violently, his once numb eyes now filled with unprecedented, excruciating pain and disbelief. The proud barrier of genius was shattered by a mere genin's sheer determination and effort. Had it been achieved? Everyone held their breath. Had he won? Lee maintained his exhausted stance, suspended in the air, his consciousness fading as agony clawed at his soul, green steam dissipating wildly. Yet, with a gasp, cough, Gaara leaned against the wall, gasping for breath but resolutely holding himself upright, a true, brutal murderous intent igniting in his eyes for the first time. The brilliance of Lee, surpassing all limits, waned as he began to fall. Sand binding. Coffin. Gaara's blood-curdling roar echoed like a summons from hell. Suddenly, a colossal hand of sand erupted from the ground, and at the moment Lee touched down, it seized him like the claw of a demon. Crack. A sharp, brutal sound that sent shivers down the spine. Lee let out a heart-wrenching, deathly scream as his left calf was gripped tightly by the monstrous sand claw. The terrifying force crushed his bones into powder, twisting them at impossible angles, blood gushing forth. Lee. Guy's anguished roar rent the air, tears streaming down his face as he rushed down from the stands. Gaara, panting, his face smeared with blood and sand, coldly stared at the green figure, now limp and doll-like in the grip of the giant hand. The outcome was clear. Lee Rock had lost the will to fight. Gaara emerged victorious. The moonlight quivered, loudly announcing the result, while the medical team leader, already on standby, rushed into the arena, his face pale. A stretcher was hastily brought forth. Guy, witnessing the shattered remnants of Lee's left leg, was engulfed in self-reproach. In this moment, Lee's youth withered. Yet the instant he shook the barrier of genius with his mortal flesh, he transformed into an eternal flame that would never extinguish within this cold arena. Gaara disregarded the gazes around him, turning away and staggering towards the shadows. For the first time, his silhouette appeared somewhat disheveled. Yet, within his heart, the wall known as absolute defense had been breached, if only slightly, by a fervent mortal's relentless pursuit. This battle bore no victors, only shattered pride and broken youth. Naruto watched as Lee was carried away, then turned to Gaara's departing figure, his clenched fists trembling slightly. What is strength truly? Talent or effort? Which holds the true answer? Chapter 29. Sakura. Oh no, I've become a substitute meal. The medical ninja carefully lifted the unconscious Li Shaoxin onto a stretcher, and the air seemed to linger with the remnants of burning youth and the embers of indomitable will, as well as the glaring, dark red stains mixed with gravel. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly heavy and intricate. Moonlight and the swift wind coughed a few times, suppressing the itch in their throats. As their gaze swept over the remaining contestants, Round 3, Yamanaka Ino versus Haruno Sakura. The competitors stepped onto the stage. In the resting area, Ino, with her golden hair and bangs slightly disheveled from the excitement of Lee's battle, suddenly raised her head. Her bright eyes, filled with youthful vigor, widened in shock, brimming with surprise, resistance, and a hint of an indescribable complexity. Why must it be Sakura? Her relationship with the broad forehead was not merely that of rivals. Eh? Sakura was equally taken aback, gazing at her golden-haired friend from childhood, with whom she had once shared everything, now estranged and complicated due to certain circumstances. She instinctively tightened her grip on the edge of her forehead protector. Was this an inescapable fate? A wave of indescribable bitterness surged in her heart. TCH, the broad forehead facing off against the golden-haired Ino? There is no suspense here, right? What are you shouting about? Hurry up and fight. Impatient murmurs from the crowd, laced with disdain, pierced the ears of both girls. The complexity on their faces froze simultaneously, almost in unison. Broad forehead, just wait. Don't get too smug, Ino. Two voices, mingled with youthful shyness, defiance, and years of rivalry, sounded simultaneously. Brimming with fiery contention, the two stepped boldly into the center of the arena, locking eyes fiercely, as if they intended to devour each other. The palpable tension completely masked the tumultuous emotions swirling within. Begin. The command from the swift wind was like a spark igniting a barrel of oil. Mind-turning technique. Ino wasted no time, forming the secretive hand seals with her hands. A surge of potent spiritual energy resembling invisible chains instantly traversed the space, targeting Sakura's consciousness. She aimed for a swift victory, employing the Yamanaka clan's secret technique to secure the win. She could not allow this broad forehead to bask in glory any longer. Caught off guard, Sakura felt a powerful will crashing against her mental barriers like a tumultuous tide. Her consciousness blurred, swayed, and her vision began to distort. Control over her body was being rapidly stripped away. Oh no, this is bad. Alarm bells rang in Sakura's mind. The mind-turning technique was Ino's forte, and she desperately concentrated to resist. Give up, broad forehead. How could your spiritual power ever? Ino noticed the struggle on Sakura's face, a smirk of impending victory curling at the corners of her mouth as she intensified her output of spiritual energy. However, her words remained unspoken. Just as Sakura's consciousness was on the brink of being completely dragged into the depths of despair, her peripheral vision caught a clear glimpse of Ino's triumphant stance. Reminiscent of a victor, it was this very posture, this aura of being the natural successor of the Yamanaka clan, that conveyed the message, you will always remain in my shadow. Like the key to an ancient, sealed box. Countless fragments of memory surged into Sakura's mind like a torrent unleashed by a broken dam. The clumsy taijutsu in the training ground. The self she had been effortlessly knocked down by Ino. In the classroom, the brilliant answers from Ino, while she silently scribbled notes. In the crowd, Ino radiated brilliance, while she could only be mentioned as a mere accessory, the future of the Yamanaka clan and her friend. Unwilling. A surge of long-suppressed discontent erupted from the depths of her soul, like a dormant volcano finally exploding in the recesses of Sakura's faltering consciousness. This eruption was not born of anger, but rather a desperate cry for self-existence, a declaration against being defined as merely a shadow of others. I am not your shadow. Sakura emitted a silent roar from the depths of her being. Suddenly, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, not from an attack, but as a means to resist the overwhelming mental invasion, forcibly tearing apart her own mental numbness with excruciating pain, biting through her tongue with sheer will. The intense pain pierced her mind like lightning, instantly clarifying her previously muddled consciousness. The once frantic surge of Ino's mental will was violently repelled by the sudden, self-inflicted agony and rebellious spirit. Ugh! Ino let out a muffled groan, feeling her mental strength crash against an invisible iron wall. A powerful backlash surged against the mental link, leaving her mind blank. The mind-body switch technique was forcibly interrupted? How could this be? How could the mental power of the wide forehead girl become so formidable? Was this really the timid Sakura she once knew? Confusion and hesitation flickered in Ino's eyes. In a battle of masters, even the slightest opening could mean life or death. Now, it's my turn, Ino. Sakura's voice resonated with an unprecedented resolve and strength, completely dispelling her usual timidity. In that fleeting moment of mental confrontation, as Ino's spirit wavered, Sakura persevered through the excruciating pain in her tongue. Her hands swiftly completed the seals she had long mastered, albeit slowly. Shadow clone technique. Bang! Smoke billowed, and a clone identical to Sakura appeared beside her. Just this sluggish clone? The mental backlash was causing Ino a splitting headache. Yet upon seeing Sakura's clone still performing the seals too slowly, she couldn't help but snicker. Although the Yamanaka clan's taijutsu was not top tier, it was more than sufficient to deal with a Sakura who was not particularly adept in combat. She pressed forward, fighting through dizziness as she charged towards Sakura's original form. However, just as she was about to reach Sakura's original, swinging a heavy, chakra-infused punch. Humph. Both Sakura's original and her clone revealed pained yet confident smiles. The original remained still while the clone lunged forward. A feint? Tu Navi. Ino scoffed. Her target had always been the original. Her fist, propelled by a fierce wind, surged towards Sakura's face. Yet, just as the gale was about to connect with Sakura, the corner of her mouth curled into a smirk. Bang! The smoke erupted, and the Sakura that had been charging towards her vanished in an instant. It had been a clone? Just moments ago, she remained motionless, as if that entity was merely a disguise. Was the true body the one that lunged forward? Ino's heart trembled with a sense of dread. She had fallen into a trap. The punch she had thrown could no longer be retracted, its target now mere air. Behind her, she instinctively attempted to pivot, honed by years of training, but it was already too late. The authentic Sakura appeared like a specter at the instant Ino's power was fully unleashed, leaving her vulnerable. Take this punch, Ino. Sakura's fist, laden with years of suppression, resentment, and the culmination of explosive power, struck mercilessly against Ino's back. Bang! Ugh! Ino felt an overwhelming force. Her spine was as if struck by a heavy hammer, and darkness enveloped her vision. She lunged forward, crashing heavily to the ground, dust swirling around her. Ino! Sakura gasped for breath, the pain on her tongue persisting, yet her eyes sparkled with the brilliance of triumph. She had achieved victory through her own strength and intellect, overcoming the seemingly eternal brilliance of Ino. Ino struggled to lift her body, her face smudged with dust, golden hair disheveled. She raised her head to behold Sakura, standing above her, eyes gleaming with an unprecedented light, a gaze so foreign yet dazzling. No longer was she the shadow hiding behind Lord Satsuki, nor the timid girl she once was. A flicker of jealousy quietly dissipated within her heart, replaced by an indescribable sense of relief and pride. It was a moment of solace for a childhood companion who had finally emerged from her cocoon to become a butterfly. Cough, cough. Haruno Sakura, victory. The swift wind declared the result. The two exhausted girls, both battered and bruised, with Sakura nursing a tongue injury, struggled to crawl towards each other. Hands pressed against the ground, expending their last ounce of strength. Their heads leaned against one another, providing support to prevent a complete collapse. Ha, ha. I never expected. Big forehead. You two have today? Ino gasped, her voice faltering, laced with a hint of weary mockery, yet devoid of the previous hostility. Ugh. Stop the banner, blonde. Ino pig. Sakura, with blood still trickling from the corner of her mouth, spoke hoarsely, yet a trace of an unrecognized smile graced her lips. Medical ninjas approached, carefully lifting the two girls onto stretchers. At the moment the stretchers were raised, both weakly lifted their heads, their gazes meeting in the air for a fleeting instant. No words were exchanged, only the pain, sweat, and a newfound understanding and recognition forged through fire and trial. The thorn of comparison, once entwined with jealousy, growth, and naivety, seemed to quietly soften and dissolve in the blood and sweat of this battle. In the shadowy corner of the stands, Niji's cold mutterings reached Hinata's ears with clarity, pointless struggles. His gaze swept over Sakura and Ino as they were carried away. His eyes filled with absolute disdain for the bonds of so-called friendship that hindered combat efficiency. Emotions only serve as shackles that bind strength. True warriors do not require such burdens. This is Hinata. Before he could utter the latter part of his sarcastic remark regarding the sheltered scion of the main branch, his gaze suddenly froze. There stood Hinata, who had always kept her head bowed, trembling in his eyes like a flower bud battered by storm and rain, now fixated intently on Sakura being carried away. In her pure white pupils, there was no trace of the fear and retreat he had expected to see in a strong warrior's eyes. Instead, there was an unprecedented, almost obstinate glimmer. As Sakura tore free from the mental control and excruciating pain, Hinata's body instinctively tensed. When Sakura lured the formidable foe with her weakest shadow clone, a flicker of astonishment and contemplation crossed her eyes. Ultimately, when Sakura triumphed through sheer will and intellect against the powerful secret technique, the fist clenched tightly within her sleeve. Under Niji's Byakugan scrutiny, turned white at the knuckles, signifying an unparalleled sense of strength. Particularly striking was the moment when Hinata's gaze inadvertently swept over the golden-haired figure beside her, who was exuberantly celebrating Sakura's victory with fists raised and a proud smile. In that instant, her Byakugan seemed to lose focus, as if the image of Sakura breaking free and the sunlit silhouette of the golden-haired boy overlapped. Humph. Niji let out a cold snort, forcibly suppressing the momentary discomfort that had brushed against him, and closed his eyes once more. Yet, his furrowed brow remained tightly knit. The look in that main branch lady's eyes seemed to burn with something he could neither comprehend nor instinctively accept. It was not courage. It felt more like a pathological stubbornness. On the stretcher, Sakura's gaze swept across the spectator stands, wearily settling on the direction of her team. In contrast, White remained tranquil. Karen, startled by the intense mental clash, turned pale and instinctively clutched White's sleeve, though White did not push her away, merely signaling with his eyes that she need not be anxious. Naruto was excitedly waving at her, his eyes openly expressing affirmation and pride. Beside Naruto, Hinata, who had been as silent as the air, was also watching her, or rather, gazing at the face of the golden-haired youth beside her. When Hinata met Sakura's fatigued gaze, for the first time, she did not instinctively retreat like a startled deer. Instead, she hesitated slightly, then slowly, almost imperceptibly, nodded. Although the gesture was barely noticeable and her eyes quickly lowered, it no longer signified complete withdrawal and evasion. Within it lay the nascent struggle profoundly stirred by Sakura's transformation. The medical ninjas carried Sakura and Ino through the heavy doorway, disappearing into the depths of the arena. Yet, the ripple stirred by the battle among the young women had far from subsided. Sakura's metamorphosis was like the lightning before a storm, illuminating a soul that had lingered in shadows. The center of the next storm had quietly been locked in place. Moonlight and swift winds brushed away the fine sweat from his brow, apologies for being so weak even with a girlfriend, as his gaze solemnly scanned the list. Round 5. Hyuga Niji versus Hyuga Hinata. The competitors are set to enter the arena. Chapter 30. Hinata, please watch me closely. The battle between Sakura and Ino, imbued with tears, sweat, and a profound understanding, came to a conclusion as the medical ninjas hurriedly carried them away from the arena. The moonlight and the swift winds brushed away the beads of sweat on the brow, and attention shifted to the next pair of opponents. Round 5. Niji Hyuga versus Hinata Hyuga. The contestants stepped into the arena. The voice of the wind echoed through the vast space. The atmosphere seemed to freeze in an instant, with all eyes converging on the duo of siblings in the resting area. Niji emerged slowly from the shadows, his stature as upright as a pine tree, his demeanor as indifferent as a snow-covered peak. The veins surrounding his opened Byakugan added a chilling intensity to his inhumanly stern expression. Without casting a glance at his cousin who was about to compete against him, his gaze appeared to pierce through walls and drift into the void, as if the outcome of this battle was already preordained, devoid of suspense. Hinata, on the other hand, lowered her head, her oversized sleeves nearly sweeping the ground, as if she wished to retreat into her shell. She cautiously stepped out from the crowd, her movements unsteady, imbued with a fragile tremor. She dared not meet Niji's gaze. Her petite face, illuminated by the spotlight, was devoid of color, and her pure white eyes brimmed with tears of fear, ready to spill over at any moment. Her hands were tightly clasped in front of her, knuckles pale from the pressure of her grip, presenting the image of a pitiful creature on the verge of facing her execution. From the stands, Naruto felt a pang in his heart and couldn't help but shout, "Hey, Hinata, you can do it. Don't let him intimidate you." His cheerful voice resonated with encouragement. At the sound of Naruto's voice, Hinata's body quivered imperceptibly. She quickly cast a fleeting glance in his direction, her eyes welling with tears, before, like a startled rabbit, she lowered her head once more. Yet, in that moment, obscured by her cascading hair, the depths of her white eyes revealed an intense obsession mingled with a twisted thrill. Naruto-kun. He sees her. He is worried about her. The two stood firm in the arena. Boredom. Niji's icy breath echoed sharply in the stillness of the space. He made no effort to assume a fighting stance, merely raising one hand casually, exuding an air of absolute superiority. He looked down upon an opponent who dared not even meet his eyes. Begin. The wind signaled with a wave of its hand. Whoosh. Almost the instant the command was issued, Hinata moved. But she did not attack. Instead, she recoiled in terror, retreating like a frightened deer. Her movements were exaggerated and clumsy, as if destabilized by Niji's invisible pressure. Anyone observing her would think she was on the verge of collapsing in surrender. Niji's contempt only intensified. A waste of the main family. Yet, just as he prepared to advance, suddenly a muffled yet piercing sound erupted, accompanied by a heavy scent of blood. Hinata abruptly halted her retreat, a small spurt of blood escaping her lips. She trembled violently, as if struck by an unseen force, her complexion turning even more ghastly pale, resembling a translucent crystal. Yet within those pure white eyes, beneath the tears that struggled against the pain, there burned a heart-stopping, nearly insane gleam of stubbornness. As she painfully stifled a cough, deliberately allowing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth, she summoned every ounce of strength to raise her head. Her gaze did not fall upon Niji, but rather, with piercing precision, it was directed towards Naruto in the stands, filled with tears and unwavering resolve. Her voice, laced with a heart-wrenching agony and an exaggerated determination, cried out, "Naruto-kun, look at me. I cannot fall here." This anguished shout, the blood that erupted forth, and the look she cast towards Naruto blending immense suffering with a morbid attachment, struck like an arrow straight through Naruto's heart. Hinata. Naruto's expression changed dramatically as he took a step forward, seemingly ready to leap down. 8 trigrams 32 palms, heavenly return. Niji's voice, cold as ice, erupted in fury. He finally made his move. Infuriated by this crude, disgusting, and insulting display against the Hyuga clan, his violent chakra erupted instantaneously. The swirling currents of energy, akin to an absolute domain, disregarded who the opponent was. He simply wished to put an end to this revolting farce. Just as the heavenly return was activated, and the powerful currents threatened to engulf Hinata's fragile form, Hinata's tear-filled, white eyes, solely focused on Naruto, precisely captured the trajectory of Niji's chakra flow, revealing a faint, fleeting void. Now, she let out a scream that was both agonizing and resolute, her body leaning forward with desperation, like a moth drawn to a flame. Her small fists surged towards that point, her actions appearing to Naruto as a life-or-death assault on Niji's lethal move. Bang! Bang! The 2 colossal impacts resounded. Crack! Ugh! Hinata's body was violently hurled away by the terrifying shockwave of the heavenly return, soaring through the air as the sickening sound of her shoulder blade fracturing echoed in her ears. The piercing sound of her bones breaking prompted gasps of horror from the stands as she crashed heavily onto the cold stone floor, blood gushing from her mouth. Her right arm twisted and deformed like a rag, dangling limply. The excruciating pain clouded her vision, and her body convulsed uncontrollably. Yet the sight was utterly harrowing. The outcome was clear. Hinata Hyuga had lost her fighting capability. Niji Hyuga emerged victorious. The voice of the wind felt as though it was filtered through a watery veil as he regarded Hinata, a hint of barely perceptible doubt in his eyes. Was this impact too great? Naruto's heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. He witnessed the entire scene unfold. He saw Hinata, in her fervent encouragement for him, exert every ounce of her being to resist that cold, powerful genius brother, saw the blood that spilled from her lips. He witnessed her reckless charge towards absolute defense, and now, seeing her collapsed on the ground like a rag doll, all for the sake of his encouragement. Hinata. Naruto could no longer contain himself. He was ready to rush down from the stands without a second thought. His eyes brimmed with guilt and pain. Medical ninjas, hurry. A few medical ninjas rushed into the arena, their expressions grave. As they cautiously approached Hinata, she whispered, "In AR. Naruto-kun." Exhausted, she turned her head slightly, her bloodied visage appearing frail under the harsh light. Her pure white eyes, imbued with a fractured sense of dependence and hope, pierced through the chaos of medical ninjas, fixating intently on Naruto's face as he rushed towards her. With the last remnants of her strength, she managed a painful yet exquisite smile, uttering, "I tried my best. Did you see it, Naruto-kun?" Before she could finish, it seemed as though her energy had completely waned, and she naturally closed her eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet that posture, that smile, those final words were indelibly etched into Naruto's mind. Hinata. He dashed to the edge of the arena, gripping the railing with white-knuckled hands, his heart wrenched in agony, overwhelmed by a tide of guilt. It was he who had brought her to this fate. Niji stood rooted in place, observing Hinata being carried away. Then glancing at the distraught and anguished Naruto in the stands, his eyes radiating cold disdain, he snorted derisively and turned away, repulsed by the clumsy display before him. Yet even more so by Naruto's foolish reaction. The main branch and the underachiever? Utterly absurd. In the 6th match, Uchiha Satsuki faced off against Mizunosuke Haku. Contestants, step forward. The voice of the announcer, carrying a hint of weariness, interrupted Naruto's self-reproach and the murmurs in the arena. All eyes shifted towards Team 7. Satsuki slowly rose, stretching her wrists, which felt somewhat stiff from the previous sealing and recovery. She lifted her gaze, her crimson Sharingan glinting with a frigid battle intent directed at Haku. Hinata's earlier performance had left her feeling profoundly unsettled. She yearned to conclude the battle swiftly and depart from this place. Haku's figure emerged like still water. Maintaining her serene composure, she sensed Satsuki's unabashed fighting spirit and cast a fleeting glance at the golden-haired boy beside her, whose eyes were filled with pain and remorse as he fixated on the exit where Hinata had been taken. "Begin," the announcer signaled. Satsuki wasted no words. Screech. A sound akin to a chorus of 1,000 birds suddenly pierced the air. Dazzling blue-white lightning surged in her palm, crackling and coalescing. The very essence of the Chidori imparted by Kakashi. The violent current illuminated her steely visage as she crouched low, poised to strike with blinding speed. Gasps erupted from the stands. Recognizing the familiar pressure, Satsuki's Chidori, Naruto, momentarily roused from his sorrow by the sound, refocused. Yet, facing this potentially lethal lightning technique, Haku stood motionless at the center of the arena. She merely gazed with calm determination at the oncoming storm of destructive lightning, and then, to the astonishment of all, slowly raised her right hand. That hand trembled uncontrollably, like a flickering candle in the wind, causing her entire body to sway subtly. Pain was evident on her pale face, yet her voice remained eerily calm and clear, audible to both the announcer and those in the stands. "I concede." Boom. The lightning dash of Satsuki abruptly halted half a meter before her, the piercing cry of Chidori ceasing in an instant. The furious blue and white lightning reluctantly dissipated into the air. She stared in astonishment at Bai, who raised her clearly injured right hand, incapable of performing seals for combat. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. Surrender? The Moonlight Gale was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure. Bai. Are you implying that my right hand was severely injured in the previous battle? Bai's gaze calmly swept over Gale and Satsuki, before pausing imperceptibly in the direction of Naruto, indicating that she had not yet fully recovered. To force oneself into combat would only exacerbate the injury, rendering it futile. "I concede this match." Her words were forthright and direct, devoid of bitterness or regret, grounded solely in a pragmatic assessment of the situation and a sense of responsibility toward her own well-being. Simultaneously, she voluntarily lowered her stance to concede, thus averting internal conflict within Team 7, especially considering Naruto's current emotional turmoil. That trembling hand stood as the most compelling evidence. "Oh, is that so?" Gale nodded, observing Bai's clearly uncontrollable injured hand, understanding the implication, understood. Uchiha Satsuki wins. Satsuki dissipated the remnants of lightning in her hand, frowning slightly as she glanced at Bai's still trembling wrist, letting out a cold snort. Although displeased, she accepted this rationale. The opponent's decision to avoid battle aligned perfectly with her own intentions. She decisively turned and returned to the resting area. Bai also silently turned to retreat to her original position, her trembling right hand discreetly concealed within her sleeve. Her gaze seemingly wandered over to Naruto, witnessing that although he appeared somewhat dazed, the intense pain in his eyes had slightly abated with this unexecuted battle. Naruto observed Bai's retreating figure, then glanced at Satsuki as she walked back, ruffling his hair. "I see Sister Bai's hand isn't healed, yet although the guilt in his heart lingered." Bai's clear-headed and natural demeanor subtly calmed the nerves that had been excessively agitated by Hinata's provocation. This battle of surrender, devoid of any smoke, quietly dispelled the shadow cast by Hinata's dismal defeat and prepared the ground for the forthcoming storm. Chapter 31. The unforeseen first ninja. The unexpected concession from Bai to Satsuki did not stir much commotion, leaving only fleeting discussions in its wake. Moonlight Gale cleared his throat, hoarse from excessive coughing, and shifted his gaze to the next matchup on the list. In the 7th round, Nara Shikamaru was set to face Yakushi Kabuto. Competitors, step forward. Huh, what a hassle. Shikamaru's characteristic, elongated complaint resonated clearly in the hushed arena. He maintained his usual posture of reluctant annoyance, languidly detaching himself from the stone pillar, his footsteps dragging as he ambled into the illuminated area. His lethargic gaze was filled with profound unwillingness for this bout. As his name was called, Yakushi Kabuto. In the very moment Moonlight Gale's words faded, a voice, perpetually gentle and humble like that of a reliable neighbor, abruptly interjected, "I am terribly sorry. My sincere apologies, Moonlight Gale." Kabuto stood at the edge of the resting area, a good 7 or 8 meters from the center of the arena, one hand pressed against his abdomen, his face contorted with pain and regret, while the other hand adjusted his signature round glasses. His steps appeared unsteady, his body swaying slightly. It is exceedingly rude of me, but I may have eaten something bad, and my stomach is in severe pain. I fear I cannot continue the fight. I apologize for the inconvenience. Upon concluding his statement, he exaggeratedly bent forward in a bow, his body curving noticeably in response to the agony. His fingers, adjusting his glasses, naturally rested above the bridge of his nose, the reflection from the lenses perfectly obscuring any glimpse of his true expression. This excuse, though simple and unadorned, was difficult to reproach. After all, who hasn't experienced an upset stomach? Moonlight Gale frowned. Observing Kabuto's earnest demeanor, he could even see the beads of sweat forming on Kabuto's forehead, and reluctantly nodded. In that case, Yakushi Kabuto forfeits. Nara Shikamaru wins. This was perhaps the most tranquil and uneventful victory of the preliminary rounds. A smattering of conversations arose from the audience, some understanding, some disdainful, but most indifferent. After all, Kabuto had consistently exhibited a lackluster performance, seemingly of mediocre skill, at least on the surface. Only Shikamaru, slowly making his way back to his original position, maintained a languid demeanor with his hands stuffed in his pockets. Yet, throughout Kabuto's painful bow and hasty exit, a flicker of piercing clarity momentarily ignited in Shikamaru's half-closed, seemingly unfocused eyes, akin to a cold star suddenly emerging in the night sky. The timing was too coincidental. He had only just been called and was already claiming pain. Where had this ailment been before? Moreover, the cold sweat appeared too uniform, as if meticulously measured. Was such a display indicative of genuine pain? Most crucially, Shikamaru distinctly remembered that gesture of adjusting his glasses. Not long ago, while they were deliberating on Naruto's potential battle strategies against Kiba, Kabuto was nearby, meticulously organizing his ninja tool pouch. At that moment, an Umbu member rushed past and inadvertently dropped a scroll at Kabuto's feet. In an instant, Kabuto bent down, retrieved the scroll, and handed it back in a seamless series of movements. The swiftness of his actions was far from that of someone who appeared to be suffering from debilitating stomach pain. Shikamaru's instincts were on high alert. This Kabuto was undoubtedly suspicious. Beneath that seemingly innocuous exterior lay extraordinary agility and control. A withdrawal? It was likely not due to his stomachache, but rather his desire to conceal his true strength. He seemed intent on leaving no trace of his abilities for anyone to discover. Shikamaru's gaze followed Kabuto's retreating figure as he disappeared into the corridor, and beneath his languid demeanor, his mind functioned like a finely tuned machine, calculating rapidly. This seemingly ordinary senior was undoubtedly a figure worthy of heightened vigilance, a character of unfathomable depth. Round 8. Uzumaki Naruto versus Inuzuka Kiba. Contestants, step forward. As the voice of the announcer faded, Kiba erupted, "I can't wait any longer," with a menacing grin revealing his sharp fangs and a fierce glint in his eyes. He patted his restless partner, Akamaru. "Did you hear that, Akamaru? Our opponent is that underachiever. Let's tear him apart." Akamaru responded with an enthusiastic bark, brimming with excitement. "Humph. Bring it on." Naruto, having pinned up his frustration, was eager to unleash it. After Satsuki's effortless victory, and with Shikamaru's inexplicable win, he had been left with nowhere to vent his annoyance. He vaulted over the railing and into the arena, giving Kiba the classic inverted thumbs up. "Are you ready to fly with your stinky dog? You dare call Akamaru a stinky dog?" Kiba roared in fury, and Akamaru bared his teeth in response. "Begin." The announcer waved his hand to signal the start. Akamaru, double-headed wolf. In an instant, Kiba and Akamaru transformed into two high-speed, swirling tornadoes, a terrifying whirlwind spiraling toward Naruto, who had just landed and was still regaining his footing. They offered no respite, their combined force far exceeding that of a solo attack. Whoa! Naruto seemed taken aback by the ferocity of their coordinated assault, barely managing to evade with a clumsy roll, using all four limbs to scramble away. Boom! The double-headed wolf crashed into his previous position, leaving two deep craters and debris flying everywhere. "Not done yet. Don't give him a moment to breathe," Kiba growled. And he and Akamaru separated upon landing. Like two bolts of lightning in pursuit, they launched themselves at the barely upright Naruto from exceptionally difficult angles, their synergy impeccable. Naruto found himself in a state of extreme passivity, caught in a bind. Just as he attempted to counterattack Kiba, Akamaru's claws tore at his clothing. As he turned to face Akamaru, Kiba's fist, enveloped in a gust of wind, crashed toward his face. He was left scrambling, relying solely on sheer tenacity to roll and leap, entirely overwhelmed and appearing utterly defeated. Ugh, so pathetic. He's nothing but a punching bag. The spectators murmured amongst themselves, with Satsuki displaying unabashed disdain in her eyes. Sakura nervously gripped the railing. TCH, is that all he can do, run away? Kiba expressed his impatience. Shadow clone technique. Clearly pushed to his limits, Naruto shouted, and with a resounding clap, a shadow clone materialized beside him. Huh? You think you can take us on 2 against 1? Dream on. Kiba scoffed, intensifying their assault, their target now squarely focused on Naruto's original form. In the face of a tempestuous onslaught, Naruto's main body appeared to be forced to endure. While the shadow clone executed a remarkable maneuver, it refrained from attacking and instead thrust both hands into the ninja tool pouch, retrieving a handful of dark, foul-smelling orbs. May you all perish from the stench. The shadow clone bellowed, hurling a batch of Naruto's specially crafted hellish stink bombs towards Kiba and Akamaru. What is that odor? Ugh. Kiba and Akamaru were instantly enveloped by the unexpected noxious fog, with Akamaru, reliant on his sense of smell, sneezing uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto's main body quickly distanced himself, his hands moving rapidly to form seals. Ninjutsu, harem technique. Boom. In a cloud of smoke, several alluring, scantily clad beauties appeared, striking enticing poses. Huh. What? The combined shock of the visual spectacle and the lingering stench caused Kiba and Akamaru's minds to short-circuit for a moment, rendering them completely motionless. Even the audience erupted in gasps and laughter. Ha ha ha. How shameless. How lewd. Even the swift moonlight Gale found himself coughing uncontrollably. Satsuki. Trash. Sakura covered her face, saying, I don't know him. White. Karen. Is he a ninja? In the chaos created by this overwhelming visual distraction, the real strike was poised in the shadows, utilizing the cover of smoke and visual allure. Naruto's main body stealthily maneuvered behind Kiba, his eyes gleaming with mischievous triumph. Take this, you dead dog. Naruto roared, his hands coming together, fingers intertwined. With his index and middle fingers aligned like a blade, chakra coalesced at his fingertips, lowering his body like a taut bowstring. He then, like a flash of lightning, aimed for the vulnerable center of Kiba's backside. Secret technique of the Leaf Village, 1,000 years of pain, with a subtle yet piercing sound. Accompanied by the forceful thrust of Naruto's chakra-imbued fingers, they penetrated deeply into Kiba's unsuspecting rear. For a fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. Ugh. In the next instant, Inuzuka Kiba's eyes widened in shock, nearly bulging from their sockets as his face transformed from pale to crimson, then to a deep purple. A sound emerged from his mouth, one that transcended human utterance, a heart-wrenching, distorted wail that shattered the limits of physical endurance. An indescribable wave of excruciating pain and utter humiliation engulfed his senses like a devastating tsunami. His body convulsed violently, resembling a shrimp electrified by high voltage. His mouth gaping wide enough to accommodate a fist yet unable to produce any coherent sound. Only the resounding, transcendent wail echoed throughout the arena. Frightened, Akamaru immediately reverted to his original form, scampering into a corner with a whimper. Thud! The teeth felt as if all their bones had been extracted, and the knees abruptly collapsed to the ground, the body still curled in a defensive posture. Both hands clutched desperately at the vital areas, trembling uncontrollably like a sieve. Beads of sweat mingling with humiliating tears, perhaps even snot, cascading down. That expression was filled with an ultimate anguish devoid of hope and the absurd shame of a world crumbling. The entire arena of the central tower fell into a profound silence, so deep that a falling needle could be heard, only to be interrupted by the sporadic sounds of sobbing, reverberating in absolute stillness, followed by puff. Ha ha. I can't take it anymore. Ha 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 ha. The 1,000 years of pain. It truly is the 1,000 years of pain. Ha 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 ha. Like igniting a powder keg, an immense, uncontrollable wave of laughter swept through the venue. The cacophony threatened to lift the roof, as nearly everyone laughed until they were doubled over. Some clutched their bellies, others pounded the ground, tears streaming down their faces. The scene was utterly chaotic. Cough. Cough, 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 cough. The moonlight Gale coughed with such force that it shook the heavens, his face turning the color of liver while he trembled and pointed at Naruto, who remained in the ultimate stance of the 1,000 years of pain. The cough, cough. Victor is Uzumaki Naruto. Ha. I won. Naruto struck a triumphant pose, laughing heartily towards the sky, completely unfazed by the collective laughter and disdainful glances directed at him. His strategy, if one could even call it that, had once again proven effective, eliminating a formidable foe at minimal cost. As for the process, let them laugh. A victory is a victory. That fool. Sakura felt so embarrassed she could have burrowed into the ground. Satsuki facepalmed, her icy countenance filled with disdain, a hopelessly depraved fool. I watched Naruto reveling in his triumph, utterly unburdened, then glanced at the distance where medical ninjas carefully carried away the defeated Inuzuka, who clutched his rear and buried his face in the stretcher, emitting desperate whimpers. Deep within her gaze, reminiscent of a frozen lake, there flickered a trace of exceedingly faint, resigned amusement, but it vanished almost immediately. Karen stared in astonishment, pointing at Naruto. Is he really a ninja? Shikamaru regarded Naruto and recalled Do's earlier forfeit, a glint of insight sparking in his eyes. This guy can turn any mishap into a weapon. In a sense, that's even more terrifying. He mentally categorized the 1,000 years of pain as a special surprise attack skill of extraordinarily high destructive power. The electronic screen finally illuminated, marking the conclusion of the final meaningless battle. The list of matchups began to scroll wildly. The moonlight gale stifled laughter and coughs. Casting one last glance at the carried-away Inuzuka and the onlookers surrounding Naruto, the protagonist himself bursting with pride, announcing, "Cough. All preliminaries are complete. The third exam of the CH9 selection has commenced. With 10 competitors vying for victory, the matchups are now revealed." Swish, 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 the spinning halted. The first line boldly displayed, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji. The second line, Uchiha Satsuki versus Gaara. The third line, Nara Shikamaru versus Temari. In the fourth line, Kanjiro versus Shino Aburame. In the fifth line, Sakura Haruno versus Choji Akimichi. Chapter 32 Untitled Draft. A colossal electronic screen vividly displayed the matchups of the top 10 competitors. 1. Naruto Uzumaki versus Neji Hyuga 2. Temari versus Shikamaru Nara 3. Gaara versus Getsu Uchiha 4. Kankuro versus Shino Aburame 5. Sakura Haruno versus Choji Akimichi. Neji, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan? Naruto's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, glancing at the cold-faced Hyuga youth next to his name on the screen. He clenched his fists tightly. That legendary monster who even Lee could not defeat. What of it? A genius is nothing. I will still send you flying. Simultaneously, Gaara. Getsu suddenly turned, his gaze piercing like an arrow towards the silent figure at the entrance, a red-haired silhouette bearing a colossal gourd. An unsettling, palpable chill of murderous intent emanated from him. Kankuro and Temari stood like loyal sentinels behind him. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, time seemed to freeze. The Tomo and Getsu's Sharingan spun frantically, while Gaara's lifeless eyes lifted slightly for the first time. Beneath the silence lay a fervent desire for destruction, silently howling. Wait, that fierce woman from the sand? Shikamaru scratched his head, troubled as he glanced at Temari's name. Recalling the scythe-like winds in the forest of death that had nearly severed his head, a chill creeping down his neck. Shino adjusted his sunglasses. The insects in his pocket buzzing incessantly. Kankuro across the way exuded the characteristic eerie aura of a puppeteer. Choji snapped open a bag of chips, muttering, Sakura, huh? What a hassle. Sakura gazed at the name Choji Akimichi beneath hers, her fists clenched with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. The immense electronic screen began to roll out the match times, the voice of Moonlight Gale resonating in the tense atmosphere that followed the clamor. Ahem. Competitors, listen well. The finals will be held 1 month from now, in the designated arena for the third exam of the CH9 selection in Konoha. Today's preliminaries conclude here. Dismissed. Wait, Kakashi's deep voice suddenly interrupted. Moonlight Gale, Special J Nin Kakashi Hataki, concedes on behalf of his student. Getsu Uchiha withdraws from the third formal selection. He stood behind Getsu, his gaze sharp as a blade. What? A stir spread through the crowd. Withdraw? Naruto felt as if his tail had been stepped on. Kakashi-sensei, what are you saying? Withdraw? Sakura too stared at Getsu in disbelief, her heart tightening. She had thought she finally had the chance to prove herself. What had happened to Getsu? Only Getsu, teeth gritted, his Sharingan swirling with fury and resentment. He whirled around, glaring fiercely at Kakashi. How dare you? I will not withdraw. I want to fight, especially against him. His eyes swept towards Gaara, unabashedly revealing his combat spirit and murderous intent. Kakashi, rarely without his trademark book, fixed his remaining eye on Getsu. Heavy with an unyielding severity, not withdrawing? Getsu, face reality. His voice was subdued, audible only to Satsuki. Observe your eyes, witness the tumultuous chakra coursing within you. Your Chidori barely responds to your command. Do you truly believe that this reckless intent to kill can vanquish Gaara? Or do you wish to completely lose control before the multitude, transforming into a mere beast driven by bloodlust? Or perhaps, be crushed to dust by his sand. Satsuki's pupils constricted sharply, her fists clenched white with tension. Every word from Kakashi pierced her like a dagger. The sensation of teetering on the brink of chaos. The suffocating presence Gaara imposed. Kakashi advanced a step closer, his voice low and commanding. Do you seek power for vengeance? Very well. But should you charge forth now, it is not a battle you will engage in, but a death sentence. He paused, articulating each word with intent. I present you with a choice. 1. Accompany me now and endure the most rigorous training to truly master your power and your eyes within a month. Or you may opt to withdraw. There exists no third path. It is either strength or demise. The choice lies with you. Satsuki's body trembled violently, her Sharingan reflecting a fierce battle between madness and reason. Kakashi's words were cold and harsh, yet they functioned like a splash of ice water upon her raging fury, momentarily quelling her reckless impulses. She fixed her gaze on Kakashi's Sharingan, ultimately managing to force out a single word through gritted teeth. Go. She spun on her heel, striding towards the exit without a backward glance, her dark silhouette embodying the oppressive weight of volcanic humiliation, defiance, and an insatiable thirst for power. Damn it, Satsuki. Stop right there. Clarify your intentions, Naruto exclaimed, exasperated, attempting to rush forward, only to be restrained by Kakashi's silent grip on his shoulder. Naruto, in a month. Let your own battles speak for you. For now, each of you report to your respective Jonin instructors without delay, Kakashi stated succinctly before vanishing in pursuit of Satsuki. Sakura gazed at the corridor's entrance where Satsuki had disappeared, her heart a tumult of emotions, concern, disappointment, yet a burgeoning spirit of determination. She wiped her eyes vigorously. At the Konoha hospital, the antiseptic odor could not mask the overwhelming emotional turmoil emanating from Inuzuka Kiba. A profound psychological scar he referred to as the 1,000-year kill. He lay cocooned in his blanket, curled against the wall like a shrimp, a soft cushion beneath him. Exuding an aura of do not approach, particularly wary of the golden flashes nearby, the slightest sound from the blonde made him flinch like a startled bird. Kiba, Akamaru is fine. He just needs some time to recover. Yuhi Kurenai stood helplessly by his bedside. Don't talk to me. Don't anyone bother me. Kiba's muffled voice emanated from beneath the covers, laced with deep grievance and humiliation. In a relatively flat clearing, Sakura focused intently, clumsily gathering chakra into her fists. Without Tsunade's systematic instruction, she relied solely on theoretical knowledge and the ephemeral insights gained from battle. She struck the boulder before her, half her height. Bang! The stone remained unyielding, merely acquiring a layer of dust. Sakura shook her hand, wincing at the pain, her knuckles flushed red. Ouch, that hurts. Focus. I must concentrate even more. She reminisced about the moment of explosive energy during her battle in the Forest of Death against the Sound Ninja. Striving to compress more chakra into her fist, sweat trickled down her temples. On her second attempt, the chakra coalesced erratically, and her fist struck the stone, causing a recoil that nearly sent her tumbling. This won't do. Sakura felt a pang of frustration. She gathered her chakra once more, this time cautiously attempting to regulate the output. Suddenly, the chakra lost balance at the surface of her fist, erupting with a surge of unexpected force. Boom. A small fragment of the stone shattered, yet the resulting backlash propelled Sakura backward. She gasped as she hit the ground hard, her elbow scraping against the surface and drawing blood. Coughing, she glanced at the partially obliterated stone and then at her injured elbow and trembling, painfully throbbing fist. Yet, in her pink-hued eyes, there was no sign of defeat. Instead, a brighter flame ignited within her. This is a vast improvement from before, I understand now. It is all about control. The challenge lies in the instantaneous explosion and precise regulation, as well as the physical resilience to withstand the recoil. Rising to her feet and brushing off the dust, she ignored the pain and readied herself once more. This time, she would not pursue an extreme outburst. Instead, she focused on experiencing the sensation of chakra gathering, compressing, and flowing within her fist. A faint pink aura of chakra enveloped her knuckles, and though it was far from monstrous strength, it marked the inception of her exploration. Deep within the Hyuga residence, the tranquil moonlight bathed the corridor. Congratulations on your advancement, Brother Niji. Hinata murmured, her voice barely a whisper, her fingers entwined nervously. Niji stood with his back to her in the hallway, his wide eyes reflecting the cool moonlight, his posture erect yet seemingly encased in ice. He did not turn around. His detached voice resonated like the moonlight itself. There is no need for congratulations, Lady Hinata. It was to be expected. Hinata's shoulders quivered slightly. Niji's voice faltered momentarily, akin to a torrent suppressed beneath ice. Your next opponent. Uzumaki Naruto. His tone conveyed an almost bone-deep determination, a resolve to demonstrate to all that the shackles of fate are utterly unbreakable. Whether a genius or a straggler, fate has already determined everything. He abruptly pivoted, his white attire cutting a chilling arc in the moonlight, his gaze sharp enough to pierce the soul, directed straight at Hinata. Lady Hinata, the fate of the Hyuga clan. Your fate, my fate, are all the same. Hinata felt her breath catch in her throat, constricted by the intensity and obsession in his gaze, as if heavy chains were tightening around her heart. That golden figure, Naruto-kun, she recalled how he had once shouted defiantly at Niji, declaring he would undoubtedly defeat him. In the Nara family study, Shikamaru lay on the tatami mat, staring at the ceiling with a sigh. A month, such a rare holiday. You lazy brat, stop playing dead, came the voice of his father, Nara Shikaku. He entered, carrying a massive scroll that exuded an ancient aura, casually placing it on the floor beside Shikamaru with a dull thud. Dad. Shikamaru languidly sat up, gazing at the enormous scroll. What is this? You haven't lost money again and sent me to pay off your debts, have you? Humph. Nara Shikaku smacked the back of his head. Dream on. Losing 500 Ryo is already a mercy. This is for you. He patted the grand scroll, an ancestral treasure of the Nara clan known as Thousand Strategies. Within it lay not only advanced diagrams and application formulas for shadow mimicry techniques, but, more importantly, a compendium of strategies designed to fully exploit your lazily entrenched intellect. Maximizing computational prowess, terrain utilization, and ninja tool synergy. Since you've drawn that sand ninja side-wielding woman. Shikamaru's eyes brightened, though he continued to grumble. Another strategy. It sounds exhausting. But if it's her. He recalled her fierce wind blades, indeed a troublesome opponent. Less chatter. You have a month. Digest it thoroughly and don't disgrace the Nara name. With that, he turned and left. Shikamaru clicked his tongue in resignation, reaching out to caress the ancient, weathered surface of the scroll. He carefully unfurled it, revealing a dense array of text, runes, and illustrations that unfolded like a galaxy before his eyes. This was no mere ninjutsu diagram, but the crystallization of wisdom, calculation, environmental science, and psychological warfare honed by countless generations of Nara sages. Deep within his languid gaze, the innate brilliance of the Nara clan was finally ignited. In a dim corner of the Wind Shadow's villa, the flickering glow of an oil lamp barely illuminated Gaara's pale visage as he leaned against the wall, sitting on the floor. The immense gourd beside him loomed like a dormant, bloodthirsty beast. Lord Gaara, your murderous intent today. Temari's voice trembled with barely concealed trepidation. Gaara's eyes opened a narrow slit, hollow and vacant, as yellow sand seeped from the gourd's mouth, twisting and slithering like a serpent in the shadows. That Uchiha Satsuki, he murmured, the name rasping from his throat like gravel grinding together. Destroy him. I will crush that pair of eyes. With his blood. Prove that mother still protects me. In another room, the clandestine correspondence of Maki unfolded under the candlelight. The plan remained unchanged. Target, the individual indicated by Orochimaru. Kakashi appeared in a distant, unfamiliar forest, far from Konoha, accompanied by Satsuki. This was the training ground he had selected. As night descended, the stars and moon dimmed. Release your anger, Satsuki. Let me witness where your true limits lie. Kakashi's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. As you wish. The suppressed rage and humiliation erupted instantaneously, a cacophony that shattered the tranquility like the simultaneous screech of 1,000 birds. A blinding blue-white light erupted from Satsuki's hands, radiating a devastating aura that illuminated his visage. Chidori. Boom. With a resounding crash, Kakashi intercepted the attack with his kunai, retreating swiftly as the ground beneath him was gouged deeply. Crack. The second sound echoed as a colossal tree was violently cleaved by a bolt of lightning, crashing to the earth with a thunderous roar. Zzz. The third sound followed, as Satsuki surged towards Kakashi, enveloped in a tempest of lightning. His eyes filled with a singular desire for annihilation. Too slow, too straightforward, merely a beast venting its fury. Kakashi barked sharply, his Sharingan glinting ominously as he evaded the thrust at an astonishing angle, suddenly appearing beside Satsuki and delivering a chakra-infused strike to his back. Thud. Satsuki expelled a mouthful of blood, the brilliance of Chidori fading instantly as he was forcefully propelled away, rolling for over 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. The crackling lightning dissipated, leaving behind only ragged breaths and a tumultuous surge of blood. He propped himself up, his Sharingan now marred by blood and disbelief. Do you see? Kakashi approached deliberately, towering over him. You possess strength, yet your attacks are driven solely by a desire for destruction, devoid of technique or defense, with glaring vulnerabilities. To me, you move as slowly as a snail. What gives you the audacity to challenge Gaara, who can effortlessly handle elite shinobi? Is it merely your reckless fervor for self-destruction? Satsuki bit down hard on his lip, blood oozing forth, the weight of pain and humiliation nearly overwhelming him. Is this the chasm of power? But is a month truly sufficient? Rise, Satsuki. Kakashi's voice was as chilling as ice. Choosing to remain means starting the ascent from the depths of hell. If you wish to grasp the essence of power, let me witness just how much despair your eyes can endure. Chapter 33. Spiraling sphere. The setting sun painted the river's surface with a golden hue as Naruto furiously hurled stones at a solitary tree stump on the opposite bank. Thud, thud, thud. Each stone struck the stump, leaving behind a series of white marks. Stupid Kakashi. Biased jerk. You absolute fool. Naruto grumbled. His cheeks puffed with indignation as he threw stones with increasing force. What else would this let us settle it with a fight in a month nonsense? He turned and dragged Sasuke away in a huff. Why should I be left behind? That arrogant Sasuke gets special training from Kakashi-sensei? What about me? Am I to be ignored again? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, his stones flying with even greater intensity. I have to face that Byakugan freak Neji, who looks down on everyone even more than Sasuke. What is this about fate shackles? It drives me crazy. A month? What can I possibly achieve in a month? Kakashi-sensei is so biased. He is a real scoundrel, prioritizing his favorites over his students. At a loss for words, his face reddened further. He recalled Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, who was known for his white hair and lecherous tendencies. Though Jiraiya was undeniably powerful and had taught him the summoning technique for the Great Toad, he was currently off who knows where gathering material, most likely peeping in the women's bathhouse. Hey kid, bad-mouthing folks behind their backs isn't-wise. A voice, rich with the scent of alcohol yet robust in tone, called out from behind Naruto. Startled, Naruto jumped 3 feet into the air. Turning around, he saw Jiraiya leaning casually against a crooked tree, his nose reddened from drink, wearing a mischievous grin that seemed to say, "Gotcha. Ah, perverted sage. You walk without making a sound." Naruto exclaimed, clutching his chest. Humph, that's called skill. Jiraiya proudly shook his empty sake gourd. Look at you, with that abandoned puppy look. What's wrong? Missing that little Kakashi? And no. Naruto's cheeks flushed as he retorted, I'm just angry. Angry. He treats Sasuke so well, personally teaching him that impressive lightning blade technique. What about me? I have to deal with that annoying Byakugan freak Neji, and Kakashi-sensei, doesn't he care at all? His tone was laced with sadness and grievance. Jiraiya lazily dug in his ears and replied, well, Kakashi's busy with important matters. That red-eyed girl, referring to Sasuke, is currently unstable and needs his supervision. As for you, he scrutinized Naruto. A simpleton like you would find Kakashi's meticulous techniques ill-suited. Hey, who are you calling a simpleton? Naruto exploded. Don't be so quick to jump up. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, a knowing grin on his face. Let us do something straightforward and brute force, fitting for your brawn. He began rummaging through his robes. Curious, Naruto inquired, something fitting for me? Like the Great Toad? That would be troublesome, as summoning Gamabunta is quite a hassle. Jiraiya continued searching, pulling out an item that made Naruto's eyes widen in astonishment. Watch closely. He extracted a modestly sized water balloon, inflated to its maximum capacity, with his left hand, while his right hand revealed a slightly larger and sturdier rubber balloon, akin to the size of a watermelon. To everyone's astonishment, he then produced a hard rubber ball. What? Is this a circus act? Naruto was utterly bewildered. A circus act, indeed. Jiraiya playfully tapped Naruto's head with his sake gourd, exclaiming, You fool. These are special training tools. Do you wish to learn the extraordinary technique developed by the 4th Hokage, the Rasengan? Rasengan. Naruto's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The name alone sounded intriguing. Is it as formidable as Kakashi-sensei's Chidori, which crackles with electricity? Each technique has its strengths. Jiraiya scoffed. The Chidori emphasizes piercing strikes, creating quite a commotion. My Rasengan, however, is pure destructive force. It compresses chakra into a spinning vortex in the palm, resembling a tiny tempest that, when unleashed upon the target, goes bang. He exaggeratedly gestured an explosion, simple yet violent, perfectly suited to your straightforward nature. You blundering fool. Wow, that sounds incredible. Naruto's eyes transformed into starry orbs, all previous frustration evaporating into thin air. Teach me, perverted sage. I want to learn the ultimate technique to defeat Neji. Hold your horses, Jiraiya said, clearing his ears. Observe closely. The Rasengan ISNT easily mastered. It involves overcoming 3 challenges. He tossed the water balloon to Naruto. First challenge, spinning. Concentrate your chakra in your palm and make it spin rapidly like a small whirlpool. Then, using this spinning chakra, burst the water balloon from the inside. Remember, it must be destroyed from within. If you crush it with your hand, it counts as failure. Naruto accepted the soft water balloon, his face alight with curiosity, bursting it from the inside with spinning chakra. Sounds simpler than reasoning with the Toad Elder. He focused intently, a blue energy sphere emerging from his palm as he clumsily attempted to set it in motion. The blue stream wobbled uncertainly, reminiscent of a toddler taking its first steps. Come on, spin faster. Naruto's face flushed red as the blue energy slowly began to twist, yet its speed remained painfully sluggish and devoid of strength. Leaning against a tree, Jiraiya pulled out a small notebook, unclear if it contained the latest volume of his Ika series, and snickered, "Is this truly the future Hokage? Unable to even handle a water balloon? You're as slow as a snail and as weak as a slug. Keep at it, you foolish boy. You're far from crafting your first ball." His tone dripped with glee at Naruto's struggle. "Enough, perverted sage, just wait. Watch me burst it right away," fueled by newfound determination. Naruto resolved to conquer the water balloon in his grasp. Deep within the shadows of the Sand Shadow's abode, Gaara remained seated like a statue, the sand in his gourd flowing restlessly, producing a faint rustling sound. "Suzuki, Uchiha Suzuki." His hoarse voice resonated in the stillness of the room. Imbued with a morbid obsession, he fled. Was it out of fear of being crushed by me? Afraid that my sands would engulf his eyes? Temari and Kankuro stood at a distance, scarcely daring to breathe. They understood that Gaara's emotions were teetering on an exceedingly perilous edge. Without Suzuki as a target, that unbridled desire for destruction roiled within him like a beast trapped in a cage. Orochimaru's command. The voice of Maki emerged from the doorway, low and solemn. As he presented a new scroll, the plan must advance. The target adjusted to Naruto Uzumaki. The image of the brilliant golden-haired youth on the scroll was particularly jarring. Gaara's pupils narrowed slightly. Naruto Uzumaki? That boy who had fearlessly locked eyes with him in the corridor, even daring to provoke him. A blend of anger and anticipation slowly simmered within him. Though not as alluring as the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, a sacrificial lamb bold enough to challenge him was sufficient to stir his sands into a frenzy. The power of Shikaku within him resonated in response. Chapter 34, Naruto and the Snake. Spin faster. Naruto unleashed a primal roar towards the rubber balloon in his grasp, which was the size of a watermelon. He held his breath as the blue chakra surged from his palm, swirling chaotically around the balloon like a drunken tornado. The balloon was subjected to this unruly and tumultuous force, bulging and deflating in various spots, yet it stubbornly refused to burst. An unceremonious snicker pierced the air beside him. Jiraiya lounged against the roots of a tree, shaking a gourd of new wine, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. "Fool, is your Rasengan afflicted with Parkinson's? It's shaking like a sieve. Where's the core? The centripetal force? Spinning around like a headless fly won't get you anywhere." His laughter continued, and that face of yours, grimacing as if you've been constipated for a week, it's rather painful to behold. "Shut up, you lecherous sage." Naruto fumed, his rage nearly igniting him. With a sudden jerk of his hand, the unfortunate balloon finally succumbed to the erratic forces of his chakra and exploded, sending rubber shards and air rushing onto his face. "Huh, look, you overdid it." Jiraiya chuckled maliciously. Naruto, dejected, wiped his face and gazed at the remnants of balloons and splattered water at the riverbank, muttering softly, "I know, but I just can't seem to control it." Neji is learning his family's 8 trigrams, and Sasuke is mastering the impressive lightning release with Kakashi-sensei. As for me, I feel like I've made no progress at all. His golden locks drooped, resembling a forsaken puppy. Jiraiya sat up, took a swig of his drink, and gazed at Naruto with bleary eyes. "What's the rush, kid? The path of a ninja is long. When I was your age," he paused, his tone shifting to one of rare seriousness. "Kakashi is notoriously picky when it comes to choosing his disciples. There's a reason he selected Sasuke. The situation is rather complex. And as for you, trust me, the technique to deal with Neji will prove far more practical than the flashy tricks Sasuke is learning." He tapped Naruto's forehead with the gourd. "Your chakra deserves a technique that is straightforward, robust, and powerful. Stay calm and try again tomorrow. Remember, the core must be stable, and the rotation must be even. Stop thinking about squeezing so hard. Jiraiya staggered to his feet, humming a tune as he prepared to seek out some amusement, most likely for inspiration. Naruto watched his retreating figure, then glanced down at his swollen palm and the pile of broken balloons. Although frustrated, the sage's words about straightforward and robust techniques ignited a flicker of determination within him. All right, tomorrow, I will definitely pop it. He shouted towards the flowing river. Days later, as dusk fell, Naruto finally grasped a semblance of control. The blue chakra in his palm spun with greater stability, resembling a proper top. The rubber balloon creaked ominously under the pressure, but it still fell just short of bursting. He concentrated intently, sweat trickling into his eyes, leaving him no time to wipe it away. Hee, impressive perseverance, little fox, a lazy, magnetic voice, cold and smooth like a serpent slithering across skin, suddenly echoed from the depths of the silent grove. Wah! Naruto was utterly terrified, his chakra and balloon spiraling out of control in an instant. With a pop and a bang, the rubber was torn apart by the chaotic air currents, emitting a muffled sound. He spun around like a startled rabbit, colliding with a pair of serpent-like eyes that glimmered with an eerie golden light. The moonlight outlined the figure of a woman, beguilingly beautiful yet somewhat sinister, clad in a dark purple robe, her long hair flowing elegantly, and her overly pale face adorned with a playful smirk. Who are you? Sneaking around like that? Naruto's heart raced as he instinctively gripped his kunai. This older sister was indeed striking, but she exuded a danger akin to that of the sound ninjas, especially with those serpent eyes. He recalled the attack on Satsuki by the sound ninja. Do not be so wary, she chuckled lightly, her voice laced with an unsettling chill as she glided a step closer, seemingly weightless. I am called Makoto Hana, a wandering scholar with a keen interest in extraordinary powers. She fabricated a name for herself, yet her gaze remained fixated on Naruto's face, which was etched with suspicion, particularly the whisker-like markings. That chakra ball from earlier, was it your original jutsu? It was filled with primal vigor. She licked her lips unconsciously, her eyes appraising him like a rare piece of art. None of your business. Stay away from me. Naruto was not deceived. He remembered the same glint in the eyes of those who attacked Satsuki. How brutish. The woman feigned a melancholic sigh, her golden slit pupils devoid of warmth. However, your perception is quite sharp. The quality of Konoha's new sprouts is indeed commendable. Suddenly, she raised her hand, her fingers barely moving. Swish. A slender, nearly invisible crack in the air sliced through Naruto's cheek with such speed that he had no time to react. He merely felt a chill on the side of his face as a strand of golden hair was silently severed, drifting down like a feather. Naruto froze instantly, his pupils constricting to pinpricks while cold sweat poured down his brow. Do you see? This is the true essence of wind. She retracted her hand, her fingertips seemingly still retaining a sharp aura, concentrated, incisive, and utterly unimpeded. Far more efficient than that unruly expanding chakra ball. She observed Naruto's horrified expression, her smile deepening with a hint of cat-and-mouse playfulness. Yet, it seems your wind is obstructed by something, as if trapped in a cage, unable to unleash its full might. Her words pierced through Naruto's heart like a thorn, evoking that familiar feeling once again. The notion that he was inferior to others gnawed at him. The matter of the 9 tails acting like a persistent thorn. He wished to retort, but the severed hair on his face and the terrifying speed of her earlier attack left his throat dry, rendering him speechless. Moreover, she seemed to possess a point. His chakra indeed felt somewhat off, as though another force was interfering. What? Do you not wish to become more razor-sharp? Do you not long to shatter the pride of those geniuses standing in your way? The voice of Orochimaru lowered, imbued with a hypnotic allure. As her body leaned slightly forward, the cold fragrance of a mature woman enveloping him. I know a very secluded place. Perhaps it can help you unblock yourself, allowing the wind within you to truly attain freedom. Naruto's heart raced as he gazed at this woman, perilously beautiful yet dangerous, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. He yearned for strength, longed for it, but she was undoubtedly no benevolent figure, especially after that moment. It felt too much like the attack from the sound ninja leader who had assaulted Satsuki. Who would want to go to a strange place with you? He shouted, his voice trembling with bravado, hurling a piece of tattered rubber at her before bolting from the hollow like a startled leopard, fleeing without a backward glance. Orochimaru watched the direction in which Naruto had vanished, elegantly twirling the strand of golden hair he had severed between her fingertips, inhaling its scent with a peculiar smile that blended greed and excitement. Fear? Excitement? Such fascinating reactions. Uzumaki Naruto. This resistance against fate. The burning desire for change within your chakra. Utterly captivating. Run, little fox. We shall meet again soon. In this cage-like world. Where can you possibly escape to? Her golden slit pupils flickered with a chilling gleam in the shadows. In the dimly lit chamber, the sand flowed restlessly across the floor and walls as if alive, shaping into forms before disintegrating. The sound of the sand, reminiscent of a beast's breath, echoed. Gaara sat huddled on the ground, dark circles under his eyes, the whites of his eyes streaked with blood. He fixated on his hands, the fine sand slipping through his fingers, which he unconsciously ground into finer powder. Uchiha. Satsuki. His voice was dry and hoarse. Coward. Traitor. The yearning for battle, the desire to destroy those Sharingan, festered in the absence of a target, morphing into a gnawing restlessness and emptiness. The power of Shikaku stirred uneasily within his veins. Uzumaki. Naruto. He suddenly uttered the name as if savoring it. The golden-haired brat who roared at me. Memories of that fearless figure confronting him in the corridor surged forth. No Sharingan, but the feeling. His eyes narrowed slightly, suppressing something profound. Killing intent, like a predator finding new prey, began to coalesce slowly. With his blood, I shall prove. My existence, prove. Mother is watching over me. The flow of sand in the room suddenly became more animated, sharpening into pointed forms before swiftly softening and vanishing. Outside the door, Temari and Kankuro held their breath, their faces pale. They exchanged a glance, both recognizing the same unspoken message in each other's eyes. The target had finally been locked onto, yet an unsettling anxiety lingered. Chapter 35. Naruto sprinted breathlessly to a distant riverbank far from the village, leaning against his knees as he gasped for air. The icy river water splashed on his face, momentarily suppressing the chilling voice and serpent-like gaze of that woman, yet his heart continued to pound fiercely. That was terrifying. She must be a sound ninja, akin to the one who attacked Satsuki. He pounded his chest, still shaken, muttering about some nonsense regarding communication. A liar, she merely sought to harm me. In a fit of rage, he retrieved the surviving hard rubber ball from his pocket, the product of a previous failed practice, and hurled it fiercely to the ground. The perverted sage was right. I should focus on my own training, not concern myself with others. Only a fool would fall for such tricks. In a fit of frustration, he stomped on the ball a couple of times before plopping down on the stony bank, staring at his red, sore palm. The Rasengan taught by the perverted sage was indeed challenging, yet at least it was straightforward. The techniques imparted by that woman, though they appeared formidable, felt tainted. He rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a spare rubber balloon, having lost the previous one to an explosion, and refocused his determination. Humph. I can do this too. I will succeed this time. The blue chakra began to gather and swirl in the palm of his hand, and he fixed his gaze on the balloon, akin to a cunning little fox challenging its prey. This time, he was more cautious, unlike before when he rushed in recklessly. He recalled Jiraiya's words. The core must be stable, and the rotation must be even. He strained to control the blue energy sphere in his palm, urging it to spin rapidly in a single direction, as though grasped by an unseen hand. The airflow now steady, forming a distinct spiral pattern. Creak, creak. The rubber balloon emitted a mournful groan as it was forced to expand and deform by an internally sustained, burgeoning strength. Naruto clenched his teeth, sweat dripping from his chin, yet his gaze remained intensely focused, as if he aimed to pour all his strength and concentration into the swirling mass. Burst. Just burst for me, he silently roared. Boom. With a dull pop, the rubber balloon did not explode but was instead torn open with a neat slit. An abundance of air mixed with chakra spilling forth. Have I succeeded? Naruto released his grip, staring at the balloon, now sporting a gaping hole, its deflated rubber skin, and then at his palm. The blue spiraling energy still rotated softly in his hand. Though imperfect, it distinctly resembled a spiral structure. Ha! I knew it. The perverted sage has some merit after all. Who needs that terrifying big sister? He felt a surge of pride, as if his tail, if he had one, would shoot up to the heavens, clutching the deflated balloon while shouting and jumping. Did you see that? Did you see that? The super Rasengan created by me, Naruto Uzumaki, the secret weapon to defeat the Byakugan? After the excitement faded, his stomach growled. He recalled the hard rubber ball still nestled in his bag. Humph. The last one is the hardest? Isn't it? I refuse to believe it. Bursting with confidence, Naruto picked up the ball, declaring, Wait until I fill my belly. I will surely flatten and mold you, Just watch. He stuffed the ball back into his backpack, humming a soft tune, ready to seek out Uncle Yao for a hearty indulgence for both his stomach and spirit. As for the perilous Matuka, it had long been cast aside from his thoughts. Uzumaki Naruto would grow stronger in his own approved manner. In Gaara's chamber, the grains of sand flowed with near-manic intensity, akin to a boiling tide of darkness. The air was thick with a stifling aura of murderous intent and anxiety. Boredom, waiting. The passage of time stretched interminably. Gaara's whispers were reminiscent of sand grinding together, his hollow gaze fixed upon the direction of Konoha, searching for Uzumaki Naruto. Where? The sand. Hunger gnawed at him. Tamari cautiously peered through the crack of the door. The unstable, volatile energy emanating from Gaara sent shivers down her spine. At that moment, Maki silently appeared behind her, presenting a note just received through a summoning beast. Tamari quickly scanned the message, her expression shifting subtly, and then nodded gently at Maki. Maki's gaze fell upon the tightly shut door. His voice deep and clear as he communicated, Lord Gaara, the movements of the target, Uzumaki Naruto, have been confirmed. He is training alone near the forest riverbed on the outskirts of Konoha. Please maintain restraint until the plan is set into motion. Enough. A beastly growl abruptly interrupted Maki's words, as the door burst open with a resounding crash. This was not mere physical destruction, but rather a surge of sand flowing forth like a tempest. Gaara's figure appeared in the doorway, his dark circles pronounced, a twisted, maniacal grin stretching across his lips. Yet his eyes remained cold and lifeless. He is there. That is sufficient. He licked his dry lips, as if savoring the taste of blood. My sand. We'll find him. Crush him. Before his words could fully dissipate, his form melded into the swirling sandstorm at the threshold, disappearing in an instant. Only a torrent of yellow sand poured along the corridor and towards the Konoha forest, moving with astonishing speed. Lord Gaara? Temari and Kankaro's faces turned pale as they immediately pursued him. Maki remained rooted in place, his expression grave. This was out of control. Immediate notification to Lady Orochimaru was imperative. Chapter 36 Crisis. Naruto sat on a long bench outside the Ichiraku ramen stall, clutching his rigid rubber ball while slurping down steaming bowls of miso chashu ramen. A few strands of noodles dangled from the corners of his mouth, which he paid no heed to, his mind consumed by the earlier incident of bursting the rubber balloon. Haha, I did it. I'm indeed formidable. He swallowed a mouthful of broth, murmuring to himself with pride, the perverse sage's clumsy methodiacent tea entirely useless after all. Setting down the bowl, he picked up the smooth rubber ball beside him and weighed it in his hands. This object was significantly harder than the rubber balloon. He attempted to concentrate chakra in his palm as he had done before, the blue energy swirling with great difficulty. As it met the smooth, unyielding surface of the ball, it slid off like soap bubbles against glass. Rather than bursting, it barely even dented the surface. The flow of energy was erratic, continually slipping away. Ugh, what a bother. Naruto frowned, focusing intently and increasing his chakra output. He pressed his palm firmly against the ball, striving to make the swirling energy grasp its surface. Yet, it felt as though a slippery film separated him from success. The harder he pressed, the more chaotic and disintegrated the chakra became. After several futile attempts, the ball remained unmoved, leaving his palm red and numb, a wave of discouragement washing over him. Naruto? What are you doing all alone? A familiar voice broke through his thoughts. He looked up to see Nara Shikamaru approaching, hands tucked into his pockets, leisurely accompanied by Akimichi Choji, who was munching on chips. Huh? Shikamaru. Choji. Naruto quickly hid the ball behind him, feeling somewhat awkward. It's nothing. Just researching a new ninjutsu. Pretty impressive, right? Shikamaru glanced at Naruto's concealed action, then at his reddened palm, and nodded knowingly. Oh, a new ninjutsu with the rubber ball? Sounds troublesome. He yawned, glancing at Choji, who was too late. Returning home would surely earn a scolding from his mother. He waved lazily at Naruto and ambled away. Naruto watched their retreating figures, pouting, TCH, what an attitude. He picked up the resilient rubber ball again, increasingly perceiving it as a mocking, white face. Forget it. Without a full stomach, how can I muster the strength to manipulate the ball? He declared loudly to himself, tossing the ball aside and lifting his bowl. Boss, another bowl. Double chashu. Deep within the forest, the air was stifling, almost suffocating. Temari and Kankuro darted through the trees, both wearing expressions of evident anxiety and unease. Below them, fine yellow sand flowed like a living stream, silently spreading in one direction. Move faster. We must find him before Gaara does. Temari whispered urgently, her breath slightly unsteady. Damn it, where is he training? The village outskirts are vast. Kankuro wiped the sweat from his forehead, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily, tightly clutching the wrapped puppet crow in his arms. The forest was eerily silent, only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves occasionally interrupted by distant bird calls, heightening the sense of desolation. There was a palpable, unsettling scent of something suppressed, an ominous chill in the air. Stay close to the sand flow. Shumura reminded herself that her senses were stretched to their limits. The unrestrained, primal malice radiating from Gaara pierced through their nerves like the chilling sting of ice. She could sense that the fine sand, seemingly flowing towards the forest river, was in fact a net of predation, silently contracting towards a central point. At that moment, an unnatural acceleration emerged in the meandering sand flow ahead. There, Shumaru's pupils constricted, and she surged forward with renewed urgency. The two burst from the dense thicket, revealing a clearing by the stream, where the moonlight cast a pale glow on the riverbed's pebbles. It was desolate, only the wind and vast swathes of yellow sand, swirling like living entities between the stones, remained. The movement of the sand quickened, spiraling into a vortex at the center of the clearing. From the eye of the whirlpool, an aura far colder and more violent than before erupted. Gaara. Shumaru gasped in shock. At the vortex's core, Gaara's figure emerged slowly from the undulating sands. Barefoot upon the grains, the dark circles under his eyes resembled bottomless black voids under the moonlight. There were no signs of battle upon him, yet his eyes, hollow and lifeless, burned with a terrifying, irrational fervor. He tilted his head slightly, as if inhaling something from the air. The breath. His cracked lips quivered, emitting a serpent-like hiss as he extended a pallid hand, pointing towards the downstream bank, his fingertips trembling slightly. So close, so very close, my prey. The yellow sand seemed to sense its master's exhilaration, flowing with even greater ferocity, emitting a faint, sharp scraping sound akin to countless tiny claws scratching the ground. Shumaru and Kankuro turned pale, instinctively leaning against each other. Gaara resembled a cornered beast, driven to the brink by the scent of blood, ready to tear apart anything in sight. In the direction he indicated, downstream. He had not returned to the base, but had remained here, weaving an invisible trap of sand, waiting for his prey to pass. I must prevent him from finding Naruto. Shumaru gritted her teeth, tightening her grip on her 3-star fan. She understood this was nearly impossible. Yet she could not bear to imagine the consequences if Gaara were to find the isolated Naruto in his current state. The plan would be in shambles. Just as she was about to act, Gaara's icy gaze suddenly shifted towards her. Don't move. Those two simple words carried an oppressive weight that threatened to freeze her very soul. The violent malice in Gaara's eyes receded slightly, but did not vanish. Instead, it coldly ensnared Shumaru like a venomous serpent. Your task is to witness me complete the slaughter. A grotesquely inhuman smile slowly spread across his lips. Shumaru stood frozen in place, cold sweat soaking through her clothing. His gaze warned her that any unnecessary movement could render her the next target to be torn apart by the sands. Chapter 37. Encounter. Naruto emerged from Ichiraku Ramen, contentedly burping and patting his stomach. The streets of Konoha, cloaked in the embrace of night, remained vibrant and lively, their illumination casting away the lurking dangers of the forest. He stuffed the resilient rubber ball into his ninja pouch, seeking a more secluded spot to hone his skills. Instinctively, he avoided the direction where he nearly collided with that peculiar woman earlier in the afternoon, opting instead for the outskirts of the village, heading towards a more open stretch by the riverbank. The moonlight bathed the river in a silver sheen, while the distant forest loomed in shadowy silhouettes. A gentle evening breeze swept through, carrying a hint of chill. This will do, he thought, spacious. Settling onto a large stone by the water, he retrieved the stubborn ball. Taking a deep breath, he gathered chakra in the palm of his hand. The blue currents struggled to swirl around the smooth surface of the ball, but the results were unsatisfactory, the airflow slipping off as it twisted chaotically. Damn it, why won't it cooperate, he muttered, patiently adjusting his strength, attempting to adhere chakra to the ball's surface. Just then, an icy sensation, as if it could seep into his very marrow, crept up his back without warning. It was that the wind had intensified. Rather, the air itself seemed to congeal. The wind ceased completely. The surroundings engulfed in an eerie silence where even the sound of flowing water felt muffled, as if separated by a veil. The chirping of insects and the calls of birds, all had vanished. Only a low, unsettling sound, akin to countless grains of sand grinding against one another, permeated the darkness from all directions. Naruto's hair stood on end, The suffocating pressure and frigid malice reminded him of a singular encounter in the Death Forest. He spun around abruptly. Under the moonlight, merely a dozen meters away in the shallow waters of the riverbank, a figure stood motionless. Barefoot. The water lapped gently at his ankles. Dark red hair resembled congealed blood, and a striking symbol on his forehead glowed ominously in the moonlight. A massive gourd rested upon his back, like a silent beast. It was Gaara. His eyes, shadowed with deep circles, bore into Naruto with an intense gaze. Bloodshot and vacant like a bottomless well, yet beneath lay a churn of raw destruction and insatiable hunger. The moonlight illuminated his pallid visage, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Vortex. Naruto. His voice was dry and raspy, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. Each word carried a weighty, almost tangible pressure. Naruto's heart raced, threatening to leap from his throat, his muscles tensing as if he were a small creature ensnared by a predator's gaze. What was he doing here? Wasn't he supposed to be at the Kazekage's residence? Were the Sand Ninja's examiners indifferent to this? With a rustle, as Gaara's gaze locked onto him, the scene around Naruto transformed dramatically. The once tranquil riverbank, illuminated by the moon, erupted into chaos. Centered around Gaara, the entire riverbank seemed to come alive. As countless grains of yellow sand surged forth like a black tide, emerging from the riverbank, seeping through the gaps of damp pebbles, and even rising from the flowing waters below, swirling and tumbling. The sand flowed like a living serpent, coalescing into a circular tide that silently, yet swiftly encircled Naruto, who stood upon the stone. In the distant shadows of the forest, the figures of Temari and Kankuro flickered in and out of view. Temari's face was ashen. Her grip on the large three-star fan tightened, her fingertips turning white from the strain. Kankuro held a wrapped puppet in his arms, though his body trembled slightly. They were ensnared by an invisible will, akin to icy shackles, rendering them incapable of uttering a warning. They could only watch helplessly as the lethal wave of sand drew ever nearer to the bewildered blonde youth. Naruto abruptly leaped down from the stone, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. He instinctively reached for his kunai, only to discover that his ninja tool pouch, pant legs, and even the soles of his shoes were ensnared by the cold, sticky sand that had crept up unbeknownst to him. What? What do you want? He shouted, forcibly suppressing the terror within, his voice trembling ever so slightly. His azure eyes were fixed intently on Gaara. You want to fight? I'm not afraid of you. He strained to shake off the sand clinging to his shoes, attempting to break free from this peculiar bondage. The sand beneath his feet shifted, each step feeling as though he were treading through a quagmire that sought to consume him. Under the moonlight, the advancing tide of sand shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, exuding a deadly, undeniable pressure. For the first time, he viscerally grasped the disheartening chasm of power that lay between himself and this monstrous figure before him. Gaara offered no response. Instead, the inhuman hunger and murderous intent in his lifeless eyes intensified. He slowly raised his hand, pale fingers almost translucent, pointing towards Naruto. In that moment, the air thickened with a palpable aura of death, erupting as the encircling wave of sand surged forth like a pack of ravenous wolves responding to a command. No longer a slow seep. It transformed into 7 or 8 nearly imperceptible spears of sand, whistling through the air with a pungent scent of earth, aimed directly at Naruto's vital points, especially his wide, terrified, and defiant azure eyes. Prove to me. The silent malice morphed into the fangs of a raging sandstorm. Just as this moment of impending doom arrived, a voice, cold yet laced with an intriguing magnetism and a hint of mockery, floated into Naruto's ears, as clear as if whispered directly into his ear. Hey, little fox. If you don't want to be buried in sand dumplings, you'd better run fast. The voice was startlingly clear, yet its source was elusive, belonging to the dangerous woman who had earlier introduced herself as Waiken Hana. However, Naruto had no time to ponder the origin of the voice. The shadow of death loomed overhead, his pupils constricted to pinpricks and driven by primal fear and an indomitable spirit. He reacted with utmost urgency, not by confronting the lethal sand spears head-on, but by, damn it, he roared, propelling himself with all his might against the ground. Boom. The stone beneath his feet shattered under the explosive force of his leap, sending debris flying in all directions. A tremendous recoil propelled his body like a cannonball, recklessly launching him towards the river beyond the reach of the sand spears. Thud, thud, thud. Several elongated sand spears, imbued with terrifying penetrative power, violently pierced the ground where he had just stood, puncturing stone and sending clouds of dust swirling, transforming the area into a honeycomb of destruction, albeit too late. Naruto plunged into the frigid waters, creating a colossal splash, his heart racing with the lingering fear of near death. Struggling to resurface, he emerged soaked to the skin, resembling a wretched, drenched dog. Yet he glared fiercely at the creature on the shore manipulating the sand. From the shadow, a pair of golden serpent-like eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an elusive smile. Chapter 38. Safety. The frigid river water jolted Naruto awake, shaking him from the terrifying near-miss of being turned into a skewered delicacy. Gasping, he sputtered water and struggled to rise from the shallows, drenched and resembling a bedraggled dog, golden strands of hair plastered to his forehead, droplets cascading from his chin. Yet, his azure eyes burned with the fierce spirit of survival and an ignited fury, fixated on the creature manipulating the sand on the shore. You monster! Do you wish to kill me?" Naruto bellowed, pointing at Gaara, who stood motionless on the bank with vacant eyes. He scrambled toward the shore, propelled not by fear, but by an overwhelming rage. What could possibly be the reason for this animosity? Was it merely because he had stared at him in the corridor? Scoundrel! He cursed while stumbling onto the bank, the flowing water unsteadying his steps, amplifying his anger and disarray. Proof. Gaara's lips silently moved. His lifeless eyes locked onto the vibrant Naruto. Instead of feeling anger at the failed attack, the pure, destructive desire within him flared even more intensely. To Gaara, Naruto Uzumaki had transcended from just a target. He embodied a living sacrifice that could validate his existence, proving he was not alone. The sands around him seemed to resonate with their master's boiling emotions, transforming into a wild tempest. Booming. No longer precise strikes. The entire riverbank roared as if an earthquake had struck. The ground beneath Naruto suddenly sank, resembling a quicksand trap. Simultaneously, a massive surge of gathered sand cascaded like a collapsing mountain, bearing down upon Naruto's position. Though slow, the overwhelming sensation of suffocation and despair was profound. In the distance, Hanabi's heart clenched tightly with fear at the implications of those words. Proof? Was he intent on killing Naruto Uzumaki before the official selection? She could no longer heed the chilling resolve that had locked onto her. Kankuro, stop him. Quickly. Kankuro understood there was no time for hesitation. He immediately unwrapped his package, fingers deftly moving to activate his puppet, Crow, which sprang forth like a living creature, its sharp claws slicing through the air, aiming for Gaara's back to disrupt his technique. Interfering, Gaara remarked without turning, lacking any unnecessary movements. From the sand, several sand whips, thicker than before, surged forth like lurking serpents, striking first. Crack, with two sharp sounds. They entwined and twisted, easily contorting Kankuro's meticulously controlled puppet's claws into a twisted mess. Another whip, akin to an iron rod, swept across, brutally slamming into Kankuro's chest. Gasp! Kankuro coughed up blood, propelled backward like a ruptured sack, crashing into the distant bushes, his fate uncertain. All of this unfolded in the blink of an eye. Kankuro. Hanabi's eyes widened in horror, her immense three-star fan unfurling abruptly. Kamaitachi. The ferocious gusts of the tornado were recklessly summoned by her, tearing through the air with razor-sharp wind blades, swirling towards Gaara's surrounding sand like a meat grinder, intent on disrupting his technique. The violent sand cascade continued to relentlessly crash down upon Naruto, yet at the very moment the wind blades grazed the edges of the sand torrent, the immense cascade seemed to writhe as if alive, splitting apart. Countless grains of sand, disrupted by the wind blades, transformed into a thick, viscous mist, resembling myriad living threads that, disregarding the core of the tornado's lethal embrace, deftly entwined and adhered to the vast surface of the triple-star fan. The harsh sound of grinding echoed, as the fan's movements became burdened and sluggish, its surface feeling as though it had been drenched in heavy, wet sand. The furious wind blades suddenly decelerated, their destructive force diminished significantly. Temari gritted her teeth, desperately infusing chakra to maintain the technique, veins bulging on her forehead. Yet she could no longer budge the terrifying sand that clung to the fan's surface even a hair's breadth. The enormous fan had turned into her encumbrance. She attempted to release her grip, but felt the sand creeping up the handle like a malignant growth, leaving her paralyzed in fear. Meanwhile, the true lethal strike, the towering sand cascade, was descending upon Naruto with unstoppable momentum, completely engulfing him in its shadow. Under the shadow of death, Naruto could even scent the chilling metallic tang of the sand, while beneath him, the quicksand continued its relentless attempt to pull him down. Behind him loomed the crushing wall of sand, ready to obliterate him. A profound terror gripped his heart, yet an even stronger, frenzied will to survive ignited within him. Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto let out a beast-like roar. With a thunderous explosion, white smoke erupted beneath the sand cascade, and dozens of drenched, golden-haired Narutos filled the confined space. Lacking any semblance of order, each clone bore the same look of dread and fierce determination. They were not there to attack, but rather, dozens of arms and legs emerged. Like the most primitive swarm of ants, all the clones unleashed a reckless surge of strength, pushing in all directions, against the quicksand beneath them, even using one another for leverage. Propping, pushing, and bracing. In this impending closure of the deadly sand coffin, they clumsily, exhaustively, yet directly, utilized the explosive force of chakra and sheer numbers to uphold an extremely narrow, precarious space for survival. The sound of cracking echoed as the heavy sand cascade bore down. The numerous clones collapsing like stalks of wheat under a tremendous weight, bursting into clouds of white smoke. Yet, the brief support they provided with their corporeal forms granted the real Naruto a few precious seconds. With a primal scream, Naruto's true form, amidst the explosion of the clones, erupted with an unprecedented force, stepping onto the shoulder of one clone, bracing against the cascading sand and the overwhelming pressure. Like a mud monkey clawing its way out of the fissures of hell, his body enshrouded in dust, marred with scrapes and blood, staggering and rolling out from the edge of the sand cascade's depths. With a thunderous crash, the colossal sand cascade finally fell, completely burying the area. The resulting cloud of dust soared several meters high, the river disrupted by the shockwave. All that remained was a vast mound of sand. Naruto lay on the sandy ground not far away, gasping for breath, his spittle mingled with dirt. His body felt as though it were in disarray, the immense expenditure of chakra leaving him utterly spent. Yet, those azure eyes remained fixed upon the summit of the sand dune, where Gaara, the orchestrator of this chaos, stood motionless, his garments undisturbed. Fear? Indeed, it was present, immense fear. However, the fury of survival and the primal tenacity akin to a wildfire, ignited in the face of a formidable adversary, overshadowed all else in that moment. Monster. Naruto wiped the blood and mud from the corner of his mouth. Striving to lift himself, his voice hoarse yet resolute as he shouted towards Gaara, "Just you wait. This vengeance will be exacted by none other than the great Naruto Uzumaki." In the official match, before everyone's eyes, on the riverbank, silence enveloped the scene save for the soft sound of sand trickling down and Gaara's eyes, appearing even more profound and void of life amidst the dust and haze. In the depths of an unnoticed towering treetop, a wisp of dark violet fabric glided silently. Those chilling golden slit pupils absorbed the fierce yet defiant tableau below, and with a barely perceptible nod, a glimmer of satisfaction surfaced, an expression akin to a hunter relishing the sight of its prey's struggle, quite intriguing. The primal instinct of the Nine-Tails chakra, more raw and resilient than Sasuke's cursed mark. When we meet again, I hope your wind can blow even more fiercely. Uzumaki Naruto. The figure vanished silently, as though it had never existed, leaving behind only the devastation of the battlefield. Temari, ensnared by the sand, bore an expression of despair and terror. Kinkaro, cast aside by the sand whips, lay amidst the thickets, his fate unknown. And there stood Gaara atop the towering dune, resembling a deity of sand, with beneath him the mud-caked, golden-haired youth whose gaze burned like molten lava. Thus, a hunt beneath the moonlight reached a temporary cessation, marked by the prey's perilous survival. The weighty pressure and unspoken provocation now hung precariously between the fragile alliance of Konoha and Sunagakure. Chapter 39, Aftermath and Other Matters, also known as the Water Chapter. The frigid moonlight cascaded upon the disheveled riverbank. The contours of the immense sand dunes resembled tombs. Silent and still, the air weighed heavily, akin to solidified lead. Naruto struggled to rise completely from the mire, his entire being coated in cold, damp mud. His clothing torn by the gritty sand and branches, exposing skin stained with traces of blood. His chest heaved with labored breaths. A dull ache coursing through him as his chakra dwindled, yet his cerulean eyes remained fixed upon the figure at the summit of the dune, ignited by an indomitable flame. Gaara stood quietly, his profile starkly pale and cold under the moonlight, much like plaster. Those hollow pupils gazed down at Naruto. The tempest of slaughter brewing within seemingly momentarily quelled by the prey's temporary escape. Yet beneath the stillness lay a morbid obsession and insatiable thirst that had not waned in the slightest. His lips moved soundlessly, as if savoring the fleeting sensation of that moment, one that had nearly crushed the vibrant resistance. A low, undisturbed scoff escaped his lips, akin to the night breeze sweeping through the gravel. At the base of the dune, Temari grappled with the sand, ensnaring her fan. The heavy sand nearly enveloped the vast three-blade fan, rendering her arms numb and immobile. Sweat trickled down her forehead as she beheld her inhuman brother atop the dune. Casting a glance at the nearby thicket where Kankuro lay, his fate uncertain. A chilling despair and fear tightened around her throat. "Gaara," she strained to call, her voice hoarse, attempting to stir a sliver of rationality. "Kankuro, you." Gaara did not even cast a glance her way. He merely lifted his gaze slightly, looking beyond Naruto towards the brightly lit direction of Konohagakure. The radiance reflected no warmth in his lifeless eyes. Tasks? Plans? He cared not. He desired only to complete what had been left unfinished moments ago. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures emerged like phantoms at the riverbank's edge. The foremost being the tall and imposing Tsunajonin, Maki. His countenance was dark, as if it could drip water, flanked by several members of the Suna Umbu. Maki's eyes swiftly scanned the scene. The towering sand dune, the bound Temari, the unconscious Kankuro, and the weary yet unyielding Naruto Uzumaki. Ultimately resting upon the summit of the dune where Gaara radiated a formidable killing intent. "Stop, Gaara." Maki's voice thundered, imbued with undeniable authority and fury at the chaos, shattering the stillness of the riverbank. He refrained from directly attacking Gaara but unleashed a torrent of immense Jonin chakra, akin to an invisible hammer, forcefully striking the sand and murderous aura surrounding Gaara, attempting to suppress that frenzied essence. Gaara's body stiffened momentarily, his hollow gaze slowly shifting towards Maki. The sand flowing upon the dune's surface briefly stilled. He felt a surge of greater pressure. Maki did not linger on Gaara for long. His cold gaze shifted to the equally bewildered Naruto, his tone frigid. "Uzumaki Naruto, a genin of Konohagakure. The friction between you and the sand-hidden ninja shall be resolved during the formal selection. Should any further transgressions occur, they will be regarded as provocations against sand and dealt with immediately." He abruptly lifted his head, directing a low, stern warning towards Gaara, laced with an underlying vigilance. "Gaara, do not forget your promise. Kankuro requires medical attention." He discreetly gestured behind his back. The sand umbu swiftly dispersed. Two rushed towards the unconscious Kankuro, while another hastened to the side of Temari, who had been released from her bindings, cautiously beginning to manage the perilous sand. The entire process was rapid and oppressive. Gaara's hollow pupils contracted slightly, as though the word plan had triggered a dormant switch within him. The pure desire for destruction in his gaze ebbed like a receding tide. Yet the frigid silence remained unbroken. He stood in silence, the sand beneath his feet flowing away soundlessly, like the retreating sea, ultimately leaving behind a vast depression on the riverbank. He cast not a glance at Kankuro, being rescued by his comrades, nor at Temari, who sat exhausted on the ground. Instead, he took one last, profound look at the mud-streaked, gasping blonde youth, whose eyes still burned with fervor, Naruto Uzumaki. "Uzumaki. Naruto." He murmured the name softly, as if to engrave it into his very bones. Then he turned silently, melding into the flowing sands, his figure flickering before vanishing into the shadowy woods leading to the Kazekage's residence, akin to a ghost devoid of substance. Only when the chilling, suffocating aura of death had completely dissipated did Naruto exhale a breath laden with relief, his taut body swaying precariously, nearly collapsing once more. He wiped the mud and cold sweat from his face, glancing at Kankuro being carried away by the sand ninja, then at Temari, pale and seated on the ground. Before his gaze settled on the vast sandpit, finally shifting towards the direction the sand ninja had departed, his small face taut with tension. "Monster, that madman," he muttered under his breath, a sense of dread lingering. Yet, a greater wave of indignation and humiliation surged within him. A plan? A promise? What did it mean? He pondered in confusion, looking towards the direction of the Hidden Leaf village, realizing he needed to return and report swiftly. Struggling against the discomfort and overwhelming fatigue, Naruto dragged his exhausted body away from this place of turmoil. This experience had been far more direct, more terrifying than his encounter with Orochimaru, and it solidified his resolve to become stronger. Within the Kazekage's residence, the atmosphere was as heavy as a funeral. Kankuro lay on a makeshift stretcher, his pallid face obscured by thick bandages, his breathing faint yet stable. Medical Sand Ninja conversed in hushed tones regarding his injuries. Maki stood in the center of the room, his expression devoid of emotion. Temari sat in a corner, clutching her knees tightly, her body still trembling slightly. While the enormous 3-star fan leaned against the wall, its surface marred by deep indentations where the hardened sand had been removed. Lord Gaara, the situation. Maki's voice was calm and unwavering, devoid of any discernible emotion, as he confirmed the whereabouts of the target, Naruto Uzumaki. Target: condition stable. Combat capability slightly below average. He did not elaborate on the specifics of the hunt, yet the phrase status stable seemed to carry an icy irony. Kanjiro was gravely injured, while Temari sustained minor wounds. Had it not been for his subordinates arriving in time, a greater misfortune might have ensued. He paused, adding, "I have warned the lower ninjas of Konohagakure." Silence enveloped the room, broken only by Kanjuro's feeble breaths. In the darkest corner of the chamber, Gaara sat against the wall like a stone sculpture, the enormous gourd resembling a slumbering beast. No light reached the shadowy half of his face. He remained motionless and silent, merging seamlessly with the darkness. Only the sand on the floor, continuously shifting, occasionally coalescing into sharp spikes or dispersing into dust, silently expressed the turmoil of the bloodthirsty beast within its master, locked away, yet increasingly restless. Regarding Lady Orochimaru, Maki spoke again, his voice subdued. "As per usual, I report." In the shadows, Gaara's voice emerged like the rasp of gravel, hoarse and dry, laced with an overtly suppressed fury. "In 1 month's time, I shall fully demonstrate my resolve." The chilling intent behind his words caused the temperature in the room to plummet further. Temari instinctively hugged herself, burying her face in her knees. A month. What a terrifying nightmare it would be. Maki slightly bowed. Understood. In a desolate valley far from Konohagakure, the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains and dust. Ugh! Satsuki's roar echoed with pain and madness against the cliffside. A blinding blue-white lightning burst forth as Chidori once more took shape in her hands, her Sharingan eyes swirling like a tempest of blood, recklessly charging toward Kakashi. Kakashi's figure flickered like a wraith, moving with such speed that he left afterimages behind. He did not confront the attack head-on. Instead, at the moment Chidori was about to make contact, he tilted at an almost impossible angle, his right hand enveloped in a more refined and tranquil lightning. Raikiri. Crack. Boom. The violent flow of Chidori collided ferociously against the mountainside, where Kakashi had deftly redirected its path with Raikiri, creating a massive, charred crater in the once sturdy rock, debris scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, Kakashi's left hand struck like a venomous serpent, deftly seizing Satsuki's exposed arm joint, laid bare by her full-force thrust. Too slow. And far too straightforward. A myriad of flaws. Kakashi's voice was as frigid as an icicle as he exerted pressure. Crack. The sharp sound of dislocated bones pierced the air. "Ah!" Satsuki cried out in agony, the Chidori's lightning dissipating instantaneously, her body crashing to the ground with tremendous force, dust billowing around her. Kakashi looked down upon Satsuki, who lay prostrate, racked with pain and exhaustion, his gaze sharp as a blade. Uncontrolled bloodlust will only lead to chaos, akin to a headless fly wandering aimlessly. "Look around you." He pointed at the myriad of charred craters etched into the valley's rocky walls, each one a testament to Satsuki's loss of control. "What purpose does your anger and strength serve, if not to leave you battered and bruised? To defeat 800 foes at the cost of your own life?" Satsuki struggled to lift her head, sweat mingling with dirt as it dripped from her chin. The crimson hue of her Sharingan, once vivid, was now dulled by excruciating pain, replaced by overwhelming humiliation, resentment, and a profound confusion. Power. She craved power. Yet, each explosive surge of strength only led to Kakashi's relentless suppression and her own significant depletion. "I must be faster." Satsuki gritted her teeth, attempting to persuade not only herself but also Kakashi. "Faster?" Kakashi scoffed, his exposed right eye brimming with sarcasm. "Look at your opponent. That Gaara does not rely on mere thrusts. It is manipulation, precision, area control, offense and defense combined. No matter how swift or fierce your strength, if you cannot strike the enemy, if you collide with empty space or obstacles, you are courting death." He bent down, extending his hand, and without hesitation, firmly grasped Satsuki's dislocated arm. Ugh! Satsuki trembled from the pain. Crack! Kakashi efficiently set her dislocated arm back in place. The action brutal yet effective. The agonizing pain forced a muffled groan from Satsuki, momentarily clearing her chaotic thoughts. Power. Kakashi straightened, his gaze becoming exceptionally grave. It is for striking the target, for annihilating the enemy, not for display or venting frustration. This eye, he gestured to his left eye, provides foresight and insight, not mere ornamentation. You must use it to discern the flow of power, the enemy's vulnerabilities, to control your anger, to guide your strength. Otherwise, he pointed to the enormous scorched crater left by Satsuki's reckless charge. Your so-called fire of vengeance is nothing but a self-immolation. Kakashi's words struck like poisoned ice arrows, piercing through the fortress of Satsuki's long-held belief in the supremacy of strength, revealing the bloodied vulnerabilities beneath. The pursuit of ultimate power for revenge starkly contrasted with her own frail capacity for control. That heavy, nearly suffocating sense of confusion and anguish tore at her more fiercely than her dislocated arm. She clenched her uninjured fist tightly, her nails digging into her palm. The crimson light in her Sharingan flickering and struggling amidst the pain, humiliation, and Kakashi's almost callous reprimand. Control, guidance, insight. These words felt like shackles. Yet beneath these chains, that kaleidoscopic vision, that deeper, more profound strength seemed to silently beckon her from the shadows. In the flickering candlelight, a cup of tea exhaled wisps of steam. Orochimaru languidly reclined on a low couch, his fingertips toying with a strand of golden hair taken from Naruto's head, while a hint of intrigue played upon his lips. Before him lay a scroll inscribed with special cipher, detailing fragments of intelligence regarding the encounter at the riverbank this evening. The will to resist is strong. Primal instincts and brute force unleashed, initial catalyzing effects. Nearing the target, her gaze swept across these cold words. Yet her mind conjured the image of that boy, struggling valiantly beneath the fangs of sand, even employing shadow clones to stubbornly withstand the onslaught of sand torrents with a clumsy yet brave demeanor, especially those cerulean eyes, akin to burning gemstones, which have never been extinguished even in the face of fear. Has the fox's ferocity been awakened? How intriguing, she mused softly, a chilling gleam flickering in her golden gaze. In the presence of Gaara's unadulterated murderous intent and overwhelming power, Naruto's performance exceeded her expectations based on the existing data, particularly the progress of Jiraiya's training. That instinctive counterattack, which was not entirely crushed by fear but rather stimulated into a fierce resilience. Along with the sudden surge of immense chakra reserves, multiple shadow clones, evoked within her a thrill akin to discovering a rare specimen. The Nine Tails. She silently uttered that name, her fingertips gently caressing a golden strand of hair. Have you begun to acknowledge this small vessel as well? Or perhaps, he too is beginning to touch your power? Her smile deepened, imbued with a sense of inquisitive delight. Below the scroll lay the latest intelligence report from Maki, highlighting Gaara's loss of control and its repercussions. Kankuro severely injured, Temari restrained, while subtly inquiring about the next directives. Orochimaru casually picked up a pen, dipped it in special ink, and inscribed a few delicate and elegant characters in the blank space of the scroll. The pawn exhibits minor struggles, but it does not affect the greater scheme. The vessel, referring to Naruto, shows increased activity. Monitor the catalyst, referring to Gaara, for its impact on the seed. Proceed according to the original plan. The eye of the storm will arrive as scheduled. A flicker of ethereal green flame ignited at her fingertips, setting the response scroll ablaze. The flame silently consumed the ink, reflecting the inscrutable schemes in her eyes and a hint of anticipation for the impending chaos. A month. Uzumaki Naruto, I hope this wind does not let me down. The candlelight flickered, casting her figure into a long, serpentine shadow upon the wall. Chapter 40. Naruto trudged back to the outskirts of the village, his body sore and caked in mud, resembling a stray dog that had just endured a brawl. He dared not return directly to his dilapidated apartment, fearing an encounter with Kakashi or the perverse sage who might interrogate him. Instead, he sought refuge in a dilapidated tool shed, a place he often used for training. Curling up in a corner as he removed his damp, dirt-stained outerwear, grimacing as he inspected his wounds. Damn that sand, he muttered under his breath, carefully wiping away the grime from his injuries with a clean corner of his clothing. His arms bore several bloodied scratches. His wrists were red and purple from being chafed by the sand, and his back throbbed painfully. The worst of it was his chakra. The multiple shadow clones had nearly drained him, and his mind still buzzed with disorientation. Yet, as he closed his eyes, the image of swirling yellow sand and the cold, murderous intent surged forward, accompanied by Gaara's hollow, emotionless gaze. A wave of fear washed over him. Shaking his head, he forced himself to dismiss the terrifying vision. He fumbled through his ninja tool pouch, retrieving a smooth, hard rubber ball. Almost forgot about you, he mused, staring at the ball, recalling the desperation and ferocity of his escape from the sand gun. At that moment, it felt as if something within him was being compelled to break free. He shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts. The focus was not on contemplation, but on practice. He had thoroughly grasped the formidable nature of that sand monster. The perverse sage was right. If he did not master the Rasengan, he would be nothing more than fodder in a month's time. He refused to be as defenseless as he had been today. Taking a deep breath, ignoring the aches and the dull pain of his wounds, Naruto pressed his palm against the smooth surface of the ball once more. The blue chakra surged forth with difficulty, coalescing and beginning to whirl. In the shadow beneath Hokage rock, a minuscule white serpent slithered silently, concealed within the moss of the rock crevices. Its grayish-white vertical pupils appeared lifeless, yet they distinctly reflected the clumsy yet determined silhouette of the golden-haired youth within the dilapidated tool shed. He was grappling with the smooth rubber ball, the blue chakra swirling in his palm, flickering in and out. Further away, towards the sand-hidden village, a dark purple cloak brushed against the treetops before momentarily pausing. Tsunade stood atop a high branch, her gaze piercing through the dense trees and architectural barriers, precisely directed towards the depths of the Valley of the End. Her attention was not on any specific object, but rather focused on an energy flow imperceptible to ordinary beings. There lay the valley where Kakashi secretly trained Satsuki. Her golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly, her tongue unconsciously brushing against her upper lip, revealing a hint of an exceedingly delightful yet perilous smile. Within her senses, the area resonated with wild and sharp fluctuations of lightning chakra, alongside a familiar, deliberately guided aura of a chilling curse mark. Moreover, within the depths of the Uchiha bloodline-S Sharingan, a hunger and obsession for the source of power, which she had intentionally awakened, thrived in the dark soil. The container absorbs remarkably well, her voice a whisper akin to the intimate murmurs between lovers, barely audible to anyone but herself. The dark forces and despair serve as the sweetest nourishment. Patience, just a little longer, she muses, her gaze sweeping across the Valley of the End, seemingly piercing through space to rest upon Naruto, who is engaged in a playful tussle with a ball in the tool shed. In stark contrast to the violent, frigid energy emanating from Satsuki, the chakra surging within the boy is vast, yet chaotic, imbued with primal resilience and an ineffable sense of inclusiveness. Much like a wind capable of carrying all things, temporarily obstructed by the sands of time. A glimmer of appreciation flickers in Orochimaru's eyes, a recognition of the materials themselves and an anticipation for future creations. The wind is perpetually unpredictable, I senti it. The tighter the restraints, the more exhilarating the rebound. She chuckles softly, her form dissipating into the night like smoke. Show me how close you can push this chaotic wind to that vessel, little fox. With each thunderous roar in the valley, the girl's reluctant gasps and labored breaths accompany the tumult. Zing boom. The blue-white lightning once again scorches a mountainside. Yet this time, Satsuki's Chidori, poised to strike Kakashi, is forcibly diverted from its intended path. The price paid is chakra backlash, the impact causing her to tumble several times before coming to a stop, her body coated in debris, her once-tied hair now a wild mess. She braces herself against the ground, panting heavily, sweat matting the strands of hair that fall over her brow. Her dislocated arm, just recently reset, still pulses with fiery pain. Kakashi's words pierce like icy daggers, relentlessly chipping away at her stubborn defenses. Power is meant to strike the target, to annihilate the enemy. Control, guidance, insight. These terms have transformed from mere shackles into heavy, blood-stained lessons. In that fleeting moment, her abrupt change of direction mid-attack was prompted by Kakashi's ghostly motion to intercept her, vividly reflected in her frenzied Sharingan. That instant of foresight saved her, albeit at the cost of disrupting her own offensive. Do you begin to understand? Kakashi's voice remained steady, his figure standing upon a pile of rubble, moonlight casting deep shadows upon his mask. Satsuki lifts her head, her blood-red Sharingan fixated on Kakashi through her damp, disheveled hair. The madness in her gaze lingers, her insatiable thirst for power undiminished, yet now intertwined with a chilling focus sharpened by agony and setbacks. She recognizes her own disarray, as well as the absolute disparity brought forth by Kakashi's near-perfect control. Not enough. She grits her teeth, her voice hoarse from exhaustion and pain. This fleeting understanding is insufficient to contend with Gaara's sand and certainly inadequate to confront. Her words abruptly falter, a deeper, colder chill sweeping through her gaze. Unable to confront that man who etched an imprint upon her in the depths of illusion, promising her power, the shadow of that man never dissipated from her heart, coiling like a cold, venomous serpent along the path of vengeance. The imprint brought not only strength, but also the shackles of darkness that relentlessly tugged at her being. In her yearning for power, mingled with the long-standing enmity towards the Uchiha clan, lay an undercurrent of humiliation and an urgent desire to break free from the grip of others who held her fate. Control. Power. Satsuki slowly raised her body, disregarding its protests, once more assuming her initial stance. This time, although the bloodlust in her eyes remained, the reckless madness seemed tempered, infused with a chilling calculation befitting a hunter. The faint blue glow of Chidori surged anew in her palm, crackling with energy. She no longer charged blindly, but meticulously locked on to every subtle movement of Kakashi, akin to an injured yet more perilous female leopard poised to strike. Kakashi's exposed right eye narrowed slightly, nodding with a hint of approval. Her gaze has improved a fraction. However, in an instant, a blinding bolt of lightning erupted from his fingertips, indicating that she was still far from mastering the ability to utilize it. Raikiri descended with ferocity once more. The thunderous roars in the valley did not cease, yet the rhythm seemed to shift. The thunder no longer merely expressed destruction. It resembled a stubborn soul amidst despair and anguish, clumsily attempting to don the chains of control, even though those very chains were icy and piercing. In the unnoticed depths of the darkness, a colder, more insatiable power lay in wait, silently coiled, anticipating the complete surrender of this struggling soul into its embrace. Chapter 41. Mastery achieved. Naruto could no longer recall how long he had been training. Outside the window, the dark night gradually gave way to a pale gray dawn, as the early birds chirped and began their morning chorus. In the abandoned tool shed, remnants of burst rubber balloons and several misshapen hard rubber balls littered the floor. Panting heavily, Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, drenched in sweat, his palms swollen and reddened, with some areas grazed by the uncontrollable chakra. He gazed intently at the last smooth, intact hard rubber ball in his palm, his eyes bloodshot with frustration. Damn it, what am I doing wrong? He massaged his aching wrists. He understood the sage's teachings, to spin, to stabilize, to disrupt from within. Yet, this ball was far too slick. No matter how he spun the chakra like a top, the force met the smooth surface as water meets oil, unable to penetrate. If he exerted too much force, the ball would either fly away or be flattened, the spin dissipating. If he used too little, it felt merely like a tickle. He recalled Gaara's mastery over sand. The grains, so fine, could coalesce into various shapes, even piercing through stone with precision. That kind of control. Naruto tugged at his hair in frustration. It was entirely different from the Rasengan. The sage's technique was merely a clump of spinning chakra, devoid of any semblance of control. No, there must be a way. A stubborn determination surged within him. He picked up the smooth ball, not immediately injecting chakra, but instead focused intently on it, rolling it slowly in his palm. The gritty sensation, the slick surface, flowing, penetrating. Suddenly, an image flashed in his mind, not the sage's demonstration, but a childhood memory of dropping water droplets onto hot metal. The droplets would burst instantly, vaporizing as if nothing had occurred. But what if? What if that droplet was propelled downwards by a force spinning wildly? An unprecedented, nebulous impulse surged within him. It was not merely about compressing and spinning, but rather to drive that rotational force, like a drill, firmly into a single point, allowing its impact to penetrate through the smooth shell. This notion invigorated him. He swiftly discarded the earlier method of gently infusing chakra to evenly expand the ball. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpened with unwavering focus. Concentrating all his spirit into a singular point, his left hand steadied the rubber ball, while his right hand gathered a vibrant blue chakra in his palm once more. This time, he did not rush to achieve high speed. Instead, he poured all his mental energy, all his willpower, and all his strength into the minuscule, rapidly rotating chakra core in his right palm. He would spin it to its limit, condense it to its utmost, generate an impulse that yearned to break free from all restraints. Then, as the chakra core reached an unprecedented peak, "Get in there," Naruto growled, his right palm driving the blazing, spinning blue core, akin to wielding an invisible hammer, down into the center of the hard rubber ball held in his left hand with fierce precision. Without attempting to burst the sphere or confront its smooth surface, All of the force was concentrated at a singular point, impacting with precision. A peculiar explosion resonated, different from the sound of a rubber balloon bursting or the muffled pop of a deflated ball. Rather, it was an extraordinarily crisp and brief crack. The light flashed and vanished. Naruto maintained his pressing stance, frozen in place. In the palm of his left hand, at the center of the smooth, hard rubber ball, there appeared a remarkably symmetrical small hole, penetrating through both walls of the sphere. The edges of the hole were smooth, as if seared through by a sudden surge of heat. Through this aperture, one could faintly discern that the area where his left palm cradled the ball was flushed red from the immense impact, burning with pain. Yet, the miniature spiral chakra he had concentrated in his right hand dissipated as if its energy had been entirely expended the moment it completed its lethal drill. Time seemed to freeze. Naruto widened his eyes, gazing at the penetrating hole, then at his flushed, slightly trembling palm. An overwhelming, surreal sensation enveloped him. Had he succeeded? He tremulously withdrew his hand, grasping the ball with a small hole, fingers passing through it. Cold air flowed through the opening. Joy and disbelief surged like a flood, overwhelming his reason. Oh! Naruto abruptly leaped from the ground, bounding around the workshop like a madman. Holding the punctured trophy high above his head, entirely oblivious to the pain in his palm and his overwhelming fatigue. I did it. I penetrated it. Can you see? The Rasengan. My Rasengan. Ha! A genius. I am a genius. His ecstatic cries drowned out the birds outside, echoing within the abandoned cabin. After a night of torment, frustration, and countless attempts, he had finally, in this moment, broken through the most challenging barrier in a manner he had never envisioned, one filled with destruction and penetration. Although mastery was still far from his grasp, the explosive culmination and his insight into the essence of rotational impact had opened the door to the Rasengan. This ball, now perforated, was the most direct and powerful testament to his achievement. The early morning light struggled to penetrate the thick mountain mist, illuminating the depths of the valley of the end. The thunder that had roared through the night had finally ceased. The air was thick with moisture and a faint scent of singed earth. Sakura stood on a slightly elevated terrain, facing the towering cliff where the colossal waterfall cascaded down. She was covered in mud and charred marks, her hair tie long gone. Her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, equally dust-laden. Her breathing was slightly labored, her face excessively pale from prolonged exertion. Yet her Sharingan shone with astonishing brilliance, not merely a frenzied crimson, but a sharp, intense fusion of ice and fire. Kakashi stood a short distance behind her on a large boulder, arms crossed, his gaze fixed contemplatively upon her silhouette. After a night of desperate training, having been knocked down countless times, dislocated, and losing control of her strength, the girl who once only knew how to unleash her power recklessly is experiencing a subtle transformation. The flames of vengeance still burn in her eyes, but they no longer resemble an uncontrollable wildfire. Instead, they resemble the sharp edge of a sword forged under the cold discipline of willpower. Satsuki gently closes her eyes. The thunderous roar of the waterfall, the morning breeze rustling through the forest, and the flowing mountain mists, all the intricate details of her environment are captured and analyzed through the unparalleled insight of her Sharingan. Constructing a clear spatial model in her mind, she slowly raises her right hand, palm facing upwards. Absent is the reckless scream of the previous night. Instead, a piercing blue-white lightning coalesces in her palm with a steady, efficient grace, compressing and then beginning to spin at high speed. The sound of Chidori no longer resonates with a harsh roar but carries a deep, restrained hum of power. Under her precise control, the lightning chakra forms an exceptionally condensed, blinding blue-white core in her palm, its rotational speed reaching an extreme while the edges remain stable, resembling a star born from a tempest. The raging force is forcibly contained within her palm by a cold resolve, the air torn apart with a low rumble. A glint flashes in Kakashi's eyes. Control has been attained. At the very moment the Chidori fully coalesces, Satsuki abruptly opens her eyes, the red light within them erupting forth. Her form shifts. No longer a blind rush forward, but, with the powerful dynamic vision of the Sharingan and the exquisite coordination of her chakra beneath her feet, transforms into a serpentine arc of blue lightning. Her movements embody a smooth yet perilous rhythm, akin to that of a stalking cheetah. Her target is the imposing waterfall cascading before her. As she nears within 10 meters of the waterfall, Satsuki's gaze no longer perceives the entire curtain of water, but rather locks onto several minuscule points within the waterfall's flow, locations of minimal strength and maximum disruption, born from the collision of water currents and the underlying rock formations. Chidori, she exclaims, her voice resonating with the inertia of high-speed propulsion and the concentrated power of the Chidori, her right arm extending with pinpoint precision. She does not attempt to assault the entire waterfall, for that would be foolish and futile. With a crackle boom, the gathered lightning strikes with the precision of the sharpest scalpel, piercing through the weak points she has identified within the waterfall as flow. The moment the lightning meets the water, a tempest of electric serpents erupts, their formidable penetrative force tearing through the curtain of water. Immediately, a terrifying force of rupture bursts forth. Rumbling, like a dragon turning in its lair, the massive torrent of water, precisely torn apart by her Chidori, loses its balance, akin to a beast with its neck snapped by overwhelming force. The structural integrity of the water collapses instantaneously, and the vast currents collide violently against the breach created by the Chidori, resulting in an explosion. A tumult of murky water and deafening roars erupts into the air. A substantial portion of the waterfall was unexpectedly distorted in its flow by a single strike, creating a fleeting and eerie interruption in the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The vapor rose in a mist, while arcs of electricity danced and flickered amidst the water droplets. In the midst of this chaotic mist, Satsuki descended, lightly tapping her toes on a sharp rock jutting from the water's surface, executing a series of graceful somersaults before returning to the precipice from whence she came. She stood there, slightly breathless, her right arm trembling ever so slightly, the radiance of her lightning dissipating, her skin marked with faint red traces from the scorching arcs. She gazed upwards at the colossal waterfall, now rendered chaotic by her strike, then down to her right hand. Unlike the disarray and bloodshed of the previous night, she felt only a cold sense of achievement from the effective release of her power, accompanied by a profound confidence stemming from her mastery over her own strength. Though this newfound confidence came at the cost of her arm's strain and her overall fatigue. Kakashi approached her, observing the tumultuous waters below, and fell silent for a moment. A single blow, severing the waterfall's main current. Her control, precision, and the instantaneous surge of power were all commendable. His tone was devoid of excessive emotion. Rest for a while. You need to replenish your strength and chakra. Satsuki offered no reply. She clenched her still tingling right hand, savoring the palpable sensation of power coursing within her, a feeling that transcended mere ephemeral exhilaration. This sensation illuminated a clearer path before her. She was one step closer to her goal. Raising her gaze, she peered beyond the chaotic mist of the waterfall, as if piercing through space towards the venue of the Nin exams. The blood of the Uchiha demanded a stronger, more precise force capable of shattering all barriers. That monstrous creature of sand, and the woman who had marked her, they would wait. In the deeper recesses of Satsuki's heart, the cold, dark power stemming from the cursed seal seemed to stir, exhilarated by her newfound control, poised to break free at any moment. Yet for now, it was subdued by the temporary calm forged through Kakashi's rigorous training. The designated venue for the third round of the Konoha Nin selection exam was already abuzz with excitement, filled to capacity. At the center of the vast circular arena, the smooth, expansive ground reflected the sunlight. The stands were crowded with feudal lords from various nations, wealthy merchants, villagers from Konoha, and ninjas from different villages. The cacophony of voices surged like a tangible tide. A colossal electronic screen hung above the arena, clearly displaying the names of the participants and the matchups for the first round. Match 1. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Niji Hyuga. Match 2. Temari vs. Shikamaru Nara. Match 3. Gaara vs. Empty. Match 4. Kankuro vs. Shino Abure. Match 5. Sakura Haruno vs. Choji Akimichi. It is about to commence. It is about to commence. Wow. The first match is Niji against that blonde-haired boy. Incredible! That red-haired sand ninja. So terrifying. Does no one dare to face him? Shikamaru's attention was drawn to the sand ninja beauty wielding a fan, a sight worth observing. Within the entrance corridor, 10 youthful figures congregated, the atmosphere both oppressive and fervent. Naruto continually rose on his toes, his face a blend of anxiety and barely concealed exhilaration. He clenched his fists, feeling the throbbing pain in his palms from the previous night's training, yet an overwhelming sense of eagerness surged within him. At last, his spiraling sphere would find its purpose. His eyes widened as he gazed at Niji's name on the electronic screen, a fierce determination igniting within his gaze. Nearby, Niji, seemingly indifferent, closed his eyes in meditation, as if everything around him was inconsequential. Only occasionally would his Byakugan open, casting a cold glance in Naruto's direction. Shikamaru leaned lazily against the wall, hands in pockets, muttering under his breath about the inconvenience of it all. However, when his eyes swept over Tamari on the screen, they grew unusually calm as his mind rapidly simulated various possibilities. Tamari, clutching her enormous 3-star fan, leaned against the opposite wall, her brow slightly furrowed. Her sharp gaze scanning the opponents in the arena, ultimately resting on Shikamaru with a hint of seriousness and caution as if they were equals in a game of strategy. Beside her, Kankuro, draped in his puppet crow, remained silent, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, the chirping from his pocket fading into silence. Sakura clenched her hands tightly, palms slick with sweat. She stared at the electronic screen displaying CHG's name, stealing a glance at the imposing figure next to her. Busily munching on chips, a mixture of anxiety and something else bubbling within her. CHG, however, was utterly engrossed in the solace that food provided. Amidst the varied emotions of tension, excitement, and indifference, Gaara stood apart like an isolated glacier, leaning against the darkest corner of the entrance. A massive gourd rested at his feet. He slightly bowed his head, his thick red hair concealing his expression. Yet, the aura of desolation and chilling, pure murderous intent emanating from him, seemed to lower the temperature of the entire corridor by several degrees. Everyone instinctively kept their distance, as if he were a storm of condensed malice. A somewhat feeble cough broke the silence. The figure of Moonlight Breeze, a Leaf Village Jonin, appeared at the corridor's entrance. He surveyed the 10 youths, his complexion still pale, but his gaze exceedingly serious. The first round of the main competition was about to commence. The first match, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Hyuga, prepared to enter. As Moonlight Breeze's voice echoed, the arena erupted into an even more deafening roar of cheers and excitement. The curtain of the finals was officially drawn back, accompanied by the tolling of a bell. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the vast arena. Naruto took a deep breath and stepped out of the contestants' corridor. His gaze traversed the boisterous crowd, landing on the boy emerging from the opposite passage. Clad in a white training uniform, his expression cold and haughty. The condescending gaze he had endured a month prior during the preliminaries resurfaced in Naruto's mind. The arrogance of fate's decree becoming vividly clear once more. Hinata Niji. Naruto bared his teeth, revealing a fierce smile brimming with unbridled determination, his fist clenched tightly. Am I the underdog? You claim that fate cannot be altered? Today, I shall use this ball of energy I've crafted to forcefully bury your lofty visage into the ground. At another entrance, Satsuki cast one last glance at the glaring empty space behind Gaara on the electronic screen, alongside the name of Naruto Uzumaki below it. Her frigid gaze swept across the arena, ultimately locking onto the highest seat in the main stand, the seat of the Hokage, a symbol of the core power of Konoha. A deeper ambition burned within the recesses of her heart. She silently tightened her grip on the kunai within her ninja tool pouch, directing her gaze towards the depths of the arena. Her battle was about to commence. In the depths of the passage, Gaara slowly raised his head. Beneath his crimson locks, his bloodshot eyes, devoid of any warmth, resembled a cobra poised to strike, cutting through the cacophony of the crowd. Precisely landing on the golden-haired youth in the center of the arena, who was boldly provoking Niji Hyuga. Uzumaki. Naruto. A silent whisper, laced with an icy intent to kill. The atmosphere of the grand hall grew palpably heated and thick, charged by the distinct brilliance and will of 10 young warriors. The eye of the storm had already formed,